Chapter 948, Local Economy. The Planning Commission was desperate for Jianghu Mine's coal. Beyond the blast furnace's need for a stable coke supply, the industrial system also had enormous demand for the chemical byproducts generated during coking. Expanding the coking coal supply was essential even just for tar extraction alone. Tang Minglong was full of grievances. He had long since tired of that practically isolated Jianghu coal mine, but every attempt to transfer out had failed. Aside from the few months he spent back in Lingao before and after Jiang Wenli gave birth, he had been stuck at the mine the entire time. "I've practically turned into a coal gang stone at Jianghu mine," he complained. "I can barely remember what my son looks like anymore." Seeing that Tang Minglong apparently intended to wait for a return telegram from Lingao, Liu Xiang had no choice but to keep him company with idle chatter. "Chief, please sign for this." The visitor was from the confidential office. Liu Xiang opened the wax-sealed craft paper envelope. It contained the latest 2 journals and 1 paper, the Morning Star, Weekly Developments, and the Lingao Times internal edition. Tang Minglong hadn't seen the 2 journals and 1 paper in quite some time. Ever since shipping on the Nandu River had stopped, he'd gone several days without seeing the mouthpiece. Liu Xiang took out Weekly Developments, the compilation of internal BBS posts, and handed the rest to Tang Minglong. "Well, little Liu, looking at the byline now I realize, this front-page headline is yours." Tang Minglong tapped the article, exclaiming in surprise, "This is quite the fiery piece." "I'm flattered. My firepower is nothing special. Look at this piece. The Wenlin River might as well be called the Colorful River, written by those environmentalists. And this one I won't even mention the title, by Queen Du. Now that's what I call combat capability." Liu Xiang slapped his own pages as he spoke. It's different. Tang Minglong knew perfectly well that while those other pieces, including Queen Du's, were fiery enough, they were recurring forum topics, menstrual items that appeared every few months. But little Liu's article was something else entirely. Though it appeared to simply analyze the merits of star topology versus ring topology logistics networks, making it seem like pure theoretical discussion, it actually struck at the heart of the matter. A classic case of strumming the zither while singing. "Little Liu, how exactly are you planning to lay this out?" Tang Minglong asked. "When I sent this, I simultaneously submitted an application to the Planning Commission. I want to get some of the coconut oil and woodworking industries transferred here. After all, these are all locally produced raw materials. Rather than shipping raw materials to Lingao for processing, I think it makes more sense to process them right here in Qiongshan and then ship the finished products. This would also strengthen economic ties between the 2 regions." Tang Minglong pondered the phrases locally produced raw materials and economic ties for a moment, then asked, "Say, little Liu, is there any industry that could strengthen ties between our mine and Qiongshan?" "What, not enough yellow tickets?" Liu Xiang teased, as if, just joking. "Seriously though, we have plenty of production targets and the workers are putting in the effort, but the coal can't be shipped out, so it just piles up. Especially these past few months, morale has been pretty low." Tang Minglong had wanted to arrange some benefits for the workers, but the strict compensation system left him powerless. Though black gold lay beneath their feet, aside from Lingao's industrial leviathan, there simply was no second buyer who needed such production capacity. "I do have an idea, but some things require approval from above," Liu Xiang thought briefly before saying. "Look, whether or not my application gets approved, we have to do disaster relief here regardless." Disaster relief means rebuilding damaged houses, repairing destroyed fields and irrigation systems, rushing to harvest and replant. Your Changcheng coal is famous for 2 things, lots of gang and high humic content. If policy allows, you could absolutely produce hollow bricks and peat fertilizer yourselves. These are all essential for the county's disaster recovery. And even after this wave of demand passes, future construction projects, do you think they won't need bricks and fertilizer? Your thinking is quite broad, Tang Minglong nodded repeatedly. This approach really could solve some major problems. The gang alone solves major problems. The coal gang from Jianghu coal mines washing plant had already become something of a local nuisance. Massive quantities piled along the banks of the Nandu River not only polluted the water supply, but the mountainous heaps of gang also occupied vast amounts of land. And this typhoon's torrential rains had caused the riverside gang mountains to collapse into the river. But just my efforts alone won't be enough, Liu Xiang said. Jianghu coal mine is after all a centrally administered enterprise. Tang Minglong gave a knowing chuckle. Got it. I'll be the one to submit the application. Supporting local economic development should be a priority for the Planning Commission, shouldn't it? Qiongshan's active lobbying efforts had achieved some response. Mo Zion and Wu Quanming, in particular, both showed strong interest in establishing new industrial enterprises in Qiongshan. The forestry department especially, obtaining raw materials in Lingao was becoming increasingly difficult. In Qiongshan, they could utilize the Nandu River's natural waterway to float timber down from the mountainous regions of Ding'an and other upstream counties for nearby use. Moreover, Qiongshan's Haikou harbor was currently underutilized and could serve as an import port for timber. As for Mo Zion, establishing light industrial processing enterprises in Qiongshan had its own advantages. Qiongshan and Wencheng to its east were traditionally Hainan's major agricultural counties. Extensive plains and relatively developed water systems gave them great advantages for agricultural development. The largest segment of Mo Zion's light industry system was agricultural and sideline product processing, which naturally benefited from proximity to production areas. Wencheng was also Hainan's primary coconut-producing region, and Qiongshan was the collection and export hub for dried coconut across the island. Establishing a dried coconut processing enterprise here could monopolize the island's entire dried coconut trade. As for the Agricultural Committee, Wu Nanhai had long coveted Qiongshan's land. The vast alluvial plains along both banks of the Nandu River were practically natural large-scale farms. Whether planting rice or promoting sugarcane cultivation, the potential was enormous. Wu Nanhai had particularly high expectations for sugarcane cultivation. As an important cash crop, sugarcane revenue was currently the Transmigrator Collective's primary source of income. However, Wu Nanhai felt uneasy about Qiongshan's land situation. In his experience, such prime land had likely already been developed. Whether the owners were large landlords or yeoman farmers, for modern agronomists devoted to large-scale agriculture, they represented obstacles. Wu Nanhai had previously advocated for a rich peasant economy, though after running the demonstration farms in Lingao, he had also developed a strong interest in intensive stay-toned farms. Of course, he knew this presented difficulties. Stay-toned farms depended on direct guidance and management from elders, and their operation inevitably led to bureaucratic bloat, consuming too many administrative personnel. Wu Nanhai's ideal agricultural model remained European style from the old timeline. Small and medium-sized intensive family farms using the family as the basic unit and employing no more than 10 workers. Just as various parties were conducting intensive behind-the-scenes lobbying, the situation in Qiongshan had quietly begun to change. Under Yang Yun and others' arrangements, disaster refugees from Qiongshan began flowing outward in large numbers for labor recruitment. Within a week, nearly 4,000 refugees in Qiongshan had accepted recruitment and were preparing to leave the area. The massive exodus of refugees did not initially alarm the local gentry and large landowners, who assumed the Australians were merely implementing work-for-relief programs. Aside from some refugees who owed debts, and their landlords feared the debts would vanish along with the debtors, most large landowners actually felt a sense of relief at the refugee outflow. This not only freed them from relief obligations, but also reduced the disturbances they most feared to a minimum. However, as the truth about refugee employment began to emerge, that tenants and farm laborers were going off to become employees for the Australians, the landowners began to panic. The generous treatment the Australians provided their subordinates, along with their reputation for beguiling hearts and minds, had reached Qiongshan. Clearly, once these commoners started eating Australian rice, they were unlikely to ever return to tenant farming or wage labor. This presented a terrifying problem. Who would work the land? Regardless of how much wealth one possessed or how much land one owned, without people, nothing could be harvested from the land. In the past, the landowners hadn't worried much about this. Though Hainan Island was sparsely populated and chronically short of labor, Qiongshan as the premier county benefited from the capital effect. Haikou Harbor was also Hainan's gateway to the outside world, and agricultural conditions here were the best. Most migrants crossing the sea settled locally, with a steady stream of impoverished Fujian immigrants continuously replenishing the local agricultural population. Now, the influx of migrants from the mainland had completely dried up. The Australians had an enormous appetite for immigrants. Not only did they organize and transport mainland migrants in large numbers themselves, but after they took control of the Jianghu Strait and the harbors, every Fujian or Guangdong immigrant who landed locally was immediately detained and transferred to Lingao upon arrival. Now, with these root-cutting tactics, it was obvious that before long there would be insufficient people to work the land. This blow was nearly fatal for the landowners. Suddenly, there was a great uproar. They gathered together like mourners at a funeral to discuss countermeasures. Some went to find Yizhou, wanting him to intercede and request that the Australians immediately halt recruitment and repatriate some of the workers. Yizhou originally hadn't paid this much attention. The Hai family had never owned much land, and since joining the Tiandihui, they had stopped recruiting tenant farmers altogether, using only wage laborers instead, and those laborers were recruited and managed by the Tiandihui. He was responsible neither for recruitment nor supervision, and didn't even know how much wages were paid. The Tiandihui's agreement with the Hai family was all-inclusive. Essentially, the Tiandihui was the Hai family's tenant. As long as they gave the Hai family a proportional share at year's end, all was well. End of chapter. Chapter 949, Tiandihui Contracting System. The Hai family had also jointly invested with the Australians to develop the Jianghu coal mine. Since the Australians occupied Qiongshan, Yizhou had further invested in cargo transport on the Nandu River and at Haikou Harbor. Wealth was flowing in from all directions. Under these circumstances, whether the Australians recruited workers or not had nothing whatsoever to do with him. But ever since the Australians arrived in Qiongshan, thanks to his prior connections with them, and because the Civil Affairs People's Committee had consistently sought to cultivate him as a bridge to the gentry and major landowners, Yizhou had gradually become the leading figure among Qiongshan's gentry. Many matters requiring negotiation fell to him to discuss with Liu Xiang. Since the gentry and large landowners looked to him as their anchor, he could hardly refuse. He invited everyone to his home to deliberate. Grain comes from rent. If everyone runs off, how are we supposed to pay the summer and autumn taxes? The crowd lamented. After the disaster with no one to work the land, where will the grain to pay taxes come from? I hear the Australians are also planning to change the tax system and make the large landowners pay more grain. Do the Australians still want us, the foundation of the dynasty, or not? Are they planning to share the realm with commoners? Landowners are the foundation of the realm. Ruin us, and who's going to pay their grain levies? You must speak to them properly, sir. Yizhou's modest reception hall was packed with the gentry and large landholders of Qiongshan County, along with some local Ziyukai and other scholars. Though their families might own only a few mu of land, they shared common cause with the large landowners. Rumor had it that the Australians had already abolished the Ziyukai's exemption of 2 shi of grain in Lingao. This was not merely an economic issue. For the scholars, it was a matter of face. Though the news remained unconfirmed, the Ziyukai of Qiongshan County were already deeply anxious. Master Hai, you mustn't let the Australian chiefs run wild. We're all proper families. The dynasty has always treated landowners and scholars with favor. Never mind our dynasty, even the former Yuan and former Song did the same. They claim to be heirs of the great Song. When did the great Song ever pull something like this? Hai Shuzu listened patiently through the whole clamor with perfect composure. Truthfully, none of this rhetoric moved him. Since it had nothing to do with his own interests, he naturally felt no personal stake. But since he was meant to benefit his homeland, Hai Shuzu could hardly refuse outright. He knew what Liu Xiang was most concerned about at the moment was actually the grain problem. If the grain problem could be resolved, Director Liu would be much more amenable. The Hai family didn't have much grain stored. Under its contract with the Tiandihui, the land rent was settled using food circulation vouchers. With these vouchers, he could purchase all sorts of Australian goods at the Wanyu shops and cooperative stores in Qiongshan, then resell them for even greater profits. So he had no objection to the surplus grain purchase. When the speeches finally wound down, he spoke. "Gentlemen, this humble scholar cannot guess at the chief's intentions. But in my shallow view, the Australians' first priority is grain." At this, many faces grew even more uncomfortable. Of course there was grain. Traditional Chinese agricultural landlords all treated grain hoarding as a means of preserving wealth. This was partly because in an era of underdeveloped commodity economy, converting grain to cash wasn't easy, partly because grain was in fact the primary, hard currency of the countryside. Especially in regions like Hainan, where commercial economy was underdeveloped and trade volumes were small, grain served not only as wages for laborers, but played an important role in rural usury as well. In disaster years, grain became a critical tool for the unscrupulous acquisition of land and bondservants. Asking the large landowners to hand over grain was like carving out their hearts. Moreover, after the land surveys, all the various exemptions the gentry had enjoyed through privilege and corruption had been wiped clean. Their previously light burdens would inevitably increase substantially with the summer and autumn taxes. Many had already been resentful about this. Now, hearing they were supposed to give up grain as well, they found it even more unacceptable. The crowd hemmed and hawed, some resuming their cries of poverty, claiming they had already strained themselves donating grain during the disaster relief fundraising, and now the people in their households could only drink thin gruel, and so forth. For a while the reception hall was so noisy that speech became impossible. Hai Shuzu waved both hands with a bitter smile. "Gentlemen, say all this to the chiefs, telling this humble scholar is useless. I'm not asking for a single grain of your rice." The hall immediately fell silent. The Hai family might be reasonable, but the Australians were decidedly unreasonable. And everyone had witnessed their methods during the bandit suppression and rural pacification campaign in Qiongshan, thorough and decisive, never sparing those who deserved death, yet never killing indiscriminately. Then they thought back to the scene half a month ago when tenant debts were being settled, and many involuntarily hunched their shoulders. Though the crowd had been indignant moments before, their fervor now visibly deflated. Most were pragmatists. At present, there was no sign that the great Ming would return to Jianghu within at least the next decade. The Australians were the emperor of Hainan Island. Half a month earlier, they had sent their eldest sons to Lingao for observation and study. From their sons' accounts, they had learned even more about the Australians' true strength, which had produced a subtle calming effect on the gentry and large landowners. Seeing that the group had fallen silent, Hai Shuzu finally conveyed what Liu Xiang had instructed him to communicate. Several days prior, Liu Xiang had met with him privately and spent hours discussing the land and grain issues in depth. Hai Shuzu had fully grasped the chief's intentions. The policy Liu Xiang had formulated was relatively moderate. He knew that if he stubbornly resisted the executive committee's policies, things would not end well for him. After all, great righteousness and national policy were two enormous hats. If they came down on him, he absolutely could not bear the weight. Fortunately, Governor Ma's primary objectives were just two: grain and land consolidation. As long as these goals were achieved to a certain degree, he would have ample room to maneuver. After all, the radical rural policies of Ma Qianju and Yi Yuming had their share of opponents. After much deliberation, he had devised a new approach. Of course, whether it would work depended on whether the local landowners would see reason. Liu Xiang believed that after the pacification campaign and land survey work, they should understand that the world had changed. The people, the chiefs have already transported them to Lingao. Getting them back is absolutely impossible. And besides, tenants aren't your household slaves. Tenants can be recruited and tenants can be dismissed. Even the great Ming's government follows this principle, doesn't it? Hai Shuzu first extinguished any remaining hopes with these words. A sigh of regret rippled through the crowd. His words were entirely correct. On this matter, the Australians could not be accused of wrongdoing. Though the debt settlement had been somewhat forceful, everyone privately understood that the Australians had done nothing unfair. An old man interjected nervously. Then what about the land? More than half my family's fields lie fallow already. Immediately many others began clamoring as well. Hai Shuzu calmly waved his hand. Since you gentlemen lack the manpower to farm, you could contract the land to the Tiandihui to work. These words were like throwing a block of ice into a pot of hot oil. First came a moment of silence, then pandemonium, some questioning, some inquiring, some so panicked they could only cry, "Heaven above, earth below," without managing to articulate anything coherent. The Tiandihui had already been operating in Qiongshan for some time. Besides contracting land directly, the Tiandihui was also cultivating small and medium landlords and rich and middle peasants in the countryside, using Australian farming methods to guide cultivation. Their various accomplishments had indeed attracted the gentry's interest, especially Hai Shuzu himself, who had contracted all his land to the Tiandihui. Though harvest time had not yet arrived, the crops were clearly growing far better than on ordinary fields. If not for the typhoon, there would certainly have been an excellent harvest, but entrusting their fields entirely to the Australians was simply too bold. They were not like those small and medium landlords and yeoman farmers with just 100 mu or so. The Hai family itself was really only at the small landlord level. Most of the large landowners gathered here owned over 500 mu, with a dozen families having several thousand mu each. Many worried that if they really contracted their land to the Tiandihui, what if the Tiandihui cheated them? The Tiandihui, after all, was not some easily bullied tenant farmer. It was the genuine Australian government. After the commotion had subsided somewhat, Hai Shuzu said, "This humble scholar has only this one solution. As for the Australians' credibility, to this day they have meant what they said, never breaking faith. Their conduct is open and above board. In my shallow view, they would never stoop to swindling people of their land." He glanced at the assembled company. Several gentry members' faces immediately turned sour. Using commendation to dishonestly acquire the land of small landowners and yeoman farmers was something they themselves had done before. Besides, contracting to the Tiandihui isn't selling land. If you want to contract for 1 year, it's 1 year, 3 or 5 years, or even 8 or 10 years, all acceptable. Hai Shuzu smiled. In my view, since the land surveys and with the Australians about to implement the new tax system, it might actually be less worry to simply contract everything to the Tiandihui. These words, mixing threats and inducements, moved quite a few hearts. Several people began inquiring about the specific practices and profit-sharing arrangements for Tiandihui land contracts. The Tiandihui's land services were divided into 2 categories. The first was similar to what the Wan brothers did in Lingao, primarily providing superior seeds and technical services without directly participating in the landlord's farming operations. The entire harvest belonged to the landowner, who only needed to pay the Tiandihui a technical service fee and materials fee. Land taxes were also paid by the landowner. The second category was the contracting system, generally aimed at larger contiguous parcels of land, such as the various counties' school lands or landlords like Hai Shuzu who had no interest in personally managing their land. Profit-sharing arrangements varied. Yi Yuming classified these lands into different sharing tiers based on soil fertility, irrigation facilities, and the number of attached tenants and laborers, ranging from the Tiandihui's minimum 50-50 split up to a maximum 70-30 split. End of chapter. Chapter 950, Chang Shide emerges under the profit-sharing contract system. The quantity of attached labor on the land was also an important consideration, especially the number of tenant farmers. Generally speaking, the more tenants transferred along with the land, the better the sharing terms. In essence, this was also a covert means of acquiring tenants. After hearing Hai Shuzu's presentation, many remained undecided. They had long grown accustomed to exploiting tenant farmers. A 50-50 landlord-tenant split was the minimum. 60-40 in the landlord's favor was more typical. Many used iron plate rent, so-called fixed rent, which, while nominally lower, was stipulated to remain constant regardless of harvest quality or disaster. Agricultural practice in this era was underdeveloped, and nearly every year brought some degree of natural disaster. A bountiful year among every three was considered lucky. The so-called regardless of harvest or disaster actually worked against the tenants, and when rent was due, there were always countless tricks to cheat them. Of course, tenants were not entirely powerless. If the landlord was not a locally powerful large landowner but merely an ordinary urban or rural small to medium landlord, collecting rent could become very difficult. No one was willing to freely surrender the fruits of their labor, and using various pretexts to underpay or delay was the least of it. Tenant families with many able-bodied sons might refuse to pay rent or even beat off rent collectors. Years of non-payment or underpayment, treating the rented land as if it were their own property, was not uncommon. This was one reason small and medium landlords lacking power and influence had eagerly requested the Tiandihui's total package option. The gentry and large landowners had no such concerns. Therefore, hearing that post-contract profit-sharing would be 50-50 or even reversed to 60-40 or 70-30 in the Tiandihui's favor, they were already quite displeased. Moreover, the Tiandihui was essentially the Australian government. The various coercive and exploitative tricks used against tenants would be completely useless, and they dared not even try. The atmosphere in the reception hall grew hesitant. Hai Shuzu did not press the matter. After all, he was not drumming up clients for the Tiandihui. Director Liu's position was clear. Our great Song Senate intends to transform practices unchanged for 1,000 years, but we will always provide everyone a way out. Whether everyone chooses to take it is a matter of personal choice. These words had been delivered solemnly, and at the time Hai Shuzu had felt a chill run down his spine. After the gathering at the Hai residence dispersed, he immediately called for a sedan chair to visit Liu Xiang and report on the entire proceedings. Liu Xiang listened carefully, not just to the general course of events, but asking Hai Shuzu to report the specific attitudes of each gentry and large landowner in Qiongshan County, by name regarding grain collection and Tiandihui contracting. As he listened, he continually tapped away at a black box-like device. After seeing Hai Shuzu off, Liu Xiang carefully analyzed the gentry and large landowners' specific positions. He found that approximately 60% were inclined to contract their land to the Tiandihui, while 40% showed little interest. As for grain, not a single household had expressed willingness to cheerfully contribute. Liu Xiang frowned and muttered to himself, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. It seemed some methods would have to be applied before they would obediently hand over their grain. Liu Xiang had originally planned to extract at least 20,000 shi of grain from Qiongshan's landlords. The county's autumn tax quota was 18,000 shi. Except for Jiangnan and certain specially high taxation regions, the official land tax collected during the Ming Dynasty actually represented a very low proportion of total production, generally below 7% of yield per mu. Based on this calculation and field surveys, Liu Xiang knew that Qiongshan County's normal annual grain production ranged between 250,000 and 300,000 shi. A considerable portion of this grain was concentrated in the hands of the gentry and large landowners. Liu Xiang estimated that the entire county's grain reserves amounted to at least 80,000 to 100,000 shi. Getting the gentry to produce 20,000 to 30,000 shi should be more than sufficient. Liu Xiang racked his brain but could think of no clever stratagem. The gentry were all old foxes. No matter how you reasoned with them or appealed to their emotions, they responded with cries of poverty, every one of them claiming to subsist on chaff and wild vegetables despite their ruddy complexions. They might as well have graduated from acting school. The few who genuinely understood reason were unfortunately not major grain holders. It seemed the only effective option would ultimately have to be administrative measures, the very weapon he had least wanted to deploy. At this thought, he slumped back in his chair in frustration. After brooding for a while, he finally instructed Guo Linger, who was waiting respectfully nearby. Send a telegram to Deputy People's Commissar of Civil Affairs Liu Muzhu. Classification: secret. Night had fallen over the apartment district of barren New City, yet the lights in the complex were sparse. Few apartments showed illuminated windows. Many elders found the commute inconvenient and rarely returned except on holidays. The recent launch of Operation Engine had made work even more demanding, and many elders had simply brought their domestic secretaries to their offices and workshops. Only those working at headquarters still returned to the apartment district each day. Amid this stillness, the bright lights and faint sounds of laughter and conversation emanating from one particular apartment were rather conspicuous. This apartment belonged to Chang Shide. Because of his large household, Chang Shide had applied for an oversized unit when apartments were allocated. Ever since his return from Leizhou to Lingao, this apartment had been lively every day. After dinner, the female servants gathered in the living room, chatting and laughing. Some were reading and practicing writing, learning to use the abacus. Others were doing needlework. It was a scene of domestic harmony. Among them were Yizhou, Zai, and Bai, 3 of the 5 women he had purchased in one go. Yizhou had been given to Wen Tong, and there was also a little girl named Luo who was really quite young, not yet having reached puberty. Her features showed potential for development. Chang Shide decided to raise her gradually and train her slowly, so he had sent Luo back to Lingao to attend Fragrant Grass Primary School. He personally covered Luo's expenses and paid double the meal fees. He had also arranged with the General Affairs Office to transfer his own milk ration to Luo. Such investment was of course meant to ensure Luo received adequate protein and fat. As long as nutrition was guaranteed, 17th-century girls could grow up to meet 21st-century aesthetic standards. During the day, Chang Shide's women all had jobs. Male elders did not keep full-time kept women. Besides serving as secretaries, accountants, clerks, and similar administrative work, they helped with domestic affairs like cooking and warehouse management. Serving the elders' enterprise by day and their personal lives by night, the elders' attitude toward women was quite pragmatic. Zhu had been assigned to the National Primary School kindergarten as a childcare worker. Zai worked as a warehouse manager at one of the Light Industry Ministry's warehouses. Bai, young and having earned a Class B diploma, served as a full-time secretary accompanying him everywhere. The entire household was arranged in perfect order. Chang Shide's one regret was that none of his women had yet conceived under his efforts. Since several female elders and domestic secretaries were already pregnant, Chang Shide was naturally a bit anxious. By the look of things, conquering the world within his lifetime was probably not in the cards, but conquering East Asia should be no problem. Having built such a great family enterprise with no heir to inherit it, how could that be acceptable? Since returning to Lingao, Chang Shide had been keeping himself busy at the Agricultural Committee. He was now something of a sugarcane authority, but since Wu Nanhai had no plans to grow sugarcane in Lingao, all his energy went to Tiandihui work. The Tiandihui was currently promoting agricultural cooperative organizations among Lingao's yeoman farmers and small landlords. This was work Chang Shide had already done in Leizhou, so Yiming placed great value on his experience. He had become something of a key general of the Tiandihui. Organizing agricultural cooperatives was complicated work. Farmers were extremely suspicious. Convincing them without tangible proof of real benefits was simply impossible. Though Chang Shide had experience organizing sugarcane farmers, getting operations running still required considerable effort. After expending great energy, he had just managed to open up a small situation. He was pondering how to press the advantage while the iron was hot when he reached his front door and opened it. The female servants inside leaped to their feet in unison and called out, "Greetings, Chief." The effect was impressive. At ease, Chang Shide waved his hand with perverse pleasure. To embody the principle of militarized servant management, he had instituted a rotating duty system in the inner household. 3 women took turns managing domestic affairs, maintaining long-term orderly management. At his command, the servants immediately dispersed, each attending to her designated tasks. A cup of tea at just the right temperature, a hot towel delivered to his hand, the sound of water running in his private bathroom, his shoelaces being untied. Someone had brought slippers and was removing his shoes. Chang Shide changed into slippers, drank a few sips of tea, and swaggered into his private bathroom. Azai scrubbed his back while Abai applied soap and gave him a massage. He lay motionless on the cypress bench, enjoying the full treatment. After the complete service was finished, he changed into clean clothes and returned to his study. Settling into the sofa, he took a sip of freshly brewed tea. Aziu, serving as today's duty officer, presented him with a notebook. "This is today's household affairs log." Chang Shide took it and flipped through. The household affairs log was a system he had established. The duty officer was required to record each day's domestic activities and expenses. All outings by servants and visits by guests had to be documented in detail. Notices from the General Affairs Office, phone calls from elders, all required written records. Documents, telegrams, letters, and periodicals sent to him also had to be registered. He browsed through until he reached the telephone log. Since he had been working in the countryside recently, his PHS handset had no signal, so he paid particular attention to phone calls and notices. "Oh, the General Affairs Office Organization Section called me," he suddenly said. The organization section managed elder appointments and transfers. They wouldn't call him without reason. Following the organization section's standard procedure, before formally issuing any transfer or appointment, they would arrange a meeting. Their call was obviously to schedule such a meeting. Could he be getting transferred? Chang Shide felt a surge of excitement mixed with apprehension. Excitement at the prospect of accomplishing great things. Apprehension at being kicked off to somewhere like Taiwan or Jeju Island to do pioneer development work. That would be utterly miserable. End of chapter. Chapter 951. The Tiandihui mobilizes after receiving a positive response. He read on with mounting excitement. Wu Nanhai had also called. This was unsurprising, probably work-related. But the next name was more unusual, Liu Muzhu. He had dealt with Liu Muzhu before. As the Leizhou station had gradually become Lingaoified, the Civil Affairs People's Committee had extended its reach there. particularly regarding the Leizhou Sugar Industry Association that he oversaw. Liu Muzhu had helped him considerably, but since his transfer back to Lingao, their interactions had dwindled. For Liu Muzhu to suddenly call him meant the new appointment was very likely related to the civil affairs system. TNND. I'm going to become a local chief. Chang Shide could not contain his excitement. While staying in Lingao meant enjoying modern living conditions, it was nowhere near as impressive as being deployed abroad, commanding respect everywhere. Housing conditions alone were vastly different. When he first moved into the apartment, he found it quite uncomfortable. The entire unit's floor space wasn't even as large as the 3 main rooms of his residence in Leizhou. The final call was from Yiming. He thought nothing of it. This was certainly about agricultural cooperative work. Since they saw each other daily, anything could be discussed at any time, so it probably wasn't urgent. Chang Shide considered whether to call the organization section, but ultimately decided against it. They would contact him again anyway, and taking the initiative would seem overeager. Maintaining composure was also important for a senior official. The next day, Ming Lang did indeed come to speak with him. Chang Shide was appointed deputy director of the Qiongshan County office, with overall responsibility for local Tiandihui work and the promotion of land consolidation. Chang Shide was quite satisfied with this appointment. Becoming the agricultural deputy county chief in Qiongshan was far superior to being a vaguely defined Tiandihui inspector in Lingao, especially since the Tiandihui, by its nature, could only be considered a public benefit institution with fully allocated funding and quasi-civil service status. How could that compare to the proper prestige and authority of an impressive title like Deputy Director of the Qiongshan County Office? During the week-long public notice period after the meeting, Chang Shide was very busy. On one hand, he discussed with Wu Nanhai, Yiming, and others how to carry out Tiandihui work in Qiongshan. On the other hand, he frequently engaged with the Planning Commission and the State Council. Liu Muzhu gave him a general briefing on Qiongshan's current land and agricultural situation, particularly discussing Liu Xiang's present predicament. This is the land ownership status map he sent. Take a look. Things are not easy. Liu Muzhu pulled back the map curtain, revealing the newly drafted land ownership schematic for Qiongshan County. Facing that tattered map, Chang Shide drew in a sharp breath. Qiongshan County, with its more developed agriculture, had far more fragmented land than Lingao. Moreover, it was quite different from the Leizhou where he had once worked. In Leizhou, the focus had been on agricultural technology promotion to increase yields. There had been little involvement in land consolidation. Though he had established some moderately large sugarcane plantations under the Agricultural Committee's direct control, his main methods had been economic ones such as purchasing and seizing loan collateral. He had never faced such a complex situation. This is his forecast map for post-disaster land transfers. Liu Muzhu pulled open a second map. He explained the meaning of the complex patterns, markers, and alphanumeric codes. Chang Shide waved his hand. Stop, my head is already spinning. Adding this pile will only make it worse. Liu Muzhu smiled bitterly. This is to help you understand just how complicated Qiongshan County's land situation is. He picked up a cigar. The State Council is pressing hard on this. It looks like they want at least 30% of Qiongshan's land consolidated by the time autumn harvest ends, at the latest before spring sowing next year. That's probably not realistic, Chang Shide said. Lingao had the highest land consolidation rate. Through direct confiscation, purchase, Tiandihui contracting, and promoting agricultural cooperatives and other means, the Agricultural Committee had secured 40% of the old fields. Old fields, meaning land that existed before D-Day, excluding fields developed by the Senate afterward. For Qiongshan, an entirely new district, to achieve 1/3 in just over half a year was pushing too hard. Whether it's realistic isn't up for debate. Anyway, the State Council hasn't issued a clear directive. Just do your best, Liu Muzhu said. Chang Shide studied the two maps carefully, This burden was quite heavy. He calculated back and forth, then asked, "Are there any elder cadres coming with me? Can one of the Wan brothers be transferred to join me? And I'll need some naturalized cadres too." "I don't know the specific personnel arrangements. Wan Lihui heads the Agricultural Technology Department. He definitely can't leave. Wan Lihuang probably can. The Agricultural Committee was going to send people to Qiongshan anyway to guide post-disaster emergency planting and replanting. As for other people, make a separate list and submit it. If you want naturalized cadres, include them in the same request." "I need at least a few people. Naturalized cadres alone won't be able to handle it." Chang Shide nodded casually while continuing to study the map. But little Liu left some things unsaid. He suddenly spoke. "The circles on the map mark land likely to be sold, and there are some parcels marked with ownership 0. What are those?" "Those are state-owned agricultural lands. These are lands confiscated during the pacification campaign and land survey. This village was forcibly relocated and consolidated due to collaborating with bandits. All its land is currently lying fallow," Liu Muzhu explained. "As for the ownership of these lands, there's still no clear determination. There are quite a few." Chang Shide refocused his attention on the unshaded parcels marked with ownership unit 0, and after a quick count, he found there were indeed many. These fields were composed of official lands, school lands, lands without deed registration, and confiscated lands. Though also quite scattered, they could still partially meet the needs of consolidated cultivation. Chang Shide traced several parcels on the transparency paper with a pencil. These could be directly converted into farms. Then he focused his attention on the Nandu River banks. This was Qiongshan's most densely cultivated area. But both banks still showed large areas marked as undeveloped wasteland, particularly heading upstream toward the middle and upper reaches of the Nandu River. The potential for development was staggering, far exceeding the already developed farmland. Why is the State Council so intent on acquiring old fields? Chang Shide found it puzzling. Old fields certainly had the advantage of being mature land, requiring less investment, but the administrative costs were not small. Developing wasteland was an enormous undertaking for individual farmers working alone, practically insurmountable. But for the Tiandihui, which possessed mechanized agricultural production methods, it presented no great difficulty. Liu Muzhu said, "Isn't it all for labor and rural social reform?" He coughed. "You know the governor has always placed great importance on agricultural issues." Chang Shide waved dismissively. I know. The Senate's new countryside, that's the baseline for regime construction." He scribbled on the transparency paper over the map again. "I want to develop these state-owned agricultural lands. Who currently manages them? The Planning Commission." "Yes, the Planning Commission. All state-owned agricultural lands belong to the Planning Commission," Liu Muzhu said. "For practical management in Lingao County, they're handled by the Agricultural Committee. For counties outside Lingao, there's still no clear determination of who specifically handles operations. When it comes down to it, the Senate's position on land ownership is still vague. Are they going to acknowledge private land ownership, or just nationalize everything and sell 70-year leases? That's high policy and a recurring topic. Besides, there are too many internal disagreements. Land issues are the Senate's G-spot, press it and the entire elder body climaxes. Bad for health." Liu Muzhu laughed. "The governor and the elder said, 'Let's not discuss ownership this time. First issue a general directive through the Planning Commission's authority. The Agricultural Committee will fully manage all state-owned agricultural lands, whether in Lingao or outer counties. The Tiandihui will dispatch agricultural workers to these lands. Get restorative production started first. Ownership issues, we'll take our time and discuss them at meetings." After leaving Liu Muzhu's office, Chang Shide did not return directly to his apartment but went to an agricultural station under the Agricultural Committee. It was located near Bapu, and though the station itself was not large, it had a dock. What was most unusual was that within the agricultural station stood an iron foundry, its chimney perpetually belching black smoke. It even had its own dedicated rail track. The yard constantly emitted tremendous rumbling and roaring, and occasionally violent explosions. Consequently, the locals gave this place a wide berth. At the entrance to the agricultural station hung two prominent and imposing signs: Agricultural Reclamation 1st Maritime Mobile Regiment and Lingao County Agricultural Machinery Central Station. This was the County Agricultural Machinery Central Station that shouldered the burden of agricultural mechanization for all of Lingao. Besides serving the agricultural committee's directly managed farms, this station also provided agricultural machinery services to farmers participating in the Tiandihui. However, the station contained not a single tractor from the old timeline. The agricultural machinery brought from the old timeline belonged to the agricultural committee's directly managed machinery station. All the machinery here was manufactured by the General Machinery Factory of the Manufacturing Supervisory Department. Given the current level of industry, everything was naturally of the crude, massive, and heavy variety. Most of the tractors here were steam-powered tracked vehicles. The enormous locomobiles could provide anywhere from 15 to 50 horsepower, so the equipment appeared extremely ponderous. Land transport could only be conducted over short distances. The steam tractors used before the Chiang Mai campaign had demonstrated the difficulties of overland mobility, slow speed and frequent breakdowns. Therefore, a policy of using watercraft for transport as much as possible had been adopted. A few lighter agricultural machines, such as water pumps, used locally manufactured single-cylinder diesel engines paired with coal gas generators. Their dimensions were also quite impressive. Add to that the various oversized attached implements, all neatly parked in the vehicle sheds, looking imposing yet menacing. Against the backdrop of bold red workplace safety slogans, the whole scene had a rather postmodern feel. End of chapter. Chapter 952. The Agricultural Armored Regiment standing at the gate of the agricultural machinery station was a dark-skinned, burly man wearing a rattan safety helmet. A towel hung around his neck, and he wore work clothes washed white and stiff with grease, with a military belt cinched around his waist. Besides a pistol, various tools dangled haphazardly from his belt. This was Inspector General of Armored Forces by Yu. His title was not self-bestowed but an official position within the General Staff. However, since D-Day he had yet to do anything related to armored forces. The vast majority of his time had been spent serving the Agricultural Committee and the General Construction Company, specifically training tractor operators and executing engineering machinery tasks. He thus simultaneously held the positions of Regiment Commander of the Agricultural Reclamation 1st Maritime Mobile Regiment, Director of the Lingao County Agricultural Machinery Central Station, and Commander of the Agricultural Committee Directly Managed Agricultural Machinery Corps. "Old Chang, I've been waiting for you quite a while." Bai Yu greeted Chang Shide warmly. He considered Old Chang a man of genuine character. Though they had no overlapping interests, they had hit it off like old friends at the annual conference. Chang Shide exchanged pleasantries with him, chatted about women for a bit, then steered the conversation to the upcoming mission in Qiongshan. According to orders, the Maritime Mobile Regiment would be deployed to Qiongshan to support agricultural recovery operations, and then develop the planned intensive farming estates. Although the Agricultural Reclamation 1st Maritime Mobile Regiment bore such an impressive name, its essence was similar to the wheat harvesters common on the Central Plains in the old timeline, those who stuck sickles in their belts during summer harvest, hopped freight trains, slept in fields, and hired themselves out to harvest other people's wheat. Or in standardized terms, seasonal agricultural migrant workers. You've got quite a collection of big machines here. Though Chang Shide had grown accustomed to seeing various large agricultural machines at the machinery station during his Tiandihui days, Witnessing so many behemoths gathered in one place was still quite impressive. We scrapped one last week, 3 are in major overhaul, and 12 are in medium repair or routine maintenance. Baiyu knew his assets inside and out, and not just here. He was equally clear on the equipment status of the Agricultural Committee's directly managed corps, which used exclusively old timeline equipment. Scrapped another 1 boiler explosion. Chang Shide had personally witnessed a steam tractor's boiler explode, launching the driver dozens of meters through the air. Baiyu nodded. 2 boiler explosions. One was too badly damaged, so we had to scrap it. The other, someone from the General Machinery Factory came to look and said if we swap the boiler it can still be repaired. Chang Shide said, "That sounds terrifying. This place is practically a death trap." "Tell me about it, but the boilers are much better now than before. Joe Billy's skills keep improving and his apprentices have come into their own," Baiyu said. "Still, steam tractors just aren't very safe by nature. Any problems transporting them to Qiongshan?" "No problem. Shipping by boat is quite safe. It's just the loading and unloading that's troublesome. But with steam-powered equipment, there's nothing convenient about operating it anyway." It had taken Baiyu a long time to adapt to the slowness of steam power. Operators had to start firing up several hours before departure to ensure the equipment was ready on time. Few vessels could transport such heavy equipment, and the regiment's deployment also required large quantities of spare parts, coal for power and supporting equipment. Boilers required specialized water, so specialized boiler water treatment equipment had to be shipped as well. Thus the entire regiment would have to be transported in several waves. Inside the machinery station, Agricultural Committee workers wearing army uniforms but with agriculture badges on their armbands bustled about. Some were disassembling components, some were wrapping and securing delicate parts, some were draining boiler water and clearing ash from fireboxes. Others were moving the workers' baggage, army-issue backpacks and blankets. The 1st Maritime Mobile Regiment was well equipped. Besides specialized equipment, it also had mobile field kitchen vehicles and water purification equipment normally issued only to military units. The workers moved with practiced skill and obvious discipline. The entire scene was busy but orderly, projecting a distinct military bearing. "This isn't an agricultural machinery station. It's practically an armored division," Chang Shide complimented. Baiyu smiled with well-deserved pride. "The day we produce tanks, they'll be the seeds of the armored divisions." Though tanks and armored vehicles weren't even on the Planning Commission's project list, Baiyu still diligently cultivated the seeds of armored forces. He not only provided corresponding training for machinery operators, but occasionally even conducted infantry tank coordination exercises with infantry units. Dongmen Qiuyu and Wu Nanhai were quite supportive. In their conception, agricultural reclamation was meant to be an armed peasant force, and the vanguard for future armed colonization. Adding more military characteristics would help develop combat capability. "I've already discussed the shipping plan with Joint Logistics Command," Baiyu led him into his office. "The dates are all arranged. The advanced detachment leaves the morning after tomorrow, so are you traveling with the ship or with the main force?" Baiyu asked. "I'll travel with the main force, of course." Chang Shide waved his fan. "I still need to wait for the elders from Agricultural Technology. We'll all go together then." After much discussion at the Agricultural Committee, it was finally decided that Wan Lihui would lead a post-disaster rush harvest and replanting work team to Qiongshan alongside Chang Shide. Wan Lihui's task was to help local farmers rush the harvest and replanting to restore production. Wan Lihui stood on the dock supervising the loading of the Agricultural Committee's disaster relief supplies, which were not grain, clothing, blankets, or tents, but seeds, specialized fertilizers, and pesticides. The seeds brought along were primarily fast-growing, high-yield sweet potato seedlings, along with considerable quantities of corn, buckwheat, and legume seeds, to be quickly planted after floodwaters receded. Regardless of how many disagreements existed over land and agricultural policy, real grain was the most essential thing. Wan Lihuang stood beside him, watching the loading of various agricultural materials. Originally, Yi Yuming had wanted to send him instead. After all, Wan Lihui's position was harder to leave vacant. But in the end, Wan Lihui felt his brother was still a bit too young and hadn't done much field deployment work in Lingao. Rushing off to a new district might be unsafe, so he volunteered to go himself. After I leave, you need to keep a close eye on the breeding farm and experimental fields. Everything is in your hands now. Don't let anything go wrong. Wan Lihui instructed him earnestly. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely comfortable leaving his brother in sole charge. Earthworms and fly maggots were currently the main source of protein feed at the Agricultural Committee's feed factory, and the breeding farm also provided large quantities of processed fertilizer. Any mishap would be a major responsibility incident. Don't worry, big brother, I can handle this, Wan Lihuang replied with some annoyance. Besides, the batch of naturalized cadres under me are doing quite well. At this point he seemed to think of something else. Big brother, when will we be able to go to Japan for target practice? This was a question Wan Lihui was reluctant to answer, because the possibility of freely shooting in Japan seemed increasingly slim. Especially recently, the Senate had organized a trade delegation to Japan, and had actually chosen an elder who claimed descent from the Terra clan to lead it. Of course, beyond private grumbling, Wan Lihui had nothing to say. First, he didn't know Japanese. Second, he knew very little about Japanese society, economy, and history. Third, his grand vision of target practice in Japan would obviously never receive the Senate's support. Why all these questions? We'll get there eventually. Focus on the work at hand first. Wan Lihui was already unhappy, and some recent matters had dampened his mood. He cut his brother off bluntly. Tell us, what did you see and learn? This question was being asked repeatedly in the homes of the gentry and major landowners throughout Qiongshan County. It took 2 or 3 days after the gentry's eldest sons returned to Qiongshan before they finally finished writing their reflection papers. By then, each household more or less understood Director Liu's intentions, and they subsequently became much more open-minded. Though they still couldn't avoid complaining and pleading poverty to Hai Shuzu, they no longer rushed to oppose anything directly. Whether or not they intended to pursue deep cooperation with the Australians, they were all eager to learn more about the Australians' true situation from their children. Reporting to father, your son has investigated. The Australian Song government does not use the imperial examination system. To become an official, one must learn their new language, write vernacular characters, and know arithmetic to obtain what they call Class A, B, or C diplomas. Then one must undergo something called training before finally entering government service. Everyone, regardless of status, must start as a minor clerk. They follow a unified official clerk system. However, the Australian government seems to be prejudiced against scholars of the Great the Great Ming. Apart from one Zhang Xingjiao who joined early, no other scholars seem to have been able to enter official positions. So you're saying we really should send your younger brother and sisters to study Australian learning? This was the dialogue in a family of restless ambition. I see your third concubine's children are growing up too. Keeping them at home is just wasting rice. Might as well send them to school. Won't cost much anyway. Father, it was truly impressive. When I visited that Liu Yoren's place, they were clearing wasteland. I saw a great iron ox that swallowed coal and belched fire give a mighty roar, and a plow weighing thousands of jin tore open the earth. The soil clods flipped up and crumbled into neat rows, 100 times better than our old plows pulled by men and oxen. Did you find out how much silver it costs to rent this great iron ox? This was the dialogue in a family focused on farming. The prostitutes there are so well behaved, each one with a tag, lined up in roadside pavilions. I heard there's a place called Ziming Tower that's the highest class establishment, but they didn't arrange any tour there. The most alluring, though, were the Australian maidservants, each one fresh and fair, and their clothes exposed a section of their thighs. "You worthless boy, all you care about is wine, women, and pleasure. Never mind the apologies, quick, tell your father just how depraved and shameless are these Australians. Are there any new novelties?" This was the dialogue in the tea-table and cabinet type of family. End of chapter. Chapter 953. The Leizhou experience 500 prisoner laborers from the Chiang Mai campaign, working alongside temporarily conscripted civilian workers, hurriedly constructed a wharf at Haikou Harbor's Jianghu coal mine dedicated pier for unloading heavy equipment. The advanced detachment of the 1st Maritime Mobile Regiment's logistics and maintenance equipment was offloaded from the ships. The 1st Mobile Regiment's encampment was established outside Qiongshan County town. Due to the large quantity of equipment and substantial coal requirements, the entire regiment's camp was built using field fortification methods. All provisions were unloaded from ships, and even the coal for the equipment was premium Hongji power coal specifically shipped from Lingao. The first batch of agricultural technicians trained by the Tiandihui carried wooden stakes and ropes for marking plots, following surveyors' commands to stake out land parcels on the flood-receded terrain, demarcating the first of the agricultural committee's directly managed estates. Besides the directly managed farms, similar work was underway on the fields contracted by the Tiandihui. After parcels were measured and marked, the agricultural machinery formally entered to begin clearing fields and undertaking basic farmland construction. The floodwaters had left behind a layer of river sand and debris, and clearing the fields alone consumed enormous time and labor. The 1st Mobile Regiment's tractors belched black smoke and white steam, their iron bodies clanking with metallic percussion as they slowly crawled across the sodden fields. Whenever this happened, the field edges would fill with crowds of gaping locals, from silk-clad gentry to half-naked disaster refugees. Chang Shide requisitioned a portion of the former Jianghu arsenal buildings inside Qiongshan County town. A signboard for the Tiandihui Qiongshan branch was hung at the office entrance, which was also, of course, the as yet unofficial location of the Qiongshan County Agricultural Bureau. Under his direct command, the Tiandihui then launched a comprehensive propaganda offensive across Qiongshan. Unlike the previous labor recruitment campaign, this offensive's primary purpose was to entice the local populace, whether farmers or landlords, to join the Tiandihui's agricultural cooperative system. The agricultural cooperative system was not the same as the cooperatives established in the 1950s in the old timeline. Chang Shide believed that given the current level of agricultural development, implementing high-level mutual aid and cooperation would be quite difficult. The peasantry's dispersed nature was ill-suited to cooperative systems lacking binding constraints. Therefore, the agricultural cooperative he had developed in Leizhou was modeled on the Japanese style. Farmers joined voluntarily. Participating farmers had to accept the cooperative's technical guidance, and the cooperative would uniformly provide seeds, compound fertilizers, and pest control. When necessary, the cooperative would also provide agricultural machinery services, including mechanized harvesting, irrigation, and field drainage. Agricultural products were sold collectively through the cooperative organization. All these services and provided agricultural materials carried fees, but payment could be deferred until after harvest, naturally with some interest calculated. Through DeLong, the cooperative also provided small loans, with farmers able to use land or future harvests as collateral. Since farmers had almost no cash on hand, they inevitably had to resort to various small loans during production. This was also why rural usury had always flourished. Now this lending was provided by the agricultural cooperative instead. Using credit to control and exploit farmers was the first objective. The second objective was to strike at rural usury, clean up the rural economic environment, and prepare the ground for DeLong's large-scale entry into the countryside. The Tiandihui's agricultural cooperative did not admit landless farmers. Pure tenant farmers and hired laborers were not within the cooperative's recruitment scope. The targets for recruitment were yeoman farmers and small to medium landlords. Beyond this, landowners managed their own land operations. The cooperative did not interfere. It merely provided guidance and assistance. Chang Shide believed this was the ideal approach for dealing with small yeoman farmers at the current stage. Under this system, though farmers received considerable benefits, their disaster resilience had not fundamentally improved. They remained in a very vulnerable position. On the surface, they had escaped the rapacious, unscrupulous rural usurers, but in reality they had fallen into an even more complex and pervasive loan network managed by the cooperative. Any mismanagement could lead to an inability to repay credit. According to Chang Shide's experience in Leizhou, under this system, yeoman farmers would polarize even faster. Some, those who were shrewd, skilled at farming, owned more land and managed well, would leverage the Tiandihui's various support services to distinguish themselves in agricultural production and gradually rise. Others would sink deeper into trouble through endless loans, ultimately losing their land. Of course, once they had no choice but to surrender their land to the Tiandihui in repayment, the Tiandihui would mercifully arrange for the entire household to work as agricultural or industrial workers on directly managed farms. Though the Spartacus Collective had published a series of critiques specifically targeting the so-called Leizhou experience and the agricultural cooperative system in their society journal Red Flag, 4 critiques of the Leizhou experience had explicitly declared that the Leizhou experience was a poisonous weed of cultivating new landlords and promoting neo-rich peasant ideology. This experience was fully consistent with the Senate's agricultural policy, and thus received strong encouragement from the Executive Committee, becoming an important model for promotion. Under Chang Shide's arrangements, the propaganda department erected large billboards outside all 3 gates of Qiongshan County town, using pictures and text to publicize to the people of Qiongshan that the agricultural cooperative is great. Since farmers generally couldn't read, the billboards were mostly paintings, charts, and printed photographs. Before the billboards stood large display platforms, on which were arranged sand tables, various new farm tools, fertilizer samples, seeds, and crop specimens. Jai Dengao led lion dance and gong and drum troops, putting on performances every hour to attract viewers. Beside the billboards, large platters of rice balls wrapped in perilla leaves, each the size of a ping-pong ball, were being made on the spot. Everyone who came to hear the propaganda received 1 rice ball. This tactic attracted swarms of villagers from the surrounding countryside. Many families chased their children out first thing in the morning. Quick, go to the county gate to get rice balls. The lure of rice balls meant massive crowds gathered before the billboards every day, eating rice balls while gawking at the strange sights. Jai Dengao was experienced with such scenes. Everyone who wanted a rice ball had to collect a bamboo token before listening to the propaganda. After listening, they turned in the token to a worker, received a rice ball, and got a stamp on their arm in blue ink. This indigo-based ink could remain on skin for several days, effectively preventing anyone from cycling through all 3 gates to collect multiple rice balls. To ensure no other schemes occurred, soldiers from the 1st Infantry Battalion provided a security perimeter, maintaining order and apprehending anyone organizing groups to fraudulently obtain rice balls or using violence to rob them. Chang Shide knew that nearly everyone looking at the billboards came for the rice balls, but he wasn't concerned. These rice balls cost little. He just wanted to create momentum and spread news of the Tiandihui's agricultural cooperative throughout the surrounding villages as quickly as possible. In an era where communication basically relied on shouting, nothing was faster than word of mouth. Besides, He had some confidence in the propaganda methods at the Cultural Propaganda Department's disposal. On the billboards were large propaganda paintings and photographs depicting the new look achieved after implementing the agricultural cooperative. The paintings, naturally, were rendered like paradise on earth in industry parlance, all concept art. Additionally, there were numerous photographs, all carefully selected shots of new countryside models from several directly managed communes, orderly houses, straight roads, herds of pigs and sheep, and scenes of happy life, inevitably featuring new-style stoves, gas lamps, and the farmers' meals. Besides images promoting "Join the Tiandihui, start a new life," there were many agricultural technology diagrams, such as raising fish and ducks in rice paddies, rice mulberry intercropping, biogas pits, and sparse planting in rice paddies. The display platforms featured meticulously crafted model sand tables made by modeling enthusiasts among the elders, panoramic new countryside models, courtyard economy three-dimensional displays, Australian-style integrated farm structure diagrams, and agricultural tool and machinery usage models. The visitors had never seen such lifelike images, let alone such exquisite models. Each was utterly captivated. When they saw the displayed new farm tools and crops, many showed intense interest, those thick corn cobs, robust rice panicles, plump grains. Besides those who already knew something of Australian farming methods, many had come initially just for the rice balls. After being baptized at the billboards, their hearts were moved, and they began asking the workers about the specifics of the Tiandihui's practices. The workers answered every question, giving 10 answers for every one asked, each displaying the enthusiasm of multi-level marketers as they extolled the various benefits of joining the Tiandihui. Your fields were flooded and you've lost the harvest. Can't pay taxes. No problem. The Tiandihui has loans. We can pay your taxes first, and you pay us back after next year's harvest. Interest is negotiable 1% per year, much cheaper than borrowing in your village. Your crops were a total loss. Our Tiandihui provides replanting services. All members get seedlings provided. What, you don't have money? No problem, put it on credit, pay after you harvest. The flood washed away your fields. No problem, we have the great iron ox. We'll till your land first. Price is negotiable, put it on credit for now. This week is our Tiandihui's promotional week. Anyone who signs up this week gets a flat 5% discount on service fees, plus 1 free field tilling service. Too expensive. How about this? You introduce a few more households to join our Tiandihui. Sign up 1 referral and I'll reduce your service fees by 5%. No cap. Bring in 20 and your whole year is free. Under the workers' silver tongues, many yeoman farmers and small to medium landlords left destitute by the disaster were moved. By the 3rd day of the propaganda campaign, sign-up rates began to climb. End of chapter. Chapter 954. A small opening in Qiongshan. Chang Shide followed the sign-up rates daily. Though the progress reports coming in from all quarters were quite encouraging, Chang Shide did not let the excellent situation go to his head. In fact, his initial target for the Tiandihui in Qiongshan was not set high, merely to secure 2 to 3% of Qiongshan County's old land. The goal was first to use this land to create a demonstration effect. He had no expectation of quickly amassing large quantities of Qiongshan's old land. Qiongshan's farmers were different from Leizhou's sugarcane farmers. The latter operated within a market economy, were sensitive to the market, and required substantial working capital loans to support agricultural production. Their dependence on finance was far greater. The Sugar Industry Association could easily attract them through small, low-interest loans. But Qiongshan's farmers, while also somewhat dependent on loans, were far less so than Leizhou's sugarcane farmers. The best way to create market dependence was to have farmers switch to cash crops. Cash crops had another major advantage. They required higher agricultural technology and offered better returns, making them a good choice for farmers eager for quick results. Chang Shide planned to promote sugarcane cultivation among the Tiandihui's contracted farmers. The situation looks quite good. Liu Xiang was very interested in this Tiandihui campaign, finding that the Agricultural Committee's actual implementation was considerably gentler than the directives, not turning into a mass movement-style collectivization, but rather a subtle, nurturing rain approach, very much to his taste. I think you can raise your target push to reach 5%. Even if every farmer in Qiongshan were willing to sign up, I still wouldn't want to accept them all. Chang Shide studied the progress chart. Great leaps forward lead to mistakes. Liu Xiang laughed. What mistakes? We're not forcing them into a big, public collective system. Chang Shide shook his head. You can't make promises you can't keep. That's a basic principle of administrative work. You don't disagree with that, do you? Liu Xiang nodded. Even if you have to break your word, you need a plausible reason. Chang Shide chuckled. Let's not talk about special circumstances. By our own definition, the Tiandihui is a commercially oriented cooperative organization guided and supervised by the Agricultural Committee. It's not a bureaucratic institution. It's more like a commercial organization. But to the farmers, the Tiandihui is the government. And practically speaking, they're not wrong to think so. He continued, since we're trying to recruit them without using administrative means, we have to use economic means, which is essentially writing checks, and we absolutely cannot write bounce checks. Chang Shide knew exactly how much capability the Tiandihui, or rather its true identity, the Agricultural Committee, actually possessed. Even in Lingao, where the Tiandihui system was already operating relatively maturely, it remained strained in terms of materials and personnel, especially with large gaps in agricultural supplies and technical staff. Now the Agricultural Committee faced not just one Lingao, but the entire island of Hainan. The counties of northern Hainan with the greatest agricultural development potential, along with the greater Sanya district, were all priorities for Agricultural Committee development and support. Writing checks recklessly would ultimately result in failure to honor promises, leading to loss of credibility. Therefore, the Tiandihui was only launching large-scale operations outside of Lingao in Qiongshan and Wencheng, the two main agricultural counties. Yizhou had originally hoped to bring at least 20% of landholding households into the agricultural cooperative in 1631, but this was reduced to under 5% after determined opposition from Wu Nanhai and others. Wu Nanhai and Chang Shide's grounds for opposition were solid. There were no people and insufficient seeds, pesticides, and fertilizers. To maximize the use of limited manpower and materials, organizing the first Mobile Regiment for mobile mechanized farming was one of the Agricultural Committee's key measures. A small number of workers and machines could accomplish over 10 or even 20 times what pure manual labor could, maximizing labor savings for member farmers. Otherwise, the bare minimum of basic farmland water conservancy construction alone would exhaust all the member farmers' energy. Only by freeing up member farmers' labor could they have the interest, or, more accurately, the capacity to participate in the various activities organized by the Tiandihui, such as agricultural technology training. Relying solely on Lingao's agricultural technicians making occasional visits was far from sufficient. A local corps had to be built up. Chang Shide said, "We need to set up an agricultural school in the city. You, as the county office director, need to give strong support." Liu Xiang's heart leaped. The executive committee had finally loosened up on this. When he first arrived in Qiongshan, he had applied to establish schools there but was unceremoniously rejected. Conditions are not yet ripe for establishing schools. When he received that response, he had cursed bureaucratism quite colorfully. "Never mind an agricultural school. If you wanted to open a university, I'd support it even if it bankrupted me." Liu Xiang beat his chest recklessly. "Heh heh, glad to hear it." Chang Shide pulled a cigar from his drawer. "Care for one. A genuine Li Quan limited edition. I got it straight from old Wu's office. Who knows who rolled the ones they sell at the cafe? At most some farm woman from his estate rolled them. You don't really believe they're rolled on thighs, do you? If that were the case, I wouldn't even be interested in smoking. Speaking of which, isn't old Nanhai violating monopoly laws with this? I recall tobacco, salt, and alcohol are all under the Monopoly Bureau's jurisdiction. The Monopoly Bureau is just a sign right now. Besides, if old Wu wants to sell tobacco and alcohol, getting a license is child's play for him. When it comes down to it, it's all about serving the elders. Chang Shide was unconcerned and lit Liu Xiang's cigar for him. You should also push for the school matter. The executive committee won't oppose it now. 4 classes just graduated from Fragrant Grass's agricultural technology crash course. Pulling out 20 or 30 people shouldn't be a problem. As for elder teachers, there's a ready-made one, Wanlihui. He'll be here doing replanting work anyway. He can work during the day and run a night school in the evening. There's also Azai. I think her math is a bit weak, but her language skills are decent. Liu Xiang nodded with full understanding. No problem, no problem. The locals' basic education level is poor. They need literacy education first. Otherwise, they won't even understand the lectures. He laughed and blew out a smoke ring. Chang Shide nodded. There's too little educated manpower. We need to consider things from the perspective of the Senate and the Executive Committee. Conserve all manpower and materials. Chang Shide then brought up several other ideas from the Agricultural Committee. First was creating models. Open 1, support several demonstration farms. Specifically, this meant developing one agricultural committee demonstration estate on state-owned agricultural land, dedicated to comprehensive agricultural demonstrations, while simultaneously supporting several individual farmer households, similar to how Fu Bu'er's household had been cultivated in Lingao to create a few exemplars. Additionally, a model agricultural cooperative village would be established. These were policy matters. On the material side, after the Agricultural Committee's negotiations, essentially haggling, with the Planning Commission, an agreement had been reached. Using part of the personnel and equipment from the 1st Maritime Mobile Regiment as the core, a small agricultural machinery station would be established in Qiongshan to serve local agriculture. Additionally, a fertilizer and pesticide factory would be set up in the county. Currently, the pesticides widely used in Tiandihui practice were mostly crude homemade pesticides. These were generally prepared and used on site and had essentially no shelf life. It was completely impossible to prepare them in Lingao and then ship them to Qiongshan. To use them, a factory had to be established locally, collecting sufficient raw materials in advance and preparing them as needed. As for fertilizer, how much nitrogen fertilizer can our tiny synthetic ammonia industry supply to the counties? It's not even enough for our own use, Chang Shide said. You're setting up a synthetic ammonia plant here. Liu Xiang grew excited. Nothing like that, we're just processing coal from Jianghu mine directly. Chang Shide said. Jianghu mine coal had high humic content. With minimal processing, it could become excellent fertilizer. As for phosphate fertilizer, the Planning Commission had already made arrangements. A portion of the phosphate ore shipped monthly from Dengzhou and Sanya would be allocated to Qiongshan, to be processed locally immediately after unloading. Liu Xiang thought this was a good thing. Tang Minglong had been looking for more outlets for his coal anyway. If a fertilizer factory were established locally, it would eliminate much of the shipping overhead. Large quantities of Jianghu mine coal, and in the future, Changpo coal mined from Ding'an, could all be transported down the Nandu River to Qiongshan and processed into fine fertilizer. With these small industries, supporting facilities would naturally follow. A small machinery repair shop would certainly be needed. Back in the old timeline, before the 1980s, the mechanical industry in many county towns was essentially the county agricultural machinery factory. They might even build a coking plant to produce coal gas, which would allow gas lamps to be promoted as well. At the thought of Qiongshan's industry taking its first steps, Liu Xiang's blood surged. He couldn't help but stand and pace around the office. Plans swirled in his mind, building the county's highway network, water conservancy construction, establishing schools, and developing more small industries. Qiongshan would definitely become, by this timeline's standards, a developed county under his administration. Wonderful. He took a fierce drag on his cigar, nearly inhaling it into his lungs. The executive committee is truly far-sighted. Though the words sounded sycophantic, they were his genuine thoughts. He suddenly asked, I applied to set up a food factory and a coconut processing factory in Qiongshan. Do you think the executive committee will approve it? Chang Shide said. The chances of approval are good. Agricultural products generally can't be transported long distances for processing, even more so in our timeline. Liu Xiang nodded repeatedly. He should have thought of this obvious fact much earlier. Since the Senate had occupied Qiongshan, surely they wouldn't transport Qiongshan's rice and sweet potatoes all the way to Lingao for milling and starch extraction. Establishing grain processing and food enterprises locally was self-evident. They might even build a seafood processing plant here. Then Chang Shide said, There's another matter, the executive committee's grain problem. Liu Xiang froze, suddenly stunned. End of chapter. Chapter 955. Summer tax. Of the 4 tasks assigned by the executive committee, labor recruitment had been more or less dealt with, though at a discounted rate. Land consolidation, thanks to the agricultural committee and Tiandihui, could be considered a passable answer. Disaster relief and replanting. This was a strength of the transmigrator regime, with specialists in charge. It wouldn't go wrong. But the most critical grain problem still showed no sign of resolution. The gap in disaster relief grain and seed grain had temporarily been filled from the Planning Commission's Qiongshan granary, per their approval. But this grain account, Wu De would eventually settle it with him. If he couldn't give the State Council and Planning Commission a satisfactory answer on the grain issue, his report card for the past 6 months in Qiongshan wouldn't look good at all. Being a local official really wasn't easy. Liu Xiang sighed sincerely. In the past, he had thought local officials were practically Earth Emperors, true lords of 100 li, but that pleasant illusion had now been shattered. I'm also thinking of ways to handle this. Liu Xiang responded vaguely. I just can't get the grain. Do you have any ideas? Chang Shide smiled subtly. No wonder Du Wen says you've developed a petty bourgeois tender-hearted tone since coming to Qiongshan. Of course there's grain. It just depends on your methods. Liu Xiang knew that Red Flag had recently been using him as a target for fierce criticism. Though not many people read it, it was adding to his minor worries. Is that what you think too? I'm worried that since we've just established ourselves in Qiongshan and people's hearts are unsettled, we shouldn't be too aggressive. Liu Xiang had always assumed Chang Shide was a moderate, but hadn't expected him to sometimes take such a radical stance. He nodded. Let me think about it some more. Liu Xiang returned to the county office. This was something he had no one to consult about. Chang Shide had already made his position clear, but he wasn't a local cadre after all, lacking direct stakes. As for Wan Lihui, Yang Yun, and the other elders who had come for disaster relief, they were even less involved. He felt very alone, with practically no one to discuss major decisions with. Using coercive measures would of course be convenient. He wouldn't even need the various compromising materials the Political Security Bureau and county office had compiled. Just detaining a few of the less cooperative major landowners and bringing them to the county, then holding a meeting the next day to apportion levies. Each family would obediently hand over all their grain, but deep down he didn't want to use such coercive methods. He always felt it would make him look like he lacked ability. Liu Xiang had been agonizing over this recently. Why don't I have the main characters? Sudden flash of inspiration ability from transmigration novels. He muttered behind his desk, casually flipping open the newly delivered document from the Finance Supervisory Department. After browsing a few pages, he came across a document regarding summer tax collection. This was serious business. He immediately began reading it carefully. The document was lengthy, detailing everything. Because the independent tax department had only just been established, the tax system was still incomplete and understaffed. It was temporarily impossible to establish vertically managed local tax bureaus. Therefore, county-level tax collection was currently handled by the Tax General Bureau, setting specific policies and rates, with each county office organizing its own grain levy bureau to collect taxes. Professional personnel for the grain levy bureaus would be dispatched by the Finance Supervisory Department on short-term assignment to guide and oversee the work. According to this Finance Supervisory Department notice, this year, except for Lingao, which would begin piloting the new tax system, all other counties would continue collecting the summer and autumn levies according to the Ming government's per mu collection system. In areas where land surveys had been completed, collection would strictly follow the new land registry's acreage figures. In areas where surveys were incomplete, collection would continue based on the existing fish scale registers. The Laao military surcharge added to grain levies would be discontinued. Various miscellaneous taxes would be abolished or continued at each county's discretion based on local conditions. The grain levy figures for each county would not exceed 180% of the former collection quota, with a minimum of at least 100%. However, the document explicitly stipulated that past practices of extra levies and surcharges must be eliminated, ensuring that every grain of rice and every copper collected was clearly documented and auditable. The practice of using the pretext of collecting imperial grain and national taxes while enriching a crowd of handlers would be absolutely prohibited. As for payment methods, except for Lingao, all counties would pilot a dual system accepting both circulation vouchers and grain. Silver and copper cash would no longer be accepted for tax payment. They had to be exchanged for food circulation vouchers at grain prices before taxes could be paid. Liu Xiang read very carefully. Perhaps he could do something with the summer tax. He suddenly perked up. Levying was an ugly word, but collecting taxes was perfectly legal and proper. Of course, this tax couldn't be extracted from common people. It had to come from the major landowners. HMPH, let's see where you can slither off to now. Liu Xiang thought of those gentry and major landowners, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is a system established by Emperor Zhu. He continued reading the document. At the end was a thick booklet, detailed account of former tax levies for counties of Jianghu Prefecture, Qiongshan County Volume, stamped with a red, confidential seal. This reference material had been compiled by the Finance Supervisory Department based on historical records, county archives, and confessions from the clerks and minor officials of the Household Division, specifically distributed for each county office's use. Liu Xiang knew nothing about tax systems and had no intention of meddling, but he was intensely interested in how much tax could be collected. He opened the booklet and began reading. At first glance he was disappointed, because Qiongshan County's summer tax was a mere 8 shi and 6 du, not even a fraction of the autumn levy. Reading further, he saw entries for commercial tax, fishing duty, miscellaneous categories, local tribute, miscellaneous requirements, corvée labor, and various other items. His eyes lit up. Here was the real path to money. Though the amount for each category was modest, the variety was enormous. From fish glue, feathers, medicinal herbs, silk and cotton and muntjac hides to the paper, brushes, and ink used by the government offices, officials' salaries, clerks' wages and provisions, and finally sacrifices for the state altar and Confucian temples. Nearly everything had to be levied from the populace. Some were paid in silver, some in grain, some in various goods, and some in labor service. Of the wealth collected, some was remitted to the imperial treasury, but most was retained for local use. If the grain levy was a national tax, then most of these miscellaneous taxes were local taxes. The prefectures and counties of the Great Ming basically operated on these revenues. For Liu Xiang, the greatest benefit lay in corvée labor. The entire Qiangzhou prefecture had an official corvée burden totaling 2,587 labor units. After Wanli adopted the single whip reform, these corvée duties had basically shifted to a silver in lieu of labor model. The Qiangzhou prefecture's corvée silver quota alone was 13,450 taels, though according to standard practice in this timeline, the document noted that actual collection of this corvée silver was probably between 25,000 and 30,000 taels. As the prefecture's premier county, Qiongshan County held roughly 600 labor units between the prefecture and county levels. This meant that even without overcollection, Liu Xiang could obtain at least 3,000 taels of silver. Adding other miscellaneous taxes and levies, collecting 5,000 taels in summer taxes from Qiongshan County should be no problem. Naturally, Liu Xiang would never be satisfied with just 5,000 taels. He immediately ordered that Ma Benyuan, the retained personnel from the county yamen, be summoned. Ma Benyuan had originally been the Gu family's connection in Qiongshan. After the Gu family's downfall, he was coerced by Lin Beiguang, using compromising materials into becoming part of the Qiongshan intelligence network. After the Spring Awakening campaign, he became a hidden cadre controlled by the Political Security Bureau's Qiongshan surveillance network. Outwardly, he remained retained personnel from the Qiangzhou prefecture yamen. Ma Benyuan was clever and capable, and an extremely pragmatic man. While serving Lin Beiguang might have been under duress after the Chiang Mai campaign, the moment the Ming flag came down, he served the outlander pirates without any psychological resistance. He was a veteran of Qiangzhou, thoroughly familiar with local conditions. Though he had no formal appointment, he was effectively the secret advisor to the Qiongshan County office. After hearing Liu Xiang's idea, he pondered for a moment, then fixed him with his sharp little eyes and asked, "Chief, in trying to get this money from the gentry and major landowners, have you asked the executive committee what their position is? This cannot be accomplished without tremendous resolve." Ma Benyuan paid close attention to the chief's political system. "No problem," Liu Xiang nodded. "This isn't difficult, it's just that it gravely offends the gentry's dignity. Please take note, Chief." Liu Xiang was puzzled. "Offends what dignity? What you want to do, Chief, is implement unified gentry commoner taxation and service." Ma Benyuan's voice dropped as he spoke, as if he were saying something treasonous. Liu Xiang had seen this phrase in novels but didn't really understand it. Seeing the chief's confusion, Ma Benyuan hurried to explain. According to the dynasty system, those with scholarly degrees were entitled to exemptions from a certain amount of corvée labor based on their rank. This was similar to how passing the Ziyukai examination exempted 2 shi of grain. Both were meant to show favor to scholars and gentry. According to Liu Xiang's calculations, he was now planning to apportion all 600 labor units worth of corvée silver entirely to the county's gentry and major landowners. After the disaster, it wasn't realistic to ask common people to pay corvée silver anyway. The silver is a small matter. The moment you announce that the gentry must pay corvée silver, won't they mourn as if their parents had died? Ma Benyuan continued in a low voice. If they kick up a fuss, wouldn't that conflict with the higher-ups' major policy of stabilizing the situation? Liu Xiang suddenly understood. No wonder Ma Benyuan was being so mysterious. This was a G-spot. Press it and Qiongshan County's scholars would definitely climax. He recalled the various plot developments he'd seen in novels and TV dramas about unified gentry commoner taxation, and nodded. Fundamentally, he wasn't interested in these people's attitudes. Under Senate rule, there was no place for gentry and scholars. If they really kicked up a fuss, he'd just deal with them cleanly. He didn't fully trust Ma Benyuan and didn't reveal his true stance, merely nodding. "I understand, you may go." Then he added, "Keep our conversation confidential." "Yes, this humble, I understand." Ma Benyuan looked at Liu Xiang, seeming to want to say more but restraining himself, and carefully withdrew. End of chapter. Chapter 956. Corvée Silver, the Qiongshan County Grain Levy Bureau was established in the northwest corner of the Jianghu Prefecture Yamen within the county seat. This had originally been the Jianghu Tax Collection Office. Though Shandong couldn't organize a complete tax bureau staff for every county, the structure, systems, and regulations for the tax bureau had long been established. Qiongshan County simply had to follow suit. The original main hall had been converted into a tax collection lobby. Newly constructed wooden counters had been installed. Part of the tile roof had been opened up to install skylights, and long windows had been cut into the walls to provide sufficient lighting. This served a dual purpose: adequate illumination to save candles and lamp oil, and according to psychologist Zhang Qiuyan's theory, brightness enhanced people's sense of shame. Dark environments made it easier to commit misdeeds with a clear conscience. File cabinets and drawers had been installed along the walls, and several clerks were busy pasting labels. Tax collection was organized by administrative district, using the DU as the basic unit, with plans to switch to town-based units in the future. Liu Xiang walked around the tax bureau, observing a pair of large lanterns being hung at the main entrance, old fixtures from the Yamen now cleaned and repapered. One read Qiongshan County Grain Levy Bureau, the other displayed a single enormous character, tax, quite imposing. Large quantities of blank tax certificates, ledgers, and official stationery printed at Lingao's printing factory were stacked in crates in a locked side hall. Chen Si, the elder dispatched from Lingao as tax special envoy, was teaching a class to newly recruited local tax collectors. Elder Chen's primary mission in Qiongshan was to establish the Delong Qiongshan branch. His secondary mission was to assist in establishing the Qiongshan Tax Bureau while overseeing this summer's tax collection. When Chen Si finished his class and returned to his office, Liu Xiang discussed his idea of collecting Corvée silver from the major landowners. This Corvée silver is quite substantial. In the past, many gentry and major landowners either didn't pay or underpaid. After a disaster, there's absolutely no reason to burden the common people again. So this time I plan to apportion all this Corvée silver to their heads. Chen Si nodded. I agree with that, but under what pretext? Liu Xiang was puzzled. What pretext? We're the government. Since when does the government need a pretext to collect taxes? Raising electricity and water rates at least flies an environmental flag. You're just blatantly extracting money from the people without even a pretext. Chen Si laughed. A pretext is still needed. Otherwise people will ask, why should something that everyone used to pay now be paid only by the major landowners? Isn't that bullying? Liu Xiang said. But in the past, the gentry and major landowners paid very little or nothing at all. What pretext did they have? Isn't that also bullying? That's different. Chen Si shook his head. Your concepts of rule of law and governance according to law still need strengthening. He explained that although the gentry and major landowners had previously paid little or nothing, there were always certain justifications. Those with scholarly degrees were entitled by convention to exemptions from a certain amount of corvée. Some major landowners without degrees owned much land but had few household members, so under the Ming system their corvée burden was naturally light. And in actual implementation, there were many other tricks. Now that you want to eat the big households and exempt the poor, you need to produce new regulations. That way people will feel there's law to follow, rather than thinking your word is law. This complicated. Liu Xiang wondered if this fellow was from the jurisprudence club, talking about rule of law and all that. Chen Si smiled and began presenting his progressive taxation scheme. Progressive taxation wasn't unfamiliar to the elders, since nearly everyone had paid income tax, which was progressive. The basic concept was, the more you earn, the more you pay. By using progressive tiered rates, you can legitimately shift the burden onto the major landowners and gentry. If the old preferential treatment of scholars was the Ming system, then progressive taxation is the Senate system. They can hardly claim not to understand this principle. According to Chen Si's thinking, the current accounts for collecting corvée silver in each county were a complete mess with no traceable basis. But each county's land situation had become quite clear after the land surveys, so Corvée, silver, and miscellaneous taxes could all be calculated based on land holdings. Right now, the clearest local data we have is actually each county's acreage and household registrations. Collecting summer tax based on these is the safest approach. No one can object. Moreover, next year's new tax system has a smooth transition planned, Chen Si said. Everyone will accept it. After all, we're considering the interests of the majority. The common people aren't fools, they know who treats them well. Makes sense, makes sense. Liu Xiang nodded repeatedly. But land varies in quality. More land doesn't necessarily mean more income. Isn't soil quality specifically recorded in the registration books? Chen Si was confident. To simplify, we can calculate based on actual annual yield. Finally, according to Chen Si's design, Qiongshan County's summer tax would be collected based on acreage. First, the new land registry would be used to calculate the county's average yield per mu. All land within 10% above or below this average would be counted as standard mu, and land quantities in tax calculations would be based on standard mu. Land exceeding or falling short of this range would be converted to standard mu using specific formulas. Isn't this what we're doing, apportioning Corvée into land? Liu Xiang suddenly asked after seeing the specific proposal. Exactly right. We're implementing apportioning Corvée into land. Of course, the method differs somewhat from the old timelines. Chen Si laughed. You see, everything we're doing today can be included in middle school history textbooks in the future. No need to give the fourth prince the credit. The specific collection unit was the household. All landless households or households with no more than 20 standard mu were completely exempt from Corvée silver. Those exceeding 20 standard mu were divided into 13 tiers, with higher proportions paid by those owning more standard mu. Chen Si also formulated a series of exemption policies. Those serving in the military, holding public positions, or suffering work-related injury or death were entitled to collection exemptions by precedent. Additionally, those enrolled in Tiandihui services or sending children to study in Lingao also received certain exemptions. If you want, you could even give some reductions to Ming gentry and scholars. Even the fourth prince wouldn't do that back then, we certainly won't either. Liu Xiang shook his head repeatedly. The whole point is to get silver from their heads. What's the fun if we give exemptions? You go calculate immediately. Based on this rate table, what's the average burden per household? And what's the total collection amount? Chen Si instructed one of the clerks he'd brought. Tell them they don't need to be too precise, just get the approximate figures first. The clerk left immediately. Moments later, abacuses in the secondary hall began clattering like rainfall. A dozen expert abacus operators had gathered there. The abacus squad from the Finance Supervisory Department's calculation division that Chen Si had brought from Lingao, all former clerks and minor officials from the household offices of prefectures and counties. Though each had a belly full of cunning schemes and crooked tricks, their abacus skills were impressive. Shandong had concentrated this entire group into an abacus squad specifically responsible for running calculations on assigned topics at the Finance Supervisory Department. Initially, some had been dishonest, some secretly selling data, others throwing their weight around outside. But after one was hanged and several were sentenced to indefinite hard labor at the Nanbao and Sanya mines, the abacus squad became not only professionally skilled but politically reliable as well. As for other miscellaneous taxes, Chen Si felt they could wait. Fishing taxes were already being collected daily. The county shouldn't duplicate collection. Salt was already under the monopoly system, so there was no need to tax it again at the consumption stage. Commercial taxes, however, had some potential. Our current goal is to stimulate industrial and commercial development. We can appropriately reduce commercial taxes, Liu Xiang said. The original industrial and commercial tax revenue was minimal anyway, might as well not collect it. Since it's minimal, it's still better to continue collecting, Chen Si said. Don't let merchants and traders think not paying taxes is a given, otherwise there'll be major pushback when we try to collect later. Fine. Fortunately, the burden on merchants isn't heavy. Not just not heavy, that tax rate is practically no burden at all, Chen Si said. Merchants are basically tax-exempt. The Great Ming's tax apparatus is quite the tea table. Its extraction efficiency is among the most backward in the civilized world. In the same period, Japan's kokudaka reached 22 million koku. Under the personal supervision of the Wanli Emperor, supposedly the greediest emperor, the Great Ming managed only 20 million taels of silver annually. Even at contemporary rice prices, this revenue was worth only about 50 million shi. And even this generated endless complaints and corpses littering the roads from starvation. The administrative apparatus's execution capability was evidently quite poor. Liu Xiang shook his head. Your view is too absolute. The formal burden on merchants from the Ming government wasn't heavy, but the actual burden wasn't small. Sometimes forced purchases for the government, sometimes apportioned levies. It's just that most of this wealth ended up in individual officials' pockets. But now Ming officials can't extort them anymore, can they? Chen Si said. So we should all the more perfect our system. As long as the total burden decreases and taxes are paid clearly and transparently, merchants will welcome it. Chen Si knew that commercial taxes, with their many categories and many being indirect circulation taxes, were relatively low pressure to collect and represented a major revenue source for increasing tax income. The recent financial mini-conference at Wujiaku had discussed this issue extensively. Contract taxes, slaughter taxes, and business taxes were all being prepared for collection. We can discuss that later. Liu Xiang cut him off. Right now I need to first cultivate Qiongshan's commerce and industry. Qiongshan isn't as commercially prosperous as Lingao. Got to raise the fish first. End of chapter. Chapter 957. Local finance. Chen Si reflected on how Qiongshan's commerce and industry had become the most developed in all of Hainan, at least by this timeline's standards. What distinguished it from Lingao was that Qiongshan had grown organically, its prosperity arising naturally from the land and its people, rather than being force-fed by Australian investment. Only been county chief for a few days, and already the seeds of localism are sprouting, he mused to himself. The coming disputes over taxation would be troublesome indeed. Lingao still lacked any formal revenue-sharing system, and the question of how to allocate collected taxes promised to become yet another headache. Though Chen Si remained stationed at De Long Bank's main office, his days consumed by planning branch establishments across the counties and erecting the scaffolding of rudimentary tax institutions. The contradictions within the financial system had begun surfacing with increasing frequency as the spring awakening and pacification campaigns drew to a close. As county-level governments took shape throughout the region, the thorny matters of local finance and taxation could no longer be avoided. Lingao County technically had Xing Baiyu serving as its most senior county office director, yet the county hadn't established any separate administrative apparatus. All construction and investment flowed directly from the executive committee, wholly divorced from any concept of local revenue or expenditure. The Greater Sanya district presented an even stranger case. It could hardly be called a local government at all. It functioned merely as an extension of the center, a dispatch organ rather than an autonomous entity. The region had possessed neither population nor commerce nor agriculture before the Australians arrived. Sanya was a colony built from nothing, conjured into existence by Senate decree. The vast majority of its output, or agricultural produce, timber, fish, flowed directly to Lingao. Everything the district required in return, clothing, grain, tools, even fuel, came by ship from Lingao. Investment derived entirely from Lingao allocations. Operations depended wholly on materials and cash dispersed from the mother colony. Economically speaking, Greater Sanya was a complete vassal, as dependent as a suckling infant. But the various prefectures and counties now under their control presented an entirely different picture. Though each county's economic circumstances differed, all were independent economic entities. Each possessed a market town, a scattering of villages, varying populations. They had farmland. They had commerce and industry at various scales. The old Lingao equals Senate model had become obsolete. Every county now boasted an elder serving as county chief, presiding over an entire administrative apparatus. And with administrative apparatus came the inescapable question of local finance. The great Ming's fiscal philosophy during the Zhu Yuanzhang era had essentially amounted to extracting everything for the center while leaving almost nothing for local use. From a centralization standpoint, this approach was undeniably effective, but for local administration, it spelled disaster. Starved of funds, county magistrates found themselves incapable of accomplishing virtually anything. Even maintaining the bare minimum of governance proved an ordeal. Naturally, without resorting to creative measures, acquiring off-budget working capital through whatever means necessary, no official could long remain in office. The elders clearly perceived the defects of this system, yet reforming it touched upon an enormous constellation of issues, not merely taxation and fiscal policy, but the fundamental question of how power should be divided between central and local authorities. The executive committee had recently been convening expanded meetings on the subject, debates that often stretched past midnight without resolution. Until a definitive plan could be formulated, the stopgap solution was full allocation of administrative expenses from the center. When each county office director assumed their post, the Finance Supervisory Department issued a one-time allocation of circulation vouchers. Currently, these vouchers remained backed by grain reserves. Based on each allocation, the Planning Commission designated an equivalent quantity of grain as backing. The grain itself required no long-distance transport. After the pacification campaign concluded, the Planning Commission had amassed considerable stocks in each county, drawn primarily from former Ming County granaries and from grain confiscated or seized during the pacification operations and land surveys. Some had been shipped to Lingao, but the remainder lay stored in local granaries. The transaction needed only to pass through the books. The funds distributed to each county didn't flow directly to the county office directors, but rather into dedicated fiscal accounts at local Delong branches, with directors making specific disbursements as needed. Because local administrative expenditures covered an endless variety of items, the Finance Supervisory Department had compiled a list of recurring expense categories, providing at least a rough framework for monthly allocations. These funds were designated for designated purposes. County office directors couldn't divert them to other uses. This prevented scenarios where an impulsive leader might overspend on a whim and then find themselves unable to meet payroll at month's end. Compiling the recurring expenditure table had proven no simple task. No one possessed clear knowledge of how much administrative expenditure a 17th-century county actually required each month, and Lingao's own fiscal records offered no useful reference whatsoever. The system had always operated on lump sum accounting. Particularly vexing was the question of personnel, which institutions to establish in each county, how many staff positions to create, what ranks and salaries to assign. None of these questions had been definitively resolved. For now, management remained rough by necessity. Shandong had issued standing instructions that temporary budgets should err on the side of stringency rather than generosity, lest they establish an overly loose baseline that would prove painful to tighten later. Expenditures beyond the recurring categories were left to county office directors to cover from their monthly allocations, with the strict requirement that they could only save, never overspend. As for county revenues, taxes, fines, seizures, and the like, all were to be remitted in full to the Planning Commission and Finance Supervisory Department. This policy of unified collection and expenditure was admittedly quite inappropriate. most notably in its complete elimination of county-level fiscal autonomy. In essence, it differed little from the Great Ming's local fiscal arrangements, and was arguably even more rigid. But for the present moment, no better alternative existed. The Executive Committee's directive to local governments was stability, maintain public order while extracting local resources to sustain the Senate's operations. Economic development was emphatically not among the county office director's primary responsibilities. This system had been formally implemented since the end of the previous year, over a year now, and every county on Hainan Island had more or less established its fiscal operations accordingly. The machinery ran reasonably smoothly. Yet during his fiscal inspection tour around Hainan, Chen Si had detected murmurs of resistance. The county office directors, particularly those governing counties with historically strong agricultural production and relatively robust economies, such as Qiongshan, Chiangmai, Wencheng, and Ding'an, harbored considerable discontent with the unified collection system. They ardently desired reform. Chen Si largely understood their thinking. Becoming a county office director meant ruling as Lord of 100 Li. Most people possessed at least some measure of career ambition. Even governing a poor small county town with only tens of thousands of residents, they still yearned to leave their mark. The eternal popularity of management simulation games testified to this basic human impulse. Moreover, each of Hainan's counties was rich in untapped resources, with far too many projects crying out for development. Chen Si had visited Changhua Fort, a small fortress garrisoned by only a dozen men, surrounded by barren beach and possessing no real resources to speak of. Yet even before the Spring Awakening campaign, merely raising goats on those sandy expanses had achieved remarkable success. By the autumn of 1630, Changhua Fort had shipped 300 sheep to Lingao. Investment and construction couldn't rely solely on direct funding from the Planning Commission. The commission was already drowning in projects demanding attention. Given the Lingao regime's stretched manpower and limited materials, simply managing central enterprises consumed all available capacity. Developing local industry was beyond their bandwidth. The chronic personnel shortage made the Planning Commission indifferent to expanding its already overwhelming portfolio. Chen Si knew that just last month the Executive Committee had exploited the disaster to conscript a large batch of laborers from Qiongshan, provoking Liu Xiang's displeasure. On Hainan Island, accomplishing anything at all required people. Though Liu Xiang had ultimately fulfilled his quota, the friction between center and periphery had already begun to show. Hopefully the tensions will ease once the Shandong refugees arrive, Chen Si thought. With additional population, and given the elders' talents, each demonstrating their abilities to develop local industry shouldn't prove too difficult, though the fiscal system would certainly require reform as well. Chen Si smiled. Once the Shandong refugees arrive, raising your fish will become much easier. After all, didn't Lingao itself only prosper after importing large numbers of people from Guangdong? Waiting for Shandong refugees, that'll be at least until year's end, won't it? Liu Xiang, unaware of Chen Si's private calculations, was speaking with enthusiasm. I already have some ideas. They don't require much investment, just manpower to execute. He proceeded to describe the small county industries he and Tang Minglong had conceived, centered around coal from Jianghu mine. Chen Si deflected with vague pleasantries, offering no direct response. Then he steered the conversation back to summer tax collection. The moment Qiongshan County posted its summer tax proclamation, it sparked an uproar. This was the first year the Australians would be collecting taxes directly, and everyone, poor and rich, commoner and scholar alike, watched with intense interest. In tea-houses and informal gatherings beneath shady trees throughout Qiongshan, most people assumed the Australians would likely follow precedent and continue collecting according to Great Ming methods. For hundreds of years, imperial grain and national taxes had been collected just so. Besides, Hadn't the Australians collected grain levies in Lingao last year using the old Ming framework? They had merely improved collection methods and surveyed the land, making the process fairer than before. Everyone figured that since Qiongshan's land had been surveyed too, the Australians would naturally follow Lingao's model. For powerless commoners, being able to pay taxes according to regulation without mysteriously incurring additional burdens would represent the best possible outcome. When the summer tax proclamation finally appeared, however, the shock was palpable. The concept of apportioning Corvée into land alone was astonishing enough, but the strange progressive system created an even greater sensation. For days, whispered discussions filled every lane and alleyway, every courtyard and residence. Among the common people, though most couldn't read, they found others to read the proclamation to them and listen to the propaganda team's explanations. One by one, smiles spread across their faces, though some wore expressions of disbelief. So doesn't this mean we don't have to pay taxes? Several farmer-looking men had gathered before the proclamation to debate its meaning. My family only has 6 mu, whether it's standard or not, we're definitely first tier. Then I don't qualify either. We can finally catch our breath. Between the disaster and the replanting of sweet potatoes, we've been run ragged. If we had to pay taxes on top of all that, we'd be stretched past breaking. End of chapter. Chapter 958, Summer Tax Part 2. You're dreaming. Just as the farmers were cheerfully discussing their good fortune, a man sauntered over, his clothes of fine cut and quality, yet conspicuously covered with several patches. One patch nearly swallowed a third of his wide, flowing sleeve. Nothing in this world comes so cheap. This patch-clad gentleman was known locally as Master Na. His ancestors had once been a household of considerable property, but by his generation, a dispute over tax levies had led to a lawsuit, engineered by a powerful rival family, that had brought the household to ruin. He had been left a penniless man of genteel status. In better years, the family had purchased a Jianghu degree. Though this had later been revoked as collateral damage from the lawsuit, everyone knew he'd been wronged, and so they still addressed him respectfully as Master. Master Na was a decent sort who loved championing justice, and he enjoyed a modest local reputation. Hearing him speak, the crowd pressed him to share his views on this great song summer tax. Since when has there been no imperial grain to pay? Master Na had studied the proclamation 7 or 8 times over. He grasped the concept of apportioning Corvée into land. It resembled the single whip reform that Grand Secretary Zhang had implemented years before, except the single whip had only consolidated miscellaneous taxes without basing them on land quantity. Though Master Na was poor, he was also well-read. He quickly perceived the greatest benefit of apportioning Corvée into land. It would render the population crystal clear. Since Corvée silver would be calculated by land acreage, households would have no reason to conceal their true numbers. Ever since the Yongle reign, the Great Ming's total registered household population had been in constant decline, a profoundly abnormal phenomenon. After Yongle, the dynasty had been roughly stable. By generous standards, one might even call it a prosperous age. Yet during this supposed prosperity, the population hadn't grown but had instead plummeted, clearly due to vast numbers of fugitives and unregistered black households slipping through the cracks. Jianghu Prefecture harbored many such black households and fugitives who had fled the mainland. With this new measure, the Australians' purpose was almost certainly to clarify exactly how many souls Jianghu Prefecture actually contained. Connecting this to Lingao's massive population census, Master Na felt he suddenly understood the Australian scheming. "This isn't the great song's summer tax at all," Master Na began pedantically, launching into a discourse on historical records of Song dynasty tax systems to demonstrate that the great song never had such a thing as apportioning Corvée into land. Observing the impatient expression spreading across the surrounding peasants' faces, he couldn't help but sigh to himself, casting pearls before swine. So he brought the discussion back to practical ground. Anyway, this isn't some great song system. It's a new trick the Australians concocted themselves. A young man asked. Master Na, whether it's a great song trick or an Australian trick, we country folk can't tell the difference. Just tell us straight, is the summer tax payment method really as the proclamation says? Those with more land pay more, those with less pay less, and those under 20 mu don't pay at all. That's indeed what the proclamation says. Master Na waved his worn-out fan. But ever since the first dynasty was founded, paying grain and serving corvée has been the natural order of things. How can it simply vanish? The claim that those with little land can pay less or nothing at all, I suspect that's just talk. He harbored a fundamental distrust of government and by extension of all governments. In his view, whether it was the Great Ming, the Great Song, or some strange Australian realm, they were all cut from the same cloth. How else could those in power enjoy silk and satin with honored wives and favored sons, if not by exploiting the common people? An old man spoke up. Master Na. I've heard the Australians have always been true to their word. Once they say something, they honor it. Master Na snorted. Since ancient times, there's never been a trustworthy official. Take the former magistrate Wang. When visiting the prefectural academy, he spoke beautifully of heavenly principle and human conscience. But when it came to his own conduct, he couldn't suppress his desires. Not only did he amass a fortune, he found all sorts of ways to acquire women. Even the emperor's own words they can twist and evade. The old man glanced around fearfully and called out in alarm, Master Na, Master Na. Don't worry. Master Na appeared utterly unconcerned. The Australians have no time to bother with a poor wretch like me. What they want is to dig silver from the big household's pockets. That's what matters most. The common people have all suffered through the disaster. Where would they find grain and money? Master Na's insight proved to be shared by the local major landowners. Apportioning corvée into land, progressive taxation. All the signs pointed unmistakably toward the Australians preparing to eat the big households. The major landowners grew nervous. After some coordination among themselves, the fierce backlash Liu Xiang had anticipated failed to materialize. Instead, a delegation of major landowners, who had specifically dressed in tattered clothing for the occasion, arrived collectively at the county office to petition. Each wept and wailed about how much harvest they had lost to the disaster and how they simply couldn't afford to pay the summer tax. Liu Xiang received them with amiable smiles and deflected with small talk, but his jaw remained firmly clenched. He refused to budge an inch. Disappointed, they went to consult Hai Shuzu. Hai Shuzu himself faced little pressure. He had fully contracted all his land to the Tiandihui, and even taxes were now the Tiandihui's responsibility. The summer levy was of no great concern to him personally. But pressed by the weight of collective expectations, he felt obliged to make another overture. Old Hai, Liu Xiang greeted him warmly. I already know why you're here. Then he added, settle yourself more firmly in that chair, don't sit so stiffly. Propriety demands it, I dare not be presumptuous. Hai Shuzu shifted slightly to show he respected the superior official's command, but remained seated very correctly. Truthfully, he didn't much care for the chief's habit of calling people Old X or Little X, though he understood it was meant to convey familiarity. The mode of address sat uncomfortably with him. You're here because those landlords sent you to plead poverty and request tax reductions, correct? That is so, Chief. Hai Shuzu nodded. This humble scholar is merely fulfilling an entrusted task. Feeling this answer sounded somewhat inappropriate, he hastily added, though each household possesses considerable land, not all are truly wealthy. After the wind and water disasters, life is difficult. I hope the chief will take note. Liu Xiang nodded. Of course. However, the majority are probably wealthy, aren't they? Besides, though life may not be easy, no one has yet reached the point of going hungry and having to sell children, daughters, or wives. He rose and paced a few steps. It's the common people whose lives truly cannot continue, Hai Shuzu said. Yes, what the chief says is true. However, since ancient times, landowners and scholars have been the foundation of any dynasty. Please preserve their dignity, chief." He paused to organize his thoughts. "Please consider this carefully. Now that the chief's situation is newly established, stability should be the priority. The allegiance of gentry and scholars cannot be disregarded." Liu Xiang thought these major landowners possessed quite the sense of superiority. Were Qiongshan not so impoverished and lacking in literary tradition, the resistance would probably be far fiercer. But the latter part of Hai Shuzu's statement clearly indicated that the man had already come to consider himself part of the new dynasty, and was being this candid precisely because of that commitment. Liu Xiang waited for him to finish before speaking. "Old Hai, since you trust us so much, let me be more direct. What we need right now is grain. The common people didn't have much to begin with, and now with the disaster, they certainly can't produce any. Am I right? To find grain, only the major landowners have any to give." Hai Shuzu nodded. "If I wanted to accomplish this simply and effortlessly, I could invite all the major landowners here, then demand that each household produce several hundred or thousand shi. Anyone who refuses gets dragged out and beheaded." "Could I get the grain that way?" Hai Shuzu smiled bitterly. "That would be the conduct of bandits not becoming of gentlemen. The chiefs all have great ambitions," Liu Xiang replied. "Let's say you're right, that approach is too much like bandits. Well, I have something here that isn't bandit-like at all." He pointed to a pile of ledgers on his desk. "This is the list and amounts of Qiongshan County's tax arrears over the years." He smiled. "I hadn't expected that those who owe the most taxes aren't the common people at all, but rather the dynasty's so-called foundation." Hai Shuzu's face reddened. He found himself at a loss for words. "I'll just use these ledgers as the basis for discussion. I'll have these tax-delinquent major landowners pay up all their arrears plus years of accumulated interest. Even the great Ming's emperor couldn't claim I was doing anything improper, could he? Should they pay, or shouldn't they? They should." Hai Shuzu hadn't expected Director Liu to possess this particular card. Gentry and major landowners defaulting on taxes was a common practice throughout the Great Ming, nothing unusual whatsoever. In the Jiangnan region, some landowners hadn't paid for decades. The court had long since given up any expectation of collecting these back taxes. Hai Shuzu returned empty-handed. Liu Xiang refused to yield a single point on the summer tax. Though the major landowners privately cursed him with venom, swords spoke louder than lips. Besides, the pacification campaign and land survey had already taught them sufficient lessons. They knew better than to try openly opposing the Australians. As the tax collectors Chen Si had trained took up their stations, the first batch of tax notices began to be delivered by special messenger. There were two types of notices. The first was a public announcement, organized by Du and posted widely at markets and villages within each district. Listed by household head, the notice itemized each household's actual landholding, its conversion to standard mu, the applicable tier, the amount owed, any exemptions, and the conditions for exemption, all publicly disclosed. Those with objections could file appeals at the tax bureau. The second type was the influential household notice. These were hand-delivered by special messenger to landowners possessing more than 500 mu. As wealthy major taxpayers, they merited personally delivered notices. The content was identical to the public announcements, but each influential household notice required a receipt bearing the recipient's seal and signature. Liu Xiang stipulated that any notice remaining undeliverable for more than 45 days, because no one would sign for it, meant the household would be deemed not to be an influential household, and all its registered land would be confiscated. Under this forceful rule, the delivery rate for influential household notices reached 100% before half a month had elapsed. Note: influential household was a term from the Song Dynasty tax system. End of chapter. Chapter 959, OverFulfillment. The Grain Levy Bureau established branches in the county seat and major market towns to facilitate tax payment. The collection unit was circulation vouchers. Taxpayers could also pay in grain, gold, silver, copper cash, or other goods, with values converted to vouchers at the current grain reference price. The Finance Supervisory Department had originally intended to ban silver and copper cash circulation throughout the outer counties as well, but circulation vouchers standing beyond Lingao remained insufficiently established. For now, they could only accept multiple payment methods simultaneously. To encourage major landowners to pay more grain while also bolstering support for circulation vouchers, Shandong had instructed the Delong grain shop to raise grain procurement prices somewhat. This gave grain-paying households a modestly better exchange rate when converting to vouchers, a small but meaningful advantage. Under Liu Xiang's firm guidance, collection work in Qiongshan advanced rapidly. Qiongshan, Wencheng, Ding'an, and Chiangmai had been designated the 4 priority counties for summer tax collection. They received not only extra professional personnel, but also maximum support in terms of military backing. Each county was guaranteed at least 3 infantry companies plus a local county security company. Officers were all instructed to fully obey the elder serving as county chief and to do everything possible to assist with collection. Qiongshan County stood at the very top of the priority list, and Liu Xiang intended to fully demonstrate his governing capability through this collection effort. He therefore maintained especially tight control over the entire operation. All county office work that wasn't essential was temporarily suspended, with personnel dispatched in different directions to assist with collection. Civilian laborers were recruited to repair granaries and level roads. 2 hand-cranked straw-weaving machines were shipped from Lingao to manufacture the straw sacks used for grain storage. The Delong Qiongshan branch added more floor scales and personnel at its business department entrance to ensure all grain-paying households could sell their grain and complete their tax obligations with maximum speed. The weather grew hotter by the day. Propaganda team members worked with tremendous enthusiasm, performing in streets and alleys daily, posting slogans, dancing lion dances, and publicizing the new tax law. Drums and gongs sounded constantly throughout the county seat. The noise was tremendous. This atmosphere was deliberately manufactured to create a sense of urgency and collective momentum, pressing everyone to hurry up and pay their taxes. No matter how unwilling the major landowners felt in their hearts, everyone recognized that the Australian summer tax had to be paid. When Hai Shuzu returned and told them that Director Liu was also planning to settle accounts on decades of tax arrears, they all decided it was better to obediently pay the Australian levy and stop invoking Ming Dynasty history. If those old muddled accounts were truly reckoned up, even bankrupting their entire households wouldn't clear the accumulated debt. A portion of the gentry remained deeply resentful about apportioning Corvée into land and abolishing Corvée exemptions for scholars and degree holders. The recent land survey campaign had seriously damaged the interests of the few who possessed scholarly credentials, and they all realized that under Australian rule, the golden era of lording over the countryside was finished forever. Each harbored bitter resentment. For now, with gleaming bayonets visible everywhere on the streets, and Qiongshan being too remote and isolated to form any effective coalition, these people could only lie low with suppressed hatred, putting on the appearance of obedient, law-abiding citizens. Besides paying taxes according to regulations, some even proactively sent their children to study in Lingao as a demonstration of sincerity. Others coordinated privately, exchanging bitter remarks and grievances. There were also those who actually possessed little land but held a Ziyukai degree and moved in wealthy circles, pedants whose exemptions were cancelled under the new regulations even though they would have owed no tax anyway. Still, the thought of their Corvée exemption privilege being revoked left them feeling deeply humiliated. After all, the foremost benefit of a Ziyukai degree was grain and Corvée exemption. Beyond the economic advantage, it represented status. Without that privilege, they felt diminished as men. They too joined the gentry's grumbling. A few even went to offer sacrifice at Wanshu Temple on the 1st and 15th of each month, paying respects to the great Ming's imperial ancestors to demonstrate they hadn't forgotten the fallen dynasty. Nursery rhymes like "short hairs don't live long," "iron ships will never float" began circulating in the streets. Lu Cheng dutifully reported such information to the Security Bureau, while also briefing Liu Xiang, who remained unconcerned. What he cared about was grain. Besides, government institutions were gradually being established, local security posed no serious problems, and the army and security companies provided reliable backing. What great waves could these people possibly stir up? Don't worry, just keep watching them closely. Once I've squeezed them dry, we'll see what tricks they can play. Liu Xiang was full of confidence. Besides, isn't there the county security company? Flash some bayonets and let's see who dares move out of line. The county security company is mostly composed of former military households. Aside from officers and NCOs, they may not be entirely reliable. Lu Cheng followed the Political Security Bureau's suspect everything thinking model. We'll see. Army ideological education is Wei Awen's responsibility. I can't interfere. Though Liu Xiang had some fondness for Lu Cheng, he found her working style quite tiresome. He had too many tasks on his plate to spend all day catching class struggle. Just keep watching them, he said. Have you started on the assignment I gave you, monitoring the tax personnel? It's already in progress, Lu Cheng reported. She hesitated. Chief, we're short-handed. Watching the gentry and watching the tax personnel, we're a bit overwhelmed. Qiongshan County's political security surveillance network was the largest outside of Lingao proper. The informants, inherited from the Foreign Intelligence Bureau alone, numbered over 20, but against 70 or 80 regular and temporary collection personnel, these resources proved inadequate. Pull back on the gentry side, the main force should focus on this tax collection work. There are too many new people involved. If we don't watch closely, problems can easily arise. But shouldn't the Cheka be handling this? The Cheka handles account auditing that doesn't conflict with your work. Liu Xiang waved his hand. That's settled. Summer tax collection in Qiongshan County proceeded with remarkable smoothness. Under the progressive system, households with less land faced relatively lighter burdens despite the disaster's toll and wouldn't be driven to extreme hardship. Households with more land bore heavier burdens but possessed savings from previous years to draw upon. Those with genuinely exceptional circumstances preventing payment after proper verification also received certain exemptions. The saying, taxation is an important lever for regulating the economy. Liu Xiang now understood it at a visceral level. Under Liu Xiang's full-throttle collection campaign, with only half the collection period elapsed, Qiongshan County had already achieved the equivalent of 18,000 taels of treasury silver. Final totals were expected to reach around 30,000 taels. This revenue left Wu De greatly pleased. When Liu Xiang came to report, Wu De kept vigorously patting his shoulder, nearly bruising it. It's nothing, just doing what I should. Serving the Senate, you know. Liu Xiang endured the pain shooting through his shoulder, silently reflecting that this old fisherman and naval man really did have too strong a grip. He struggled to maintain his smile and donned a modest expression. You're being too modest. Of the 4 priority counties in northern Hainan, Qiongshan was the first to complete targets ahead of schedule and exceed them. Wu De gestured for him to sit on the rattan sofa chair. At the last meeting, I told old Ma, whether the leadership team is tough or not makes all the difference. Liu Xiang laughed dryly. It sounded as though the executive committee was dissatisfied with the county office directors in the other counties. But this was a sensitive matter, best not to comment. He simply kept quiet. Wu De seemed to have guessed his thoughts and smiled. We're in a difficult situation right now, I'm sure you understand. Yes, I can see from the newspapers and documents that the center isn't having an easy time, too many places demanding money. Wu De was momentarily taken aback at being referred to as the center. No one had ever called the executive committee that before, but he didn't correct it. Everywhere is demanding money, grain, and people, too many projects in motion at once. He smiled bitterly, patting the pile of documents on his desk. Just the construction and development on Hainan Island is no small expense. And we still have to expand off the island. Taiwan, Shandong, all bottomless pits. Hearing this, Liu Xiang asked, "Has the Shandong operation already begun?" "It's fine to tell you, you're an elder," Wu De said. "Zhao Yinggong has already connected with Sun Yuanhua's side and is preparing to first establish an estate there as a forward base. The scale isn't large, but there's still infrastructure investment required, and he's also planning some agriculture which also demands investment, Taiwan even more so. And then there's Jeju Island." He shook his head. "Our territory, frankly speaking, is just one Hainan Island, and more than half remains undeveloped. Few people, little cultivated land. We're trying to squeeze oil from stones while worrying about sparking popular revolt." Liu Xiang hastily replied, "Squeezing oil from stones is impossible. The common people couldn't bear it. In Qiongshan I'm still following the Lingao experience, the so-called reasonable burden. The wealthy bear more, the poor bear less. As long as things are done fairly, the common folk can accept it. And the gentry and scholars, they certainly have objections but don't dare act on them. The previous bandit suppression and land survey already scared them witless. You need to be careful. Though they don't dare act openly, these people wield great influence and hold considerable sway over the common people. You must guard against them scheming in the shadows." Wu De cautioned. "Jianghu is our base. It cannot be allowed to fall into chaos." "I understand." Liu Xiang assumed a devout expression of accepting instruction. Seeing that Wu De had nothing more to add, he quickly said, "I have a few matters I'd like to report." Wu De smiled. "Go ahead, you've come to ask for things, haven't you?" "Director Wu, you truly see through to 1,000 li." Liu Xiang's face had grown considerably thicker over time. His purpose in personally coming to Lingao to report on collection work was to obtain the resources he wanted. If he didn't apply during this opportune moment, who knew when he would get another chance? "Very well, we're all elder comrades here. Let's speak directly. What do you want?" Liu Xiang produced his planning document from his fake boss briefcase and began explaining the several small county industries he and Tang Minglong had conceived. End of chapter. Chapter 960. On the road to Dengzhou, the gravel-paved official road dissolved into a blur beneath his feet, nearly impossible to discern in the pre-dawn gloom. A chill wind swept in from the wilderness, and despite his windbreaker and hood, Zhao Yinggong still felt cold seeping into his bones. The journey from Hangzhou to Dengzhou had proven both arduous and perilous. Within southern Jili, traveling northward along the Grand Canal, they had used boats provided by the Su family. All along the way, Su family servants attended to their needs. Not only was the journey comfortable, but the smooth passage through checkpoints and sluice gates, the solicitous officials along the route, and the efficient conscription of porters all gave Zhao Yinggong yet another vivid appreciation of gentry power. No wonder so many people yearned to obtain official titles. Even those who made fortunes in commerce never forgot to hire famous tutors for their children and bribe examiners, doing everything in their power to get them inside the system. The gulf between officials and commoners was truly like the distance between heaven and earth. Yet this sentiment about that yawning divide evaporated the moment they crossed the Yellow River. During the Ming Dynasty, the Yellow River had seized the Hui River's course to reach the sea, with its outlet near Xuzhou. Crossing the Yellow River in that vicinity took them out of southern Jili and into Shandong proper. The Grand Canal remained navigable within Shandong but didn't extend to Dengzhou. The group disembarked at Xuzhou and switched to overland travel. Zhao Tong, who had run escort routes to the north in previous years, reminded everyone to exercise caution along the way. If the region north of the Yangtze within southern Jili had already appeared bleak and impoverished, Once they crossed the Yellow River and entered Shandong, Zhao Yingong truly felt the harshness of the environment pressing upon him. Though it was already midsummer, the fields held not a trace of crops. Vast stretches of land lay fallow, abandoned to weeds and silence. Trees along the route had died in clusters. On closer inspection, their bark had been stripped clean. Among the grass and scrub, scattered bones occasionally caught the eye, human or animal. It was impossible to tell. The occasional villages they passed were either smothered in tall weeds with collapsed buildings, or else fortified behind high walls and deep ditches, with village militia standing on high alert. When Zhao Yingong inquired, he learned that less than a decade ago, in 1622, the White Lotus sect uprising led by Su Hongru had erupted in southern Shandong. The uprising, centered on Jining, had spread east to Rizhou, west to He's, and south to the Suzhou area. The entire route had suffered devastation from the fighting. In the years since, continuous floods had compounded the misery. Government tax surcharges grew heavier by the day, bandits operated everywhere, and the common people had either died or fled, leaving only a landscape of ruin. Even in broad daylight, small bands of brigands operated openly. Desperate men lurked around every bend. For this reason, Zhao Yingong's party, besides their own escort guards, had been accompanied by an additional 10 stalwart Su family retainers for protection. And so they journeyed northward, constantly vigilant, pressing forward without rest. At Yizhou they encountered a massive rainstorm, and the Shu River burst its banks. Floodwaters on flat ground reached 6 or 7 kai deep. With great difficulty they managed to obtain boats. Zhao Yingong watched the crowds of elders supporting children and the corpses littering the roadside, his heart aching terribly. He muttered silently to himself, "We're late." But at present he had no capacity to take in refugees. Without official backing, nothing could be accomplished in the Great Ming. He could only urge his entourage onward to Dengzhou as quickly as possible to meet Sun Yuanhua and secure his trust and support. The party crossed mountains and forded streams, sleeping in the rough and dining on the wind, finally reaching Dengzhou with extreme difficulty. The hardships of the journey defied description. Dengzhou at this time had become a major frontier stronghold for the Great Ming's operations against Laao. It was also where Su Guangqi, Sun Yuanhua, and their associates were training their new army. Before even sighting Dengzhou's walls, they frequently encountered troop movements and military encampments along the way. Mounted patrols rode the roads, occasionally stopping travelers for inspection. Though the route appeared heavily guarded, they still heard reports of bandit and salt smuggler activity in the area. There had even been terrifying accounts of entire villages being massacred. As if to confirm these reports, just after entering Dengzhou territory, near the official road, they heard sounds of fighting and screaming. Everyone immediately halted their horses and drew weapons. Zhao Tong, in charge of security, ordered the dogs released from the cart and ready to attack, then turned his horse toward the center of the column. Zhao Yingong was being escorted forward by his servants when he heard the report from ahead. He turned to ask the local post courier accompanying them whether he knew what had happened. The weathered courier replied, "Must be the local salt smugglers having a turf fight. Not bandits. Bandits wouldn't dare come onto the road in broad daylight, too many troops around here." The courier stroked his chin. Most salt smugglers are local military households. Poor as they are, reduced to smuggling salt, quite a few still hold minor ranks like flag commander, general flag, or centurion. The authorities generally don't bother with them, can't control them anyway. Hearing it was merely a salt smuggler dispute, Zhao Yingong ordered the party to continue. Zhao Tong objected, "Master, we can't see what's happening up ahead. If we approach and someone mistakes us for coming to assist their enemies, we'll have trouble on our hands. Once a fight starts, it's hard to stop." Zhao Yingong conceded this made sense. He was, after all, in unfamiliar territory. Getting embroiled in local conflicts would create endless complications. Though his official backing was solid, salt smugglers were local powerhouses. Any casualties on either side would breed unnecessary grudges. The group waited on the road a while longer. The sounds of fighting gradually died down. Zhao Tong instructed everyone to wait a moment more while he went ahead to investigate. He dismounted and made his way cautiously forward along the road shoulder. After about the time it takes to finish a meal, he returned, approaching Zhao Yingong's horse to report. "Master, the fighting ahead has dispersed. But there are many bodies and weapons on the road. Please have everyone proceed with caution." Under Zhao Tong's guidance, the group moved forward carefully. In the distance, the roadside was indeed scattered with 30 or 40 corpses, blood everywhere. The ground was strewn with broken weapons. Zhao Yingong noticed sharpened bamboo spears covering the ground along with a dozen damaged bows. There were also scattered straw bundles and loose sea salt. "This was a salt shipment robbery," the courier observed. "Happens all the time on this stretch. Look, the wheel tracks leave the road here. The robbers got away with the cargo." He studied the scene more closely and muttered, "That's not right." After saying this, he seemed to regret speaking and quickly fell silent. "What's not right?" After Zhao Yingong pressed him repeatedly, the courier finally said haltingly that there were quite a few horsehoof prints on the post road, and the arrows left in the corpses weren't the kind of military equipment ordinary bandits or salt smugglers typically used. "Imperial troops." The courier didn't speak, but his expression confirmed it. "Doesn't Governor Sun do anything about this?" Zhao Yingong had already harbored doubts about Sun Yuanhua's military command ability. Now his assessment felt even more justified. The courier whispered, "How can Governor Sun control it? The troops these days are owed back pay for 1 or 2 years at a stretch. Most of the forces in Dengzhou are guest armies, the most lawless of all. That they haven't openly robbed merchants or massacred villages to collect provisions right here is already proof that Governor Sun and General Zhang have done a good job maintaining discipline. In other words, sneaking around engaging in a bit of black eating black barely counted as anything noteworthy." Zhao Yingong knew something of the atrocities imperial troops were capable of. But judging from the bodies left behind and the wheel tracks, the salt smugglers' shipment had amounted to perhaps 20 wheelbarrow loads, worth maybe a few dozen taels of silver altogether. That such a paltry sum was enough to trigger mutual slaughter demonstrated just how desperate times had become. "Let's go, this is troubled ground." The courier urged everyone to get moving quickly. Just as they were about to set off, someone among the corpses suddenly cried out, "Help!" Zhao Yingong ordered his servants to search. They pulled a young man from beneath several bodies. He was covered in blood, his wounds difficult to assess. "Can he be saved?" Zhao Yingong asked. Zhao Tong nodded. "He has flesh wounds, apply some trauma medicine and he should pull through. Then bring him along, put him in the cart. Whether he lives or dies will be up to his fate," Zhao Yingong said. The party finally reached Dengzhou city without further incident. Dengzhou was now a garrison town, crowded with soldiers speaking various dialects inside and outside the walls. Zhao Yingong noticed many spoke with Laao accents. These were clearly former Dongjiang army troops, the main force of the Dengzhou mutiny that was about to erupt. Using letters of introduction from Su Guangqi and others, Zhao Yingong passed unimpeded into the city. As the frontier for Laao operations and a military-critical location, city gate inspections were extremely strict. After entering the city, Zhao Tong found all the major inns completely full and the smaller establishments unsatisfactory for his master. Taking initiative, he located a large local temple, donated 6 taels of silver, and under the abbot's solicitous reception secured lodging in a courtyard within the temple grounds. Zhao Yingong ordered everyone to rest for 3 days, bathing and changing clothes to shake off the dust of the road. He also had the luggage unpacked to check and prepare the gifts for Sun Yuanhua and the other officials, all carefully selected items, many specially shipped from Macau and Lingao. For this visit to Sun Yuanhua, besides letters from the Su family and the Hangzhou Church, he had also brought Father Jean-Baptiste Jinliger, a missionary whose presence would fully establish his credentials as a seeker of truth. To obtain the maximum possible assistance from Sun Yuanhua, he had to present himself as a sincere prospective convert. Only then would Sun Yuanhua treat his requests from the perspective of a fellow believer, rather than as simply another schemer pursuing advantage. He knew little about Sun Yuanhua personally. The Grand Library had provided him only basic biographical information and some statements of political views. What kind of person Sun Yuanhua actually was, they had no way to infer. However, since Su Guangqi had been willing to have his son form a marriage alliance with Sun's family, the man's character was probably sound. To have become a governor before even turning 50 indicated considerable skill at navigating officialdom. He was also a Catholic, enthusiastic about using Western methods to reform the great Ming's military technology and systems. Taking all this together, Sun Yuanhua appeared to be a person of good character, adept at official life, and open to new ideas. Such a person shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. What Zhao Yingong feared most was encountering people unwilling to do things. With such people, nothing could ever be accomplished. Zhao Yingong instructed his servants to first gather information, confirming that Sun Yuanhua was currently in his residence. Then he selected a day to formally present himself at the Yamen for an audience. End of chapter. Chapter 961. Sun Yuanhua, the Dengzhou governor's Yamen, had been newly established during the Tianqi reign and was quite imposing. At the entrance sat a large green-canopied sedan chair. Beneath the screen wall stood several vermilion, tall plaques, inscribed in imitation song-style gilded lettering with official titles and honors. The various flags hanging about were so numerous they dazzled the eyes. Looking deeper into the Yamen, 2 rows of armed personal guards stretched from the main gate all the way to the front of the main hall. Among them stood several military officers of 3rd and 4th rank. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yingong knew that if he approached rashly, he probably wouldn't even get a chance to speak. He immediately stepped aside, took out his calling card and the letter of introduction written by the Su family, and sent Jiying forward to present them. "Use a one-tailgate fee," he reminded Jiying. After a long while, a retainer finally emerged, holding his calling card, and called out, "Which is the Master Zhao from Hangzhou?" Zhao Yingong nodded and stepped forward with measured strides. "This humble scholar is he. His Excellency summons you." "Indeed, please lead the way." Fenghua had been trained for this routine. He immediately raised Zhao Yingong's calling card while the retainer led them inside. The governor's yamen was substantial in scale, impressive and imposing throughout. Arriving at the flower hall entrance, an attendant held aside the door curtain, indicating he should enter. Looking inside, a vigorous middle-aged official in casual clothes sat at a redwood Kang table in the center of the flower hall, holding a letter. Zhao Yingong knew this must be the famous Sun Yuanhua. He steadied himself briefly, then lifted his garment hem to pay respects while announcing his name. "Ah, so you are Master Zhao." Sun Yuanhua's eyes carried considerable authority. Though a civil official, he had served in the military in Liaodong for many years. The commanding presence cultivated through years of military life exerted a pressure that made Zhao Yingong feel a slight chill of intimidation. The man before him was Dengzhou governor, a genuine high official of the court who sat in the 8-seat sedan chair, commanded heavy troops, and could have heads roll with a single order. Before such a person, an ordinary man naturally found it difficult to resist his authority. Zhao Yingong rationalized the cold sweat on his back. He had never so clearly realized how weak and powerless he felt when separated from the collective strength of the group. Fortunately, Sun Yuanhua was favorably impressed with Zhao Yingong. The visitor was tall, with commanding presence and elegant bearing, modest yet lacking nothing in confidence. Sun nodded to himself approvingly. He had already received letters from the Hangzhou church and now had the Su family's letter of introduction before him. Both spoke highly of this Master Zhao, especially his great efforts during the Hangzhou church case, running about on the church's behalf and largely dispelling local hostility toward the congregation. For the small Chinese church, this was a great service. He couldn't help but allow a smile to appear on his face. "Please be seated, master." Zhao Yingong took his seat. An attendant placed a covered teacup on the side table beside him. "Your accent doesn't seem to be from Guangdong, master." "Correct. This humble scholar's ancestral home is Hangzhou. My ancestors settled in Tiandihui, Guangdong, due to their trading business and registered there." Zhao Yingong spoke with care. Sun Yuanhua was quite warm toward this seeker of truth, introduced by the church, not merely because of religious faith, but more because the letters mentioned that this Master Zhao was well versed in Western learning. He possessed particularly deep knowledge of Australia. The Australian goods that had become increasingly common over the past 2 years. Sun Yuanhua had examined some himself. Being more discerning than ordinary people, he recognized that these weren't merely clever tricks, but seemed to represent a new learning even more profound than his Western studies. Sun Yuanhua was most interested in the Australians' military operations in Jianghu. He had already collected considerable intelligence about that battle in fragments. The Jesuits in Lingao had transmitted information about the Battle of Chiang Mai to Macau, and Sun Yuanhua had not only Jesuit priests, but also quite a few Portuguese soldiers around him. Through this channel, the intelligence he received was far richer and more accurate than what the court possessed. Sun Yuanhua was particularly interested in the Chiang Mai campaign, because the Australians' combat methodology there bore considerable similarity to Ming army practice. They too had exploited their advantage in firearms, using defense as offense, first building high walls and deep ditches, positioning firearms to wear down the enemy's assault, then seizing opportunities to counterattack. The problem was that Ming army practice of this kind had produced almost no successful examples. Sun Yuanhua had served in Liaodong for many years. Apart from one Guangning victory under Yuan Changhuan, most Ming attempts to use fortifications, war wagons, and firearms to repel enemies had ended in repeated defeats. Yet the Australians in Jianghu had employed similar tactics to defeat government troops several times their number, and He Zhen's forces had also possessed red barbarian cannon. The Australians' firearms were obviously far superior to the Portuguese weapons. His interest in the Outlander pirates had therefore increased greatly. Thus, after only brief pleasantries, Sun Yuanhua steered the conversation toward the Australians. "Since you reside in Guangdong and trade in Australian goods, you must know the Australians' true situation quite well," Zhao Yingong nodded. "This humble scholar knows a bit." Sun Yuanhua immediately began inquiring about the Australians' military situation, especially their firearms. Zhao Yingong dared not say too much on this subject, nor could he simply spout nonsense. He knew the man before him was an expert. More importantly, Sun possessed the Jesuit intelligence channel. If he wished, he could learn many things through it. To gain his trust, the calibration had to be precise. Whatever could be said should be said truthfully as far as possible. Therefore, though he only discussed relatively superficial matters, he still touched on details that might interest Sun Yuanhua, particularly some basic explanations of Australian cannons' power, range, and shell types. Then they discussed Australian firearms. Sun Yuanhua was deeply interested in Minié rifles and revolvers. From his words, Zhao Yingong learned that several Minié rifles and revolvers had fallen into Ming army hands and been transferred to the mainland. Sun Yuanhua thus had detailed knowledge of these weapons' forms. He even produced a diagram, though the proportions weren't quite accurate. At a glance, Zhao Yingong noticed many details were missing, and he relaxed inwardly. "I've always wanted to examine a real gun," Sun Yuanhua sighed. "I hear they're different from our dynasties and the Red Hare's matchlocks, impervious to wind and rain, with lead balls that can travel 1 or 2 li. I wonder what mysterious technique the Outlanders use. Where are the real guns now?" Zhao Yingong was very interested in this. "Still in Guangdong. I sent people to retrieve them but only obtained this diagram. I hear several fell into Fujian Governor Chang's hands. Sun Yuanhua seemed quite regretful. He was training a new army and casting firearms at Dengzhou, so naturally he had strong interest in new-style firearms. Zhao Yingong immediately explained the purpose of rifling in the Mini-A rifle, revealing this technical secret had been pre-approved. Rifling wasn't particularly secret even at this time. Early rifles had already appeared in Europe, though they possessed no practical combat value. Replicating them in the Great Ming would be even more difficult. As for Mini-A bullets, though the bullet's principle and structure appeared simple, no location in this timeline possessed the industrial capacity to manufacture them, to say nothing of the critical percussion caps. Sun Yuanhua listened very carefully, occasionally raising questions. At such moments, Zhao Yingong felt Sun Yuanhua was more like an engineer than a Ming bureaucrat. He couldn't help developing a bit more fondness for him. He noticed, however, that though Sun Yuanhua was impressed by the Australians' disciplined troops and willingness to fight, his greatest interest remained fixated on Australian firearms. Zhao Yingong couldn't help shaking his head inwardly. Clearly, Sun's thinking model remained that of a westernization faction, focused primarily on implements. Both Su Guangqi and Sun Yuanhua, though quite dedicated to introducing Western weapons and technology, had touched very little on the nascent European modern military theory and military systems of the time. Zhao Yingong recalled that in Western military matters, Sun Yuanhua's greatest interest besides firearms was European-style fortresses. He had even personally designed some defensive works that blended Chinese and foreign elements. I had no idea you possessed such profound expertise in firearms. Sun Yuanhua was full of admiration. He instructed the attendant, "Invite Master Zhao to join me on the Kang." This was an elevation in protocol. For the governor to invite a mere Ziyukai to sit together on the Kang was a tremendous honor. Even Zhao Yingong felt flattered. Inwardly he was quite pleased, and his confidence in handling Governor Sun grew. After the attendant moved the covered teacup to the Kang table, Zhao Yingong expressed thanks and took his seat. Sun Yuanhua then said slowly, "Master Zhao's insights into the Australians run so deep. I suspect this isn't merely from trading, is it?" Zhao Yingong started, hastily standing to bow with cupped hands. "Your Excellency sees through to 1,000 li. This humble scholar's trade with the Australians has indeed gone quite deep." Going quite deep implied he had also engaged in contraband business with the Australians, nothing unusual in the maritime trade of the time. "Sit, sit." Sun Yuanhua gestured downward. "How does it compare to Master Gao?" Zhao Yingong realized Sun even knew about Gao Ju. He immediately assumed an expression of surprise and respect. "This humble scholar dares not compare myself to Master Gao." Sun Yuanhua smiled slightly. "What brings you thousands of li from Hangzhou's gentle comforts to this place?" Zhao Yingong knew this question was coming. He answered carefully, "Though this humble scholar passed the examinations, I've had ill luck in the imperial tests. I can only continue my ancestors' old trade, practicing the arts of Guanzhong and Taozhou." Dengzhou was the front line against the northern barbarians. Not only were millions of shi of grain, military supplies, and pay silver shipped from here each year, but local garrison consumption was also considerable. For a merchant to want to participate here was neither surprising nor difficult to explain. Sun Yuanhua said, "Though military supply trading here is plentiful, the risks are also great." Because of their shared fellow believer status, he felt it necessary to warn the other party. The Dengzhou Leizhou area had long been the logistics hub for Liaodong military operations. Commercial opportunities abounded everywhere, but traveling to Liaodong carried the dangers of wind and waves. Many ships and cargoes were lost every year. And though there was no later Jin Navy at sea, the Ming Navy wasn't exactly gentle either. Cases of secretly attacking and plundering merchant ships occurred from time to time. End of chapter. Chapter 962. Shandong business. Even if cargo arrived safely, the Great Ming supply system and finances remained in a state of extreme chaos. Many merchants full of dreams of fortune had bankrupted themselves only to receive slips of paper in payment, or sometimes not even that. Some had committed suicide. Others ended up on the streets as beggars or simply starved to death. Doing government business in Dengzhou required not just capital and commercial ability, but deep official connections. Here in Dengzhou, some men not only made fortunes transporting military supplies for the court, but also used their ships plying the Bohai Sea to secretly engage in smuggling. They moved urgently needed goods and specialties back and forth among the great Ming, Korea, and the later Jin, raking in enormous profits. Sun Yuanhua knew all of this very clearly, but since he was skilled at being an official, he wouldn't make a fuss over such matters. The reasons were self-evident. The merchants involved in this smuggling all had powerful backers. Some were too formidable for him to offend outright. Others he needed to work hard and risk their lives for him, so alienating them was out of the question. Still others were his patrons, friends, or classmates from the same examination year. If he stirred things up, everyone would fall out, and not only would his reforms fail, even his position as Dengzhou governor might become untenable. Therefore, Sun Yuanhua, aside from doing his best to control the outflow of grain and pig iron to the later Jin, turned a blind eye to other matters. He also needed the smugglers to import desperately needed horses from later Jin territory. Dengzhou was in Shandong. Unlike the Ming generals stationed along the Shanhaiguan-Jinzhou line who could purchase horses from Mongolia nearby, acquiring war horses circuitously from the later Jin had become the main source of cavalry mounts for the Dengzhou new army. Moreover, the smugglers occasionally brought back considerable intelligence about the later Jin, far superior to what the court's dispatched secret agents could obtain. This young man before him might harbor similar intentions. Sun Yuanhua sized up Zhao Yinggong. His visit was obviously to claim connections and find backing. For doing business in the Dengzhou area, there was no better backer than Sun Yuanhua himself. Sun Yuanhua had no aversion to this. In the Great Ming, this was simply the natural order of things. He himself was no puritanical Confucian scholar. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risen to regional commander before even turning 50. This Zhao Yinggong not only traded with the Australians, but was willing to travel thousands of li to unfamiliar Shandong to seek his fortune, unafraid of risks, clearly a bold and daring man. He also possessed deep trading relationships with the Australians, which could prove useful. Finally, directly controlling a few merchants would only benefit his position, but whether this person was truly reliable would require further observation. He asked, "Since you wish to do business here, what trade do you intend to pursue?" This topic was somewhat sensitive. The business Zhao Yinggong actually intended to conduct was human trafficking. Naturally, he couldn't say this, but whatever he made up had to be plausible. He had considered this question repeatedly beforehand. He now replied cautiously, "Your Excellency is training troops here. What you need most is naturally grain." Sun Yuanhua stroked his beard and nodded. "Correct, grain indeed," he sighed. "Difficult?" Zhao Yinggong asked. "May I ask your Excellency the reason? The court does have grain to speak of. It's only the matter of transport that's difficult." He proceeded to explain. Dengzhou and Leizhou were crowded with large numbers of troops who consumed vast quantities of grain. Additionally, they had to supply grain to the tens of thousands of troops stationed in the Dongjiang garrison in Laao. The grain transfer burden was enormous, yet land transportation in the Dengzhou-Leizhou region was extremely inconvenient. During the Ming, the Shandong provincial administration encompassed 6 prefectures. The 3 eastern coastal prefectures, Qingzhou, Leizhou, and Dengzhou, were called the Eastern 3 prefectures, while the 3 western prefectures along the Grand Canal, Jinan, Yanzhou, and Dongcheng, were the Western 3 prefectures. Comparatively, the Eastern 3 prefectures lagged significantly behind the Western 3 prefectures in both transportation and trade. The Eastern 3 prefectures along the coast were mostly hilly and mountainous, making land transportation extremely difficult. Dengzhou Prefecture, at the easternmost point and surrounded by sea on 3 sides, had the most isolated land transportation of all. Though its western border connects to Leizhou and Qingzhou, the mountains and ridges form barriers. The paths are fit only for birds and sheep. Carts cannot fit their axles, riders cannot travel abreast. It was said to have not a single passable road. Such transportation conditions undoubtedly severely hindered commercial exchange with other regions, creating a situation where the area was remote in the eastern corner, blocked by mountains and surrounded by sea, with poor soil and sparse population, lacking trade routes and rarely visited by merchants. Large quantities of grain shipped north from the south traveled the Grand Canal to reach Shandong, then required overland transfer to reach Dengzhou, Leizhou, and similar locations. The geography of the eastern 3 prefectures made overland transfer extremely difficult. Because the roads were so poor, transport costs soared. Grain allocated by the court to Dengzhou-Leizhou garrisons and the Dongjiang garrison often couldn't be quickly transported to Dengzhou, piling up in places like Linking. This not only greatly increased spoilage losses, but also required tremendous bureaucratic maneuvering. Getting grain to Dengzhou meant conscripting civilian laborers, hiring vehicles, providing food and lodging along the way, and sometimes repairing bridges and roads. All this required cooperation from local officials. Sun Yuanhua was after all only the Dengzhou-Leizhou governor, not the governor of all Shandong. Once outside his jurisdiction, matters weren't so straightforward. He therefore had to invest considerable effort cultivating relationships with the provincial authorities and prefectures along the route to ensure grain could be transported smoothly. This applied not only to grain but to all other supplies as well. To modern eyes, the eastern 3 prefectures were all coastal counties, typical regions suited for an export-oriented economy, with excellent maritime transport conditions. The entire eastern 3 prefectures' coastline stretched nearly 3,000 kilometers, and of the 29 subordinate prefectures and counties, coastal ones comprised nearly 60%. As early as the Sui, Tang, and northern Song dynasties, Dengzhou, Leizhou, and Jianghu had developed into important ports for China's foreign trade. However, due to the strict maritime prohibition in the early Ming, maritime trade along the Shandong coast had withered. Though the prohibition loosened after Jianghu and private maritime shipping recovered somewhat, the scale remained small. Each ship's capacity was only a few hundred shi, and only 200 or 300 ships arrived annually. Dengzhou, Leizhou, and similar areas remained mired in poor transportation and difficult goods circulation. Sun Yuanhua often suffered headaches over this. By comparison, other supplies could at least be shipped by sea. Only grain, if transported from Jiangnan, had to travel by the Grand Canal. This was a systemic issue. Switching to the sea route wasn't a decision he could make unilaterally. The tribute grain system was a major imperial policy that even Su Guangqi, now in the Grand Secretariat, couldn't influence. Zhao Yinggong said, "Since that's the case, why not try to procure locally? Even if it can't solve everything, it could at least solve part of the problem, and the common people would benefit as well." Sun Yuanhua replied, "You're new here and don't understand the complexities. As for local grain, the Dengzhou-Leizhou area has always had poor, barren soil with limited production. Unfortunately, it's also a place where surplus grain cannot be exported to other prefectures for exchange, and shortages cannot be relieved by purchasing from other prefectures. Grain is only for self-sufficiency. Thus a small harvest means sudden abundance, while a small famine means helpless distress. Not only do people flee during famine years, they also flee during good years. Why flee during good years? Their grain simply cannot be sold. If it can't be sold, how can they pay their Corvée taxes in silver?" Sun Yuanhua looked at him with surprise, wondering how he could fail to grasp such elementary matters. "Ah, yes, yes." Zhao Yinggong hurriedly nodded, realizing he had embarrassed himself again. For Ming people this was basic common knowledge, but to him it remained unfamiliar terrain. Even though the court's local grain procurement adds a gracious 2 of silver per shi, the common people still suffer unbearably. Sun Yuanhua sighed. Hence the Dengzhou people's proverb, Dengzhou is jar-sized, the common folk are at the bottom. When millet is dear, a dew costs a gold coin. When millet is cheap, it feeds dogs and pigs. In a great harvest, they flee with their grain. In a great famine, they starve to death. Zhao Yinggong, of course, knew the reason. Simply poor transportation causing circulation difficulties. In good local harvests, grain couldn't be shipped out and couldn't fetch a price. In famine years, outside grain couldn't be shipped in. He had researched this issue before coming to Dengzhou. Raising it now was meant to lead into his next topic. Since the difficulty lies in the word transport, this humble scholar is willing to assist your excellency in this matter. Zhao Yinggong said, I intend to establish a shipping company here. Sun Yuanhua nodded with a smile but made no commitment. Zhao Yinggong wasn't anxious. Sun Yuanhua certainly understood a shipping company's value. His non-committal response actually indicated he was taking the matter seriously and wanted to think it over before discussing further. He therefore didn't press the topic. The conversation turned to local agriculture. If local grain production could be improved, dependence on canal grain transfers could be greatly reduced. Sun Yuanhua was therefore quite interested in improving local agricultural production. Like Su Guangqi, he had considerable expertise in agricultural matters. Su Guangqi had once used Western water methods to develop farmland in Tianjin, putting learning into practice, with excellent results. Sun Yuanhua indicated he had once harbored similar thoughts. If your excellency has such intentions, why not recruit refugees and open wasteland for farming here? Zhao Yinggong probed. I've seen much wasteland locally. Along my journey, the roads were full of starving refugees crying out for food. If your excellency has this intention, it would not only supply military provisions but also be a tremendous good work. Zhao Yinggong had wanted to say merit, but remembering he was in his Catholic persona, immediately changed it to good work. Sun Yuanhua shook his head. Land and people are easy to arrange, only money is the difficulty. Taking in refugees required providing food, clothing, and shelter. Though land cost little, reclamation demanded seeds, livestock, and fertilizer. All required substantial upfront investment. Sun Yuanhua, for all his status as Dengzhou Leizhou governor, actually only governed Dengzhou, Leizhou, and Qingzhou prefectures plus the Shandong coast and the islands in Bohai Bay, a typically poor and barren region. His resources were limited. Even with court-allocated military pay and grain, he could only barely maintain the army and defense system. Any additional development was simply beyond his capacity. Furthermore, this area, being largely coastal or hilly and mountainous, has mostly saline alkaline and barren soil that cannot be improved without great effort and energy, Sun Yuanhua said. I am already exhausted from managing military affairs here. I have no spare capacity for this. End of chapter. Chapter 963, Sweet Sorghum and See Blight. Zhao Yinggong smiled. If your excellency has such intentions, this humble scholar could lend a hand. Sun Yuanhua stroked his beard in silence. When Zhao Yinggong had mentioned land reclamation, he had already begun to grasp the other man's meaning. True enough, land prices for reclamation in Dengzhou were indeed cheap, but managing wasteland development was enormously complex and demanded substantial investment. The person in charge would need to be tough enough to endure hardship, yet sufficiently clever and capable besides. It was by no means an easy path to wealth. Why would this man abandon the comfortable life in Hangzhou and Guangdong to come here for land reclamation? What was his true purpose? He couldn't help growing suspicious of Zhao Yinggong's motives. Were it not that Zhao Yinggong came with strong recommendations from the Hangzhou Church and the Jesuits, Sun Yuanhua would at this very moment have offered vague pleasantries and shown the guest to the door. But since this person had been recommended by the Jesuits and had won the trust of the Hangzhou Church, it meant he was reliable. Particularly telling was the Jesuits' attitude. Though the Jesuits were not of our race, At least they had nothing to do with the terrifying factional struggles within the court. What Sun Yuanhua feared most were neither the foreign outlanders nor the later Jin barbarians, but rather the powerful officials in the court and palace. He probed. The Dengzhou Leizhou Qingzhou area has no fertile fields. The land is mostly saline alkaline. Does Master have any special methods for reclamation? Zhao Yinggong knew his reclamation suggestion had been somewhat abrupt. Propositions without clear benefit always aroused suspicion. He was prepared for this and ordered Jiang to present a small box. Sun Yuanhua opened the box. Inside were some crop seeds, several dried stalks, and a gray dried vegetable. With his agricultural knowledge, Sun Yuanhua immediately recognized the seeds as lushu, commonly seen in Jiangnan. In villages along rivers and the coast, it was occasionally planted. It was actually a variety of sorghum. Sorghum was a common crop in the north, familiar to Sun Yuanhua. Though lushu possessed many advantages, it wasn't particular about soil or climate and was well suited to the eastern three prefectures' poor soils. Its yield at best reached only about 300 jin per mu, offering no advantage over the millet and soybeans commonly planted here. Moreover, it was coarse to eat and unpopular as a food grain. "This is lushu, a type of sorghum," Sun Yuanhua said dismissively. "What's so special about it?" Zhao Yinggong thought that old Sun was indeed the disciple and son-in-law of an agronomist. He even recognized lushu at a glance. "This certainly wasn't someone who couldn't tell one grain from another," he said. "Since your excellency knows this is lushu, you must know the special quality of its stalks. When young, the stalks are quite sweet. Country children often treat them as candy." "Exactly. Because the stalks are sweet, they can be used to make sugar and wine." "Make sugar and wine?" Sun Yuanhua was startled. Wine was made from grains or fruit. He had never heard of stalks being used for wine. What kind of taste could that possibly produce? As for making sugar from stalks, that was even more implausible. Sun Yuanhua knew that malt syrup could be made from various grains like millet and sorghum. Stalks were first used as fodder for livestock, second to return to the fields as fertilizer. Now someone was telling him they could make sugar and wine from them. Naturally, it was difficult to believe. He shook his head in disbelief. "This is a secret method I obtained from the Australians," Zhao Yinggong said quietly. "Your Excellency knows that the Australians possess secret techniques in both farming and industry that can make people wealthy." Sun Yuanhua nodded. He had heard such claims before. Take the Guoshi Wushwang liquor the Australians sold in Guangzhou. He had sent people to purchase quite a bit for use as gifts. After some research, he had concluded that so-called Guoshi Wushwang was nothing more than especially well-distilled grain spirits. Though it was merely grain spirits, he figured he himself lacked the ability to construct such refined distillery equipment to produce such quality liquor. If the Australians truly had a method to make sugar and wine from lushu stalks, it wouldn't be entirely surprising. Somewhat skeptical, he picked up the dried vegetable and examined it. Its color was grayish-black, nothing remarkable. There was some salt frost on the leaves. "This is sea blight," Zhao Yinggong introduced. "It tolerates salt and alkaline soil and drought. In famine years, it can save countless lives." Sun Yuanhua nodded approvingly. In the late Ming, with its frequent natural disasters, agricultural scholars paid close attention to the study of famine survival. One thing they often did was seek out and test various edible wild vegetables. Many books had been written specifically introducing wild vegetables' appearances, origins, and preparation methods, such as Yekepu Wild Vegetable Manual. "This is truly beneficial for country and people," Sun Yuanhua said. "Could this also be an Australian product?" Zhao Yinggong replied. "This plant grows abundantly along the southern Zhili coast. It can be found everywhere. But few know of it. Only coastal salt workers and fishermen eat it. I believe it could also be introduced along the eastern three prefectures' coast. It requires no cultivation or care. Though not a major resource, it can relieve urgent need." This argument greatly moved Sun Yuanhua. It also piqued his interest in the reclamation enterprise. They then engaged in an extended discussion on local agriculture. The eastern three prefectures were first of all hilly and mountainous, and secondly possessed extensive coastal tidal flats and saline alkaline land. Even an agronomist of Sun Yuanhua's stature found it challenging to improve agriculture there. Zhao Yingong then showed off bits he had absorbed in the old timeline, combined with knowledge he had gained at the Nanhai estate. Though these were minor details, many of the concepts and approaches were quite novel. Particularly, his views on developing the eastern three prefectures' hills and mountains gave Sun Yuanhua a sense of encountering a kindred spirit. Zhao Yingong then proposed that he intended to recruit refugees throughout Shandong to reclaim land in the Dengzhou Leizhou area. He hoped to be granted a formal title to avoid harassment from local officials. For recruiting refugees in the eastern three prefectures, you first register with the governor's yamen, and I'll issue official notices to the prefectures and counties authorizing you to act at your discretion. But the western three prefectures are difficult to handle. Sun Yuanhua expressed this difficulty. The western three prefectures fell under the Shandong governor's jurisdiction, which he couldn't interfere with. However, refugees have feet. This humble scholar understands, Zhao Yingong said quickly. Good that you understand, Sun Yuanhua smiled. The two then discussed the Yizhou flood and current affairs, gradually touching on the court's difficulties. He suddenly asked Zhao Yingong, Master Zhao, in your view, what is the court's most urgent priority right now? Zhao Yingong was taken aback. This seemed like an examination of sorts. He was neither Sun's staff member nor his subordinate. Suddenly asking about such weighty policy matters felt strange. He considered that this must be Sun Yuanhua's way of testing him. He steadied himself and said, the court's most urgent priority is neither bandit suppression nor barbarian defense, but raising funds. Raising funds, Sun Yuanhua said. Master Zhao truly has unique insights. He nodded. There's reason in this. Whether the court is training troops, suppressing bandits, or defending against barbarians, the crucial matter ultimately boils down to the word provision. Your Excellency is absolutely right. Provisions are the source of troops. With sufficient provisions, how could one lack elite soldiers and brave generals? How could one fail to defeat the enemy? This speech followed contemporary thinking, but it wasn't wrong. The entire late Ming situation had been ruined almost entirely by the court's disastrous fiscal policies. Sun Yuanhua, Zhang Tao, and others, training troops and planning coastal defense in Shandong, faced their greatest difficulty in the shortage of pay and provisions. The intermittent supply of provisions made the army restless, and incidents of troops rioting over pay occurred repeatedly. Just maintaining stability in such an army was already exhausting. How could one speak of going out to fight? Just a few months earlier, the Dongjiang garrison had experienced the Pidao mutiny over military pay issues. Though the matter was eventually resolved, it had triggered fierce attacks on Sun Yuanhua at court. Without Su Guangqi and Zhou Yanru intervening on his behalf, he would have had great difficulty surviving that episode. Yet the sources of provisions are depleted. Not only can they not reduce expenditures, but it's also hard to open new revenue sources. Sun Yuanhua sighed. Zhao Yingong said, actually, provisions were originally just barely sufficient. Unfortunately, there's too much wastage. As he spoke, he carefully observed Sun Yuanhua's expression. Sun Yuanhua, of course, understood his meaning. Provisions were originally insufficient, and with civil and military officials at every level skimming their share, if 3 or 4 parts out of 10 actually reached the soldiers, it was considered good. The Pidao mutiny had also been related to commanding officers withholding military pay. But this matter was too large and too complex, not something to discuss deeply with a new acquaintance. He asked instead, in Master's view, where might new revenue sources be found? This was Zhao Yingong's forte. He immediately gathered his energy and began discoursing on the taxation of commerce and industry and overseas trade revenues' contributions to state finances. Of course, he used his beloved Great Song as an example. He expounded at length on the argument that the southern Song, holding only half the realm, was able to resist first Jin and then the Mongols for over 150 years, all due to revenue from commerce, industry, and overseas trade. He incorporated extensive thesis materials and data specifically provided by the Grand Library. The result was quite well argued. An elevated discourse master. Sun Yuanhua listened to his lengthy exposition, nodding noncommittally. Zhao Yingong suddenly grew alert. At a first meeting with Sun Yuanhua, speaking so grandly, whether right or wrong, would inevitably make one seem shallow and arrogant. He immediately felt some regret and stopped going deeper, saying only, "This humble scholar has spoken presumptuously." Sun Yuanhua smiled. "Not at all. I shall draw on Master's great talents in the future." He added, "Regarding your matters, come to the Yamen in a few days to present your card and I will make arrangements." "Yes," Zhao Yingong bowed his head in reply. "I shall rely entirely on your Excellency's cultivation." "Think nothing of it, think nothing of it." As he spoke, he had already picked up his teacup. Seeing this, Zhao Yingong hastily stood. Sun Yuanhua saw him out. At the steps of the main hall, Zhao Yingong asked him to stay. The host refused, accompanying him all the way to the flower hall entrance, where Zhao Yingong's repeated entreaties finally persuaded Sun Yuanhua to turn back. By the time Zhao Yingong left the governor's yamen, he had already obtained most of what he wanted. Most importantly, he had secured Sun Yuanhua's calling card. With this, while not exactly enjoying free passage throughout the eastern three prefectures, he could at least travel in general safety. Of course, Sun Yuanhua had also warned Zhao Yingong that troop movements were frequent near Dengzhou, with guest armies often passing through, most of which were lawless, often stealing and robbing. He should try to avoid them. If he was going to reclaim land, he absolutely must build fortifications. As for his proposal to establish a shipping company, Sun Yuanhua also expressed support, saying he would have people issue licenses for smooth maritime navigation. End of chapter. Chapter 964, Chess Pieces in Shandong. Zhao Yingong returned to his lodgings feeling quite pleased with himself. With Sun Yuanhua's support, matters would proceed much more smoothly. But he had countless tasks to attend to, especially the Zhejiang refugee collection work that was about to commence. He had to arrange everything quickly and hurry back to Hangzhou to take charge. With so many matters at hand, he sat behind his desk and worked until nearly midnight. While engrossed in his tasks, the physician accompanying him came to report that the young man they had rescued had awakened and could now speak. Zai Yao was a fully trained naturalized general practitioner from the health department. He spoke with a Shanxi accent, which made him stand out among Lingao's naturalized population. Both in language and lifestyle, Zai Yao felt somewhat out of place, which was precisely why he had volunteered when people were being recruited for the Shandong mission. "Oh, did he say anything?" Zhao Yingong kept writing, pen never leaving paper. "He asked who we were and what happened to his companions." Zai Yao said, "Who is he? What's his name?" "He claims to be Wang Qisuo, a local military household, even holds a minor flag commander rank." Zai Yao said enthusiastically, "2 knife wounds on his body, not serious, just a bit weak. Since he's fine, let him rest and recover." Though Zhao Yingong had impulsively saved this person, he hadn't yet considered what to do with him. Perhaps he could serve as a channel to connect with local salt vendors and military households. He had no detailed plans, yet too many things demanded his attention. Keep a close eye on him, don't let him wander about. "Yes." Zai Yao was about to withdraw when Zhao Yingong called him back. "While you're at it, summon Huangqing for me." Huangqing had originally been assigned to the Northern Expedition Support Team, where he had even encountered his distant kinsman Huang and both were preparing to participate in Operation Engine. When Zhao Yingong headed north to Shandong, he had specifically requested Huangqing as one of his retinue. Huangqing had found his position as mine guard captain at Jiazi coal mine utterly tedious. Hearing that many men had distinguished themselves and received promotions during the Chiang Mai campaign, Many who had been mere soldiers when he was already a platoon leader had since made lieutenant, while he remained stuck at the mine-drilling militia with no prospects in sight. He had grown somewhat anxious. Being transferred to the Northern Expedition Support Team for the Shandong mission was exactly what he had hoped for. He came before Zhao Yingong with great enthusiasm, snapped a salute. "Chief, Army 2nd Lieutenant Huang Qing reporting for duty." He wore retainer's clothing with a fake topknot, but his spirit was strong, the capable bearing of a modern soldier shining through. "At ease," Zhao Yingong said, then looked him over. "This won't do. From now on you need to put all this away. Call me and Chief Lu master. When meeting us, you bow and curtsy." "Yes, Chief," Huang Qing hastily corrected himself. "Master," he smiled a bit sheepishly. "Takes a moment to get used to. You need to get used to it quickly," Zhao Yingong said. "I'll be leaving here soon. We need to build a fortress here, and you're from the Shandong garrison troops. You'll be the fortress's military commander from now on." Huang Qing immediately snapped to attention and saluted again. Zhao Yingong then explained his specific duties. Besides leading a portion of the soldiers to defend the fortress or estate, he would also be responsible for training the recruited refugees, arming them, and ensuring this base could protect itself during the coming Dengzhou mutiny. Of course, here you'll only be a retainer captain or village militia instructor for a long time. You need to adapt to this cover identity. This is still Great Ming territory for now, understand? Yes, I understand. You should know we have no cannons to give you. I'm giving you one squad. You'll use them as seeds to train the recruited refugees into qualified militia, or at least qualified village defense forces. That's easy. At Jianghu coal mine I did nothing but this every day, Huang Qing began, then couldn't help feeling deflated. Wasn't this just being a mine guard captain again? Only this time with an estate instead of a mine. Zhao Yingong noticed his expression change and could roughly guess what he was thinking. The Political Security Bureau had provided him with the latest psychological reports on all personnel assigned to Shandong work before departure. You should know, Operation Engine is a national-level operation of the Senate. Everyone participating must devote all their strength wholeheartedly to this task, he smiled slightly. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Huang Qing's spirits lifted immediately. He grasped the meaning in the chief's words. After the operation succeeded as a project leader, he would surely receive promotion and commendation. He said loudly, "For the Senate and the people." "Good. Go ahead and think through how to organize the village forces. Report to me tomorrow on how many weapons and equipment you'll need. Prepare a list." After Huang Qing left, Zhao Yingong immediately sent for Lu Wenyuan. Lu Wenyuan was a young man who had previously worked in water conservancy engineering and also possessed certain civil engineering skills. Since D-Day, he had been at the General Construction Company handling agricultural infrastructure matters for the Agricultural Committee. For this Shandong mission, his expertise was relevant. He was young and strong, and so he had been selected as the Shandong base manager. Since he was too young and might have difficulty dealing with local natives, after all, the opening move was Zhao Yingong's setup. Lu Wenyuan had been posed as Zhao Yingong's cousin. To facilitate work, before departure Lu Wenyuan had been baptized at the Lingao church, then specifically brought by Zhao Yingong to Hangzhou for a tour to gain the trust of the Hangzhou church. Lu Wenyuan's grand ambition was to build a large harem which he had not yet achieved. He had reluctantly purchased one maidservant, at least someone to do laundry and cooking. Being assigned to this Shandong mission had sent his hormones surging. As the saying goes, those near the water enjoy the moonlight first. If he didn't seize this opportunity to acquire some Shandong girls for his harem, this trip would have been for nothing. "Little Lu, just use my name, I'm not Junko," Lu Wenyuan said with displeasure. "Fine, Junko no Wenyuan," Zhao Yingong said. "In the coming days I'll survey suitable land with you, purchase it as our Shandong operations base, and then it'll be your responsibility. Agricultural water conservancy construction, that's my specialty," Lu Wenyuan boasted. "I'm a bit lacking in actual farming, though. Just plant whatever for now." Soon there'll be fighting in Shandong. First build walls, build a dock, and wait to receive people. Lu Wenyuan indicated he understood. In a few days I'll take you to meet Sun Yuanhua and set up your connections. You're a Catholic now. Don't forget to attend local church activities, especially weekly services, Zhao Yingong cautioned. Don't blow your cover. Fine, I know. Lu Wenyuan nodded reluctantly. Dean Wu gave me enough religious instruction. From historical materials, Zhao Yingong knew the Shandong Church during the late Ming and early Qing had over 3,000 believers by the mid-17th century. This was after the chaos of the late Ming period. When Sun Yuanhua was Dengzhou Leizhou governor, the church's scale would have been at least this large. Though 3,000 wasn't many, the believers touched various social strata, and internal cohesion was strong. Finding ways to leverage the local church as support for their activities was the best method Zhao Yingong had devised for rapidly establishing a foothold in Shandong. As for where to locate the Shandong base, there had been many different opinions. Candidates included Dongying, Yangkou, Longkou, Huankibao, Jimu, and even Qingdao. Every port along the Shandong Peninsula coast had been proposed. Rizhou and Qingdao had drawn the most advocates. However, after the general staff studied the available materials, they concluded that though Kang Yao's rebel forces would create great momentum in Shandong, their actual range was quite limited. The rebels would basically only operate along the Bohai Bay coast of the Shandong Peninsula. The eastern three prefectures' terrain was relatively rugged, and under Ming-era transportation conditions, neither refugees nor rebels could travel very far. Bases located too far from the Dengzhou-Leizhou region would prove ineffective for receiving refugees. Thus ports along Jianghu Bay were eliminated first. As for Dongying and Yangkou, though also on the Bohai Bay coast, they were too remote from the Dengzhou-Leizhou region, over 300 kilometers by land. By comparison, reaching Kangzhou and Hebei was actually closer and more convenient. Looking at all options, effective collection and transfer of refugees probably required occupying a base along the Bohai Bay coast. The final choice was Longkou. Not only was Longkou a fine harbor, but it was also close to Zhejiang, a major Chinese gold-producing area. The disadvantage was that Longkou was in Huang County, right where Kang Yao's rebels and Ming forces would engage in seesaw battles. Maintaining a presence amid the chaos would create considerable military pressure. But there are advantages too. Longkou isn't a prosperous place right now, at most a small fishing port. Kang Yao may not be interested in specifically attacking us at Longkou. As long as we can get naval support and hold Longkou, receiving refugees shouldn't be a problem. Longkou it is then, Lu Wenyuan said. When it comes to building fortresses, probably no one in this timeline can match us. I don't believe Kang Yao has what it takes to capture our fortress. Don't be too confident. Kang Yao is quite skilled with red barbarian cannons. Dengzhou had Portuguese and many Western cannons. They still fell to him, Zhao Yingong said. If we don't have cannons ourselves, we may not be able to hold out. By then the Northern Expedition Support Team will arrive, won't they? Surely they're no match for the support team, Lu Wenyuan said. I'm thinking we do it this way, specifically. Utilize official support to first claim land in Longkou for development, establishing an armed trading post and estate. Simultaneously send people ahead to Yizhou and other areas to recruit refugees and bring them to Longkou. These would serve as the basic armed and construction force for the Longkou base. Once warfare erupted, as long as they demonstrated sufficient capability to stabilize the area, refugees would naturally flow toward trading posts protected by armed forces. After the war, they would rapidly occupy or install proxies to completely control both Longkou and Zhejiang. End of chapter. Chapter 965. Yizhou. The floodwaters had already receded. The muddy ground steamed beneath the summer sun. Everywhere lay black silt, branches, weeds, and driftwood. Crops destroyed by the flood rotted in the mire. Decomposing animal carcasses, chickens, dogs, pigs, sheep, and occasionally humans, lay scattered throughout, bellies uniformly bloated, emitting nauseating stench. Green-headed flies had arrived first. Wherever flies swarmed, there lay corpses of humans and livestock. In the villages and towns the floodwaters had swept through. Buildings that hadn't collapsed when the water rose were now crumbling as it receded. But their owners no longer needed them. They had either died or fled. This was the Great Yizhou Flood of 1631. Once again, floodwaters had swept across land already made desolate by frequent natural and man-made disasters, driving out the people barely struggling to survive there. Since the Tianqi reign, Yizhou and the nearby counties of southern Shandong and northern southern Zhili had suffered flooding nearly every 2 or 3 years. Refugees trudged along the roads in droves, leaving corpses in their wake. They moved blindly toward county seats, prefectural cities, or any urban area. The refugees knew that only by reaching a city was there even a sliver of hope. Otherwise, even if they didn't starve, great disasters were always followed by great plagues, and the god of pestilence would reap lives more fiercely than any flood. If local cities couldn't take them in, they had no choice but to leave their homes entirely and flee to counties that hadn't suffered disaster. Driven by hunger, forced to survive, the streams of refugees flowed slowly along the major roads of southern Shandong. Every day people died. Every day others joined the wretched procession. Wherever they passed, they consumed everything: tree bark, grass roots, even animal carcasses rotting in the fields. Nothing was spared. Major landowners in the towns along the way had already fled, either to prefectural or provincial capitals, or even further to the more stable Jiangnan region. Since the White Lotus sect troubles in southern Shandong, this area had become exceedingly dangerous. Anyone with assets had fled to provincial capitals or Jiangnan to escape the turmoil. Some villages and towns had built palisade walls and organized militia. Hands that had once gripped hoe handles now clutched cudgels and wooden spears, watchfully observing refugees passing near their settlements. Refugees driven to desperation all harbored the resolve to die on a full stomach. The meager grain stored in the villages was for their own families. Hearts had grown cold and hard as iron. Landlords who hadn't fled stood on the palisade walls alongside their retainers and farmhands, holding bows, arrows, and broadswords. They supervised the militia while also appearing to lead from the front. After all, they were the wealthiest within the compound. Bodies that had worn silk and satin were now wrapped in hastily made cotton armor. Though it was summer, not a drop of sweat showed on their faces. Their eyes saw the dark masses of refugees. Their minds dwelt on news from days before, which village or compound had been eaten by refugees, whose family had been robbed, whose entire household had been slaughtered. The horrors of the White Lotus sect rising just 10 years ago seemed to appear before their eyes again. The head of the household watched the militia hunching their shoulders with worried expressions, then stomped his foot and bellowed, "Keep sharp. There's a feast tonight, pork and vegetable dumplings, eat all you want." A confused chorus of "Thank you, master, for your generosity" arose, sounding almost like opera. Then someone began chanting in an affected voice, "Hold your weapons tight. Hold them tight. Guard the compound well. Guard it well." Scenes like this repeated several times daily. White flour and pork, too precious to give to farmhands or even for the landlords themselves to eat in ordinary times, were now brought out as rewards to purchase loyalty. Yet even as they felt heartache, fear, and worry, they also felt secret glee. The flood had washed away boundary markers and swept away title deeds, rendering much land ownerless. Even land that still had owners in famine years, owners would have to sell to survive. For some, this was an excellent opportunity to expand their estates. As for the farmers to work the land, the peasantry never died out completely. After the waters receded come next spring, those who hadn't starved would return. The premise, of course, was that they themselves weren't eaten by the refugees first, or killed in the coming unrest. Whether in county seats or prefectural cities, the usually swaggering officials proved unwilling to interfere with the refugees' movements. The refugees hadn't rebelled, hadn't besieged county seats. They had merely robbed a few landlords and killed a few people, nothing of major consequence. If the major landowners wanted to protect their lives and property, they had to organize their own forces. Inside the city walls, though gates hadn't been closed to bar refugees, militia had already been organized. Able-bodied men from the outer city and nearby villages stood ready at any moment to suppress unrest. At the city gates hung several heads as a warning, always fresh and bloody. Outside the city stood hastily erected sheds, where pots of thin, moldy-smelling gruel, clear enough to see the bottom, were being cooked. Even this meager gruel couldn't be obtained by every refugee gathered nearby. A fixed number of bamboo tokens were distributed each day. Those who couldn't get one simply had to go hungry. Near the gruel sheds operated another feeding ground for a different kind of fly. Human traffickers from Jinan Prefecture, even from as far as Shunshan and Jiangnan, hid in sedan chairs and mule carts, carefully calculating how many catches they could obtain and how much to pay local colleagues. Some prowled through the crowds, searching for possible purchases. Young boys and girls were their primary targets, followed by young women. People with grass markers stuck on their heads, the traditional sign of being for sale, were continuously loaded onto mule carts and shipped off to Linking and Suzhou, where they would board boats to be sold in various locations. Zhang Yingchen, wearing a Daoist robe of his own design, moved through the crowd. From time to time he nodded greetings to people around him. Having practiced medicine and helped people here, he had already earned the reputation of a living immortal. Not only refugees, but even the runners and militia maintaining order at the gruel stations, many of whom had received his treatment, revered him as divine. "Father Fu, the medicine you gave my child did indeed stop the diarrhea. You truly are a living immortal." A ragged woman blocked his path. "Please take another look." "Oh. If the diarrhea has stopped, his life is not in danger." Zhang Yingchen smiled. "This poor Daoist now has to see another patient. When I return, I'll examine your child again. First give him this packet of medicine." He moved on amid the woman's profuse thanks. Such encounters occurred almost too frequently to handle along his entire route. Even when the magistrate's deputy or the county militia commander came occasionally to the gruel station, they would exchange pleasantries with him. He knew the officials and gentry in the city had originally been very wary of him. Monks and Daoists appearing after major disasters, especially those practicing medicine and preaching, almost certainly harbored subversive intentions. The ruling class had accumulated sufficient experience over millennia of governance to recognize the pattern. Appearing at the gruel station around the same time as Zhang Yingchen were several other so-called Daoists, or Buddhist monks, as well as spirit mediums and shamans, without religious garb. They quickly drew the attention of local authorities. These people had neither official ordination certificates, nor were their medicines and treatments nearly as effective as Zhang Yingchen's. They were soon completely silenced under the crackdown by local officials and gentry. Zhang Yingchen had prevailed in this competition firstly because of his superior medical skills and even more superior medicines. Secondly, he possessed an official Daoist ordination certificate and calling cards he had obtained from a certain Hangzhou gentry family, both of which proved crucial for his safety. In this timeline, authorities had no concept of human rights. Seizing suspicious persons and beating them first was standard practice. Especially now, in extraordinary times, many people had been beheaded or beaten to death in the yamen simply for suspicious words or behavior. Others had died in jail or in the standing cages at the yamen gate. He was extremely careful when practicing medicine, speaking only of ordinary matters like doing good and accumulating virtue during treatments, without excessively promoting doctrine. Though occasionally he would preach to refugees, the content was drawn entirely from the official Daoist canon, proper and presentable anywhere. I wonder how old Zhao is doing in Shandong. He often thought this while occupied with these matters. With his current influence, inciting refugees to go to Dengzhou Leizhou to join Zhao Yingong would be straightforward enough. He and Zhao Yingong had left Hangzhou at the same time, but after reaching Yizhou, he had stayed to begin operations locally. In ancient Chinese society, natural disasters were always excellent opportunities for heterodox sects to spread propaganda. One of Zhang Yinchen's main purposes in penetrating Yizhou was to investigate the activity levels and agitation capabilities of local White Lotus sect, Luo sect, Wangxiang sect, and similar organizations. From what he could observe, these organizations were indeed active, but authorities remained highly vigilant. The White Lotus sect rebellion had been less than 10 years ago, and local alertness persisted. Using religious means to incite the populace wouldn't be easy. After his inspection tour, when he returned, he discovered that a boy he had cured a few days earlier had been purchased by a trafficker from Jiangnan. He couldn't help feeling secret regret. This boy had been clever with handsome features, originally a prime candidate for Daoist apprentice that he had set his eye on. Now someone else had beaten him to the prize. This had already happened several times, each time leaving him heartbroken. Watching good prospects slip away while powerless to act was truly painful. But he had already taken in 2 children as apprentices, and there was also Minking who had come from Hangzhou. Taking in more boys around him would be too conspicuous. I need to send old Zhao a letter quickly, or all the best resources will be taken by these traffickers. He calculated silently as he returned to a ruined Daoist temple in the outer city. It was called a temple, but no real Daoists remained. Only a fire-dwelling lay Daoist lived there, barely scraping by. Zhao Yingong had paid a few coppers to rent the building as his base of operations in Yizhou. End of chapter. Chapter 966, Undercurrents of Competition. The Daoist temple was dilapidated. The first courtyard's ruined buildings had previously housed beggars. Now they were crammed with refugees. Zhang Yingchen entered through the side passage and made his way to the back. The lay Daoist was chopping firewood. Zhang Yingchen gave a cursory greeting and headed to the small courtyard where he stayed. The courtyard wasn't large. The dirt floor was piled with braziers and charcoal, along with many jars and crocks. The air hung thick with the smell of vinegar-soaked charcoal and disinfectant. Zhang Yingchen knew this area had just been flooded. Now that the waters had receded and temperatures were rising rapidly, outbreaks of infectious disease could erupt at any moment. Though his blood was full of antibodies, it was still better to exercise caution. Minking met him at the doorway. This young Daoist acolyte from Qingyun Temple in Hangzhou had formally become his disciple. After careful training, the boy had grown into his reliable and capable assistant. The preliminary instruction of the 2 younger apprentices was also Minking's responsibility. At least Minking could read. "Master," Minking said respectfully, "let's talk inside," Zhang Yingchen said. Minking was not yet officially a naturalized citizen, so Zhang Yingchen kept certain matters from him. He focused on instilling new Daoist theory and his own religious views, while also teaching medical and pharmaceutical knowledge. As for matters like the Senate that worked for the welfare of mankind, he hadn't yet disclosed anything. Zhang Yingchen had only told him he was a Daoist from Guangdong province. In any case, Qiangzhou also fell under Guangdong's jurisdiction. The main hall was piled floor to ceiling with bamboo trays of medicinal materials, medicine-cutting guillotines, drug-grinding mortars, clay pots and copper kettles for brewing medicine, and charcoal, so cluttered there was almost nowhere to step. To treat as many people as possible, besides the prepared Chinese and Western medicines brought from Lingao, many medicines were prepared on site. 2 young apprentices sat on the kang inside, sorting medicinal materials. They were boys around 10 years old whose parents and relatives had died or scattered during the disaster. They themselves had been half-starved. After Zhang Yingchen took them in and nursed them for quite some time, they had barely recovered to human appearance. Seeing him return, both children immediately climbed down from the kang and bowed to him, still somewhat awkwardly. Good, good, continue processing the medicine. Zhang Yingchen smiled. How about it? How many medicines can you recognize now? Only about 10 or so, one of the children answered. I use few medicines here, so it's hard for you to learn more. Tomorrow when we go to the pharmacy to get medicine, I'll point out a few more kinds for you on the spot. Thank you, master. Besides Minking teaching them to read every day, Zhang Yingchen also found time daily to teach them to identify medicines and memorize formulary verses, a sort of basic Chinese medical education. Overall, he was quite satisfied with these two children, more so than with apprentices he had previously obtained. But these two shouldn't stay with him too long. They hadn't been through purification, their bodies were still weak, and Yizhou's local environment was complicated. He needed to arrange to send them away soon. Zhang Yingchen took a key from his waist and unlocked the inner room. This was his private chamber. He kept his most important items here. These most important items amounted to some medicines and medical instruments, and most crucially, his special writing reagent and codebook. Entering the inner room, Minking first reported on household matters. How many characters he had taught the two junior apprentices, progress on medicine preparation, who had come looking for Zhang Yingchen, and any unusual activities outside, all reported in careful detail. Most suspicious was that 3 or 4 strange beggars had moved into the outermost courtyard in recent days. They didn't seem as weak and listless as the others. In fact, they appeared quite energetic. They rarely went out to beg and sometimes stood around at the gate. One frequently lingered near the temple's back entrance. Good, you've done well. Zhang Yingchen praised him. We're strangers in a strange land here. We must be extra careful. You may go now. He locked the door and lit an oil lamp. The window shutters were already down, and the room was pitch black. 7 or 8 days ago, a death threat written in crude, crooked characters had been dropped in his courtyard. He couldn't afford not to be careful. Zhang Yingchen had previously read extensive materials on Taoism, and had also studied various late Ming folk religions and secret societies, their texts, code words, and research papers. But after just half a month in this area, he deeply felt that historical materials were too limited. The situation he faced was far more complex and harder to grasp than anything described in books. Just from what he had learned, there were over a dozen secret societies active in this area, taking advantage of the famine to preach, develop their organizations, and win over hearts and minds. Some he had never even heard of before. Zhang Yingchen touched the holster under his ribs, a Glock 19 pistol. When he had gone to the Li territory, he had felt perfectly comfortable carrying no weapons. Neither the Li nor the Miao would casually kill people, much less harm a physician. But the current situation in southern Shandong was a hornet's nest. Both the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Zhao Yingong had opposed his operating alone in counties and prefectures without logistical support. Moreover, his current activities were suspicious to both officials and secret religious societies alike. If he wasn't extremely careful, losing his life could happen at any moment. Zhang Yingchen sometimes marveled at himself for being a person of faith, willing to take such risks. He dissolved a specialized writing tablet in clear water, then dipped his brush in it and began writing rapidly. The letter was addressed to Zhao Yingong. Zhang Yingchen was eager to know about his progress in Shandong, whether he had established a relatively stable base. Not only did he have manpower to send, but he was also anxious to receive medicine resupply through Zhao Yingong's channels. He blew on the first letter to dry it, then wrote some inconsequential content in the spaces between the coded lines using his brush. He finished, sealed the letter, wrapped it in oilcloth, and sealed it with wax. Tomorrow he planned to personally deliver it to a shop in the city. That shop sent a clerk to Linking every 3 or 4 days to deliver letters and handle business. For a small fee, they would take care of it. The clerk at Linking would hand the letter to the local Qiwei station. Qiwei would transmit it by pigeon, and within 3 or 4 days the letter would reach Hangzhou, then be forwarded by telegraph. Within a week, Zhao Yingong and Lingao would know his letter's contents, though this transmission speed was miraculous by this timeline's standards. For the elders it remained unimaginably slow, and there were too many uncertainties involved. Zhang Yingchen had no alternative. This wasn't a location where 5 Elements 5 merchants or the Black Dragon Society had established nodes. The nearest contact station was only Linking, a major shipping hub on the Grand Canal in Shandong. The second letter required even more caution. He not only used the writing reagent but also encoded the text before writing. This was a proposal and plan for how to expand activities in Shandong, very sensitive content. Besides his deputy Dai and the Religious Affairs Office leadership, he didn't want anyone else knowing about this for now. As an independent department, New Taoism had its own codebook, just like the Lingao Church. However, He Ying, as director of the Religious Affairs Office, held codebooks for both organizations. Actually, in Master Zhang's mind, there lurked an even bigger and bolder plan. What the letter discussed was a targeted proposal for the coming Dengzhou mutiny. Old Dai, greetings upon reading this. With Operation Engine underway, as proud members of the Senate, you and I must make every possible preparation for the Dengzhou mutiny. Given the time constraints, relying solely on native bureaucrats will make it very difficult to maximize population transfer. Therefore, I have referred to the Western Queen Mother transmission event, recorded in the Book of Han, treatise on the 5 elements during Emperor Ai's reign. I believe it would be worthwhile to utilize the folk religions and Wusheng Leiamu Eternal Mother worship, already spreading throughout the Shanxi-Hebei Shandong-Henan region to create, somewhat in advance, panic and legends about sacred ships at sea coming to rescue all living beings. I have also communicated this idea to the Grand Library and Intelligence departments. I believe this plan has certain value for Operation Engine. However, the uncertainties in it are equally worrying. Please discuss this with Yu Eshui on my behalf, and with Director Zhao as well. In my view, no one would be more interested in this plan than he. There were things Zhang Yingchen didn't mention in his private letter, such as how many tragedies would result from blind popular riots. Obviously, Zhang Yingchen had deliberately ignored this part. It was also notable that he hadn't mentioned using New Taoism as a tool for spreading rumors and guiding public opinion. In Master Zhang's eyes, this kind of dirty work was best left to the folk religions destined to be suppressed regardless. After writing this section, Zhang Yingchen couldn't help but hesitate. He suspected He Ying would strenuously oppose his plan. The personal risk he would bear in this plan was enormous. If anything went wrong, old He as department head would find it difficult to take responsibility. Never mind, he thought. To obtain more population, stirring up greater chaos in Shandong was quite necessary. At least among the intelligence and civil affairs departments, his idea had received considerable support. However, with his currently pitiful execution capability, how much effect he could actually achieve remained something even he had no idea about. Can't do anything without people. Zhang Yingchen thought painfully again about those boys around the Gruel station, such excellent resources. At this thought, his blood surged. Why not just recruit 17 or 18 of them first? He could send them directly to Linking and have Qiwei Station's boats transport them back to Jiangnan. Then he added at the end of the letter a request for old Dai to send a few of the apprentices currently in training who could speak decent Mandarin and were religiously reliable to Shandong for use. He also added a few lines asking Dai to find some Qiwei escort guards or special reconnaissance team members to come to Shandong to assist, especially to protect his personal safety. After finishing the letters, he stood and stretched his back, then wandered to the outer room to watch the apprentices process medicines. The seasonal epidemics after flooding were almost all intestinal infectious diseases. The medicines required were relatively simple. The apprentices were mostly processing these types of materials. Additionally, he had special anti-diarrhea medicine on hand from Lingao. End of chapter. Chapter 967. The Intelligence Bureau's temp worker Huang An's clothes hung on him like a punishment. The top knot coiled atop his head sat heavy and hateful, and under the merciless summer sun, sweat beaded continuously along his hairline, trickling down in relentless rivulets. How much better the army's buzz cut had been. He found himself missing his soldiering days in the Fubo army with an ache. In summer, not only was the hair cropped satisfyingly short, but the uniforms were spun from a cotton-linen blend, breathable, absorbent, quick to dry. So much more agreeable than this coarse, suffocating jacket. Both he and Huang Qing hailed from the Shandong garrison troops, and the two shared a distant kinship, cousins beyond the fifth degree of relation. Huang Qing, however, had later transferred to Qizhan and risen to become a minor officer, while Huang An had remained adrift in the Shandong garrison until the day he fled, implicated in a plot to steal from the official granary. The theft being a shameful affair, Huang An had never spoken of it. The truth emerged only during the Political Security Bureau's deep investigation when he was up for promotion to officer. That same inquiry revealed his former service in Dengzhou. This particular background had not only earned him a transfer to the Northern Expedition Support Team, but, like Huang Qing, had placed him among the first to join the advance party. His current cover was that of a personal attendant to Lu Wenyuan. After Zhao and Lu had established their channels with Sun Yuanhua, they had also thrown themselves into Shandong church activities through the Jesuits, swiftly becoming familiar with the local congregation. They gained considerable freedom of movement and support, and wasted no time getting to work. As a native of the region, Huang An had received special training from Navy Intelligence Officer Su Qi of the Foreign Intelligence Bureau before departure. Now a temp worker for the Bureau, he had been tasked with operating in Dengzhou City and gathering intelligence on local conditions, particularly the garrison situation. This was the information operation engine command most desired. In his briefing, Su Qi had specifically expressed hope that Huang An could obtain details on troop deployments in Pinglai Water City, the precise locations of yamen, military camps, and artillery batteries within its walls. Though the Grand Library had supplied Su Qi with every available document, the actual layout of the Ming-era water city still required first-hand observation. At present, he was wandering outside Pinglai Water City. This fortress lay on the eastern flank of Danya Mountain, northwest of Dengzhou proper. During the Song Dynasty, a knife-fish patrol station had been established here, with blade-thin warboats stationed to defend against the kitten. The place was called Knife-Fish Fort. In the 9th year of Hongwu under the Ming, the water city was first constructed. A water gate rose to the north, Zhenyang Gate to the south, and an earthen rampart enclosed the whole. Seawater was channeled into the city, and it was renamed Beiwo City. In the 24th year of Wanli, the earthen walls were faced with brick and stone. During the Tianqi reign, Dengzhou Leizhou Governor Yuan Kelly had trained the navy here, commanding forces from both Dengzhou and the Dongjiang garrison. He had marshaled over 50,000 soldiers, army and navy combined, equipped with advanced artillery and numerous warships. In a memorial, Yuan Kelly had written, "Warships connected prow to stern, the barbarian chieftain's courage froze." The Dongjiang garrison's ability to persist so long on the later Jin's flank owed much to the powerful logistical support that Pinglai Water City provided. The Liaodong Wars had prompted successive Dengzhou Leizhou governors to develop this place with great care. Combined with the vast quantities of supplies bound for Liaodong that were transshipped here, and the official and mercantile exchanges between Korea and the Great Ming all passing through, merchants gathered in droves, creating a scene of bustling prosperity. A Korean visitor crossing the sea in those days had recorded this place as having beacon towers set on every peak with a lookout view, military farming camps visible everywhere, merchant ships and warships anchored near shore beyond counting. a vision of order and abundance. Within Pinglai Water City, the Navy alone stationed over 8,000 men. Add to that the civilian laborers and craftsmen repairing the fortifications, the shipwrights building and maintaining vessels, and the blacksmiths conscripted from various places to cast cannons. Tens of thousands of people gathering here, each with at least some stable monthly income. And the area outside Zhenyang Gate had developed into a considerable market district. Shops and vendors crowded together. All manner of businesses thrived. The cries of hawkers never ceased. He sat at a roadside tea stall, ordered a pot of tea, crossed his legs and drank slowly, occasionally glancing up at Pinglai Pavilion atop Danya Mountain with an expression of great interest. He knew he was currently playing the role of spy, but he wasn't particularly afraid. Unlike the elders, who risked exposure the moment they opened their mouths, he was a native born and bred. The Huang family had been military households here for generations. Though his immediate kin were gone, he still had many clan relatives locally, most serving as soldiers. Getting one of them to help him enter the water city wouldn't pose any difficulty. Yet though many soldiers in military vests passed back and forth along the market street, he recognized none. Some faces looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't recall their names and dared not approach carelessly. He had fled as a criminal after all. He needed a reliable contact to make inquiries first. Otherwise, if he really got trussed up and hauled before the Navy Yamen, by the time Master Zhao produced Sun Yuanhua's calling card to free him, he'd have suffered plenty. While staring absently into the crowd, Huang An suddenly felt a light tap on his back. Turning, he saw a young man studying him. The stranger had appeared hesitant at first, but upon seeing his face clearly, his expression transformed into delighted surprise. "It really is you. You are, little brother." After a moment's hesitation, Huang An recognized him. The man's name was Sun Yuan. By the reckoning of distant relations, he could be considered a cousin, a former comrade in arms who had served locally. After several years, Sun Yuan had filled out considerably. Though still wearing a military vest, the quality was good and his complexion was healthy. Huang An clasped Sun Yuan's hand, looking him up and down for a long moment before asking, "Cousin, after so many years apart, you've changed quite a bit." "Still at the battery," Sun Yuan smiled. "I'm a personal retainer for Governor Sun now. The higher-ups said once I get a recommendation, they'll promote me to a supernumerary officer position." Huang An knew that in the army, becoming a personal guard for a general or civil official was an excellent path for ordinary garrison soldiers. Promotions aside, at least your pay arrived on time and the food was far better than what regular soldiers received. Particularly serving as retainer to a governor like Sun Yuanhua, few opportunities to fight and die, less chance of losing one's life. A truly enviable position. He laughed. "After all, there's only one way to write the character, Sun. Your surname gave you the advantage." Sun Yuan looked somewhat embarrassed. "Not at all. I earned this retainer position through my artillery skills. You know, Governor Sun brought quite a few Franks from Guangzhou to train artillery casting and gunnery. The Portuguese artillery instructor, Master Pedro, praised me several times, and I was taken on as a retainer." "Impressive. But you really were dedicated to learning artillery." Huang An knew that soldiers generally avoided being gunners. Though cannons weren't rare in the Ming, their quality was poor and their usage poorly standardized. Operating them often caused accidents with frequent casualties. In peacetime, you also had to keep the cannon clean, yet the extra pay was only a few coins. Most soldiers merely went through the motions when drilling with cannons. Few were genuinely dedicated. "Not at all." Sun Yuan demurred modestly, then asked, "Brother De, you've been gone for years now. Where have you settled?" "Not a single word," Huang An asked quietly. "Let me ask you first, is that old business settled?" Sun Yuan started, then realized he was asking about the granary theft. "Settled long ago. Among those caught, Zhu San took all the blame. He was beheaded. The others got aero parades and a few dozen military strokes." Hearing this, Huang An couldn't help but sigh. Zhu San was a real man, loyal and true. He thought about reaching into his pocket for some silver to send to Zhu San's family, then remembered Su Qi's training. Don't flash money around until you know the situation. Sun Yuan said. Who would disagree? Don't worry, everyone's been looking after them. He studied Huang An. Brother want to come back to duty. Using your real name would be risky, but with a new name you'd be fine. My family's fifth uncle handles paperwork. Change your name and get enlisted first. No need for that. Huang An waved him off. I'm working as a personal attendant for someone now, food and clothing provided. Nothing to complain about. He then recited the cover story the Foreign Intelligence Bureau had fabricated. After fleeing to Guangdong, he had sold himself to a gentry family as a retainer, earned his master's trust, and was now a personal attendant. This time he had accompanied his master to the Pinglai area on business. Doing business here without some skill won't work. Your master must be quite a person of importance. Having spent many years here and seen much, Sun Yuan was happy for Huang An. Being a personal attendant to gentry, though a servile position, had good prospects, just as being a retainer was better than being a regular soldier. And serving gentry meant no fighting and risking one's life, even better. Of course, though my master is only a Ziyukai, he's a great landowner from Guangzhou with connections to the big officials in the capital. Huang An boasted. Just a few days ago he visited Governor Sun himself. He clapped Sun Yuan on the shoulder. Come, let's share a drink, just us brothers. Having finally found a contact, Huang An naturally wanted to solidify the relationship quickly. Besides, this Sun Yuan really wasn't an outsider. They had often spent time together in their soldiering days. Since Sun Yuan was off duty with no drills and this was a reunion of old friends, he was quite happy and readily agreed. He even insisted on treating. Let me treat instead, Huang An said. I know you, though you're a retainer now, your pay is only 2 taels, and you probably don't even receive the full amount each month. You've got your old mother and brothers at home. I'm a bachelor. I eat my master's food, drink his drink, and my monthly allowance is never short. No problem. They found a small tavern and secured a private room, ordering wine and dishes. The two talked of old times and old friends. Huang An inquired about many former comrades, relatives, and acquaintances. Gradually, the conversation turned to news of generals and officers. Sun Yuan harbored no wariness and possessed no sense of secrecy. After a few cups of wine, he told everything he knew, who had been promoted, who had died in battle, who had been transferred. Before long, Huang An had learned 50 or 60% of the general situation at Pinglai Water City. End of chapter. Chapter 968. Qimu Island. Following the outline Su Qi had provided, Huang An focused his inquiries on several officers destined to lead the Dengzhou mutiny: Kang Yaod, Zheng Zhangming, Li Jiacheng and his son, among others. Sun Yuan, however, knew little of them. He was only aware they had all originated from the Dongjiang garrison. After Mao Wenlong's death, they had clashed with the current Dongjiang commander Huang Long and subsequently relocated to Dengzhou. The sole exception was Zheng Zhangming. He served in the headquarters staff and had more frequent contact with retainers like Sun Yuan. Here in Dengzhou, troops from various regions had gathered. The local Shandong soldiers were the most arrogant, followed by the guest troops transferred from the south. Commander Zhang Keta primarily relied on the southern contingent. The Liaodong soldiers who had arrived from Dongjiang skulked about somewhat, diminished in status. As a Shandong man, Sun Yuan didn't think much of them. In his view, if not for the Dengzhou Leizhou Navy guarding the islands in Bohai Bay, braving wind and waves to transport provisions to Dongjiang, the garrison holding Lushan would have been finished long ago. He did note, however, that Sun Yuanhua treated the Liaodong troops who had transferred to Dengzhou Leizhou quite well. Not only did he favor the officers, but the family members evacuated from Lushan, Jinzhou, and other places were also given housing. Thus Sun Yuanhua's prestige among the Liaodong troops ran relatively high. Those Liaodong fellows stick together like brothers, Sun Yuan said, then spat. That Kang Yaoju asked about has high prestige among them, and the governor treats him quite courteously. If the governor hadn't taken him in at Dengzhou Leizhou back then, that homeless ghost would have been left on some island eating salt sand in the wind. Now look at him strutting about. He mentioned further that the Liaodong troops possessed many cavalry. Kang Yao's command alone had over 1,000 cavalrymen, which explained why Sun Yuanhua treated him with such distinction. Huang An listened more than he spoke, occasionally refilling Sun Yuan's wine cup. Once he had gathered sufficient intelligence, he proposed venturing into the water city to visit old friends and relatives. Sun Yuan laughed. What's difficult about that? Craftsmen and laborers go in and out every day. Tomorrow I'll speak to the squad leader for you, just blend in with the workers. So many people come and go through the city gates, it's nothing important. Huang An couldn't help but feel disdain at such lax security. Matters he wouldn't have given a second thought before now struck him as deeply improper after his years as a Fubo army soldier. When they had drunk their fill, both parties parted in good spirits. The next day, Huang An smoothly infiltrated the water city. Using visits to old friends and relatives as his pretext, he wandered freely inside. He already knew most of the facilities and their locations from his previous service. This was merely reconfirmation. While Huang An plied his trade as a spy in Dengzhou, Lu Wenyuan, following prior arrangements, traveled to Longkou to survey possible sites for a land base. During the Ming, Longkou fell within Huang County, and Huang County would later become the theater where Kang Yao and the Ming army fought their seesaw battles. Therefore, the chosen site had to lie as far as possible from the coming battle zone. The General Staff's final selection was Qimu Island in Longkou Bay. Qimu Island was a long, narrow peninsula extending from Longkou into Bohai Bay, surrounded by sea on 3 sides. Its area measured approximately 4 square kilometers. The southern portion was an open golden beach, the northern end bordered sheer sea cliffs. The entire landmass connected to the mainland via a sand spit some 10 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide, like a giant arm reaching into the sea. Even in the 21st century, Qimu Island had been developed only as a tourist area. In the 17th century, it was merely a barren peninsula dotted with a few small fishing villages and almost no permanent inhabitants. Most of the island's soil was saline alkaline or sandy, worthless for cultivation. But for the elders, this made it an excellent base site. Qimu Island was bordered by sea on 3 sides. With just a few naval vessels and a small corps force, combined with mobilized militia holding fortifications on the sand spit, the entire island's security could be assured. The 4 square kilometer expanse was sufficient to accommodate a considerable number of refugees. The sole disadvantage was freshwater scarcity, though it wasn't entirely absent. The guide mentioned that streams and springs of sweet water, meaning freshwater, still flowed among the hills on the island's northern section. Wells dug on the island also yielded water, but that was bitter water, suitable only for washing. Combined with a rainwater collection system, a basic water supply could just suffice for refugee needs. This location, within Huang County but quite remote, attracted little attention. It stood 30 kilometers from Huang County seat and only 60 kilometers from Pinglai, the epicenter of the future Dengzhou mutiny. If intervention became necessary, forces could enter the fray quickly. Moreover, in the 17th century, this was all wasteland no one wanted, incapable of growing crops, very suitable for a senate that needed to live frugally. Lu Wenyuan rode on horseback, feeling the whistling sea wind sting his face, and this was still summer. What would winter bring? Knowing that even in the 21st century the Bohai Sea often froze over vast stretches, the little ice age of this timeline would surely mean 1,000 li frozen, 10,000 li of drifting snow. Being an estate master here, buffeted by sea winds and watching frozen seas, that wouldn't be pleasant at all. The thought that he might have to serve as estate master here for at least 2 years gradually cooled the blood that hormones had heated. Shandong lasses were certainly attractive, but he needed to take care of himself to have any energy left. Among the party were several trusted men dispatched by Sun Yuanhua. Zhao Yingong's proposal to establish an estate in the Longkou area of Huang County for recruiting refugees to work coastal agricultural land, along with plans to build a church, had moved Sun Yuanhua. He had specifically sent these men to accompany Lu Wenyuan in the endeavor. "Master Lu," the guide called out, watching the party continue to push deeper into Qimu Island. Though the island itself wasn't large, the sand spit stretched on considerably. Reaching the end would take at least another half-hour, and there was nothing to see along the way, except for some hills at the island's northern end with somewhat scenic views. Everywhere else was nothing but sand flats and saline alkaline wasteland. He strongly suspected this young Master Lu suffered from some kind of mental illness, insisting on sightseeing across this barren island and examining land plots. "What is it?" Lu Wenyuan spoke what passed for Mandarin with a strange, stiff accent. "The island looks the same all the way to the end, all sand and saline alkaline soil. Can't farm here and there's no water," the guide advised. "Please turn back, sir." Lu Wenyuan replied, "I specifically want saline alkaline land. Let's continue. Keep going." The guide silently cursed this incomprehensible Guangdong barbarian but had no choice except to lead them onward. Finally reaching the island's terminus, Lu Wenyuan stood against the sea wind and gazed outward. South of Qimu Island lay Longkou Bay. In the original timeline, this was where Longkou Port would be built. Qimu Island's peculiar geography actually served as a natural breakwater for the bay, creating an excellent harbor. On the southeastern coast of Longkou Bay, many fishing boats at anchor bobbed gently. The faint outlines of market streets were visible on shore, obviously far more prosperous than Qimu Island. The reason was simple. The south shore of Qimu Island, facing Longkou Bay, was all sandy shallows where large vessels could scarcely approach. No wonder no merchant ships landed here, and even the fishing village remained small. Fishermen who settled here could only use small boats, and even mooring proved difficult. There was almost no natural harbor or dock along the coast. "What are those ships?" he asked. "Merchant vessels from Tiandihui and the south," the guide explained. "Ships from the north sell grain, ships from the south sell paper and sugar. Return cargoes are local dried seafood. The merchants have built some warehouses at that fishing village." Lu Wenyuan nodded. Future development in Longkou would have to occur on the southeastern shore of the bay. Qimu Island wasn't suitable as a port. He noticed a tall earthen mound on the opposite shore, somewhat resembling the beacon towers in Lingao, and asked, "Is that a beacon tower over there?" "Indeed. That's Longkou Mound. They say it was built during Emperor Hongwu's reign by one of the dukes. Longkou takes its name from that very beacon mound." Lu Wenyuan surveyed his surroundings once more. In the northern part of Qimu Island rose a hilly region with several peaks. Though not high, they possessed some undulation and appeared lush and green. If an estate was to be established, a sheltered hollow in those mountains would make a suitable location. At minimum, it would provide protection from the wind. And the guide had said the island's sweet water sources were all among those hills. He had the guide lead them up into the highlands, observing the terrain as they climbed. He memorized the landforms, and when memory failed him, he sketched them on the spot. Soon, a rough development plan took shape in his mind: where to site the estate, where to build artillery batteries, where to construct lookout posts, where to build docks and piers, and where to settle refugees when they arrived. Filled with enthusiasm, he climbed to the island's highest peak. Warm sunshine scattered gently down. The eastern coast boasted sand white as whetstone, glittering with golden light. The western cliffs were craggy with strange, jagged rocks. Occasionally tall stone pillars protruded from the sea. Warm breezes blew gently, and he felt refreshed throughout his body. He couldn't help but silently praise the picturesque scenery. Standing atop this highest point, he could see the entire layout of Qimu Island spread before him. Strictly speaking, Qimu Island proper didn't include the nearly 10-kilometer sand spit. The entire island was almost wholly covered with hills, with higher elevation in the north and lower terrain to the south. The island possessed 7 mountain peaks of various sizes: Old North Mountain, Lighthouse Mountain, Phoenix Mountain, Battery Mountain, East Mountain, West Mountain, and Snake Mountain. Of course, these names were given by modern people. In this timeline, they remained nameless hills. Though the mountains on the island weren't high, the scenery was pleasant. Mountains with the rugged heights of Phoenix and other peaks, waters with the vastness of the Bohai, caves with the depth of Dragon Grotto, rocks with the grandeur of General Stone. Quite a fine landscape of mountain and sea. The island's western side faced endless blue waves, the necessary passage for all ships entering and exiting Lingao Bay. The northern end featured sheer cliffs where clouds shifted like snow waves dotted with light gulls, a place to enjoy the meeting of mountain and sea, experiencing both morning sunrises and evening scenes. The southern coast was the Golden Sand Shallows, where shallow-draft small boats could anchor. Looking east from the island, the sea lay calm. That was Lingao Port, destined to become one of the 6 major northern harbors. "Does this land have landlords?" Lu Wenyuan asked. "This is just a fishing village. Where would landlords come from?" the guide replied. "Who would farm here unless they've gone mad?" Realizing his slip, he quickly added, "This land can neither be farmed nor used for residences or graves. What use is buying it? Except for some land around the fishing village that has owners, most is government land." End of chapter. Chapter 969. Travelers of the Jianghu. An inscrutable smile crossed Lu Wenyuan's face. This island would do quite well, apart from the worrisome winters. Upon his return, he immediately made the decision to purchase the land. Sun Yuanhua was rather surprised when he learned that Master Zhao's nephew had selected this particular tract. To preserve Zhao Yingong's continuing influence after his departure, Lu Wenyuan had reluctantly agreed to be designated as a nephew through the maternal line. The ancients trusted blood relations far more than business partnerships. Zhao Yingong explained he had specifically chosen this land to test the feasibility of farming saline alkaline and sandy soil. Though Sun Yuanhua remained skeptical about Zhao Yingong's introduction of new crops, he still expressed his strong support. He recalled how, years before, when Su Guangqi had introduced sweet potatoes in Jiangnan and Tianjin, skeptics had been the majority then too, yet ultimately the endeavor had succeeded. Perhaps these 2 Guangdong men really could develop crops suited to coastal saline alkaline land. If so, it would be a tremendous merit. With Sun Yuanhua's direct patronage, Lu Wenyuan's land purchase on Qimu Island proceeded swiftly. Excluding the sand spit, the total area came to 4 square kilometers, roughly 6,000 mu of land. Lu Wenyuan ultimately secured most of the island for 320 taels, including all the hills in the northern section. Zhao Yingong had successfully embedded Father Jean-Baptiste Jinliger into the Shandong Church, and combined with Lu Wenyuan's Catholic identity, they had formed considerable influence over the congregation. With support from the Shandong Church, especially the gentry within it, the Qimu Island development plan advanced quite smoothly. Upon hearing that Master Lu enjoyed backing from Governor Sun, the Huang County magistrate proved very courteous when Lu Wenyuan came to handle procedures and file contracts. Not only did all paperwork proceed without hindrance, but the magistrate specially dispatched yamen runners to Qimu Island to maintain order. Lu Wenyuan found this somewhat unnecessary and tried to decline, but the magistrate insisted it was to intimidate troublemakers and prevent them from causing incidents at this opportunity. Lu Wenyuan had worked on construction sites during his internship in the old timeline and had witnessed gate blocking, lying prostrate before bulldozers, gang fights, and material theft, every imaginable disruption. So he agreed, though of course it still required spending money on gifts for the magistrate, the deputy, and the runners. 320 taels for the land and 80 taels in red envelopes. Corruption. Such corruption. Lu Wenyuan grumbled to himself after leaving the Huang County Yamen. Complaints were complaints, but for now the protection of the Huang County Yamen remained essential. Once Kang Yaod started making trouble, he could act as he pleased, but for the moment he still needed the local government to protect his rights as a developer. Zhao Yingong's primary assignment for him was to rapidly construct a fortified estate and build dock facilities capable of accommodating ships of at least 200 to 300 tons. As for farmland and water conservancy, just do the bare minimum. The key is ensuring Qimu Island's security. Under no circumstances can Kang Yaod be allowed to attack and capture it. He estimated that when Kang Yaod advanced, he wouldn't specifically march along the coast to the Longkou area. Historically, he had led his forces directly toward Huang County seat. However, small units might well sally forth to plunder grain and conscript civilians. Throughout history, rebel and bandit forces had all behaved this way while on the march. Small parties reaching Longkou remained possible. After all, some villages dotted the coast and Longkou had a trading market. Additionally, considering that Kang Yaod ultimately escaped by ship, if he needed to gather vessels, Longkou, where foreign merchant ships congregated, would also make a suitable target. So overall defensive requirements needn't be too demanding, but reasonable self-defense capability was still necessary. "I'm leaving Wang Qishuo for you," Zhao Yingong said. "He's a local salt smuggler and military household, very familiar with local conditions. You can use him temporarily, but remember he hasn't undergone political vetting, so don't reveal too much to him." "I understand. Anyway, I'm just a landlord fortifying myself for protection. That's all they need to know. Besides, I don't have many naturalized personnel under me to begin with." Ever since Huang An had connected with Sun Yuan, he had cultivated the relationship intensively, and it had quickly grown warmer. Using opportunities to visit friends and relatives, he came and went through the water city with increasing ease. He also brought gifts of Zhejiang local products, nothing expensive, but good for building relationships. Before long, he no longer needed to sneak in with craftsmen and laborers, but could enter and exit openly. The officers at the gates knew he was a former local garrison soldier with many acquaintances and didn't bother stopping him. Huang An not only became sworn brothers with Sun Yuan, but also recruited 7 or 8 reliable former comrades, frequently treating them to drinks. They had become something of a small clique. Any trivial matter happening inside the water city reached his ears quickly. Though most of the intelligence he gathered held no value for Zhao Yingong, successfully infiltrating Dengzhou water city and establishing a small network was a fine accomplishment. However, he would soon need to relocate to Huang County with Lu Wenyuan. Once his master departed, if his personal attendant kept appearing in Dengzhou, it would attract unwanted attention. Instructions came through Huang An's superiors for him to visit Dengzhou twice a month to keep tabs on the situation. Before leaving Shandong, Zhao Yingong also made arrangements regarding Master Daoists' refugee collection in Yizhou. The matter of receiving refugees had already gained Sun Yuanhua's tacit approval, so official obstacles weren't major concerns. The key was having sufficient grain and shelter prepared. "I just wonder how Taiwan is progressing." Zhao Yingong knew that according to schedule, the first fleet to Taiwan should be arriving at Kaohsiung within days. If refugees from Yizhou could arrive in time, they would perfectly fill the gap in the pioneer team. But he didn't know whether Master Daoists' work was proceeding smoothly. The letters he had received mentioned his current situation, danger lurking at every moment. Just as Zhao Yingong and Lu Wenyuan busied themselves preparing to receive Yizhou refugees, Master Zhang found himself in extreme peril. Despite maintaining a deliberately low profile in Yizhou and rarely proselytizing new Daoist doctrine, his presence had still drawn the attention of certain forces. Just as he was eagerly expanding his influence while awaiting missionary personnel from Lingao, a group of people had already arrived in Yizhou. The flood-ravaged land of southern Shandong stretched barren for 1,000 li. Apart from bleached bones along the roads and the occasional passing bands of refugees, Everywhere hung a deathly silence. Then hoofbeats sounded on the road. 7 or 8 riders spurred their horses past at a canter. In the oppressive heat, the riders appeared listless, wide-brimmed sun hats pulled low, reins loose, letting their horses go where they would, as if dozing in the saddle. Swords and pouches hung at their waists, clearly long-distance travelers of the Jianghu. Approaching the official road near Yizhou, signs of human activity gradually increased. Here the floodwaters had receded and commerce had somewhat recovered. The watermarks from the crest of the flood still showed on Yizhou city walls. The walls, thoroughly soaked, were now cracking and flaking under the scorching sun. Many bricks had fallen. At one point there was even a gap of several zhang in width. Above and below the walls, bricks and yellow dirt lay piled high. Though the people struggled to survive, local officials dared not relax city defenses in the slightest. In recent years, almost every major disaster had been followed by refugee uprisings. The moat outside the city, swollen by the flood, was unusually full. In a normal summer, it held only a thin trickle of water in the center, scarcely ankle-deep. East of the road outside the north gate stood a large awning selling tea, water, and flatbreads for travelers to rest and refresh themselves. Behind the awning grew a grove of lush green jujube trees, and the thick shade offered welcome coolness. On the packed earth grounds to the left and right of the awning stood 3 cart sets and 4 or 5 sedan chairs. At the hitching posts beneath the trees, a dozen or so mounts, donkeys, horses, mules, drank from a large stone trough filled with water drawn from the well. Quite a few travelers rested beneath the awning. Since they wouldn't take to the road again until the afternoon sun had declined, some who had banded together took turns napping. This close to the city, there wouldn't be bandits, but petty thieves were something officials cared nothing about. One had to look out for oneself. Losing money or provisions on the road here meant a dead end. One couldn't even beg successfully. They couldn't risk heatstroke by traveling at midday. They had to wait until the sun shifted westward and the heat eased before setting out. Under the scorching rays, heat stroke and sun death weren't rare, especially after the flood. The ground moisture steamed upward. The air was hot and humid, making it almost impossible to draw breath. It was like being trapped inside a giant steamer. When the riders reached the awning, they dismounted to rest. Their movements were remarkably coordinated. Some went to water the horses while others claimed tables and ordered the waiter to prepare tea and provisions. Though each wore a grass hat with eye gauze and coarse cloth traveling clothes, 3 of them had slender figures, obviously women. "I didn't expect such a cool spot here," one of the women remarked. Her voice was clear as silver bells, obviously a young, charming woman. She patted the dust from her clothes, removed her grass hat, then took off her green eye gauze and face-covering cloth. Her appearance, while not striking, was enough to set imaginations running. But the group's attire and weapons all proclaimed them true children of the Jianghu, ready at any moment to draw swords and spill blood. The tea shop attendant hurried over with a face full of smiles. This group was obviously not to be trifled with, so he served them with extra care. The riders varied in height and build, some old, some young, male and female, but each was spirited with a fierce air. Even the 3 women had occasional cold glints flashing in their gazes. Several timid travelers simply turned away rather than look at them, hoping to avoid bringing trouble upon themselves. These days, a dead person on the road was no different from a dead insect. "It's cool here, but on the other side of that wall is a living hell," said a middle-aged man with a local accent. "The Gruel station is south of the city. That's where all the starving people gather. Every day they carry out dozens of corpses to the cremation grounds." End of chapter. Chapter 970. Team rate. "Heaven itself is collecting souls in this tribulation," sighed an older-looking rider. "I hear Hebei and Shanxi have also erupted in chaos. Everyone eat, drink, and rest up for the road." The speaker was tall and imposing yet still quite young, no more than 24 or 25. With sword-like brows and tiger eyes, he cut a striking figure. The moment he spoke, Everyone else fell silent. Clearly he was their leader. They ordered provisions from the attendant, only flatbreads and hard buns, accompanied by pickled vegetables, garlic in sauce, and other coarse fare. No vegetables and certainly no meat. In a disaster year, even the common pancakes that local farmers usually ate had become black and coarse, adulterated with heaven knew how much ground bark and grass roots. Black, hard, and dry, not just the three women but even the other riders grimaced as they chewed, washing it down with tea. The young woman who had spoken earlier frowned as she ate. After a few bites, she simply gave up. Eat. The lead young man flashed his teeth in a smile. There's still food here. Farther ahead, who knows, we might have to eat human flesh. The words human flesh swept through the awning like a chill wind, making hair stand on end and driving away all sense of coolness. You're joking. The young woman forced a smile. The middle-aged man with the local accent spoke up. 10-odd years ago, during the local war troubles, it actually happened. They used human flesh as dumpling filling. When word got out, the local magistrate had them arrested. I hear they were sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. The young woman looked disgusted, then glanced at the food on the table. All vegetarian, so presumably no human flesh. The group stopped talking and focused on eating. The lead young man ate while watching outside the awning as though waiting for someone. After the time it takes to finish a meal, another person entered dressed like a small peddler. He surveyed the scene, then walked directly toward the two tables where the riders sat. "Pardon me, sorry to intrude." He smiled ingratiatingly at the middle-aged man with the local accent. "Such hot weather, you've all had a hard journey." Surprisingly, the middle-aged man didn't object, allowing the newcomer to sit. When the attendant approached, the peddler smiled apologetically. "Just a bowl of water, please, nothing else." A bowl of plain water was free at the tea stall, though naturally the attendant showed no pleasant face for it. A large, coarse, black-glazed bowl filled with water was brought over. The peddler thanked him profusely, pulled a watu bun black as mud from his pocket, and ate it with the water. Doing business outside in this scorching heat, such hardship. "If I don't work a day, I don't eat a day," the peddler replied. "Yizhou is a dead zone right now. What kind of business can you possibly do here?" The middle-aged man sneered. "A tiny capital and profit business, too embarrassing to mention," the peddler said with a fawning smile. "I get by through diligent legwork." As he spoke, his chopsticks traced a symbol on the table. Something flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. He glanced at the lead young man, who nodded. The middle-aged man immediately laughed heartily. "You say you're getting by, yet you can't even afford tea." He picked up the teapot and filled the peddler's bowl. "Thank you for your kindness, sir." The peddler smiled, raised the tea bowl, and washed down the black bun in a few gulps. He expressed his thanks, rose, and departed. The peddler followed the official road onward. After 2 or 3 li, he turned onto a side path and sat down in a small grove, fanning himself with his straw hat. Before long, the riders from the tea stall followed his trail. Neither party spoke. The peddler led the way on foot, his steps light and swift, quickly guiding them to an ordinary farmhouse courtyard. Before he could knock, the gate swung open of its own accord. The small courtyard was extremely secluded, trees on 3 sides, a small river on the 4th. Beyond the trees stretched open fields. The place was completely invisible from the main road. Once the summer crops grew tall, it would be virtually swallowed up in green. The riders entered the courtyard. Inside stood a very ordinary farmhouse. 3 low rooms with thatched roofs, rammed earth walls, straw and farm tools scattered about, a stone mill in the corner. To all appearances, this was a middling peasant household, but appearances deceived. "Please come inside." The peddler knocked lightly at the door a few times before speaking. Once inside, they discovered these small buildings, outwardly shabby as worn cotton, were inwardly appointed like a wealthy household's home. The so-called mud walls, broken bricks, and thatched roof were merely facades designed to fool the eye. The floor inside sat lower than outside, so the space didn't feel oppressive. Not only was the decor luxurious, but every piece of furniture and ornament was exquisite. On the central redwood table, 2 tables worth of fine dishes had already been laid out, with several maidservants pouring drinks. More impressive still, large blocks of ice occupied the center of the room, emitting white vapor. Coming in from the blazing sun, everyone immediately felt the delicious relief of coolness. "A modest spread, please don't take offense." The peddler smiled. "Have some food and wine and rest a bit. The altar chief will come to meet you shortly." With that he slipped away and vanished. "Everyone sit," the lead young man gestured to the group, acting more like a host than a guest. "Come, come, sit down, don't be polite, eat. Those dry pancakes on the road were ruining my teeth. Come, pour tea for everyone." The group seated themselves. The young woman eyed the meat dishes with some hesitation. The lead young man laughed, picked up a piece of meat and popped it into his mouth. "Don't worry, this is premium yellow beef." The middle-aged man said quietly, "We just eat like this. It's fine." The young man nodded. "Just don't drink the wine." They had eaten only coarse provisions along the way, barely enough to fill their stomachs. Now, with such a sumptuous banquet before them, everyone ate heartily, like wind sweeping away clouds. In moments, everything was cleared. The dishes were certainly delicious, but to prepare such a feast in this disaster-stricken wasteland demonstrated the host's resources and capability quite clearly. After the meal, the peddler returned silently to the hall. "The altar chief has arrived and is waiting for you, sir." "Good. The altar chief will see only you, sir," the peddler said with an apologetic smile. "Please understand." "No problem." The lead young man nodded. "Lead the way." The peddler brought him to a side door, knocked, and pushed it open. Inside was another elegantly appointed room. Someone already waited there. Unremarkable in appearance, around 40 years of age, his face bore an unfathomable, sinister, intimidating aura. Beside him stood a young girl in red, her hair worn in maiden style, a long sword strapped to her back. On either side stood 8 burly men arranged like stars surrounding the moon. "This is the soul-searching sword Min Jianlian," the peddler reported respectfully. "Oh," the middle-aged man's gaze swept over the visitor. "Long have I heard the name." Min Jianlian nodded casually. "No need for courtesy." He showed no intention of bowing in greeting. "Impudent," the red-clad girl scolded. "You stand before the venerable one and don't pay respects." Min Jianlian smirked, seated himself in the guest chair without a word, and addressed the middle-aged man. "You summoned me here, what exactly needs doing? Which deity is the target?" Seeing herself ignored, the red-clad girl stepped forward, but a look from the middle-aged man stopped her. "Young man, you have quite the nerve. But nerve and arrogance are only a hair apart." The middle-aged man spoke with forced composure. "Our sect is in need of talent, so this humble seat won't quibble over small matters with you." Min Jianlian's expression turned impatient. "Just tell me, old man, who do you want killed? If you keep saying useless things like this, how can I give you a quote? In our line of work, time is money. I can't just sit here chatting with you. Please understand." Anger flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, but they were currently in need of talent. This Min Jianlian, nicknamed Soul-Searching Sword throughout the Jianghu, was a famous assassin whose starting price was 100 taels per life. His movements were unpredictable and his work prolific. Hiring him wasn't easy. "It's this person." At his signal, someone brought a scroll. Rendered in plain brushwork, it was a half-body portrait of Master Daoists, a Daoist priest. "Correct. His lay surname is Zhang, his Daoist name is Daoists," the middle-aged man said. "He came from Jiangnan, but his accent is strange. We don't know exactly where he's from." Min Jianlian nodded to show he understood. He asked, "Where is this person now?" The middle-aged man told him about the Daoist temple where Daoists was staying. "I've already had people watching him. We know his movements every day." "Good. Now let's talk business," Min Jianlian said. 100 taels per life. I'll pay 100 taels. HMPH, that's the base price. How much this person's life is actually worth, I'll know after my people take a look." Min Jianlian chuckled. "Killing a farmer and killing a Jianghu master are both 100 taels. Wouldn't I be taking a big loss? He's just a Daoist priest with some medical skills. If it were that simple, why would you need to hire me? Don't you have your own desperate killers?" Ming Jianlian sneered. People who came to him to buy lives had either underestimated their target or didn't want to show themselves. The assassination target was never a simple person. In the Jianghu, monks and Daoists were generally not people to trifle with. The other side wielded considerable power in southern Shandong, yet had summoned him from afar. This so-called Master Zhang was definitely no ordinary man. "Fine, how much do you want? I told you I'll calculate after my people take a look," Ming Jianlian said. "However, starting from this moment I'm charging fees." "What? Charging before the job's done?" The middle-aged man finally couldn't help protesting. "Of course. My men also need to eat and drink, they can't serve on empty stomachs." Ming Jianlian smiled. "My brothers all have special abilities, I need their assistance when I work. Starting now, 7 taels and 3 Cayenne silver per day, calculated daily, charged daily." End of chapter. Chapter 971. The Daoists' Crisis. "You're simply making up prices as you go." The red-clad girl voiced her objection again. Ming Jianlian sneered. "What, does your sect have no rules of rank and precedence at all?" The remark cut deep and provoked outrage. Resentment showed in the middle-aged man's eyes. But the red-clad girl was no ordinary subordinate. She was a guardian envoy dispatched from the Shandong main altar. Though young and lower in position than him, she wasn't someone he could casually scold. "This humble seat agrees to these terms." He nodded. "And daily meals," Ming Jianlian added. "There's practically nothing fit for human consumption in this region. You'll also have to provide vegetables, meat, wine, and tea." "Agreed." The middle-aged man signaled, and someone brought over a voucher booklet. "This is a voucher for the Wang family inn on County Street in the city. A courtyard has been prepared for you. All food and expenses go on the voucher." "Efficient work." Ming Jianlian expressed satisfaction. "If I need to contact you, how do I reach you?" "Draw a symbol behind the Wang family inn and someone will meet you," the middle-aged man said. "You won't see this humble seat again. Future contacts will be through this envoy here." That afternoon, Ming Jianlian's team arrived in full at the Wang family inn. When they showed the voucher, the attendant welcomed them in without a word, hurrying to serve tea and water. Once tea was ready, as if on command, all the staff simultaneously withdrew from the courtyard. But Ming Jianlian's people didn't bother washing up or changing clothes. They first inspected every room and corner for anything suspicious. Before long, the middle-aged man with the local accent returned. "It's not a black inn," he said quietly. "Definitely an established place." "I just went around back. The proprietor's family are also believers." Ming Jianlian nodded. "As I expected." The middle-aged man he had brought was a native of southern Shandong, intimately familiar with local conditions. Ming Jianlian had specifically hired him after accepting this job. The man had mixed in underworld circles for years and possessed extensive Jianghu experience. After he withdrew, the oldest rider, whom Ming Jianlian respectfully called Uncle He, came to report that everything was settled. Warning signals had been set at doors, windows, and eaves. Uncle He was Ming Jianlian's steward, specifically responsible for the team's food, lodging, and travel. Given the heavy responsibility, he counted among Ming Jianlian's most trusted confidants. "Those not on duty should rest in shifts starting now. Send the scouts out to gather information," Ming Jianlian instructed. "We need to get a good look at what kind of deity this Master Dao truly is." The scouts were 3 unremarkable-looking individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. All were the type who left no impression at a glance. They excelled at disguise and transformation, capable of passing in any social circle. "Yes," Uncle He acknowledged, then said quietly, "I wonder if the food and drink here can be trusted." "Should be no problem." Ming Jianlian kept his voice low. "There's no grudge between us. They've paid money to hire us for a killing. Why would they harm us first?" "Still better to be careful," Uncle He insisted. "These White Lotus sect remnants are said to practice sorcery. We should guard against them drugging us or casting spells." Ming Jianlian chuckled. "Uncle He, you worry too much. It's true they can perform some tricks, but no great undertaking in history has ever succeeded through magic. Never mind Su Hongru, who failed just 10 years ago. Consider Zhang Ju, whose powers made even the Han court prostrate in admiration. When he launched his rebellion, millions of yellow turbans rose like the wind, yet he still lost. The more you fear their mischief, the more power you give it. Treat the strange as ordinary and the strange defeats itself. Just as he was speaking, someone reported, a visitor had come to call. Show them in. Ming Dynasty nodded. No doubt this was an envoy from the sect bearing fresh information. The visitor was indeed a sect envoy, the red-clad girl from earlier. But now, to avoid drawing attention, she had changed into a black cloak. What news does the young lady bring? The man you're dealing with goes to the gruel station every day to give medicine and treat patients. Without pleasantries or titles, the girl spoke coldly and directly. The altar chief wants you to kill him in the most bizarre manner possible. When it comes to bizarre methods, we ordinary mortals probably lack that level of skill. Ming Dynasty smiled. Surely your sect's various arcane arts would be more suitable. Isn't that what you called trickery? The girl showed her teeth in a smile. Can't accomplish anything great. Ming Dynasty instantly went on guard. Those words had been spoken barely a cup of tea ago. His men had set up secret lookouts all around the front and back. There were no hidden chambers or tunnels here. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to have concealed themselves and eavesdropped. Yet this woman had somehow heard. This matter is difficult. HMPH. You just want money, don't you? The girl sneered. The Ma estate master of King Cheng Mountain. His entire family died suicidally, possessed by evil spirits. Wasn't that your work? Add 50 taels, and he must die spectacularly. Divine retribution. Zhang Yingchen still didn't know someone wanted to divinely execute him. Though suspicious figures had been watching and trailing him, he felt he hadn't done anything to provoke anyone. Whoever they were, they shouldn't go so far as to actually kill him. He had considered the possibility that some local secret society might want him dead out of competitive impulse. This was always possible. The secret societies in Shandong were complex and numerous. The major ones included the Wenxiang sect and the Luo sect. As for various offshoots and secret organizations, the varieties were countless. The Wenxiang sect was famous and the most powerful. Su Hongru of the White Lotus sect had been a disciple of Wang Sen, the Wenxiang sect leader from Yizhou and Zhili. The White Lotus sect had operated in Shandong for over 20 years, boasting more than 2 million followers, deeply rooted with enormous influence. Though their Tianqi Year 2 uprising had failed and the White Lotus sect had suffered devastating blows in Shandong, the remnants retained their strength, continuing to hide and bide their time. In Chang'an Year 2, they had attacked Leizhou. That same year, the remnant leader Zhu Bingnan had also assaulted the government in Suzhou, Henan. As for the Luo sect, it was indigenous. Its founder, Luo Qing, was a Shandong native. It wielded considerable influence among the canal transport troops, and its offshoots were legion. From his readings of historical materials, Zhang Yingchen knew that among the larger sects active in Shandong during the late Ming, the Luo sect, Wenxiang sect, Hengyang sect, Huangshan sect, and Yizhou sect. The Hengyang sect promoted prophecies of the Red Sheep tribulation, claimed descent from the Luo sect, and preferred to cultivate upper-class connections. The Yizhou sect resembled a more shamanized form of Taoism and had always proclaimed non-participation in rebellions. It was the Huangshan sect, founded by Tiger Eye meditation master Li Bin during the Jiajing reign, that maintained close connections to Li Chuang in the late Ming. During their missionary activities, they had widely spread the 18 Sun prophecy on Li Chuang's behalf. Who might want me dead? This question had preoccupied Zhang Yingchen of late. He currently had more information and more timely updates on the Luo sect, as there were some former Luo sect believers in the Shandong Catholic Church. Apparently they had somehow confused Catholic veneration of the Virgin Mary with Wusheng Leiamu worship. Through them, Lu Wenyuan could obtain much information to convey to him, but this hadn't improved his situation in the slightest. 3 beggars kept watch at the front and back gates of the Daoist temple every day. Whenever he went out, he could feel someone following him. No matter where he went, he encountered men and women, old and young, secretly trailing and observing him. Several nights he had been awakened by extremely faint footsteps on the roof. Zhang Yingchen was deeply alarmed. Clearly his status in the enemy's estimation had risen considerably. Very likely, an operation targeting him was being planned. He didn't know what his opponents intended. If they wanted his life, they could take it at any time. Their restraint clearly betrayed an intention to force him to leave. Zhang Yingchen ultimately lacked the resolve to martyr himself at any moment. While desperately hoping his requested bodyguards would arrive soon, he also had to seriously consider leaving this place. But his missionary personnel hadn't arrived yet. If he simply departed, all the painstaking effort he had invested in treating and saving people these past days would be completely wasted. He couldn't bear it. One day, having just returned from the Gruel station, he saw a sedan chair stopped at the Daoist temple gate. Minking and several men dressed as servants were waiting for him. It turned out there was a large estate called Dadianjiang north of the city, where a gentry member named Zhuang resided. He had formerly been an official in the capital and had just retired to his hometown. The county magistrate and local gentry had recently paid him visits, hoping he would assist with disaster relief. But unexpectedly, shortly after returning home, Master Zhuang had contracted the seasonal epidemic and was bedridden. His family had heard of Zhang Yingchen's renowned medical skills and sent for him. Hearing that gentry were summoning him, Zhang Yingchen's spirits rose. Treating patients at a gentry household meant at least a few days of good food and drink. The days of living in a broken temple, eating black flatbreads, and drinking bitter water could finally ease up somewhat. Besides, staying in the gentry's fortified compound would also prove safer than here. He gathered his medicines, took his disciples, and went. Arriving at the Zhuang household in Dadianjiang and examining the patient, he found that Master Zhuang had merely suffered from summer heat combined with careless eating, causing incessant diarrhea. He was showing signs of dehydration and had gradually become unable to keep down food or water. For Zhang Yingchen, this presented no serious difficulty. He had seen many such cases recently and had developed a complete, effective treatment protocol. With his miracle medicine, the cure rate was practically 100%. Thus Zhang Yingchen once again found himself enjoying VIP treatment. Though he had grown accustomed to patients' reverence and preferential consideration, in this place, reverence from the wealthy proved far more practical than reverence from starving refugees. Zhang Yingchen found this estate much better than the broken Daoist temple, only 3 or 4 li from the city, convenient for going to the Gruel station, and the surrounding area for treatment and preaching. Dadianjiang was also a fortified compound. Strangers couldn't simply wander in. At the very least, his chances of having his head severed while sleeping were much reduced. He then produced various additional symptoms that alarmed Master Zhuang and his family. In short, Master Zhuang's illness required long-term treatment, or it would easily recur. Thus the Daoist master naturally settled into residence at Master Zhuang's invitation and the family's earnest entreaties. However, he kept the broken temple rented, just in case. End of chapter. Chapter 972. Inside and outside the estate summer brought frequent thunderstorms. The morning sky had been clear and cloudless, but after noon it gradually darkened. Black clouds massed along the horizon, and wind carrying the smell of sun-baked earth grew fiercer by the moment, bearing a whiff of rain. A major storm was clearly imminent. Min Zhanlian stood in the courtyard with hands clasped behind his back, watching the roiling black clouds along the horizon and the faint flashes of lightning. He seemed lost in contemplation. 3 dark figures appeared silently behind him. "Speak. Your subordinates have confirmed that Daoist Zhang is staying at the Zhuang household in Dadianjiang. The Zhuangs are local gentry. The head of the household is Zhuang Qian, who recently retired from the capital and returned home. The Daoist Zhang went to treat Zhuang Qian's illness. Though the illness is mostly cured now, He's been staying with his disciples at the Zhuang residence under the pretext that the patient needs further convalescence. The Zhuang family treats him with great courtesy. The Daoist has also been cultivating goodwill inside. Everyone high and low calls him a living immortal. He appears to plan on staying long-term. Ming Jianlian listened in silence. Finally he asked, "If we need to go in and kill him, can it be done?" All three answered in unison, "It cannot. Dengzhou is a fortified compound. There are over 300 militiamen inside, with 4 martial arts instructors hired, all skilled with spear, staff, and bow. Entering the Zhuang residence requires passing through 2 rings of fortifications, each guarded by militia and retainers, day and night watches, extremely strict security. Merely infiltrating a target's residence to carry out an assassination posed no great difficulty for Ming Jianlian. But with the target residing inside a rural stronghold's fortified compound, penetration became far harder than breaking into an ordinary residence, even the grand mansions of high officials or wealthy gentry. So-called grand mansions meant slightly higher walls and larger buildings, but their defensive capability remained relatively weak. Besides a few courtyard guards patrolling and night watchmen making rounds along the walls, there was little else. With Ming Jianlian's skills, subduing or evading a few guards and watchmen presented no difficulty, but a fortified compound was essentially a miniature castle. No matter how skilled a Jianghu master, once the gates were sealed, there was nothing to be done. Though Ming Jianlian was young, he had spent many years in the Jianghu. No matter how important a figure in the Jianghu, none would openly draw blades and fight in a city in broad daylight. As for the many so-called expert cat burglars and bandits, if they were a step too slow in fleeing, and the city gates closed with them trapped inside, they would fall into the hands of soldiers and constables. Once a fortified compound closed its gates at night, lanterns and torches blazed along the walls while militiamen patrolled in groups. Finding an opportunity to subdue them secretly proved exceedingly difficult. Even the most skilled cat burglars might fail to infiltrate successfully. 300 regularly drilled militiamen and retainers, all equipped with long spears and powerful bows. If the alarm was raised and fighting broke out, even with all of Ming Jianlian's team, even if you gathered the most famous heroes and devils of the Jianghu together, they might not prove a match for the militia. Of course, if they absolutely had to try, it wasn't impossible, but people would probably die in the attempt. Ming Jianlian knew his subordinates well. Like him, they prioritized caution in everything. Killing was for money. If you died, no amount of silver would help. Ming Jianlian mused. This was truly difficult. Solutions existed, of course. The simplest would be to send a message claiming a wealthy household in the city had a medical emergency requiring his presence. They could intercept and kill him en route. The problem was that this approach lacked the element of divine retribution. Ming Jianlian had prepared several divine retribution methods for sending Master Daoists on his way, but none could be implemented on a main road. Simply killing him wouldn't meet the client's requirements. Receiving less payment was one thing, but the blow to his reputation would be significant. I need more detailed information. Where exactly does he stay? What's the environment like? What time does he usually wake and sleep? What items does he carry? This subordinate cannot accomplish that. Oh, Ming Jianlian was taken aback. His 3 scouts had cooperated with him for years. He rarely heard them say cannot. Why? Dengzhou doesn't permit strangers inside. Entry requires a local guarantor. To stay overnight requires 3 households to jointly guarantee. Because southern Shandong had suffered constant natural and man-made disasters in recent years, every fortified compound maintained vigilance far stricter than county or prefectural cities. The information they had gathered so far had all come from the market streets outside the compound. Details about the internal workings of the Zhuang household within Dengzhou remained very difficult to obtain. Wanting to enter Dengzhou, whether openly or by stealth, presented enormous difficulties for the scouts without an inside contact. They didn't even know which direction the Zhuang residence's main gate faced. Go for now. Continue gathering information. Yes. The three shadows vanished from beneath the eaves in an instant. Ming Dynasty stood silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I didn't draw any talismans or chant any incantations. How did you just appear? I'm not some little demon seeing you at your wit's end. How could I not come? A sweet voice echoed through the courtyard, mingling with the rolling thunder and wind from the sky, unspeakably eerie. Ming Dynasty said, You've given us a difficult problem. He smiled bitterly. Taking advantage of us being on unfamiliar ground. This kind of thing is child's play for our sect. The girl's voice seemed to orbit around the courtyard, making it impossible to pinpoint her location. Ming Dynasty immediately grew alert. Though he knew she was merely showing off and probably meant him no harm, he still gripped his sword hilt, ready to draw at any moment. Don't be nervous. A giggle rang out again. Our sect has much use for your services. Zhang Yingchen glanced out the window at the courtyard. Minking and the two young apprentices were outside collecting drying medicinal materials. The air carried the smell of an imminent storm. Near and far, voices could be heard calling, Rain's coming, lower the shutters, and pack things up. He touched the satchel on his body and strolled into the courtyard. He called to Minking, I'm going to take Master Zhuang's pulse at the main house now. You and your junior brothers finish packing up and go inside. Don't wander around. After giving these instructions, he made his way toward the main house through the corridor. Since arriving at the Zhuang household in Dadianjiang, he felt much more at ease. At least he slept more soundly at night. But he wasn't entirely without worries, and had made certain emergency preparations with items at hand. Zhang Yingchen had brought an emergency kit to southern Shandong, a standardized configuration developed after multiple reviews. A small nylon waterproof bag containing backup ammunition for the pistol, 1 magazine, 24 rounds, 1 offensive grenade, 2 handheld flare launchers produced in Lingao, 1 dose of coca leaf extracted energy stimulant, and a cigarette box-sized waterproof medicine case. Inside were penicillin V potassium tablets, norfloxacin, diphenhydramine, acetaminophen, nitroglycerin, domperidone, potassium permanganate, gauze, bandages, a surgical scalpel, and needle and thread. In the nylon bag's hidden compartment was also a gold leaf, as emergency funds. The small bag and his pistol the Daoist usually carried on his person. Beneath his Daoist robes they remained invisible. At night he placed them under his pillow. If anything happened, he could flee at a moment's notice. As Zhang Yingchen walked, he didn't go directly to the main house. Coming from the 21st century, he naturally understood the importance of the mass line. Besides, he wanted to proselytize. In addition to the upper-class approach, the mass line held equal importance. So every time he went to check Master Zhuang's pulse or had free time, he would stop by the back courtyard, the main kitchen, and the servants' quarters to chat with the Zhuang household staff. He treated anyone who was ill, without charging for medicine. The Zhuang servants deeply appreciated his humble, unpretentious manner, all declaring him a true man of religion. Arriving at the back courtyard, he saw many items piled in the yard, pots and pans, various scoops and knives. Zhang Yingchen, with his traditional medicine background, recognized these as equipment from an apothecary shop. There was also a long rectangular iron cage, evidently quite old, spotted with rust. Several servants were scrubbing it clean. Seeing him approach, they stopped their work to greet him. What is this? Zhang Yingchen asked, curious. Master Daoist, this was used for raising deer at the old pharmacy, an elderly servant explained. Look, there are also smaller cages over there for pangolins, black-bone chickens, and the like. It turned out the Zhuang family had once run a sizable pharmacy in Yizhou City. When the pharmacy closed, these items became useless and had been stored in the back courtyard. Then why bring them out now? That's because of your good merit, sir, said a middle-aged servant. Ever since you cured the master's illness and advised him about charitable medicine distribution, The master said that with the constant floods and droughts locally, the common people are all suffering from epidemics. Rather than just distributing medicine, why not open a pharmacy to help all living beings? So he ordered us to bring out all this equipment. Master Zhuang is truly a man of great virtue. Zhang Yingchen immediately placed a tall hat on Zhuang Kaiyan. Indeed he is. The elderly servant nodded. With the master opening a pharmacy for the benefit of all, we servants also benefit. The master has already promised my fourth grandson a position as a shop clerk. Otherwise, that idle fellow, finding no work at home, would just be eating his parents' food for nothing. Zhang Yingchen recalled that he had indeed discussed charitable medicine distribution with Master Zhuang a few days earlier. In truth, he had been subtly promoting new Daoist ideas to him over these days, gradually instilling doctrine. Based on what he understood, without the support and protection of local gentry in this area, proselytizing would prove virtually impossible. Originally, his advice to Master Zhuang about distributing medicine had actually been intended to help establish Runchitang's reputation. Now, if Zhuang wished to open a pharmacy, all the better. Using the various effective prepared medicines that Runchitang controlled, he had no worry about gaining control of this new establishment. If he could completely win over Master Zhuang and make him a backbone of new Taoism locally, the entire Dadianjiang fortified compound would become new Taoism's battle fortress in the Yizhou area. He would no longer need to worry about attacks from other forces. He could even utilize local human resources for missionary work. Local believers would at least have more suitable accents than the people he had brought from Qiongshan. End of chapter. Chapter 973. The Zhuang family's nephews before the several masters and young masters of the Zhuang household. Zhang Yingchen exercised even greater caution. He never mentioned his powers and avoided doctrinal matters entirely. Only when directly questioned would he briefly discuss some principles of his new Taoism. Zhang Yingchen understood that when dealing with such gentry and scholars, one couldn't rely on a few demonstrations of powers to convince them to convert, as one might with common folk. Traditional Chinese intellectuals, following Confucius's example of refusing to speak of the strange, the supernatural, or divine beings, could be considered a kind of atheist in practice. Therefore, when proselytizing to Zhuang Kaiyan and others, he never forced the issue. Instead, he discussed matters as one would discuss scholarship, treating their questions with an exploratory attitude. This approach indeed earned him the respect of the Zhuang family's several masters. Moreover, the new Taoist system he had developed genuinely possessed some outstanding qualities. When Zhang Yingchen had been developing this system back in Lingao, he had understood clearly that for his new Taoism to carve out a path among the many folk religions proliferating in the late Ming, and furthermore to absorb and incorporate the northern and southern sects of orthodox Taoism, mature religious thought and scriptures were essential. Even the Nanwuyang sect, he had just contended with, possessed two scriptures of its own. As for those folk secret societies that jumbled Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism with popular legends, though they had the advantage of accessibility for lower-class audiences, in the eyes of middle and upper-class elites they appeared vulgar and shallow, inspiring contempt. Though the elites feared the secret society's power and sorcery, they still looked down on them. So when Zhang Yingchen had originally developed his new Taoist system, he had tried to use concepts from the existing Taoist system, drawing heavily on scriptures from the Daoism, though with certain alterations. Taking the Celestial Master's tradition as the foundation, he had incorporated doctrines from the Quanzhen school and other sects, and even introduced some concepts from modern scientific theory. Of course, for now he couldn't yet remove his mystical mask. He still needed it for protection. Throughout Yizhou, his reputation had suddenly grown enormously, or rather, previously he had merely been a good person, but now he had abruptly become a true one. All sorts of rumors about Zhang Yingchen's boundless powers began spreading wildly, Besides the refugees, people from far and near with sick family members converged on Dadianjiang. The sudden good fortune caught him off guard, yet this favorable situation was too good for Zhang Yingchen to abandon. Now was exactly the right time to win hearts and build faith. He gathered his spirits and continued seeing patients half the day, every day. His original stock of medicines was essentially exhausted. Besides sending word to Linking requesting they telegraph headquarters to urgently ship medicines from Guangdong, he relied mainly on materials that could be purchased locally. Not only were all three disciples fully occupied preparing medicines, but many Zhuang household servants also helped out. All medicine expenses were covered by the Zhuangs. He increasingly sensed the family's attitude toward him changing. From Linking came the personal files on the Zhuang family that he had requested from the Grand Library. It turned out the Zhuang family's various masters and young masters were quite remarkable. He discovered that Zhuang Qian's decision to voluntarily retire shortly after leading troops to defend the capital in Chang'an Year 2 was connected to the political climate at court. In the early Chang'an years, the purging of eunuch party remnants had proceeded quite vigorously. This man, during his career as an official, had once built a shrine for Wei Zhongxian. Even if he wasn't a member of the eunuch party, he must have had some connection to it. Obviously, despite having a decent reputation as an official and demonstrating willingness to lead troops in defense of the realm during a crisis, this historical stain had forced him to withdraw from court voluntarily. No wonder he never speaks of court affairs in daily conversation, nor about his experiences as an official. So that's what it was. Zhang Yingchen understood. He had historical problems, so naturally he had to be very careful with his words after retirement, especially since he had heard that Dongcheng and the Jianhui had recently become more active. Another person who piqued his interest was Zhuang Zheng, styled Daoists, who was Zhuang Qian's cousin. After the fall of the Ming, this man had gathered tens of thousands of followers and occupied Jiuxian Mountain in Zhejiang to resist the Qing. After failing, he had infiltrated Beijing alone, planning to assassinate high Manchu officials. He had even attempted to assassinate Dorgan. Though unsuccessfully, he had managed to escape, demonstrating impressive skills and quick thinking. This man is too legendary. I really must get to know him. Zhang Yingchen was deeply interested. Unfortunately, this Marshal Ziyukai had been appointed Liuku garrison commander due to military merit during the Tianqi reign and was not presently at home. Zhang Yingchen suspected this Marshal Ziyukai likely had prior connections with local forces at Jiuxian Mountain in Zhejiang. Otherwise, it was hard to imagine an outsider unfamiliar with the local terrain easily gathering tens of thousands of people to rebel on a mountaintop. The specifics warranted investigation. He burned the secret letter, watching the gray-black paper ash completely disintegrate in the brazier before standing and dusting off his robes. Outside the sun blazed, but inside the room large blocks of ice had been placed, emitting white vapor. For Yizhou, this was quite good treatment. Of course, it was rather inferior compared to the gentry household in Jiangnan where he had helped compound great elixirs. Zhang Yingchen strolled to the veranda, about to check on his three disciples' medicine preparation, when a servant came to summon him to the main house. Zhang Yingchen visited the main house often, but this time, unexpectedly, the servant didn't lead him inside. He was taken aback and quietly gripped the pistol at his waist. "True one, please forgive my presumption," the servant smiled apologetically. "Just now it wasn't actually Master Zhuang who invited you. It was the young master from the second master's branch who wished to see you. He was afraid you might not be willing to see him. All beings are equal. Why would this poor Daoist not be willing to see him?" Zhang Yingchen smiled and relaxed. "How gracious of you, true one," the servant said with a flattering smile. "It's like this, our young master Yongling is only 11 years old." "I see," Zhang Yingchen nodded. "No matter, ambition knows no age. Gan Luo became prime minister at 12. Your young master is surely a great talent as well. Some have indeed said so. Seeing Zhang Yingchen had no objections, the servant was delighted. His 200 copper cash reward was secured. He immediately led him to a small courtyard. Zhang Yingchen observed that flowers and trees flourished here amid elegant surroundings. The main hall was arranged with a desk and a tablet for Confucius. Clearly this was the Zhuang family's study, where the young members pursued their education. He recalled that the Zhuang family's children and nephews were also quite distinguished. Several were ziyukai or tribute students, and later participated in anti-Qing movements, all the type who could handle both pen and sword. This young master Yangling was probably Zhuang Yangling, Zhuang Qian's nephew. According to the files, he was born in 1620, making him exactly 11 now. This Zhuang Yangling, styled Danian, courtesy named Fulai, would later pass the Shunjia Year 18 Jinchi examination, becoming the Zhuang clan's second Jinchi. Clearly this was a born scholar. Why did he suddenly want to see him? Just as he was thinking, 3 youths around 10 years old emerged to greet him. All were about a dozen years old, with handsome and spirited features. Their clothing was only slightly finer cotton cloth, very typical attire for gentry sons of a farming and studying household. The Daoist master's heart stirred. He raised his hands in greeting. "True one," the youth looked delighted. "I never expected you would actually come. Please forgive my presumption in sending an invitation under false pretenses." "Why would this poor Daoist not come?" Zhang Yingchen smiled warmly and sincerely. "Please come inside and take the seat of honor." Zhang Yingchen was led to the east warm chamber of the study. Since it was summer, the window shutters had been removed and green window gauze was pasted over the openings. Reflected through it, the thick shade of the courtyard trees created a very cool atmosphere. Entering the room, they exchanged formal greetings again. Zhang Yingchen knew that Shandong scholars, influenced by the Kang family, were fond of elaborate ceremony even if their property was modest. Ritual never offends, so he went along with all the mutual courtesies. Finally settling into seats and receiving tea from the study boy, Zhang Yingchen could breathe a sigh of relief. Such elaborate ceremony was truly exhausting. The 3 youths looked at each other but didn't speak. Zhang Yingchen found this rather strange. After a long while, Zhuang Yangling finally said haltingly, "True one, we heard from the servants. They said you were bathed in thunderfire in the courtyard, yet suffered not the slightest harm." Zhang Yingchen listened while stroking his beard with a smile, thinking, so that's what this is about. Young people were indeed curious and bold. Seeing his expression showed no displeasure, several of them immediately grew bolder and began asking questions all at once. "True one, were you undergoing a tribulation that night? After passing the tribulation, shouldn't one ascend to heaven in broad daylight? Can you ride clouds and mist, true one? True one, how can one be unharmed when thunderfire strikes? Every summer, people and cattle are struck dead by lightning." Zhang Yingchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These were supposedly scholars, yet he also found them quite endearing. Young people still retained their natural curiosity about everything, which was far more appealing than adults who pretended to understand what they didn't while affecting airs of composure. He pondered for a moment, choosing not to answer their questions directly, but said, "Do you know how the thunderfire in the sky comes about?" This question stumped them. They were scholars who didn't believe tales of Thunder Duke and Lightning Mother, but neither Confucius, Mencius, nor any previous sage had addressed this matter. The 3 looked at each other in confusion. Zhuang Yangling's eyes lit up. He asked, "Could it be that the true one knows?" Zhang Yingchen nodded. "If this poor Daoist did not know, how could he bathe in thunder unharmed?" Zhuang Yangling shot to his feet and bowed. "I humbly beseech the true one to teach me." Zhang Yingchen smiled but didn't answer. Zhuang Yangling was somewhat disappointed. He suddenly realized this matter must be a great secret of this true one. Learning it wouldn't come easily. Children of official families were either naive about the ways of the world or highly sophisticated. Zhuang Yangling was the latter. He thought, if this were an ordinary Daoist, he would probably just be looking for money, which would be simple. But since arriving at the residence, this Master Zhang had never taken a single coin from the household. He treated patients without charge and even gave away medicine for free. Clearly he wasn't after money. He composed an expression of utmost sincerity. "This junior is foolish. I humbly ask the True One to enlighten me." End of chapter. Chapter 974, Counterattack Science Education. This was the forte of dispatched personnel. Every person received science education training before deployment. As for teaching materials, they were mostly drawn from popular science books from the old timeline, primarily written in the 1950s and 60s. The Grand Library researchers believed that the scientific literacy of the general public in that era was only slightly higher than Ming commoners, making those materials most appropriate. As for 100,000 Ys and similar works, those required at least elementary school-level readers to comprehend. He began by explaining why it rained, discussing water evaporation, cloud formation, and water condensation. Then he moved to positive and negative electrical charges in clouds, and finally explained how lightning formed. This explanation was easy to grasp without being condescending, and it captivated Zhuang Yongling and the others, who had never before encountered natural science. Rain and thunder, clouds in the sky, these were the most ordinary everyday phenomena. People rarely stopped to consider why things are this way. Young people brimmed with curiosity, yet these principles couldn't be found in books. Folk tradition spoke of Thunder Duke and Lightning Mother, but scholars generally dismissed such tales. Zhang Yingchen's explanations were a revelation to them, quite novel, though there was much they couldn't fully understand or found puzzling. The moment he paused, Zhuang Yongling and the others eagerly threw out questions. Why does water evaporate? How can matter change form? Where does the electrical charge in clouds come from? Zhang Yingchen thought, good heavens, they've leapt straight to the microscopic level, truly worthy of a future Jinqi's foundations. Fortunately, the researchers had also discussed how to answer such questions, ultimately deciding to cite some ancient Chinese scholarship, particularly Mohist philosophy. Of course, whether Mozi's concept of Duan amounted to atomic theory was itself debated in academia. The Grand Library researchers had merely borrowed it for localization. This theory was ultimately too profound. For children of only about 10 who had only been exposed to the 13 classics, it proved rather difficult to digest. But clearly this theory had opened their eyes. Zhuang Yongling's face was full of excitement. The True One is truly brilliant, he spoke with admiration. Having the True One at our estate is truly our good fortune. This student wishes to seek the True One's guidance morning and evening. Why not? Zhang Yingchen thought. Corrupting you would be even better. Corrupting your fathers and uncles proves difficult, but corrupting you, this True One is quite confident about that. He smiled broadly and agreed. Zhang Yingchen then produced a small science pamphlet from his robe, newly delivered from the Linking Qiwei station, a new compilation by the Grand Library titled Small Notes on Investigating Things. It contained bits of knowledge about astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, and geography, intended for distribution as a kind of introductory science primer. A batch had recently been printed in Hangzhou. This is a rare book from overseas. You should treasure it and study it carefully. Thank you, True One. The moment Zhuang Yongling received it, all three youths couldn't wait to huddle together and begin reading. In a farmhouse outside Yizhou City, the main heads of the Nanwuliang sect in this region had all gathered, every face showing expressions of grief for fallen comrades or perhaps impending doom. The guardian Envoy who had descended upon the Yizhou branch altar like a fairy had vanished. Rumor had it she had been taken back to the main altar in Jinan for punishment due to failure. What would happen to her there was easy to imagine. Several incense masters of the Yizhou branch who had cooperated with her remained among the crowd, each wearing an expression of fear. Others kept their distance. The middle-aged man who had once received Min Zhanlian with such imposing manner was still forcing calm. He sneered. His little tricks amount to nothing. Never mind the patriarch. Just one finger of any of the 4 great guardians could crush him. The crowd remained silent. What abilities the patriarch and guardians might possess was irrelevant to them right now. The bungled operation and potential retribution from above was what mattered. This Daoist Zhang was so formidable. What if he refused to let the matter rest and came after them? They had already heard about Zhang Yingchen's thunder-bathing magic. If he knew some 5 thunder method or the like, 1 lightning bolt, and without immortal bodies, they would be instantly charred. Don't panic, everyone. The middle-aged man kept trying to rally morale. He's just one person. Even if he's truly half immortal, what can he do? Besides, he must be some heterodox demon with a few magic tricks to fool people. He pointed at an incense master. The Dadianjiang incense master is your subordinate, isn't he? Why hasn't he come? And what about the incense handlers? The other replied with a worried expression. Reporting to the superior Dadianjiangs, our incense masters and handlers inside have turned, defected to that heretic. They've sold out all our people inside. The Zhuang family has now swept through Dadianjiang and their residents. Except for a few who refused to defect and escaped, everyone has become Daoist Zhang's followers. Why didn't you report this earlier? The middle-aged man was furious. This humble one only just learned of it. The incense master trembled with fear. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Never mind. Quickly pass my orders to those who escaped. Have them find out the heretic's movements. Yes, this humble one will go at once. Where are Min Zhanlian and his people now? Reporting to the superior, they packed up early this morning and headed for Linking. The proprietor of the Wang family inn was also an incense handler. This humble one advised them not to leave, but they wouldn't listen. So you let them get away. The altar master's expression immediately turned very dark. Yes, this humble one couldn't stop them. Proprietor Wang was terrified. But this humble one drugged their horses. Without the antidote by noon, the horses will collapse this afternoon. Haha, excellent. The altar master's face immediately brightened. Well done, he turned and ordered. Immediately send word to all branch altars along the route, cut off their food supply. Send someone to persuade them. They think they can just walk away without finishing the job. Not a chance, the altar master sneered. I'd like to see them escape. The meeting concluded. The altar master paced back to the rear room. On the wall side Kang in the rear room sat the guardian Envoy. Everyone believed had returned to the main altar. The red-clad girl was no longer wearing red but plain blue cotton, looking like an ordinary country girl. Her face was pale, her manner distracted. The soul-searching sword has fled. He moved fast. The altar master sighed. We may be in serious trouble. The guardian Envoy frowned. It's you who are in serious trouble. Wasn't killing that Daoist your idea? HMPH. Don't act like you're not involved. The soul-searching sword has fled. If there's nothing more for you here, why don't you return to Jinan Prefecture? The altar master sneered. We're grasshoppers on the same string, don't pretend otherwise. The envoy's face alternated between green and white. Just as the altar master said, she dared not return to the main altar now. She had lost. She needed to somehow salvage something before facing the patriarch and guardians. What do you suggest? Her tone had softened. The only solution is to kill Daoist Zhang. Kill him, the girl exclaimed. Dozens of lightning bolts didn't kill him. How are we supposed to do it? Since he won't die by thunder tribulation, he'll die by the sword. The altar master spoke viciously. I refuse to believe he can repel blades. Invulnerability to weapons was a popular claim at the time, but those inside the sect knew it was just showmanship, not to be taken seriously. The envoy considered for a moment. Though uncertain in her heart, she still wanted to gamble. If they could kill or seriously wound this Daoist Zhang, at least she would have something to present to the higher-ups. Fine, he has only some heterodox tricks. We'll prepare some filth to break his spells, she nodded. Indeed. For this we'll have to trouble the guardian. The soul-searching sword is unreliable. In terms of martial arts locally, your skills are the highest. The middle-aged man said, Of course, I'll dispatch all the local experts for you to command. He spoke fiercely. At worst, we swarm him. I want to see how many 5 thunder spells he can cast. We need to force the soul-searching sword back to help, the girl said. His team is very strong. Let them lead the assault. Otherwise, if our casualties prove too heavy, that will be difficult to explain. She suddenly stood. Get me a horse. I'm going after them immediately. It hasn't been 2 hours since they left. In this heat, the horses won't run very fast. They should still be within Yizhou territory. Ming Dynasty didn't realize his horses had been tampered with until it was too late. When the last horse collapsed on the official road and was immediately swarmed by a crowd of starving refugees who reduced it to bones in moments, he finally recognized he had been too careless this time. Despite all his precautions, he hadn't anticipated the other side tampering with his mounts. Even leaving Uncle He and others at the inn to watch over things, constantly monitoring the stable was simply impossible. Now his party was stranded on the main road from Yizhou to Linking. Without horses, trudging through the post-rainstorm mud, the road like a river, under the blazing sun and rising steam, even with their robust constitutions, they were soon exhausted from the trek. Worse still, they hadn't brought much food. This was a disaster zone where almost no food could be purchased. And having left the Wang family in hastily, they hadn't brought sufficient provisions. They had assumed that with fast horses, they could reach Linking in just a few days. They hadn't expected the horses to fail. Ming Dynasty silently cursed. These demon people. He understood, of course, that the other side wouldn't simply let him walk away, but he truly had no desire to tangle further with that eerie Daoist Chang. Just the sight of him being struck dozens of times by lightning without harm, Ming Dynasty already felt he lacked the courage to face such a man. Even so, he remained deeply troubled. This time he had suffered a major loss of face. Not only had he failed to complete the killing, but his panicked flight, once word spread, would make him appear utterly disgraceful. End of chapter. Chapter 975. Ambush. This isn't the time to worry about face. Uncle He observed his gloomy expression and offered consolation. Getting out of this dangerous place quickly is what matters. Ming Dynasty nodded. Their situation had grown decidedly unfavorable. On one side, the Nanwuliang sect pursued and sought to intercept them. On the other, that Daoist might also be seeking revenge. Even if the Daoists did nothing personally, the Zhuang family were local magnates who probably wouldn't let the matter rest. Whichever side found them first, nothing good would come of it. Ming Dynasty no longer wished to be entangled in the conflict between the Daoist and the sect. Inviting endless trouble for a few hundred taels of silver simply wasn't worth it. If they could reach Jining and board a southbound grain tribute boat. First, tribute boats were government vessels. Second, the tribute boat soldiers mostly followed the Luo sect. Even with all the Nanwuliang sect's abilities, they wouldn't dare provoke these two formidable powers. But now, without horses, trudging through muddy roads under the scorching sun, they couldn't even cover 7 or 8 li in an hour. At this pace, even without roadblocks, they would be exhausted by the time they reached Jining. Anyone who wanted to deal with them could do so with ease. We need to find horses, Ming Dynasty said. If we can't find any, we'll hire sedan chairs at the next town and we'll travel in disguise. At the next town, they encountered something even better. The scouts discovered 12 horses and 4 mules. The horses and mules were resting outside a tea stall. The scouts made a circuit and quickly gathered information. The animals belonged to a group of people of unknown origin, heading toward Yizhou. All men, mostly under 20 years old. Every one of them was fit and agile, clearly trained martial artists. The leader appeared to be a sturdy man around 30 who also looked skilled. Obviously not ordinary merchants or travelers. Their baggage also carried swords. Who are they? Ming Dynasty asked. Traveling so conspicuously on the road, they were either government people or Jianghu types. Moreover, southern Shandong was currently in post-disaster conditions. Ordinary people wouldn't travel unless absolutely necessary. Whether to make a move required careful consideration. Provoking the wrong people would invite self-destruction. Jianghu heroes might pride themselves on chivalry and swift vengeance and righteous deeds, but most Jianghu folk followed the principle of don't fight power. The government was the greatest power, provoke them and the consequences proved endless. Can't determine their background, the scout reported clearly. They don't act like government people, shouldn't be Dongcheng or Jinyue nor Yamen constables. Escort agency people. Doesn't seem like it either. Escort agencies would fly their banner. If running a secret escort they'd be too conspicuous. The scout spoke quietly. This group is strange. Except for a designated person handling transactions, the rest don't speak at all. Whether standing or sitting, they hold themselves with great discipline, actually quite official looking. Do they have martial arts skills? They seem to have trained in boxing and kicking, but they're definitely not practitioners. The scout was quite certain. The female scout suddenly arrived and added, "This group are Southerners," she said. "Just now I heard some of them talking. The accent seemed to be from the Guangdong area." Min Zhanlian didn't hesitate. Take them out. Though the other side's origins remained unclear, they urgently needed horses. Normally he would never make a move before determining an opponent's identity, but now he was in a hurry, and knowing they were from Guangdong made him less wary. "We'll ambush at the small hill outside town and attack directly when they pass. 9 of us, 12 of them." Uncle He, ever cautious, raised the concern. Min Zhanlian said, "No problem. We ambush them and catch them off guard, then rush in. At least 80% chance of success." His subordinates, each and every one, possessed dart-throwing skills. Throwing darts together from 30 paces could take down at least half of them. Min Zhanlian was no saint. His darts were poisoned. Even a scratch meant certain death. Then when weapons clashed, he was confident his people's martial arts were superior. Everyone moved quickly, swift and decisive, no survivors. "Strip the bodies and dump them in the woods," he instructed his subordinates. This was a disaster zone with corpses everywhere along the roads and in the fields. These were outsiders passing through. Their deaths wouldn't concern any officials. Yimenjian was leading a squad from the Special Reconnaissance Company from linking toward Yizhou. Going to Yizhou was an emergency assignment that had arisen suddenly. Though the Special Reconnaissance Company had already deployed 2/3 of its combat squads to Hong Kong, awaiting orders before Operation Engine commenced, Yimenjian's squad had been forward deployed to Hangzhou, ready to respond to any sudden situation. Unexpectedly, nothing happened in Hangzhou. Instead, Daoist Zhang heading to Yizhou had run into trouble. After receiving Zhang Yingchen's telegram, the Operation Engine Forward Command in Hong Kong and the Hangzhou station had exchanged multiple messages. The final decision was to immediately dispatch a special operations team to Yizhou to support Zhang Yingchen. First priority, ensure his personal safety. Second, if circumstances favored Zhang Yingchen's missionary work, use swift and intense action to eliminate the Yizhou secret society forces and absorb their organization. Upon receiving telegrams from Bei Wei and Forward Command, Yimenjian immediately departed from Hangzhou. As arranged by Qiwei Station, they boarded a dedicated vessel bound for Shandong. The reason for selecting Yimenjian's squad was that it was the most senior in the entire Special Reconnaissance Company. The members were the first among the first cohort. The core personnel had the longest training time, the best combat skills, and were extremely reliable. They had participated in territory-claiming operations in Guangzhou and surrounding areas, using violent means to protect the Guangzhou Station and Qiwei Escort Agency's operations in the Pearl River Delta, eliminating dangerous competitors. Thus they possessed considerable experience operating in enemy-occupied territory. Newly formed squads generally only trained and operated on Hainan Island. Only the most reliable squads were dispatched to enemy-occupied territory for combat missions. Because the Yizhou situation seemed rather urgent, Yimenjian personally led the advance squad, traveling day and night to arrive first. Horses and mules had been prepared by the Qiwei Station's Jining branch. Weapons, ammunition, provisions, Everything needed was loaded on the mules, allowing them to cover over 80 li per day. Yimenjian rode on horseback. He had grown accustomed to riding now, though learning had come at a painful price. As a middle school student who had been only 17 on D-Day, his face now wore an arrogant, protagonist-like expression. Of course, he had the right to display such confidence. This former middle school student, who back then couldn't lift 100 jin rice sack, who had never engaged in real combat outside of online games and fantasies, who on D-Day had been carrying a backpack full of rulers, textbooks, and compasses. After killing his first native with a rifle, he had suffered nightmares for a week. Now he was a true executioner with blood-stained hands, accustomed to using pistols, rifles, daggers, or occasionally grenades to eliminate everyone harmful to the great cause, or subject to disposal in the name of the Senate, even if they were women, old people, or children. Unlike other elders who harbored doubts about their political status, and sometimes privately discussed systemic issues, worrying about nation, elders, and people alike, Yimenjian was infinitely loyal to the current system, infinitely loyal to the executive committee. He especially maintained heartfelt devotion to Chairman Wen, Supervisor Ma, and Wu Du. For him, these three were the embodiment of the Senate, and also the embodiment of his ideals. Now he galloped along this road, braving the blazing sun to carry out the Senate's will, without the slightest hesitation. "You must all die." This was the motto on the unit emblem of the Special Reconnaissance Company Headquarters' first squad that he led. He noticed the terrain growing rugged, the road narrowed, with rolling hills on both sides. Suddenly he raised one hand while reining in his horse with the other. The Qiongshan escort serving as guide immediately rode over. "What's up ahead?" "This place is called Two-Man Slope," the guide said. Though he spoke Shandong dialect, he was actually from southern Zhili. A former escort who specialized in running secret escorts to various Shandong locations, he had been recruited into Qiongshan just last year. Two-Man Slope. Yimenjian carefully examined the terrain. The official road had a steep uphill turn here, with low dirt mounds on both sides covered in woods. It was an excellent ambush spot, though he didn't know who might ambush him. Operating in enemy territory demanded maximum caution. He waved. "Zhao Kai, go check." Zhao Kai was also a Qiongshan escort. His martial arts were mediocre, and he had never found a good position. He had only scraped by working as an assistant guard. Fortunately, Qiongshan had no restrictions and accepted anyone willing to work hard and prove reliable, so he had finally landed this golden opportunity. He was at his most eager. Zhao Kai acknowledged and immediately spurred his horse forward. After climbing the slope instead of taking the road directly, he rode toward the woods. Min Jianlian saw the opponent wasn't falling for it. This small grove wasn't large enough to conceal people effectively. The moment anyone entered the woods, they would notice something amiss. If fighting broke out and the opponents escaped on horseback, he wouldn't get the horses. Unable to think further, he immediately nodded to Uncle He. 3 darts from his hand flew viciously at Zhao Kai. The distance between them was only 4 or 5 zhang. Zhao Kai screamed and fell from his horse, struck by the darts. "Grab the horses!" Min Jianlian shouted and was the first to charge out. The situation was now unfavorable. They had lost the initiative. They had to take down all opponents immediately while also preventing the horses from bolting in fright. Swift action was essential. Min Jianlian burst from the woods, wrist flicking as a long sword slid from its sheath. Man and blade became one, shooting straight toward Yimenjian. This young man was clearly the leader. End of chapter. Chapter 976. Captured alive, his subordinates drew their weapons and charged from the woods almost simultaneously. Some blocked the front, some cut off the rear, others drove straight into the middle of the column, swords and spears together, swift as lightning. Min Jianlian caught only a flash of light from horseback, then a thunderclap. They had firearms. Before the thought could fully form, one flash and thunderclap after another erupted in rapid succession. In that lightning-fast instant, He saw Uncle He jerk as if punched hard in the chest, his saber flying from his hand, his body falling backward at an impossible angle, blood spraying everywhere. The 3 scouts assigned to cut off the rear route had launched from the woods with movements fluid as startled rabbits, but after 5 consecutive blasts, all 3 collapsed. One had half his skull blown away by a single shot, brains splattering across the ground. This was the last thing Min Zhanlian saw. Within 30 seconds, he and his 8 subordinates all lay motionless on the ground. Yimenjian tucked his Glock pistol back under his robe. Thanks to the rapid-fire training that Zhu Ziliang and the Americans had developed, he and his squad members had downed 9 moving targets in 30 seconds. This was nothing special. By assessment standards, it didn't even qualify as passing. Distributed among them, each person had only 0.9 targets. Child's play. Clear, the squad members shouted one after another. Yimenjian frowned. Secure the area, collect the casings. Several squad members immediately rode to control the front and rear road approaches for security, while others went to check and process the bodies. The attackers numbered 7 men, 2 women. The squad members briefly searched their belongings, just spare clothes, weapons, and a small amount of silver. Of the 9, only 1 man and 1 woman were still breathing. The man had taken a bullet through the thigh, the round had passed cleanly through the flesh. The woman had also been hit once, but the bullet had only grazed her. She had simply fainted from shock. Probably some highway bandits, not respectable people. The guide examined the searched items and commented, "Otherwise they wouldn't be robbing travelers on the official road. That was a capital crime." Any Jianghu traveler with some standing might have done killing and arson in secret, but highway robbery was the business of Greenwood outlaws. Once caught, it meant losing your head. "Zhao Kai is dead," someone came to report, presenting a dart. Yimenjian took the blood-stained dart with a look of distaste. The craftsmanship was quite fine, the surface slightly black. He caught a familiar smell. Arrow poison tree. Recognition struck immediately. During their training exercises in Li territory, they had observed Li hunters searching for this substance to coat their arrowheads. Supposedly it was occasionally purchased by Han Chinese as well. The arrow poison tree was a rare tropical plant. Unexpectedly, these highway bandits also had access to it. Apparently, demand creates markets. What about the prisoners? Finish them off, dump them in the ditch. Yimenjian spoke with complete indifference. He was on the road now and couldn't take prisoners. Though this place was relatively remote and it was afternoon with few travelers, it was still the official road. People came and went, they couldn't stay long. "Captain, look at this." A squad member suddenly handed over a scroll of paper. Yimenjian casually unrolled it and was shocked to see a portrait of Daoist Zhang. "Tie them up and bring them." Yimenjian immediately changed his mind. The 2 weren't seriously wounded, and neither had bullets lodged inside. If their injuries had been too severe or bullets lodged deep, with the squad's limited medical capabilities, they would have had to send them on their way right there. There were established procedures for transporting prisoners. Bamboo hats on their heads, wrapped with face-covering cloth and eye gauze, bodies wrapped in cloaks, looking just like traveling riders. Except the prisoners' war gags, the eye gauze was opaque, and their hands were bound using specialized restraint straps manufactured in Lingao, though made of tough, flexible rattan. Mounted on horses, the prisoners could neither shout nor move, only travel blindly with the group with no choice in the matter. Yimenjian hadn't devised these methods himself, of course. These Jianghu tricks had all been learned from Qi, though the escort agency didn't engage in dirty work directly. They dealt with dirty work people every day and knew every trick inside and out. The group traveled at speed and quickly reached Dadianjiang, where people were already waiting to receive them. Zhang Yingchen's influence in Dadianjiang had expanded dramatically, though not through deliberate effort. The Nanwuliang sect believers inside Dadianjiang, from incense masters and incense handlers down to ordinary followers, had all defected en masse. Before Zhang Yingchen could react, he had become Patriarch Zhang and Immortal Zhang. The defections weren't limited to the sect's organization inside Dadianjiang. The entire Nanwuliang sect in the Yizhou region had begun to waver. The altar master and upper echelons' panic seemed to confirm the legends about that night's magic duel at the Zhuang residence. Though orders had come down from the Yizhou altar forbidding believers from spreading this story and announcing the duel was completely fabricated, the believers inside Dadianjiang seemed especially eager to promote the tale, perhaps to validate their choice of the true path. They went everywhere boasting of Patriarch Zhang's boundless powers. Zhang Yingqian had assumed they would only discuss the thunder-bathing incident, but in less than a week, his various miracles had become practically divine. Originally, Zhang Yingqian had already built a modest reputation through free medical treatment in Yizhou, and now with this magic duel, incense masters, incense handlers, and believers from villages and towns throughout Yizhou were secretly coming to Dadianjiang to pay respects to True One Zhang, offering various gifts. Zhang Yingqian understood these people were ready to switch allegiances at any moment. Even within the Zhuang household, he had made major breakthroughs among the women. Several of the Zhuang master's female relatives had expressed willingness to convert to his new Taoism. Folk sects of the time often wielded greater influence among women than men. Through transmission by eunuchs, they quickly penetrated the inner palace. Women in deep chambers were easily influenced by these popular, simple folk religions. Palace maids and consorts alike counted believers among them. Research on folk sects indicates that during the Qiongzhan reign, legends and worship of the Nine Lotus Holy Mother circulated in the palace, closely connected to folk sects. The famous cudgel strike case, among the three great cases, was also linked to the contemporary folk sect Hongfeng sect. The revolutionary situation advances daily by 1,000 li. This poor Taoist truly can't keep up. Zhang Yingqian was both delighted and anxious about this gratifying development in the Zhuang residence. Delighted because opening such a situation in Yizhou had been completely unexpected. Now not only could he easily organize emigration, but he had staked out territory here, laying groundwork for the Senate's future large-scale operations in the area. Anxious because his rising fame could easily make him a target. When he had merely been providing free medical treatment locally, he had already suffered enemy plots. Now that he was taking food from the tiger's mouth, who knew what methods his enemies might employ? How would officials and the Zhuang family view this newly minted charlatan? He had certainly earned Master Zhuang Qian's appreciation, and now possessed the affection of the Zhuang children and nephews, but such scholarly farming families traditionally harbored wariness toward monks and Daoists. Too great a reputation might prompt them to deliberately distance themselves. Once he lost the Zhuang family's protective umbrella, not only would the Nanwuliang sect come after him with full force, but officials could make trouble for him at any time. This was his greatest worry. A single charge of deceiving the masses with demonic words, or White Lotus sect remnant, would be enough to cost him his life. Just as he was feeling anxious, the arrival of Yi Mingjian's squad greatly lifted his spirits. The missionaries old Dai had trained from age degree candidates certainly had their uses, but right now having a sword arm proved far more practical. On a hillside stood a grove of trees. Beside the grove rose a small temple. This location was less than 2 li from Dadianjiang and had originally been property of an incense master inside the compound. Later, using believers' offerings, a small temple had been built here. After the incense master defected, this temple fell into Zhang Yingqian's hands, becoming another base for his activities outside the compound. Called a temple, it was actually just a small 3-sided courtyard. The buildings were modest. The main hall stood empty. Zhang Yingqian promoted New Taoism as not worshipping idols, so the entire hall was bare except for spirit tablets for the Heavenly Emperor and the 3 Pure Ones. In the small courtyard, 7 or 8 riders were positioned standing or sitting at various spots, but not chatting. Instead, they alertly watched all directions and entrances. These were the special reconnaissance squad members Yiminjian had brought. After making contact with Zhang Yingchen, they had been stationed here. Inside the wing room, prisoners were being interrogated. The two captives had their wounds treated and had been given a bowl of glucose saline solution to revive their spirits. The interrogators were quite thorough. The prisoners were stripped completely naked, male and female treated equally. Two squad members pressed the prisoner kneeling on the ground, holding the shoulders to prevent any sudden violent outburst. The lead interrogator conducted the questioning. The lead interrogator was Yiminjian himself, accompanied by the Qie escort guide who served as both translator and observer to catch any lies. The bosses were outsiders after all, unfamiliar with certain social details, and could easily be deceived. Min Zhanlian was pulled out first for interrogation. Even without the items found on him, contemporary social knowledge was enough to determine his status was likely higher than the female prisoners. Min Zhanlian was only about 25 or 26. His body was lean and strong, his bones and muscles not particularly bulky but proportioned, resilient, with smooth lines like a leopard's. The escort could tell at a glance this man was a skilled martial artist, definitely not ordinary. Even an elder like Yiminjian had to admit, this person's muscle coordination was excellent. He would certainly receive great praise from Chen Saijian. Of course, this also demonstrated that anyone in ancient times wishing to become a martial arts master had to come from a wealthy family. Otherwise, just the protein needed to build such a physique lay beyond the reach of ordinary people whose ideal was simply eating their fill. The items from his person were all spread on the ground, several dozen taels of silver, several strings of copper coins, a few small denomination government notes and Shanxi bank drafts, no more than 200 taels total. Simple travel gear and a utility knife. End of chapter. Chapter 977. Pressure Tactics. The weapon was an antique sword bearing the mottled patina of centuries. By Ming standards, it qualified as a genuine antiquity. The escort guide's eyes flickered with recognition. This was no ordinary blade, and its owner no nameless Jianghu wanderer. Alongside the sword lay 3 throwing darts and several small bottles containing elixirs and similar concoctions, the typical personal effects of a traveling martial artist. The most damning item, however, was Zhang Yingchen's portrait. No one carried around a Daoist's likeness without reason. Min Zhanlian knelt naked on the ground, hands bound behind his back. The position was both humiliating and agonizing. Every slight struggle only tightened the restraints on his joints. No matter how heroic or powerful you were, there was simply no way to generate force. His heart hammered against his ribs. This binding technique bore the hallmarks of the official bureaus. Had he somehow provoked Dongcheng or some powerful eunuch? At the thought, his extremities went cold. What do you do? Yiminjian's voice cut through the silence, his gaze fixed on the prisoner with frigid intensity. Min Zhanlian started. This person was barely more than a youth, yet those eyes held a cold ruthlessness, the look of someone who killed without hesitation. This humble one is a Jianghu traveler, he managed, forcing calm into his voice while his mind raced for an escape. I took a job here but failed to complete it, so I was heading to Jining to catch a boat home. Your name? Min Zhanlian. He knew lying would be pointless, better to answer honestly on this count. Ah, so you're the so-called assassin. Yiminjian nodded after the escort whispered several words in his ear. Yes, this humble one has always taken money to eliminate troubles for others. Hired by whom? A local sect called the Nanwuyang sect. I'm not sure if you gentlemen are familiar with it. He displayed complete willingness to cooperate, his answers flowing readily. 3 months ago, they sent someone to contact me in Henan. They wanted me to bring men to deal with their problem. Kill whom? A Daoist surnamed Zhang. Min Zhanlian decided concealment was futile. Who could have known he'd made the fatal mistake of keeping Daoist Zhang's portrait on his person? What he didn't realize was that without that portrait, he would already be a nameless corpse rotting in a roadside ditch. And did you kill your target? This humble one dares not pursue him anymore. Min Zhanlian immediately launched into a recounting of Zhang Yingqian's miracles. He was cunning enough to speak only of hearsay, never claiming to have witnessed anything firsthand. Since he couldn't know whether these men were Zhang Yingqian's friends or enemies, maintaining some distance was the wiser course. Such a half-human, half-demon figure, this humble one truly didn't dare accept the commission, he said. I had no choice but to take my people and head back. Unfortunately, we lost our horses on the road, and through ignorance and momentary confusion, I offended all of you. For that, I humbly apologize. The speech was both reasonable and deftly crafted. It cleanly severed any connection between himself and both the Nanwuliang sect and Zhang Yingqian. Then he promptly admitted his ignorance, essentially conceding defeat and acknowledging the other side's superiority. Such a move often satisfied an opponent's vanity enough to secure release. Though this confrontation had resulted in casualties on both sides, making mercy highly unlikely, he still had to try. Zhou Ruolan was interrogated as well, and her testimony largely corroborated his. Comparing the two accounts, Yi Menjian quickly pieced together the truth. This group had indeed come to assassinate Daoist Zhang, but had fled in panic when confronted with Zhang Yingqian's overwhelming powers. This Daoist Zhang plays at supernatural nonsense all day, and he actually has powers. Yi Menjian found this incredible. His high school physics had been mostly forgotten. Puzzled as he was, that evening he met with Zhang Yingqian, and they exchanged information about local conditions. Zhang Yingqian's requirements were straightforward: use force to protect his missionary activities, strike against the Nanwuliang sect's local forces, and ensure the safety of both himself and the local church. My current situation is delicate, Zhang Yingqian explained. I'm essentially perched on a precarious balance point. The problem is, I don't know when my actions might upset that balance. Therefore, I need force to ensure the balance isn't broken. As you've seen, my opponents have no qualms about using violence. Without violence as backup, I cannot establish myself here, let alone spread new Taoism. Zhang Yingqian spoke these words while meeting Yi Menjian's eyes directly, his expression candid. He knew this young man was difficult to handle. Yi Menjian found Zhang Yingqian's request distasteful. In his view, Daoist Zhang was obviously running a cult. Personally, Yi Menjian despised all religions with a passion. He was an authentic atheist crusader, an inquisitor of irreligion. Whether it was Dean Wu, Father Bai, or the two Taoist masters Zhang and Dai, all had received his cold stares. If they weren't comrades and using religion weren't current established policy, these people might have received far worse treatment. No problem, who do you want killed? Yi Menjian got straight to the point. For now, I don't want to kill anyone. How hypocritical. Not at all, I don't even know whom to kill. Zhang Yingqian spoke the truth. To this day, he knew nothing specific about his opponent's local organization. The believers who had defected didn't know much more than he did. Then what do you want us to do? Protect my safety at all times. Protect Dadian Zhang's safety. Zhang Yingqian's tone grew serious. From now on, I'm going to start pressure tactics. By pressure tactics, Zhang Yingqian meant that starting now, he would actively develop missionary activities, shifting from ambiguous low-key operation to high-profile action, aggressively competing for believers and forcing the other side to respond to him. The enemy lurked in shadows while he stood in the light. If his opponents remained hidden, he would forever be in danger of attack at any moment. Only by provoking them into major action could he seize the opportunity to lure the snakes from their holes and catch them all at once. My missionaries will arrive soon, and I'll also rush-train a batch here myself. Zhang Yingqian spoke casually. Very soon I'll stir up a small-scale religious dispute throughout Yizhou. I estimate it won't be long before it triggers a religious war. And I'm your Knights Templar, right? Also my Inquisitor. Zhang Yingqian's voice softened. Little Yi. No problem, Yi Menjian nodded. Zhang Yingqian asked, what do you plan to do with those two assassins? Kill them, bury them late at night? Zhang Yingqian's heart clenched. Zhou Ruolan was one thing, but thinking of Min Zhanlian's beautiful muscle definition, his leopard-like flexibility, he couldn't help but feel a secret pang of regret. Among the natives, it was rare to encounter such a handsome, well-built young man. Yi Menjian caught his shifting expression and found it secretly amusing. He immediately reversed course. If there's a suitable place to hold them, we might as well detain them first and deal with them later. Their eyes met, and both understood perfectly. Zhang Yingchen silently praised him. Unexpectedly, after a few years, little Yi had become quite perceptive. He had truly matured. Over the following days, new groups continuously arrived from Jining. First came missionaries dispatched from new Taoism headquarters. Considering that these aged Qiongshan degree candidates mostly spoke only Qiongshan dialect that locals couldn't understand, Zhang Yingchen had requested only the 3 most reliable missionaries, with the best Mandarin to assist with religious affairs. The actual missionary work would be handled by local believers who had defected. For now, he didn't need believers to understand much about new Taoist doctrine. First stake out the territory, then worry about theology. Next came the rest of First Squad's personnel. 20 squad members and dozens of Keyway Station support personnel carrying various equipment and supplies departed from Jining in separate groups. This included large quantities of medicines and new Taoist religious propaganda materials printed by the Hangzhou Station Press. For ease of command, Zhang Yingchen moved his office from inside the Zhuang residence to the small temple outside the compound, now officially renamed Yunsheng Temple. During the day, he trained missionaries here and directed evangelical work. At night, he still returned to the Zhuang residence to sleep, the better to continue cultivating his relationship with the Zhuang family. After discussions with the Zhuangs, they reached an agreement on jointly operating a pharmacy. Taoist Zhang's various medicines were known to be highly effective, and Zhang Yingchen used these preparations as leverage to secure quite favorable terms. The most important provision was that the Zhuang family would participate in his charitable projects. These charitable projects were essentially the same as what Guo had done in Guangzhou. Nominally handling various good works without discrimination, the actual main purpose was receiving refugees for outward transport. Ultimately, the reason Zhang Yingchen had overcome all obstacles to come to southern Shandong alone was precisely to receive flood refugees from this region. Missionary work was merely supplementary. Southern Shandong, including the Suzhou area and what is now northern Jiangsu, had been flood-prone since the late Tianqi reign. This spring's floods had struck several prefectures again, leaving refugees everywhere. As long as there was grain, there was no shortage of people to recruit. Grain. The Senate had already prepared sufficient quantities. A considerable portion of relief rations had already been shipped to Hong Kong and was waiting to be loaded aboard ships bound for the Hangzhou Station and Qimu Island. Yizhou was only 200 kilometers from the major Grand Canal hub of Jining, and also 200 kilometers from Rizhao port. Both sea and river transport were very convenient. If they wanted to use the current sub-base on Qimu Island, they could also take the Yi River, departing Yizhou northward along the Yi River, then a short overland stretch to reach the Jiang River into Leizhou Bay. From there, Qimu Island was not far beyond. This route was obviously most suitable, making full use of existing facilities with sufficient transport capacity. Currently, work teams on the Dengzhou-Leizhou side were surveying this route and preparing ships and warehouses to ensure that relief grain shipped from Hong Kong could be smoothly delivered to Yizhou. The Foreign Intelligence Bureau's report on Operation Engine pointed out, during the operation, mobile transport within Shandong province should focus primarily on river shipping. The area had numerous waterways, with many large rivers navigable for vessels of several hundred tons or more. Note: due to a momentary oversight, Jining was mistakenly written as linking. In the previous 10 chapters, all instances of linking should read Jining. End of chapter. Chapter 978. The envoy arrives through the Zhuang family's efforts. Zhang Yingchen first whitewashed his sect. He himself possessed ordination papers, and the 3 missionaries from Qiongshan all carried official Daoist ordination documents obtained by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau through the Guangzhou station. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, local officials maintained high vigilance toward monks and Daoists, especially itinerant ones. In the eyes of officialdom, they were practically potential criminals and agitators. Every prefecture and county maintained a monks' registry bureau and a Daoists' registry bureau specifically to manage religious personnel. Theoretically, when monks and Daoists traveled, they needed travel documents issued by the local registry bureau to have proper standing when stopping at temples elsewhere. Staying at any location also required registering with the local relevant department. Though this system had grown lax by the late Ming, Zhang Yingchen believed it was still best to have all procedures as complete as possible, to avoid giving officials any pretext for trouble. First, he officially registered Yunsheng Temple as a Daoist temple. With the Zhuang family's connections and Zhang Yingchen's liberal distribution of silver, this was quickly accomplished. Then the 3 Qiongshan missionaries were added to the official roster. Zhang Yingchen appointed the cleverest one with the best Mandarin as abbot to handle external affairs. Thus he now possessed a legitimate religious site in Yizhou. Zhang Yingchen then invested funds to expand the temple. In a disaster year, labor was extraordinarily cheap. Except for a few skilled craftsmen, most laborers worked simply for food to fill their bellies. Next, the pharmacy he was running jointly with the Zhuang family opened for business. For a time, new Taoism flourished throughout Yizhou with growing momentum, and believers continuously increased. Meanwhile, the Nanwuliang sect's local branch altars began to crumble. Many incense masters and incense handlers started defecting, some because they feared his powers, as rumored, others because they faced financial difficulties. The past 2 years of frequent flooding and heavy government taxes had stretched many of the small landlords and rich peasants who served as incense masters and handlers to their limits. The sect itself also imposed various offerings and incense gifts. Though they could pass these burdens down to ordinary believers, those believers were even worse off and couldn't produce much money. After the floods, some relief money and grain had been allocated from the main altar, but very little reached their hands. Instead, the altar master had extorted considerable money and grain from them under the pretext of relieving fellow believers. From the incense masters who had defected, Zhang Yingchen learned that the current Yizhou altar master, Ma Weissen, was a local strongman, essentially a hybrid of landlord and bandit. With formidable martial arts skills and several hundred thugs under his command, he wielded considerable local power. Even officials didn't dare provoke him easily. Seeing the Nanwuliang sect's growing influence and numerous believers locally, he had developed ambitions and joined the sect. Being locally wealthy and powerful, the sect naturally valued him highly. Within 3 to 5 years, the previous local altar master had suddenly died, and Ma Weissen smoothly ascended to the position. Such a person's so-called faith was merely a money-making tool. Of course, he remained very respectful, even seemingly devout, toward the sect's higher-ups. This was because though he lacked genuine faith, he was deeply superstitious, and the magic of the sect's guardians and inspectors made him wary. He had also discovered that wearing this religious cloak made extracting money even more convenient than before. Thus the believers in the Yizhou area had long been dissatisfied with Ma Weissen as altar master, but intimidated by his tyranny, no one dared speak. Some had gone to the main altar in Jinan to file complaints, but since Ma Weissen was performing well in Yizhou and sending large incense offerings every year, the petitions went nowhere. After hearing reports from several incense masters, Zhang Yingchen sighed. Everywhere in life is the Jianghu, but actually, everywhere is also officialdom. Though perhaps saying officialdom is also the Jianghu would be more accurate. Does everyone still have food at home? Zhang Yinchen asked. I see many refugees here with people starving everywhere, quite a few displaced migrants too. We have some. Several incense masters shed tears as they spoke. Everyone shares and rations, adding bark and wild vegetables to barely survive. The old ones, young ones, and weak ones who can't hold out. When a few die, that's their fate. But it's summer and the floods washed everything away. Nothing planted. Come autumn, we don't know what we'll do. We'll have to abandon our homes and go begging, or else starve to death. Folk sects mostly had a mutual aid aspect. From the Way of Great Peace and 5 pecks of rice sect onward, this had been characteristic. Combined with some money and grain allocated from the main altar, local sect members were slightly better off than other common people. Whenever major natural disasters struck, it was the best opportunity for folk sects to expand their power. If Ma Weissen hadn't been so selfish and exploitative, Zhang Yingchen would have had great difficulty challenging the Nanwuyang sect's position here. Zhang Yingchen nodded. Tomorrow you all go to the Zhuang household first to get grain. I've already arranged with the household head. They'll temporarily lend 100 Dan for everyone's relief. In a few days, someone will deliver more grain. The first emergency shipment of rations had already been transported via the Grand Canal to Jining by Qiwei Station and was being forwarded toward Yizhou. Zhang Yingchen only had to wait for this grain to arrive, then use Yizhou as a base to massively recruit flood refugees from southern Shandong, including Suzhou and other areas. With grain came the capital to recruit migrants. Starving people didn't care whether you were taking them to heaven or hell. Wherever there was grain, they would follow. The late Ming bandit armies were simply groups of desperate people who kept themselves from starving by fighting. While Zhang Yingchen's situation blossomed like flowers in full bloom and oil sizzling over fire, Ma Weissen's incense altar had fallen into complete chaos. His incense altar wasn't in that farmhouse, though the location was secret. That was where he usually received incense masters and outside visitors. Many people knew its details. Now, with many incense masters defecting, it was even less safe. Ma Weissen had retreated directly to his own base. His altar wasn't a secret location, but ordinary people couldn't easily enter, a local fortified compound that also served as his residence. Ma Weissen had always operated from here, conducting business that straddled both legal and illegal worlds. The compound walls weren't high, about 1 zhang, and he didn't have many men, but at least 200 were willing to fight for him. Holding out for a while wouldn't be a problem. What he feared most now wasn't someone storming in with weapons and fire, but those inexplicable magic arts. Since joining the sect and becoming the local altar master, he had witnessed quite a few powerful figures at the main altar during several Dharma assemblies in Jinan. 5 Thunder Method, Soul Seizure Art, Flying Through Air Art. He had seen more than a dozen types. Some he knew were tricks from the illusionist's trade, only good for fooling ordinary believers. He had learned many such tricks himself after joining. But some he couldn't explain and therefore believed to be real. If the main altar decided he had failed and wanted to make an example of him, they wouldn't need to storm in. The soul seizure art alone could make him die mysteriously. When Ma Weissen had first joined the sect, he had been careful. During the opening of his incense altar and transmission ceremony, the birth date and time he submitted were all fake, to prevent himself from being seized of soul one day. Even if all these magics were fake, the main altar still maintained a group of highly skilled Jianghu experts at their disposal. Some guardians and inspectors were themselves Jianghu masters. If the main altar made him fearful, that mysteriously appearing Daoist Zhang was even more terrifying. Not even Guardian Hu Qier's magic combined with Min Zhanlian's martial arts could handle him. Hu Qier had gone to chase Min Zhanlian but came back empty-handed, only finding 7 corpses of Min Zhanlian's subordinates along the road, stripped naked and dumped in ditches. Most terrifying was that Hu Qier had returned pale-faced, because these people had died horribly, each bearing gaping wounds on their bodies. Both Hu Qi and Ma Weissen had fallen into deep terror. The dual threat of the main altar's reckoning and Daoist Zhang's revenge kept both confined indoors, watching helplessly as the Yizhou altar crumbled. Daoist Zhang had brought in much grain from Jining, and besides relieving refugees, was using the grain to massively attract defectors. Believers were generally short of food and struggling. Now half of the dozen-plus incense halls in Yizhou had defected, and half of the remainder were wavering. Only a few halls under his direct control remained firmly in his grip. Ma Weissen had fought back hard, sending capable subordinates to attack defecting incense masters and believers, killing some as examples. Initially this was quite successful, but after several such attacks, all the incense halls that had sent assassins suffered retaliatory slaughter, with all core members killed. This made the entire situation even more unstable. The situation had now forced the main altar, which previously hadn't paid much attention to Yizhou, to take direct interest. On the official road, more strangers appeared. Horses from Jining passed by continuously, astonishing the vendors who regularly set up stalls by the roadside. In the Great Ming, people who could gallop on horseback were exceedingly rare. Horses were valued in gold. Before the gate tower of the Ma family compound, over a dozen riders arrived. In the lead was an elderly man. Atop the compound's gate tower stood Ma Weissen's head guard instructor, also a believer. He normally stationed himself here, specifically vetting visitors. Recently, with tensions high, the Ma compound kept its gates closed even during the day. Seeing the stately bearing of the arrivals, the guard instructor opened the small gate to greet them. "May I ask what brings you gentlemen to this place?" "Thank you." The old man returned the courtesy with a faint smile. "Is Master Ma at home? This humble one has business and would trouble you to announce me." As he spoke, he pointed upward, then reversed his hand to point downward, finally placing it on his right chest. The guard instructor's body stiffened. "So the main altar envoy has arrived." His speech and manner became even more respectful. "Please show your Dharma identity so this disciple may pay respects." Inner Dharma Hall guardian Qiongshan under the main altar. The guard instructor immediately knelt in reverence, showing the utmost deference. "This disciple respectfully welcomes the Dharma presence." "Rise." The old man waved. "Is your altar master Ma present?" He is. He's at the residence. This disciple will go report immediately." "No need, just lead us directly inside." The old man was majestic and imposing, his manner naturally commanding. Yes. The guard instructor hurried to instruct the guards to open the compound gates and led the group inside. End of chapter. Chapter 979. The Envoy and the Altar Master. Though Ma Weissen was terrified beyond measure, he knew hiding was useless. He could only come out with Hu Qi to greet this Dharma Master. Disciples respectfully welcomed the Dharma presence. The moment Qiongshan appeared, both knelt while still far away, hands pressed to the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Ma Weissen's heart pounded with fear, and he trembled uncontrollably, then noticed Hu Qi's hands were trembling too. Qiongshan had been a famous master in the Jianghu in his earlier years, renowned throughout Shandong's 6 eastern and western prefectures all the way to southern Zhili. As someone half in the Jianghu himself, Ma Weissen knew exactly how formidable this old man was. Not only was his saber technique transcendent, but his iron pellet skill was extraordinarily deadly. Ma Weissen had personally witnessed him suddenly flick an iron pellet at a banquet, smashing a man's skull in an instant. Just hearing Qiongshan's name conjured visions of red and white brains splattered everywhere. Moreover, this man headed the inner Dharma Hall, specifically patrolling subordinate altars and investigating irregularities. Punishing dereliction and traitors was also within his authority. Even as a regional branch altar master, if he gave the word, you had to obediently pack up and report to the main altar for the inner Dharma Hall's investigation. Whether you could return safely depended on your luck and how well you had conducted yourself. Ma Weissen had always been very accommodating to main altar people regardless of rank. Every half-year when sending incense offerings to Jinan, he always included gifts for all the main altar's major and minor functionaries. For Qiuande especially, he had spared no effort in flattery. So over the years, despite continuous petitions about the Yizhou branch altar, no one had been able to touch him. Qiuande stopped and swept his gaze over them. "Rise." "Thank you, Dharma Master." Ma Weissen hurriedly stood up and moved forward a few steps sideways, bent at the waist, leading the way. Seeing Qiuande's iron-dark face, Ma Weissen grew even more panicked. This incident had blown up too large. The idea to hire someone to kill Daoist Zhang had been his. Now not only had Daoist Zhang not been eliminated, but the entire Yizhou branch altar had been thrown into collapse. This crime alone was enough to finish him. That the main altar had dispatched a heavyweight like Qiuande showed how much commotion this matter had caused among the higher-ups. At this thought, beads of sweat kept rolling down his face. In the Ma residence stood a 3-courtyard compound specifically designated for branch altar use. In the main hall, large blocks of ice had been arranged as Ma Weissen had ordered. Qiuande unceremoniously sat in the main central armchair where Ma Weissen usually sat. Several inner Dharma Hall guardians who had come with him took the side seats. Each face was expressionless. Hu Qier and Ma Weissen, knowing they were under suspicion of guilt, dared not sit. They could only stand off to the side, hunching and bowing. Ma Weissen stole glances at the several guardians. He recognized some of them, all renowned masters within the sect. He had dealt with them through gifts sent at the 3 festivals and 2 courtesy periods each year. Only one woman he didn't recognize, but she appeared to hold a senior position. Probably a secret guardian of the inner Dharma Hall. Servants had already brought water for washing, then served Longjing tea. The Longjing in Ma Weissen's household was tribute tea destined for the imperial palace. The Grand Canal sustained many who made their living from the river. Goods traveling north and south inevitably drifted away in partial quantities during shipping. This was considered normal loss at the time. Even imperial tribute goods could be obtained in Jining if you had the money. Qiuande washed his face with a maidservant's assistance and drank some tea. Only after a long pause did he glance at the two. "A perfectly good situation, and you've made it into this mess. What do you have to say for yourselves?" Hu Qier was young after all. His single sentence immediately drained the color from her face. Having witnessed far more of this inner Dharma Hall guardian's methods than Ma Weissen, she couldn't stand steadily and knelt down, her body trembling as she spoke. "Please calm your anger, Dharma Master. This disciple indeed failed in handling matters, but truly never anticipated that heretic's magic would be so powerful. You were actually no match for him," Qiuande sneered. "What use is keeping such trash?" Hu Qier lay prostrated on the ground, not even daring to breathe. After a long while she said in a trembling voice, "This disciple is worthless and accepts whatever punishment the Dharma Master decrees without complaint. I only beg the Dharma Master to be wary, that heretic's powers are truly unfathomable." Qiuande said nothing, only turned his gaze to Ma Weissen. Ma Weissen, relying on his status, hadn't knelt, but under that gaze his clothes were already soaked through with sweat. "Dharma Master, regarding the heretic matter, this disciple truly failed." Ma Weissen forced down his inner panic. But that heretic hadn't yet displayed any magic at the time. This disciple only saw his medical treatments had miraculous effects. The common refugees worshipped him as divine. This disciple worried it would ruin our sect's great plans, which is why he thought to deal with him. He struggled to defend himself. Ma Weissen was after all a local strongman. He could bend and stretch, had a glib tongue, and analyzed pros and cons in orderly fashion. He knew he couldn't wash away the guilt on his hands. The collapse of an entire regional altar was an enormous crime in the sect. No excuse could get him off. So he only worked on implying interests. Currently the Yizhou altar had begun to collapse. Some incense halls had defected, some were wavering, some had simply dissolved and scattered. Losses were extremely severe. Only the incense halls under his Ma Weisen's direct influence remained stable. If Ma Weisen was executed or deposed, these halls would certainly collapse. And the sect had no second figure in Yizhou with power comparable to Ma Weisen's to step forward as branch altar master. Once people's hearts scattered, gathering them again wouldn't be a matter of 1 or 2 years. Moreover, Daoist Chang was currently outside aggressively preaching and winning hearts. He would never give the main altar sufficient time to clean up the situation. Of course, Ma Weisen presented these interests extremely obliquely. Those present were all capable enough to understand his subtext. As he weighed each word, he silently prayed that the silver and various precious gifts he had lavished on Qiongshan over the years could save his life. Qiongshan listened with a cold face, not speaking. Only long after Ma Weisen had stopped talking did he finally speak. "You too have committed grave sins. Remain in the inner hall to await punishment while reflecting on your crimes." He stood and announced, "This altar's affairs shall be temporarily administered by this seat from this day forth. We obey the Dharma Master's command." Everyone shouted in unison. In the wing room behind the main hall, watched over by guards from the main altar, Ma Weisen and Hu Qir were confined. The two were reflecting on their crimes while awaiting punishment. The courtyard was very quiet. This had originally been Altar Master Ma's inner sanctum where ordinary believers dared not enter. Now that internal and external security had been taken over by main altar people, and Ma Weisen himself was in uncertain circumstances, even fewer wanted to approach. Though the wing room wasn't exactly a hovel, after a whole day of summer sun, the room remained stifling even at night. As someone awaiting punishment, even in his own lair his subordinates dared not come to serve him. Naturally there was no ice or other luxuries. He could only sit bare-chested on the cooling couch, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan. Across from him was Hu Qir's room, its door curtain hanging tightly closed. Ma Weisen thought, how is she managing? Thinking of Hu Qir, Ma Weisen couldn't help thinking of the women in his residence. On hot summer nights when he couldn't sleep, he always had a woman called in, bathed and stripped naked for a bout of coupling, working up a good refreshing sweat. Now he couldn't even see one. Then thinking that this was his compound, built over many years, now with a group of outsiders issuing orders at will, his very life in their hands, beyond his fear he felt quite resentful. Why hadn't he just remained a local boss? Why had he joined a secret sect? In his years since joining, he had maneuvered skillfully, not only expanding his power many times over but also transforming from an ordinary strongman into a wealthy nouveau rich. At this moment he suddenly understood a truth. His power and wealth actually weren't his but the sect's. He had always thought he was using the sect, but hadn't the sect also been using him? For a moment his emotions were tangled. Suddenly the door curtain lifted. Qiongshan walked in. Disciple respectfully welcomes the Dharma presence. He quickly put down his fan and knelt. Disciple didn't know the Dharma presence was coming. No need. Rise, Qiongshan sat on the couch. Thank you, Dharma Master. Ma Weisen stood up and quickly put on a long robe. Not knowing his visitor's intentions, his heart pounded wildly. He took several deep breaths to steady himself, then gathered his hidden strength to stand firm. Qiong's martial arts were extremely high. He paused silently, knowing the sentries outside had moved to positions where they couldn't hear their conversation as he had instructed. He looked at Ma Weisen and sneered. You've been living quite well here. This disciple dares not. This disciple originally had some property locally. Compared to fellow believers, my enjoyments are indeed somewhat excessive. And none of this came from incense offering money. His lips curved in a cold smile, his pupils unmoving, waiting for Ma Weisen's answer. Ma Weisen's heart clenched. He hurriedly said, I dare not. Incense offerings have always been sent to the main altar on time and in full quantity. This disciple has never dared delay a moment and absolutely dare not embezzle. I don't know how many people have complained about you to the main altar, Qionghan sneered. Your little tricks who can't see through them. Same behavior as all the government yamen. For every tael sent to the main altar you've pocketed at least 3 or 4 taels. You think this seat doesn't know? Never mind this current incident. Just auditing the Yizhou altar's incense offering silver over the years, you've committed unforgivable crimes. Ma Weissen hurriedly said. This disciple absolutely dares not embezzle. Collecting some extra incense offerings on occasion. Yes, that has happened. It was for emergencies. This money has all been kept at the altar, ready to offer to the main altar whenever needed. He glanced at Qiuende. With the Dharma Master coming this time to eradicate the heretic, this disciple is willing to offer this incense money. Of the incense offerings he had extracted over the years under various pretexts, besides the portion he had embezzled for himself, another portion had been set aside specifically to grease the palms of main altar personnel. This sum currently amounted to over 5,000 taels, when Yizhou's annual incense offering quota was only 4,800 taels. Ma Weissen was prepared to use this money to buy his life. End of chapter. Chapter 980. The holy maiden Qiuende was of course no impartial judge, and Ma Weissen understood this clearly. Qiuende's motives for joining the sect were no different from his own. The higher you went in the hierarchy, the thinner the faith and the thicker the calculations of interest. This was tacitly understood among the upper echelons. Hearing Ma Weissen being so sensible, Qiuende was quite satisfied. But the Yizhou affair had already caused tremors within the main altar. It couldn't simply be glossed over. Moreover, Yizhou's annual offering of 4,800 taels of silver was a major source of income for the sect. Losing it would have enormous impact on the entire organization. Competition among various folk sects in Shandong province was fierce. Having territory meant having income, and having income meant expanding territory. The two were mutually reinforcing. On the road to Yizhou, Qiuende had already considered his plan several times over. Eliminating Ma Weissen was one option, but with Yizhou's current unstable situation, he still needed to use Ma Weissen's forces. The Yizhou area was after all his base of operations, carefully cultivated over many years with deep roots. If pushed to desperation, he might simply defect directly to Daoist Zhang, making things even more difficult to handle. A fleeting smile appeared on Qiuende's face. Ma Weissen quickly caught that hint of amusement and immediately felt his spirits lift. He hurried to add, with the Dharma Master's arrival in Yizhou, wherever this disciple can be of service, this disciple will surely serve faithfully. At least you have some self-awareness. Qiuende sneered and stood up. This seat will tell you this much. The Yizhou matter has alarmed the Patriarch and the main altar's holy maiden. How do you think it should be handled? Yes, yes. To have disturbed the Dharma presence, this disciple deserves death 10,000 times. Upon hearing that the Patriarch and holy maiden had been disturbed, fear once again seized Ma Weissen body and soul. It was said the holy maiden could command ghosts with her primordial spirit, could seize people's souls, and could manipulate the living like puppets. All manner of terrifying legends abounded. His legs went weak and he immediately knelt on the ground. This disciple is willing to serve with utmost devotion. In the end, Ma Weissen agreed to offer an additional 10,000 taels in tribute to the main altar. Seeing he was being sensible and that 10,000 taels brought back to the main altar would provide some explanation, Qiuende finally softened his tone somewhat. Since you are so sincere, this seat will give you a way forward. Ma Weissen was overjoyed and hurriedly kowtowed. Thank you for the Dharma Master's great kindness. You needn't thank this seat, Qiuende said coldly. Your life and honor you must still fight for yourself. Otherwise, even this seat cannot save you. Yes, yes, this disciple will certainly exert every effort. First stand up, Qiuende said. Tell me honestly, what is the real situation in Yizhou? Don't hold anything back. Ma Weissen immediately described the current state of affairs in Yizhou. He then had someone fetch the roster of Yizhou's incense halls and used a brush to mark which halls he still controlled, which had defected, and which were of uncertain allegiance. Those who had completely defected numbered less than 1/3. Qiuende felt the matter could still be salvaged. Such incompetence. He secretly despised Ma Weissen for not utilizing these assets, but instead hiding like a turtle with its head withdrawn. That Daoist Zhang, no matter how formidable, was ultimately just one man. This Yizhou branch altar would need to be placed under a more capable and reliable person in the future, but how to handle things would require separate discussion with others. Those who had come with him this time were all main altar core members who must be given proper respect. Of course, this was purely a courtesy. Hu Qie's failure this time secretly pleased him. Her master was none other than the inner Dharma Hall's holy maiden who had accompanied him on this trip. How to deal with Hu Qie was within his authority. Holding this leverage, he had no fear that this proud woman wouldn't bow her head in submission and stop constantly opposing him. At this thought, a vicious smile appeared at his lips. He ordered his subordinates, "Bring the criminal Hu Qie to the punishment room in the rear courtyard. This seat will conduct a night interrogation." The study Ma Weissen had established in the branch altar's main courtyard was his confidential space. Not only did it store large quantities of internal documents and correspondence, but its furnishings were also luxurious and comfortable. Now this had become Qiuwen's lodging. After presenting his tribute, Ma Weissen had sensibly passed word to his steward to send 2 beautiful and alluring maidservants to attend to Qiuwen. Though Qiuwen held high position and authority on ordinary days, being at the main altar meant he had to exercise some restraint in his conduct. Now in the provinces, with people fawning over him, he indulged himself freely. This day he was drinking and making merry with the 2 women in his arms when suddenly there was a commotion outside the door. Someone seemed to be trying to force their way into the study and was arguing with the guards outside. Qiuwen seemed to have anticipated this and waved for the maidservants to withdraw. With a bang, the door was shoved open. A woman around 30 burst in angrily. It was none other than the inner Dharma Hall's holy maiden, Luo Seichen, who had come with him to Yizhou to clean up the mess. Qiuwen showed a slight smile. "So it's holy maiden Luo. I wonder what urgent matter brings you to see this seat so anxiously." Luo Seichen smiled coldly and waved her hand behind her. "All of you withdraw. I have a few words to say to Dharma Master Qiuwen." Qiuwen looked at the people who had followed her in, then nodded composedly. "Fine, you may all withdraw for now. Sit." He gestured to Luo Seichen. "No need." Luo Seichen's voice was icy. "You've already interrogated Ma Weissen and Hu Qie. Correct, I asked them a few questions," Qiuwen admitted readily. "What this seat may not ask. You are the inner hall Dharma Master. This is within your authority," Luo Seichen said. "But why did you punish Hu Qie without distinguishing right from wrong? And why detain her in the punishment hall to torment her? Isn't she supposed to be reflecting on her crimes while awaiting punishment? She committed such a grave offense. Being held in the punishment hall and receiving a few strokes of the Dharma whip is already an extremely light punishment," Qiuwen sneered. "Holy Maiden Luo, I know you protect your disciple, but don't forget, she bungled the mission and fled in battle. By rights, this seat could open an incense hall right now and sentence her to death by heavenly lightning and fire. I've already shown mercy on your account." Luo Seichen clearly didn't accept the threat in his words. She stiffened her neck. "Bungling the mission and fleeing in battle, leaving aside whether you even have evidence for those 8 characters. Ma Weissen as branch altar master brought the Yizhou altar to complete collapse. Doesn't he deserve the heavenly lightning and fire punishment? What punishment altar master Ma deserves, this seat knows better than you," Qiuwen said. "However, to salvage the Yizhou situation, this seat must rely on him. Treating him somewhat generously is not inappropriate. Don't forget, when we set out, the Grand Altar Master authorized this seat to act as circumstances warrant. Are you perhaps defying the Grand Altar Master's command? You're talking nonsense. Don't try to intimidate me with the Grand Altar Master's orders." Luo Seichen had come from a street acrobat background and had a forthright personality. "You've long had your eye on Hu Qie. After repeatedly making advances and being rejected, this is just opportunistic revenge. You despicable, shameless villain." "Absurd." Qiuwen slammed the table and stood up, declaring arrogantly, This seat is an upright, honorable man. My conduct can stand before heaven, earth, sun, and moon. It's not for a woman from lowly street performer origins to spout nonsense about. Luo Seichun had been a rope-walking acrobat in her former days. Even in a sect whose members were mainly common folk, this was considered a very low background that attracted scorn. After gradually climbing to a high position in the sect, she still faced private contempt. Xuanda's words immediately made her tremble with rage throughout her body, but whether in sect rank or in martial arts and magic, Xuanda surpassed her. The Holy Maiden might have a prestigious title and great reverence among ordinary believers, but among the sect's upper echelons, she held no real power. If it came to open conflict, both sides would suffer, but the damage she would take would be far greater than Xuanda's. Not only would it not help matters, but it would make things even harder for Hu Qier, already in dire straits. At this thought, Luo Seichun forced herself to stay calm. Fine, what do you want? Holy Maiden Luo, this seat believes you should at least understand something about proper hierarchy before we can discuss matters. Xuanda smiled viciously. Otherwise, this seat has nothing to discuss with you. Luo Seichun could only swallow her anger. Fine, please instruct me, Dharma Master. What exactly do you intend to do? That's more like it. Xuanda also didn't want to humiliate her too much. After all, Luo Seichun was one of the sect's high-ranking members. Holy Maiden Luo, he said slowly, Hu Qier's matter can be treated as either serious or minor. It all depends on you as her master. Say it. But if it concerns her virtue and chastity, don't expect me to aid a tyrant's evils, Luo Seichun said through gritted teeth. I'd rather see her die with dignity. HMPH, what do you take this seat for? Xuanda sneered. A few bodies hold no interest for this seat, he continued. Just remember to watch your words from now on. Luo Seichun understood. This old man probably had some underhanded scheme again. She was a clever woman and immediately guessed it must involve the Yizhou altar and the Ma family's wealth. Xuanda probably had dark intentions, and he was using Hu Qier to force her silence. Fine, I agree. She bit her lip and nodded in assent. But Hu Qier must be released immediately. Over the next few days, Xuanda did indeed release Hu Qier and Ma Weissen. He ordered them to publicly confess their errors before the incense hall, then remain to await orders while under probation. Xuanda's own calculations were working out nicely. He already had a plan for salvaging the Yizhou situation and now proposed his solution. First, he would issue main altar Dharma proclamations to all incense halls, whether defected or wavering, announcing the arrival of main altar envoys. A date would be set to open an incense hall, commanding all local incense masters, incense handlers, and incense heads to attend the grand opening ceremony as a demonstration of the sect's power. Anyone willing to come would be offered amnesty for past transgressions. Those unwilling would be executed by magic, a few killings to make examples. With Ma Weissen's local power and the strength of the main altar's envoys, Xuanda believed pressuring most local branch altar leaders to attend the ceremony wouldn't be difficult. As for the defected halls, even if they firmly refused to come, they would certainly become anxious and panicked. End of chapter. Chapter 981, Laao viewing box number 225. In the end, Lu Wenyuan decided to start with basic construction. He built a dock on the southwestern side of the island, leveling the embankment and constructing a pier that extended all the way to waters over 2.5 meters deep. This ensured that the Navy and Dabo shipping companies' medium and large vessels could load and unload directly without requiring lighter barges. The dock itself was protected by a 3-story bastion. Around the bastion stood a small fortified residential area where Lu Wenyuan had settled 30 households, mainly the original fishermen from the island. These people were his navy, protecting the dock, patrolling Longkou Bay, and of course also fishing to supplement their diet. As for Lu Wenyuan's own headquarters, it was located in the hills of Qimu Island. At the hilltop, he first built a watchtower for monitoring the entire island and nearby waters, which would also serve as a lighthouse to guide fleets into the harbor. Fresh water on the island was scarce, with all sources located in the hills. The estate site was chosen above one of these springs. Not only did they directly control the water source, but they also constructed collection pools and channels around it, concentrating mountain water for storage. Excess water flowed through channels down the mountain for temporary use in agricultural irrigation. The estate itself wasn't large. Qimu Island had limited space to maneuver, and water was scarce. In the long term, this wasn't a suitable base. On the planning schedule, it was merely a transit base built to support the Dengzhou operation. But the fortified estate itself was constructed very solidly. Large quantities of relief rations, clothing, bedding, and sanitary supplies would be stockpiled inside. Within the estate were collection pools, large warehouses, a command post, and residential areas. Standard barracks sufficient for one company were also included. Besides a brick and stone wall with battlemented parapets for protection, there were also 6 small 2-story corner bastions for defense. According to plan, each corner bastion would mount a cannon. Outside the hills, the land was roughly leveled. Areas above the high tide line were planted with sweet sorghum. When Kang Yao's affair erupted, these could be used to build tents and mat sheds, an instant refugee camp. As a test and to solve housing for the workers building the base, Lu Wenyuan first erected 10 crude wooden frame longhouses with rushmat roofs and walls. Each building could accommodate 100 people. There were also various supporting structures like kitchens and latrines. After running things for a while, he deemed them basically adequate for needs. However, these mat sheds had poor insulation and weren't sturdy. Summer was barely manageable, but come winter, without sufficient winter clothing and heating equipment for the refugees, they would be purely symbolic. Better facilities meant the issue of shipping materials from Hong Kong. Lu Wenyuan knew that most transport capacity was currently devoted to shipping materials to the newly established Taiwan base. Getting a special shipment of materials to this small forward base on Qimu Island was probably impossible. Almost all building materials for the Qimu Island base were sourced locally, and craftsmen were also hired locally. Thanks to Jesuit connections with the Shandong Catholic Church, along with the patronage of Sun Yuanhua and various church members at different levels, Lu Wenyuan at least wasn't completely in the dark when handling affairs locally. He had managed to build Phase 1 of the Qimu Island base with almost no use of naturalized personnel. The poverty of the eastern 3 prefectures and the cheapness of prices all left a deep impression on Lu Wenyuan. This place was nowhere near comparable to Jiangnan or Guangdong. There was cleared land everywhere, but most crops grew poorly. Every village near Qimu Island was without exception extremely impoverished. When Lu Wenyuan hired workers locally, costs went as low as laborers working for free, just requesting 3 meals a day. Because labor was extraordinarily cheap, Lu Wenyuan recruited workers in large numbers. Men, women, old, young, everyone was wanted. Those with strength did heavy work, those without did light work. Using this abundant cheap labor, Phase 1 of the Qimu Island base progressed rapidly. By early August, the project was already 60% complete. The workers also simultaneously cleared fields, built irrigation channels and collection pools, and constructed a windmill tower. The windmill would need to be shipped from Lingao. On the newly cleared land, they planted the first crop of sweet sorghum. On the coastal tidal flats, they sowed sea aster seeds. To protect construction on the island and prevent infiltration by questionable individuals, Lu Wenyuan didn't dig trenches on the causeway, but did construct a willow wicker fence. Inconspicuous at first, but once it took root and was filled with sand and gravel, it would become quite sturdy. This method was used on the Les Plateau to intercept flash floods and improve soil erosion, creating large amounts of farmland in gullies. Overall, construction on the island was flourishing. Despite this, Lu Wenyuan still hoped reinforcements would arrive soon, especially for the northbound detachment to hurry up and land at Jeju Island, which would at least allow some materials to be delivered to him en route. Never mind anything else, just the pile of three-eyed handguns and cannons made him uneasy. As for the sallow, malnourished militiamen, he also found them quite unreliable. The only reliable ones were his few naturalized subordinates, especially Huang An, whose daily drilling of the militia at least gave him some peace of mind. That Wang Qisuo whom Zhao Yinggong had transferred to him had now fully recovered. He was currently vice-commander of the militia squad. He clearly had some boxing and kicking skills, and could also draw a bow and shoot arrows, as befitting his dual identity as salt smuggler and military household. Through both open and covert investigation and conversations, Lu Wenyuan had roughly learned Wang Qisuo's basic background, a local military household who made a living smuggling salt, with no family left. This situation was very common among naturalized personnel, nothing remarkable. Lu Wenyuan paid it no particular mind. Lao viewing box, new shows now playing. Guan Yunqing slays Huexing with warm wine, Spider Spirit vs. Spider-Man, Teacher Kang fights the evil magistrate's son, Adventures of the Five Path Knights. Accompanied by crisp gong sounds, a vendor's shouts came from the street. Children in the alley scrambled to run to the street corner, pulling handfuls of copper coins from their clothes to scatter into the vendor's hands while shouting, "Let me see first! Let me see first!" This was an ordinary morning in Guangzhou. Every day, 176 such vendors walked the streets and alleys of Guangzhou, setting up over 300 Australian viewing machines in the markets, bringing visual entertainment from another timeline to the children and adults of this era. Dressed in Ming clothing, Si Kaide sat in a carriage watching this scene, a slight smile at the corner of his lips. The Laao viewing box was similar to the foreign peep show of late Qing and early Republican China in the previous timeline. In a wooden box, a spring-driven ratchet mechanism spun a film reel, continuously displaying images on the film. Viewers had to pull a cord themselves to wind the spring. Everyone knew this was Australian goods, hence Lao, pull Australian viewing box. Light came from sunlight collected through a lens. At night, an oil lamp provided illumination, though the effect was much worse. This device was requested by the Colonial Trade Department and the Propaganda Department, designed by the Machinery Factory. The structure was improved compared to traditional peep show boxes, reduced weight and size, enhanced effect. This entertainment greatly increased the burden on Lin Hanlong's optical factory. The main component of the Australian views was lenses. Though performance requirements were low, each lens still had to be ground out individually. Lin Hanlong had to work with other elders at the machinery factory to develop a device capable of batch grinding simple optical lenses. The Colonial Trade Department hadn't developed this device to entertain the Ming populace, nor to increase revenue, though the vendors who obtained franchise rights from Zicheng Trading all said the business wasn't bad. But the few hundred taels in annual franchise fees and viewing box rental income was a drop in the bucket within Lingao's overall economy. The important point was propaganda, especially spreading the Australian lifestyle, building momentum for the soon-to-open commercial center, and attracting Ming commoners to emigrate to Hainan Island. Guangzhou was the convergence point for all of Guangdong's wealth and population. As long as they established the concept here that Lingao was a beacon of light and a land of paradise, they could attract not only the poor struggling to make a living who hoped for a new life, but also some wealthy people. Before the second counter-encirclement campaign, the Planning Commission had raised the problem of economic output and scale being too small at an expanded meeting on national economic work. What constrained everything was population. Industry required large amounts of population, especially at the current rather low level of the Senate's industrial system. They had no choice but to rely on human wave tactics to expand production capacity. Collecting manpower thus became the top priority. The willingness to invest almost all of the Senate's strength into Operation Engine was ultimately for the purpose of obtaining large amounts of population. The Laao viewing box propaganda activities, while having minimal effect on the overall labor collection plan, could still produce significant influence in the long run. Come see the latest Australian viewing box, Australian workers moving into new housing, the Great Iron Works smelting molten iron, farms with 1,000 jin per mu rice yields. The vendor switched to a new set of films, blatant pieces promoting the new life. Because the content was novel, they also attracted many viewers. After all, the Australians were now thunderously famous in Guangdong, and many people wanted to learn more about them. Ahum, 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 ahum. Guyi, also sitting in the carriage, still wasn't used to cigars. He put down the cigar in his hand. I say, Director Guo, cigars aren't cigarettes. Don't inhale into your lungs. The smoke is too strong. Shide slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. You're now Guangzhou's representative figure of Australian style, Guangzhou's fashion gentleman. You need to pay attention to details. What fashion gentleman? This is all your idea. I'm being forced to smoke this stuff. I used to abstain from tobacco and alcohol. Bullshit. You worked in a powerful department and abstained from tobacco and alcohol. How would your leaders ever use you? Shide ignored Guo's complaints. Your pose needs to be more elegant. That's how the rich folk will spend their money. This had always been Guo's sore spot. Back in the day, he had worked hard, but by D-Day he still hadn't made it to deputy section-level clerk. Of course, the reason definitely wasn't abstaining from tobacco and alcohol. End of chapter. Chapter 982, Smuggling Salt. At least now he was a regional official, a formal member of the Senate. Guo actually valued the latter more. Being a regional official sounded impressive now but wouldn't be special in the future. Even the most incompetent elder could easily end up as a colonial governor someday. In comparison, elder status was the truly valuable identity. Those are two different things. Guo skipped over this painful subject. I know your calculations. You're planning for peaceful evolution. As he spoke, he pulled a bell cord and the carriage immediately set off. This carriage was a high-end luxury vehicle specially manufactured by the vehicle factory for Guo. It used a four-wheel structure with leaf spring suspension, and the interior was lavishly appointed. Whenever it appeared on the road, everyone knew Director Guo was coming. Hong Huangnan schemed to use Carriage 4's shops as cover for prepositioned logistics points in enemy-occupied territory, had been aborted due to fierce opposition from the Planning Commission and the military. But its commercial portion had been picked up by Shide, who had equipped Guo with this carriage precisely to use him as a living advertisement. The carriage soon left the bustling district and headed toward the Guo residence on Huifu Street. Along the way, one could periodically see neatly dressed figures of various types standing respectfully by the roadside, greeting the passing of Director Guo's carriage. Shide knew these were all employees and business partners of the Guangzhou Station's Purple Clan Group affiliated enterprises. He felt that Guo was increasingly resembling a Japanese Zaibatsu-style figure. The Huifu Street residence had been thoroughly renovated since their return to Guangzhou. To fully embody Director Guo's power and wealth, Zhang Shangji had renovated the residence to be resplendent. Not only were all building materials, plumbing, and hardware ordered from Lingao, but whatever quality materials could be obtained locally were also used without stint. The two sat down in the ornately decorated smoking room, where Guo received distinguished guests, a very private space. He took out 2 bottles of chilled kvass from a cabinet, and they continued their earlier conversation while smoking cigars and drinking. The core topics were silver and grain. It was precisely for these 2 things that Shide had specially come to Guangzhou. A colonial trade department Southeast Asia trading delegation had recently departed from Lingao. Their mission was to explore shipping routes and trade conditions in Siam, Cambodia, Vietnam, and other places, while also seeking potential local partners. Southeast Asian rice had always been a target the Planning Commission coveted. Director Guo, Although we've sent a trading delegation to Southeast Asia, establishing grain channels isn't something that can be accomplished overnight, Shide said. Ever since we made that agreement, the Dutch have indeed shipped us quite a lot of Southeast Asian rice, but that all has to be bought with real gold and silver. Trade between the elders and the Dutch was, on balance, favorable to the elders. The Senate used Guangzhou as a window to massively purchase various Ming specialties for resale to the Dutch. Meanwhile, the variety of goods the Dutch sold to the Senate was relatively limited. Besides spices, the Senate was mainly interested in bulk commodities, rice, timber, and industrial raw materials. These were far from sufficient to offset the value of the Senate's exports, so the Dutch also had to pay a large sum in precious metal currency. It was precisely through the large amounts of silver the Dutch paid that Lingao could currently afford the expenses required for large-scale operations like Operation Engine. But fiscal revenue from exports alone was always limited. Compared to the enormous appetite of Operation Engine and industrialization, what the Dutch and English paid for Chinese goods was still far from enough. To export to the Dutch and English, the Colonial Trade Department had to establish a commercial network on the mainland. Operating this network also occupied large amounts of capital. In Leizhou alone, at peak times the working capital tied up reached as high as 300,000 taels. And as Wentong continued to expand sugarcane planting area in Leizhou and enlarge sugar production capacity, the capital tied up in the Leizhou sugar industry kept increasing in both amount and duration. This further exacerbated the funding gap. If the Senate currently had a trade surplus with European merchants, then with the Ming, the Senate was completely in deficit. Without question, the goods Lingao currently exported to Guangdong, apart from a small portion of re-exported Southeast Asian goods, were all domestically manufactured industrial products. Meanwhile, goods imported from the Ming were almost entirely industrial raw materials and agricultural products, primary products. Looking solely at the types of traded goods and profits between the two sides, the Lingao-Guangdong trade was practically a textbook, post-colonial trade system, with an enormous price scissors effect. The problem was that the industrial system and new social system Lingao was building had an appetite for primary products that was simply too large enough to completely swallow the enormous profits from the price scissors. Lingao's industrial capacity was still relatively small, while its own demand was too great. It couldn't produce enough export consumer goods, and the Ming market's demand was very distorted with overall demand being low. All this limited further expansion of exports to the Ming. Overall, the Guangzhou station's revenue growth had already weakened in momentum. Do we need to further expand import-export scale? Yi expressed concern. We're almost at the limit now. Without being able to set up factories directly in Guangzhou, it will be hard to make major progress. Without establishing local factories, goods and raw materials would still have to travel great distances in both directions, making it impossible to further reduce production costs. Of course. Moving light industrial enterprises to Guangdong is definitely something that will be done, but not now. Shide nodded. As you know, all departments are currently running 24-hour shifts, and even so the production tasks are backed up. Manufacturing additional machinery and equipment is simply impossible. Then, what other growth points are there? Yi asked. The smokeless industry segment was highly profitable. Ximing Tower had the highest profit margin of all Senatron enterprises. But this type of business couldn't spring up everywhere. The consumer base was fixed. Table salt. Yi was somewhat dismissive. Admittedly, table salt had been one of the Senate's initial main revenue sources. Back then, it was precisely by seizing the Mao salt fields that they had opened up bulk commodity export channels and gained stable economic income. Even now, Lingao's salt exports remained a major revenue source for the Finance Supervisor Department. Since salt trade was managed by the Monopoly Bureau, and salt merchants who dealt with Lingao went directly to Lingao for transactions, the Guangzhou station only handled some miscellaneous business. He knew little about the overall salt trade. As things currently stood, all salt sold by Lingao was contraband salt with quite considerable profits, but the sales channels were limited. Currently, besides Hainan, sales were restricted to Guangdong province, with some also flowing into Guangxi. Unfortunately, both Hainan and the coast across the strait, due to their natural conditions, had many solar salt fields, making competition in the contraband salt market quite fierce. After the victory in the second counter-encirclement campaign, the Navy had taken de facto control of the Qiongzhou Strait, bringing the Leizhou Peninsula and other coastal areas along the strait into their sphere of influence. They had essentially taken control of both Hainan and the opposite coast, Guangdong's two major salt-producing regions. Thus, controlling Guangdong's salt production and sales had become possible. Starting a few months ago, the Colonial Trade Department had made salt sales an important breakthrough for increasing exports. After investigation, they decided to export on a large scale to Guangxi and Fujian. Both were salt-deficient provinces where contraband salt smuggling was already rampant. Breaking into these two markets could easily yield high profits. "The quality of our salt is far superior to everywhere else," Shide said. "Salt profits are very high. And now the salt fields we control aren't limited to just Mao. According to Finance Supervisor Department calculations, once channels were opened, using existing salt field facilities alone could guarantee annual revenue of 300,000 taels. If the various salt fields were further improved, with increased labor and equipment and development of new fields, annual salt revenues of 1,000,000 taels weren't just a dream." The famous Yizhou refined salt factory in Tianjin in old China's history, with 50,000 silver dollars in capital and 2,000 mu of salt pans as production facilities, using modern salt-making methods produced 5 tons of refined salt daily, earning $500,600,000 annually. The original $50,000 in capital could pay 10,000 to 15,000 in annual dividends. The profits were quite impressive. The salt-making plant at Mao was technologically somewhat more advanced than the 1911 Yizhou refined salt factory. The salt and soda it produced were of high quality. The Colonial Trade Department's opinion was to establish a salt sales center in Guangzhou, shipping salt from Hainan and Leizhou there for sale. Using Guangzhou's port advantages, it could spread to all of Guangdong and Fujian. Limited by the Mao plant's production scale, it wasn't possible to refine and reprocess all the sea salt from the controlled salt fields. But even so, this could create product differentiation. As you know, the so-called Monopoly Bureau under the Finance Department is just an empty shell with only one elder in charge. Actual sales in Guangzhou are still handled by the Guangzhou station. Yi said, but if it's based in Guangzhou, openly wholesaling contraband salt might be a bit too blatant. Besides, salt requires large warehouses. It can't be hidden. It can be based on Hong Kong Island or on islands closer by. Officials can't control it and won't dare. Here you just collect money and issue receipts. Contraband salt runners take the receipts to Hong Kong to pick up goods, loaded directly onto ships. We can even handle the logistics. What about officials and other salt smugglers? They probably won't just willingly step aside. Shide was fully confident. Contraband salt runners are no problem. They're our customers and distribution channels, not our enemies. We only need to control the salt fields, and they'll have no choice but to cooperate. Otherwise, cut off their supply, and what salt can they smuggle? If we encounter any stubborn holdouts, just eliminate them and be done with it. End of chapter. Chapter 983, Rental Agency. As for officials, the principle was the same. Since the Senate effectively controlled most of Guangdong's salt fields, even official salt supply depended on them. As long as the Senate cut off the salt supply, officials would have to submit. Since they couldn't protect the salt fields, they could only accept the Senate's terms. If that's the case, Why don't we just take over all of Guangdong's official salt sales, become tax farmers? Yizhou suggested. That way we'd control all salt affairs. We ourselves would be the official salt. It's not the right time yet, Shide shook his head. In Guangdong, we still can't cover the sky with one hand. The Ming salt monopoly already has a large vested interest group. If we farm the taxes, either we have to shoulder all the benefits these interest groups demand, or we thoroughly kick them out. The former was too expensive. The latter, without sufficient control, would only create too many enemies. Currently, the Senate's basic policy toward Guangdong was still focused on stability. Shide had already identified someone to serve as their agent for this new business. This person was the salt merchant from Zhuang who had first done business with the Senate, Liu Gang. Liu Gang had long operated in the contraband salt trade in Leizhou. Among local salt smugglers, he was only a medium-sized operator. He had dealt with Saltfield Village for years, until the Gu family seized the village and cut off this channel. After Saltfield Village came under Australian control, he established relations with the elders. By selling the superior quality Lingao salt, Liu Gang had made a fortune and become a major salt dealer of considerable importance in the Leizhou region. Though he had made his fortune through the Senate, his relationship with them remained rather distant. The Senate hadn't cultivated him as a key client before. The two parties had only a simple business relationship, no different from the many other merchants who came to Lingao to trade goods. The reason Liu Gang hadn't been cultivated wasn't deliberate alienation by the Colonial Trade Department. It was mainly because contraband salt smuggling was an extremely complicated business, requiring an extremely complex network of relationships. Salt smuggling had long been a gray social phenomenon in Chinese history, with intertwined black and white, murky and unclear. Officials, salt merchants and salt smugglers had tangled, complex relationships, far more than research papers and treatises could sort out. To avoid the trouble of reorganization, the Colonial Trade Department had adopted a sales approach of supply only, don't manage channels. But under this model, profits obviously couldn't be increased. Liu Gang's own strength was insufficient. Within the complex salt smuggling network, he couldn't expand to sufficiently broad territory. And Shide was precisely looking to develop new revenue from the salt industry. The two hit it off immediately, deciding to cooperate in expanding the sales network to all of the two Guangs and Fujian. The only objection came from the Mao Salt Consortium, which expressed that with the current labor situation, they could hardly increase production for the nation so dramatically, unless they received more support, from manpower to equipment, rather than just bringing more salt pans under their banner. For the Salt Consortium, they already had more than enough salt pans, so many that they couldn't operate many efficiently. Even with low-efficiency production, even having suspended the new salt pan development plan at Yizhou, the Planning Commission controlled salt warehouses and fields along the Jianghu Strait coast still held stockpiles of sea salt sufficient for about 12 months, both for industrial chemicals and for food use. Shide used this as leverage, arguing they could easily reduce inventory to within 6 months. For this reason, Liu Gang had already moved his family, employees, and all wealth from the salt trade to Guangzhou in one fell swoop, preparing to launch major operations. Though Liu Gang hadn't had deep cooperation with the Senate before, he was in Zhuang and understood the Australians' power quite clearly. He also knew the Australians had enormous ambitions. Watching their influence grow ever greater, becoming an Australian partner now meant future profit prospects beyond estimation, so his enthusiasm was very high. Shide's Colonial Trade Department actually hadn't invested a single coin. All initial infrastructure investment came from Liu Gang. Yizhou listened silently to his introduction. Obviously, this Liu Gang was one of the commercial compradors he would command in the future. Perhaps he could be called a comprador of the new era. If major ocean merchants like Gao Ju and Li Loyu still had somewhat more independence, then compradors like Sun Keqiang and Liu Gang were purely dependent. Their enterprises were nominally independent, but every move was actually under the Senate's control. Here's this director Liu's personal file. Shide opened his combination lock briefcase and took out a document folder. Yu looked at the man's materials. A sturdy man in his 30s, the photo showed a face full of fierce intensity. Obviously being a salt smuggler wasn't easy. At home was an old mother who only knew vegetarian eating and Buddhist prayers, a wife named Zhang, and one son named Liu Xiaoguan. The document also listed his servants and employees with brief introductions. Currently his mother and son are both in Zhuang under our direct control, Shide said. We didn't require him to move his son and mother to Ling. After all, Zhuang is practically our territory now. Speaking of Leizhou, has the Tang monk plan been implemented? Yu suddenly thought of this once very hot plan. It won't formally begin until next year. As an executive committee member, Shide was fairly clear on the progress of this classified matter. He lowered his voice. I hear intelligence people are already training for it, naturalized citizens. But I don't think it's very meaningful. Yu's view represented the attitude of quite a few elders who had once been enthusiastic about it. Current Leizhou was under Lingao's full influence, with Zhuang and Heikang counties gradually being Qiongzhuized. The Senate's control over the entire Leizhou peninsula was strengthening. True, but directly controlling an official is also a good option. Since we've connected with the Fush and befriended the artillery expert, why limit him to just Leizhou? He could be transferred elsewhere. Who knows when he might prove useful? Shide said, even if he's not useful, our investment isn't large. Yu expressed his sincere admiration for the executive committee's far-sighted vision. Shide laughed. Stop the flattery. Let's discuss Guangdong's grain problem instead. Yu reported on the current status of grain collection in Guangdong. Guangdong in the late Ming was still a grain-exporting province, with considerable commercial grain exported to Fujian each year. Fujian had long been a grain-deficient province. But due to widespread cultivation of cash crops, the grain self-sufficiency rate had already declined considerably. However, for collecting grain, Guangdong remained the Senate's most convenient source. Grain collected from the Pearl River Delta and surrounding areas could be transported to the Hong Kong base for processing via convenient waterways. The Planning Commission, Colonial Trade Department, Agricultural Committee, and Foreign Intelligence Bureau had jointly established a specialized grain working group in Guangdong. Led by the Guangzhou station, Yu's main recent work had been acquiring grain. Grain collection didn't rely on cash purchases. Given the transmigrator group's demand for grain, they simply couldn't raise such a large sum of silver. Moreover, purchasing grain on such a scale would cause Guangdong's grain prices to skyrocket. The grain working group's method of collecting grain locally was requisitioning, or rather, collecting reasonable burdens. After the Pearl River Estuary Campaign, the Fubo Army's reputation had become thunderous throughout the Pearl River Delta. Every township it had swept through or passed had been assessed reasonable burdens. The reasonable burden wasn't a one-time extortion but a long-term tax. The collection was handled by Yu's Guangzhou station. Though the Fubo Army had withdrawn, everyone knew that the transmigrators' warships were patrolling the Pearl River estuary waters. The Dacheng Rice Company's Guangzhou branch was now the Senate's tax collection agency in Guangzhou. Various townships, upon receiving notification slips secretly delivered by Lin Beiguang's intelligence personnel, remitted their assessed reasonable burdens in full to the rice company by the specified dates. Collected items included not just rice but also miscellaneous grains, cash crops, and raw silk. Silver and copper could also be submitted, received by the Delong Guangzhou branch. Specifics depended on local conditions. Beyond this, in the riverside towns and villages along the Pearl River that the Fubo Army had conquered and swept through, a rental agency had appeared. It carried land deeds and tenancy documents from the gentry and landowners eliminated in the Pearl River Estuary campaign and was collecting rent. A rental agency was a rent collection proxy shop, very developed during the Qing, also called a Tiandihui field shop. Small and medium landlords, or city-dwelling landlords with limited local influence and not much land, often couldn't collect rent from stubborn tenants in the countryside, or only collected reduced amounts. Gradually, a profession emerged. Locally powerful individuals with official connections would open rental agencies to specifically handle landlords' rent collection, taking a small handling fee. This practice resembled the Pao Lan Hu tax farming households in tax payment, except it targeted tenants rather than officials. The appearance of rental agencies benefited small and medium landlords and became increasingly popular after the mid-Qing. Gradually, they even usurped the role of managing all land tenancy, taxation, and even sales affairs, while the landlords themselves could no longer intervene and could only sit and receive rent. Eventually, tenants only knew their land belonged to such and such agency, not knowing who their landlord actually was. This time, the Grain Working Group had brought rental agencies into existence early in the Ming timeline. After hurried preparations, several former grain clerks, drawn from various Hainan counties, arrived in succession. With these clerks as professional staff, combined with other naturalized citizens, they formed the Wansheng Agency to comprehensively manage this land. All landowners were changed to Yuan Leizhou, with actual management by the Planning Commission. The address listed was Baron Village, Lingao, Qiongzhou Prefecture, precisely the special administrative village that had been created for the transmigrators back then. End of chapter. Chapter 984. The Southeast Asia Company, the land deed transfer procedures were forged by the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Among the clerks retained from various county yamen, there were quite a few experts at creating fake documents and deeds. After forgery, the documents were sent to Guangdong, where Lin Beiguang's personnel arranged for several people impersonating original landlords to formally process transfer procedures at each county yamen. Local officials generally knew what was going on but mostly turned a blind eye. After all, these lands were already ownerless. They didn't have the courage to embezzle them, nor was it worth being an upright judge over. Better to transfer them to the Australians and still collect some taxes and personal benefits. Though some suggested having local agents become landlords, who would then collect rent, the Foreign Intelligence Bureau felt that placing these local agents wasn't easy and they shouldn't be publicly exposed too early. Additionally, this matter would inevitably cause some civil conflicts and create certain negative impressions. Better to use a disposable cover identity. The appearance of Wansheng Agency shattered many local farmers' dreams of owning land. From the Pearl River Estuary campaign until now had been nearly a year. These fields had been treated as unclaimed land and planted with grain. Now, with autumn harvest approaching, this suddenly appearing landlord caught the temporary owners of these lands off guard. Without land deeds meant no land ownership, which also meant no formal tenancy relationship existed. The farmers' pioneering and cultivation there was illegal. Landlords could unceremoniously drive them away and monopolize the harvest. Their year of hard work and investment would be completely wasted. Even appealing to the officials would be useless. However, this suddenly appearing rental agency wasn't too unseemly in its conduct. After all, land still needed people to work it. The Tiandihui Heaven and Earth Society temporarily had no energy to spare for Guangdong, and the Australians' reputation couldn't be ruined. So their demands were simple. Both parties would supplement and sign tenancy contracts, splitting the harvest 50-50. Land taxes would be borne by the landlord. These terms couldn't be called generous, but for farmers who might have worked for nothing all year, it was an acceptable result. They reluctantly agreed. But overall, whether collecting reasonable burdens or rent through the Wansheng Agency, the grain obtained was quite limited. Back during the Pearl River Estuary campaign, reasonable burdens had been levied lightly to win hearts and minds. Except for a few townships that had resisted more fiercely, many were assessed only symbolically. Even those townships with heavier assessments, following the philosophy of not harming the poor, still had relatively low quotas. By our calculations, these two sources can accumulate about 20,000 Shi total. There's also about 20,000 taels worth of cash crops and silver, Yi said. Collection isn't complete yet, but the figures won't differ much. Not enough, Shide commented. Of course it's not enough. So has the Planning Commission made a decision about purchasing grain? There was plenty of grain on the market. According to Lin Beiguang's figures, if they purchased openly, obtaining 300,000 Shi of grain wouldn't be a problem. But the fundamental issue was having silver. Even purchasing 200,000 Shi at current prices would cost 150,000 taels of silver. And as purchasing operations progressed, rice prices would continuously rise. Despite the supplementary summer grain harvest and the price-lowering effect of autumn grain coming to market soon, overall prices would still increase. The final average purchase price might reach 1 tael per Shi. Getting the finance supervisor department to produce such a large sum of silver was obviously impossible. So initially the Planning Commission had been hesitant about cash grain purchases, hoping for cheaper grain from the Dutch shipped from Southeast Asia. But the Dutch, during summer's end due to typhoon influences, generally didn't send ships to China's coastal regions. As for the delegation sent to Southeast Asia, it was purely exploratory in nature. Purchasing large quantities of grain required a complete local commercial network in the producing regions. Whether such a cooperative commercial network existed in Southeast Asia, no one had any idea, despite the Grand Library's historical researchers insisting it did. If they waited until after summer ended, once Operation Engine began, timing would become quite tight. The Operation Engine Forward Command stationed in Hong Kong had sent a 12-month grain supply projection indicating that current grain reserves in Hong Kong were still at warning levels. Soda has made up his mind this time. We're still buying grain locally, Shide said. The plan is for 100,000 Shi of grain on hand. The Planning Commission's instructions to the Guangdong Grain Working Group were small quantities, multiple batches, avoiding large one-time purchases of too much grain to prevent the market price from rising too fast. What about payment? Where does that come from? Yi was very concerned about this. The various enterprises under the Guangzhou station and the station itself all had accounts at Delong. The account balances weren't small, but most of this money would need to be paid out soon. Producing 100,000 taels of silver wouldn't be easy. Loan from Delong, Shide said. Specifically, purchase funds would be borrowed from Delong Guangzhou branch in Dacheng's name. Dacheng would pledge the purchased grain as collateral, borrowing 100,000 taels of silver from Delong Guangzhou branch for a term of 6 months. Since Delong's Guangzhou branch had officially begun operations, using its deposits for circulation was only natural. Relying entirely on finance supervisor department allocations, given the currently extremely tight money supply, would be unsustainable. This was where Delong's credit function came into play. This was essentially borrowing money from Guangdong's wealthy to buy grain, but this differed from ordinary credit. The purchased grain would actually be consumed by the Senate itself. Dacheng was only nominal. Dacheng couldn't possibly profit from grain trade to repay principal and interest. As the ultimate debtor, the Planning Commission would use Lingao's industrial products or re-export trade products to repay this loan. This arrangement was premised on Lingao's industrial manufactured goods sales being able to meet this additional demand. It meant that over the next 6 months, Lingao would need to supply an extra 100,000 taels worth of industrial products, and the Guangzhou station would need to sell an extra 100,000 taels. Thus Yi was very worried about future repayment. Though Delong and Dacheng were left hand-to-right-hand relationships, The deposits De Long had attracted were real money taken from Guangzhou's local population. Any problems in production or sales would inevitably cause chain reactions. Yizhou, he understood clearly that the Planning Commission couldn't pin their hopes on the manpower brought back. Those 100,000-plus people couldn't instantly generate output value. At most, they could first be used for unskilled physical labor like road building. The Planning Commission's calculations were based on war spoils from Shandong and Jeju, especially Dengzhou spoils. Supposedly, Dengzhou's military pay consumed 800,000 taels annually. Over the years, with troop payments, public and private expenditures, and merchant trade, the accumulated public and private wealth locally couldn't be a small amount. Back then, Kang Yao's rampage through Dengzhou Leizhou had plundered enormous spoils. As for Jeju Island, it should at least yield some profit. The abundant cattle and horses, there were also considerable wealth. 2 large Guangzhou and Guangdong-style junks, flying the Morning Star flag, and looking somewhat unusual, were sailing on the open sea. Their strangeness lay in the masts rigged with gaff sails not found on Chinese sailing vessels. At the time, this type of sail didn't exist on European ships either. It wouldn't appear until the 18th century. Adding this system to traditional Chinese hard sails was the Senate shipyard's latest improvement. These 2 sailing junks with over 200 tons displacement were both constructed of ironwood, extremely sturdy. They had originally been pirate ships under Zhu Lao. After joining Lingao, since the original owner wished to keep the vessel, it had been registered as an investment in the Southeast Asia Company's fleet. Though called the Southeast Asia Company's merchant fleet, most of the time they were actually under Navy command in coastal waters, serving as transport ships. Ocean trading voyages were rare, for reasons of safety, monsoon timing, and capital. The Southeast Asia Company's voyages to the Philippines, Maluku Islands, Siam, and other places were conducted only once a year. Their main purpose, rather than conducting trade, was maintaining trade networks and gathering commercial intelligence. Since these were merchant vessels, Lingao Shipyard's modifications to Southeast Asia Company ships were relatively simple. The main improvement was installing a steering wheel system, with no major structural changes, and not installing many guns and weapons. Only 2 68-pound carronades were installed for self-defense. Though these were company merchant ships, according to Senate regulations, all seaborne vessel crews were under Navy jurisdiction and could be conscripted for war at any time. On the stern castle of the larger vessel, beside the helmsman, stood an elder in casual dress, speaking with a European beside him. Standing next to Jianghu was Ping Qiongshan, a medical graduate who also held first-class constructor certifications in civil and electromechanical engineering, plus a certified accountant qualification. After D-Day, he had always worked at the Planning Commission, using his knowledge of East Asian history for various planning projects. This was his first true field mission. Elder Ping had always wanted to manage Japan. He had volunteered for this. He could speak Japanese and had studied Japanese history and culture, sometimes half-jokingly claiming to be a descendant of the Tara clan. But Japan wasn't currently the Planning Commission's main target. Instead, the Southeast Asia Reconnaissance Team had specifically requested him. But he didn't want to go to Southeast Asia. It was simply too hot. However, he had no choice. For this reconnaissance mission, no one was more suitable. First, he understood early 17th century Southeast Asian affairs. Second, he knew medicine himself, could draw maps, and had done marketing work. For safety during the southern voyage, surveying, or market development, he was the ideal candidate. End of chapter. Chapter 985, Sailing South to Hue. Once Operation Engine officially starts, I can go to Japan, Ping Qiongshan thought. Regretfully abandoning his Japan trading delegation plan, he concentrated all his energy on preparing for the Southeast Asia expedition. The main objectives of Ping Qiongshan's planned expedition were the Indochinese Peninsula regions, present-day Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand, not involving current Malaysia, the Philippines, and Indonesia. This was because the Planning Commission's main purpose in supporting this expedition was to obtain grain. Additionally, the Spanish and Dutch had relatively strong colonial forces in the latter regions, and their territories intertwined. The Senate currently didn't intend to get entangled in such chaos. For ships heading to Southeast Asia, Ping Qiongshan had originally hoped to get one of the 900 ones as his flagship, a warship belching black smoke majestically entering barbarian territory, mounting several cannons along the coastline to force their submission and tribute payments. How colonial that would be! But the imminent operation engine shattered his ambitions. Not only couldn't he get any of the 900 ones, but he basically couldn't obtain any of the larger, better-sailing warships either. He could only select vessels from the Southeast Asia Company's fleet. In the end, what fell to him were two Guangchuan. Each had 200 tons displacement, the common cargo and fishing dual-purpose vessels along the coast in this era. Their condition was the best of any two in the Southeast Asia Company's fleet. After inspection, Ping Qiongshan felt they could roughly meet the needs of the expedition. The commander of these two ships heading to Southeast Asia was precisely a former pirate leader named He Kung Fu. He Kung Fu was an old pirate, known in the main fleet for his cunning. He was a small pirate who had been relatively successful, developing from a single small fishing boat to a leader with 5 large ships. When Zhu Kailao's main fleet scattered, he had managed to escape with 2 ships and his life. After joining the Senate, he had been watching the Australians' development. He wasn't alone. Most people in the Southeast Asia Company were the same. Those who had originally joined the Southeast Asia Company's merchant fleet were former pirate leaders who had doubts about the transmigrators and wanted to preserve some of their own strength as a backup. But as the Senate's power continuously expanded, with the fleet's unified personnel system, unified compensation system, and political transformation of lower-level personnel, the old leader's personal control over fleet sailors had basically disappeared. The so-called preserving strength to watch and wait had become empty talk. Even on ships where they personally served as captains, they couldn't act independently without orders from the Navy Department. After the second counter-encirclement campaign's successful conclusion, the Navy's advance into the Pearl River estuary, and the shelling of Wyang Station, these people finally decided to completely sell themselves to hitch a ride on the ascending dragon. For this, they unanimously sold the ownership of their ships to the Planning Commission to demonstrate their loyal attitude. This way, their personal influence over the ships was completely zeroed out, leaving only dividend shares based on the ship's assessed value. He Kung Fu had previously been to Siam and was relatively familiar with this voyage's sea route, though not the optimal route. Ancient Chinese sailors generally preferred routes where they could see the coastline, or at least had a chain of islands as navigational references. But such a route was perfectly suited for the Southeast Asia trading delegation. Their main purpose was to survey coastal conditions and conduct trade. A coastal route was exactly what they wanted. He Kung Fu wore the senior sailor's uniform, actually the Senate Navy officer's uniform, except all the insignia were for the merchant fleet. The sleeve insignia was embroidered with the mark of Southeast Asia Company licensed by Senate decree. On his chest hung newly issued binoculars, making him look quite impressive. Flying from the masts were the Senate's Morning Star flag and the Southeast Asia Company's company flag, a miniature Morning Star flag in the upper left corner, with the remainder consisting of 9 alternating red and white stripes, informally called the 9-dash flag. Finally came Ping Qiongshan's personal Elder Heraldic flag, a red background with his self-designed family crest in the center. Quark had never figured out what the newly appeared Southeast Asia Company's 9-dash flag meant, but in his view, the flag was very similar to the British East India Company's flag, especially the alternating red and white stripes. The East India Company's red and white stripes were the colors of the St. George's flag. What meaning could the Australians have in using such a color scheme? Quark developed a strong interest in this. But neither he Fanghui nor Ping Qiongshan could explain the reason. The actual reason was simple. When Dr. Zhuang originally designed the flag for the Southeast Asia Company, he had directly copied the layout and concept of the British East India Company's flag. In Dr. Zhang Lixi's view, the British East India Company was a very successful enterprise. Though it was still weak in this timeline, ultimately the British had achieved far more than the Dutch. Copying such an enterprise's flag was very auspicious. However, Quark was very dissatisfied with his own East India Company's situation. The British East India Company in the 17th century East Asian seas was a disadvantaged group, occupying some isolated outposts and trading posts across the vast ocean, holding very little trading territory that was also very scattered. Not only were they rarely able to participate in the most profitable trades, but they also constantly suffered attacks from various competitors. Still, he had struck gold. This was Quark's second time transporting slaves to Sanya. With the previous successful experience, plus those high-quality white sugars, rum, and various Chinese goods of a quality never seen before, the English trading post in Bantam had been astonished. This time, even more people came visiting, all eager to learn everything about the Australians. Even the English's not-so-friendly neighbors, the Dutch in Batavia, had come. Combined with the Dutch commercial agent's report on his visit to Lingao, this had become rapidly fermenting information. Adventurers gathered around Quark like flies smelling blood. Capital, ships, and slave supplies continuously appeared. His actions were also fast. In less than 3 months, a second ship with nearly 1,000 slaves had been delivered to Sanya. On the return voyage, the cargo hold was filled with raw silk, white sugar, rum, and various Chinese sundries. The generous profits allowed Quark to quickly raise sufficient capital. Now Quark's fleet had 2 large cargo ships of 300-ton displacement, but this scale was still somewhat thin. His fleet's southward voyage had to pass along the long coastline of Cochin China, where the king currently had good cooperation with the Portuguese. This made Quark quite worried. He had suffered from the Portuguese before. Moreover, the cargo on these ships was all very valuable. A fully loaded merchant ship had neither firepower nor speed. If someone boarded them, they didn't even have enough sailors for hand-to-hand combat. They were classic fat prey on the seas. During his days staying in Sanya, he had learned that the Australian trading delegation was heading south to Siam. If they were going to Siam, they would definitely pass through Cochin China. As long as he followed the Australian fleet safely past Vietnam's coastline, he wouldn't have much to worry about afterward. With this thought, he immediately conveyed his idea to He Fanghui, expressing willingness to serve as the Australian fleet's pilot and local guide. The Australians gladly agreed. So Quark immediately turned over command of his fleet to Captain Higgins, while he himself boarded the Southeast Asia Company's large ship, the flagship where Ping Qiongshan was located. The fleet set sail south with the monsoon winds and quickly reached the waters off Hue. At this time, the later Lair dynasty of Vietnam had already been split into northern and southern courts by the powerful ministers Zhang and Nguyen. In 1620, the powerful minister Nguy letter 1EC5 and Phuc entrenched in the south, formally refused to remit taxes to the court in Hanoi, and subsequently rejected edicts demanding the Nguyen submit to the court's authority. In 1623, Tr letter 1ECBNH Tung died, and his son Tr letter 1ECBNH Trong succeeded him. Tr letter 1ECBNH Trong again formally demanded the Nguyen submission, and Nguy letter 1EC5 and Phuc again refused. Open war between the Trin and Nguyen finally broke out in 1627. After 4 consecutive months of fighting without a decisive outcome, the entire later Lair Vietnam was divided into northern and southern halves. The Trin controlled most of the north, while the Nuyen held most of the south. The boundary between them lay on the Jian River in Qiu-1ea3, Ng Bin Province. This border was very close to the 17th parallel that would later divide North and South Vietnam. Compared to the Trinh ruling much more densely populated territory, the Nuyen also had some advantages. First, they were in a defensive position. Second, the Nuyen benefited from contact with Europeans, especially the Portuguese, enabling them to purchase more advanced European military equipment and employ European military experts in city defense. Third, geography favored them. Large-scale organized armies were only suited for plains, which were exceedingly rare in Vietnam. In Vietnam, mountains practically squeezed into the sea. The southern Nuyen's main stronghold was at Hue. After first repelling the Trinh offensive, the Nuyen built two main lines of fortifications running across the narrow strip of land between mountains and sea. The walls stood near D-183 and G-1EDBI, north of Hue. Said to be European-style fortress complexes built under the guidance of Portuguese military engineers, combined with cannons and arquebuses to form a solid defensive system. They made it very difficult for the Trinh's great army to break through. To breach these walls, the Trinh had committed 100,000 soldiers, 500 war elephants, and 500 warships. The initial attack on the Nuyen wall defenses failed to succeed, and subsequent repeated offensives had continued for years. Even now, fighting continued before this Great Wall. Countless Vietnamese peasants had been reduced to cannon fodder in this protracted war, dying by the thousands. For the Senate, this war had also brought extremely negative effects. The trading post established in Hai Duong had gradually lost its advantage in purchasing cheap grain. Rice and grain had been diverted to military use. Peasants had been conscripted as soldiers, often never to return. Fields lay fallow, and markets had become depressed. Because the Nuyen's Great Wall at the front line was proving highly effective, the Trinh sometimes raided the south by sea. The south retaliated in kind, and the naval battles between both sides were equally fierce. End of chapter. Chapter 986. Cam Ranh Bay. Even from the ships, one could see the series of fortresses the Nuyen had built along the coastline. Particularly at strategic sea-land junctions and locations suitable for ship anchorage, Nuyen-built fortresses were everywhere. Many were European style, and though they showed obvious knockoff characteristics in both scale and materials, there was no denying that the Nuyen's westernization in military thought and technology was far more aggressive than the Great Ming's. In this Vietnamese North-South War, not only did European colonizers active in Southeast Asia participate, but Chinese pirates were also involved, providing naval power for both Nuyen and Trinh in their fighting, quite enjoying themselves. Both sides lavished various official positions, noble titles, and imperial mandates on the pirates without stint. After all, what it cost was just a piece of paper plus a wooden official seal, along with an ill-fitting official's robe. This was enough to attract countless people and ships to fight for their side. Why not? As for compensation, it was freedom to plunder the enemy side's territory. Ping Qiusheng suddenly remembered something. Runner, order Wang Yu to report to the Stern Castle immediately. Wang Yu, who had come over during the Pearl River Estuary campaign, had originally been studying logistics at the Joint Logistics Training class at Mao Base. He had previously been the old camp steward for the pirate group, responsible for logistics, a professional match. This time going to Southeast Asia, when selecting naturalized citizens familiar with the Southeast Asian environment from throughout the military system, Wang Yu had been temporarily borrowed. "You went there with Zheng Bao before?" Ping Qiusheng asked him abruptly. "Yes." Wang Yu's attention stance wasn't quite standard. Though he had mingled among pirates, he was essentially a clerk-type assistant, and being older, the results of his standardization training were far inferior to his peers. The naval uniform on him had a certain air of those Meiji Restoration-era Japanese samurai just starting to wear Western clothes. Wang Yu looked at the familiar coastline and roughly described the combat operations he had conducted with Zhang Bao's fleet in this area. So-called combat meant burning, killing, and plundering. At first, this was quite good business. The Nuyen had no defenses along this coastline, and the fleet easily captured many ships and plundered large quantities of goods. Except for the portion handed over to the Trin, the rest all belonged to the fleet. But gradually, this coastline became harder to crack. Artillery batteries and signal towers became more and more numerous. Not only did they often have to land under cannon fire, but sometimes they encountered Nuyen fleet interceptions, leading to pitched battles with heavy losses of men and ships on both sides. It was precisely because this business had become increasingly dangerous that Zhang Bao had developed thoughts of returning to Guangdong. How many Ming pirates are still fighting for the Trin and Nuyen now? Report. I don't know the exact numbers. When Zhang Bao was recruiting sailors and ships in Jiangping last year, there were still over 30 bands fighting for the Trin. All had been given official titles and noble ranks. These pirate bands and their numbers of people and ships changed frequently. Whether under the Trin or the Nuyen, Chinese pirates belonged to volunteer armies, neither inspected nor paid. They were only given nominal authorization to harass the opposing side. Except for a few large-scale campaigns, they were rarely assembled for unified command. As for coming and going, it was completely free, stay or leave as you pleased. So when the summer typhoon season arrived, these pirates basically all retreated back to the Chinese coast. As for Chinese pirates fighting for the Nuyen, there were far fewer. Relatively speaking, the Nuyen were farther away, making it harder to replenish personnel and ships. But over time, he had heard of and encountered over a dozen bands at sea. However, he also noted that quite a few pirates had been granted titles by both sides simultaneously, frequently switching allegiances to profit from the chaotic situation. Of course, quite a few in this gold digging also meant untimely deaths. Wang Yu knew several former stewards under Zhu Keilao who had fallen in battle here. So when the ship reached this point, he couldn't help feeling a sense of the fox mourning the hare's death. Quark frequently passed through this area and had heard quite a bit about the war. He pointed to several buildings deep on the coastline. There are the enemy's granaries. I hear there are many more further inland, with the largest at Hugh's East Gate. God be praised, these savages have been slaughtering each other for years, with Portuguese participating too. They've stockpiled a lot of grain, but I estimate at this rate of killing, soon no one will be left to eat it. Are the firearms they use provided by the Portuguese? Ping Qiongshan asked. He saw large numbers of artillery batteries and gun emplacements, all presumably equipped with cannons. The total numbers were quite staggering. The Portuguese have had a foundry in Hue for a long time, casting cannons and cannonballs. They can also produce arquebuses. They make a lot of money, Quark said enviously. As a merchant, he was quite well informed about such matters. He had always been jealous of this. What in the world was more valuable than arms? When Leizhou had wanted to partner with him to establish a cannon foundry, he had been very enthusiastic. Quark explained eagerly. He was still hoping Ping Qiongshan would agree to give him those Australian sea charts. Though the sea charts Liu San had shown Quark were controlled items, the Senate had already printed a batch of low-precision latitude-longitude charts as future gifts for trading partners with substantial commerce. Ping Qiongshan looked at the distant buildings, thinking these grains should belong to the Transmigrator group. If not for the North-South War, Vietnam's grain wouldn't be so tight. Though the local coastal defenses were quite organized, this fortification level was at best just somewhat better than the Ming's batteries at Human. Types like Zhang Bao might find it tough, but for them, it wasn't a problem. If the fleet had a company of Marines plus a few special reconnaissance troops, followed by several H-800 Harmony transports, snatching 70 or 80,000 shi of grain would be no problem. But that wasn't possible this time. Operation Engine had already stretched Lingao's various resources to the limit, and many large-scale operations had been shelved until next year. The proposal to rob the monkey's grain probably wouldn't pass the Senate anytime soon. Ping Qiongshan noticed that a natural reef offshore separated the harbor. The mooring conditions inside were quite good. At this point, people on shore seemed to have also noticed the fleet's arrival and lit warning smoke, but no ships came out to investigate. Obviously, the other side didn't actually have a standing navy ready to put to sea at any time. They just relied on coastal defense systems to prevent landing and harassment. A bit further south was Da Nang, and the Han River estuary was already visible. This was the dividing line of Han cultural influence on the Indochinese peninsula. In this timeline, Vietnam hadn't yet pushed its territory southward to the sea. In the Vietnamese court's view, everything south of the Han River was uncivilized territory, land for them to civilize and conquer. After 2 days of sailing, the fleet arrived in the waters off Nha Trang. Ping Qiongshan ordered the fleet to anchor here and dispatched small teams to land for fresh water, firewood, and food gathering. The landing party caused some small alarm among the local inhabitants. Local villagers sent 2 elders with some food and water, inquiring about the landing party's intentions. Ping Qiongshan had learned a little Vietnamese, but when they tried to communicate, he discovered his Vietnamese 300 phrases was completely useless. Southern Vietnam at the time didn't commonly use Chinese characters, and modern Vietnamese based on French alphabetic writing was also impossible for communication. Those strange pronunciations were obviously dialects from the Southeast Asian region. The village's messengers could actually speak a tiny bit of Mandarin, of course, with very strange pronunciation that only former pirates like Wang Yu who had been to this area before could understand. After trying, Elder Ping abandoned his attempt to handle it himself and switched to having the former pirate naturalized citizens who were familiar with the area translate. After much communication mixing gestures, local dialect, and Mandarin, both sides roughly understood each other. Ping Qiongshan gave the villagers some commonly used trade gifts, glass beads and several machetes. He requested the village provide clean drinking water and food supplies. The fleet could pay with daily necessities they had brought. Ping Qiongshan also gave them a small glass mirror, and the villagers departed with endless thanks. That same day, they sent rice, chickens, ducks, and many fruits and vegetables. Due to concerns about Nguyen army attacks, everyone only camped at a higher ground near the shore. Some people also stayed on the ships to stand guard, but obviously the elder had overestimated the Nguyen's control. As a region newly taken from the Champa kingdom, they hadn't demonstrated particularly strong control. Their limited forces had obviously all been mobilized to the northern front. The local indigenous villagers were quite worldly. Having experienced warfare, pirates, and European fleets, they knew these outsiders weren't people they could afford to provoke. Understanding the disparity in their strength, they could only guard against or cooperate with the various maritime powers appearing in this area. Now that the Australians seemed quite polite, the villagers were willing to give them as much cooperation as possible. During the days anchored at Nha Trang, Lin Dan and his former colleagues thoroughly enjoyed the beaches here. Nha Trang's scenery was breathtaking. The Americans had shown good taste in choosing this place as a base. In Ping Qiongshan's mind, Nha Trang would be the transmigrators' forward base in Southeast Asia in the future, as well as a potential vacation destination for elders. The long-range survey team elders who had come with the ship took small boats to conduct hydrographic surveys of Cam Ranh Bay south of Nha Trang. This natural harbor with excellent hydrographic conditions was a superb location for both a naval base and a commercial port. A future commercial and military outpost built around Cam Ranh Bay and Nha Trang should develop quite well. South of Cam Ranh Bay was no longer Vietnamese territory, but Champa's domain. While fighting off the northern offensive, the Ming Dynasty continued to expand territory southward, continuously compressing the former Champa kingdom in this area, pushing Champa's remaining forces south of Cam Ranh Bay. Historically, Champa's territory had extended from Phan Rang all the way to Hu, but now Champa's influence was reduced to just the Phan Rang area, clinging to survival for a few more decades only because the Vietnamese north and south were busy fighting each other. End of chapter. Chapter 987. Champa before departing. Ping Qiongshan made certain to capture several close-up photographs of Cam Ranh Bay with his 500D camera. If only I had a wide-angle lens. I'll have to stitch these together when I get back. He paused to catch his breath, then surreptitiously trained his telephoto lens on Zhao Zhu from the long-range survey team. She had donned a one-piece swimsuit to move more freely aboard the small boat. Zhao Zhu was not conventionally beautiful, and her modest pullover swimsuit did nothing to accentuate her figure. Yet as one of the precious few modern women among the elders, tall, slender, and perfectly aligned with contemporary aesthetic sensibilities, she was practically a goddess to men who spent their days surrounded by petite slave girls. Through his telephoto lens, Ping Qiongshan watched her lean over the gunwale to measure water depth and temperature, her sturdy, sun-bronzed thighs flexing with each movement. The sight stirred certain physiological responses. He sighed wistfully. Zhao Zhu had already been won over by Bai Guoshi's persistent proximity. Still, he felt no crushing regret. Marriages between elders were bound by countless restrictions and taboos. Better this than ending up like poor Liu San, whose romantic misadventure had concluded most unpleasantly. Approximately 50 kilometers west of Cam Ranh Bay lay one of East Asia's more significant bauxite deposits. The survey team harbored hopes of discovering smaller-scale bauxite along the coast. Aluminum was an extraordinarily useful light metal, invaluable for industrial applications, with the finance department hoping to eventually mint subsidiary coins from it. Of course, Lingao's electrical capacity remained far from sufficient to support industrial aluminum smelting. The survey team had failed to discover any resources worth mentioning, which explained why Zhao Zhu had spent these past few days wading along Cam Ranh Bay's beaches in her swimsuit, much to Elder Ping's cardiovascular distress. Ping Qiongshan's personal slave girl was only moderately attractive. Having solved the basic problem of having one, she had gradually ceased to hold much interest for him. This voyage, he simply left her behind. Though he still dreamed nightly of the Japan governorship, he understood that women of this era's Japan were nothing to write home about, no matter how noble their origins. Aboard ship, he frequently discussed the slave trade with Quark, though Elder Ping harbored no interest in Quark's existing merchandise. The Malay racial type did not appeal to him. What fascinated him were Quark's accounts of the slave markets in Basra. Women of every skin color and nationality gathered there, awaiting purchase. Each time he heard these tales, his blood would race and sleep would abandon him for hours. That obtuse Quark ought to immediately procure a shipment for the Senate. Though Ping Qiongshan had hinted several times that such exotic female slaves would find an eager market in Lingao, Quark remained utterly oblivious, invariably digressing into tedious comparisons of Southeast Asian slaves versus African slaves. After 2 days of rest at Nha Trang, the fleet weighed anchor for their next destination. By this point, Quark's vessels should have been safe enough, but his keen mercantile instincts prompted him to temporarily accompany the Australian fleet to Siam. Perhaps additional opportunities for profit awaited. Aboard ship, Ping Qiongshan organized his accumulated materials. Though Nha Trang was already under the later Lair's Nguyen control, abundant traces of the Champa kingdom remained. Stone towers dotted the landscape as testament to a civilization once deeply influenced by India. Brahmanism had flourished here, complete with a caste system. Nguyen governance in this region remained loose. Fortresses were scarce, and signs of military activity virtually non-existent. Local inhabitants reported that Nuyen officials and troops appeared only to requisition grain and goods, occasionally conscripting able-bodied men. Beyond these intrusions, the administration showed little presence. Ping Qiongshan discovered several Chinese immigrant villages. The Nuyen's territory was limited, their population smaller still, and large-scale military operations demanded constant expenditure. Thus they actively recruited Chinese immigrants to develop northern lands and pay taxes, offering their leaders various titles and honors as inducement. Evidently, once the Southeast Asian strategy commenced, establishing secure outposts in this region would pose little difficulty. Nothing elaborate was required. A modest fortress like Yulin Fort would suffice. With Nha Trang's geographic advantages, vast quantities of rice could be obtained here. The region widely cultivated so-called Champa rice, drought-resistant with a remarkably short growing period of only 50 days from planting to harvest. It had been introduced to Guangdong, Guangxi, and Fujian during the Song dynasties, making it a classic transmigrator cheat code for pre-Song settings. Here at its source, blessed with abundant light and heat, yields were obviously higher. Such grain shouldn't benefit the locals for nothing. The sooner they seized Nha Trang and Cam Ranh Bay, the sooner they could continuously siphon grain resources from central southern Vietnam, particularly the Mekong Delta region, so Ping Qiongshan calculated. In the long run, however, the resource value here was limited. Beyond rice, nothing particularly special. Perhaps after completing the entire East Asian layout, this territory would resume its traditional role, an elder vacation port paired with a naval base. Of course, before capturing Malacca, serving as an entrepot between Australians and Southeast Asia would also suffice. The fleet sailed past Champa's coastline. This ancient kingdom had established 15 dynasties since rebelling from Han rule, once renowned as a great power on the Indochinese peninsula. Now it clung to survival as a diminished state. The later Lair and Nuyen pressed from the north, the Khmer from the west. Had these two nations not been perpetually consumed by internal and external troubles, Champa would long since have been annexed and partitioned. During several shore landings, the special reconnaissance team surveyed the territory. Calling this place a kingdom seemed rather generous. They found only villages and ragged inhabitants, grass hut dwellings devoid of daily necessities. Not even basic coarse porcelain could be found. People used pottery, wooden utensils, and large shells instead. Rich or poor, the sole leisure activity was chewing betel nut. Nearly everyone indulged. Within their survey range, the team discovered nothing resembling a city, only somewhat larger-scale earthen stockades, heavily guarded and perpetually alert against Nuyen invasion. Yet at certain coastal bays, ruins of former ports remained visible. Some were quite extensive, evidence of once prosperous cities. For a nation that had once served as a vital transit point on the maritime Silk Road, with commerce that once flourished magnificently, to have fallen to such a state, Ping Qiongshan found it truly astonishing. In his view, the Champa kingdom had brought this upon themselves. Originally, the Nuyen maintained peaceful coexistence with Champa, even hoping to forge marriage alliances. After all, sustaining military pressure on two fronts was hardly optimal strategy. But at this juncture, Champa grew hot-headed, perhaps emboldened by Burma's resistance against the Portuguese, perhaps driven by religious fervor. While barely able to defend themselves, they actually dispatched troops to aid the Johor Sultanate in attacking Malacca. The Nuyen, allied with the Portuguese at this time and dependent on Portuguese warships to counter the Trin. Without that naval support, the South could not resist, turned to attack Champa, simultaneously eliminating a threat and expanding their territory. Clearly, Champa's situation held great potential. Ping Qiongshan recognized that the intricate web of relationships among the Trin, Nuyen, and Champa meant that even minimal resources could enable intervention yielding enormous benefits. After 2 more days of sailing, their course veered southwest. On the third morning, with the sky barely brightening, a great trumpet-shaped straight entrance emerged before the fleet. Islands of various sizes dotted this alluvial delta estuary, the seaward outlet of what would become Ho Chi Minh City, Saigon in the original timeline. But this territory currently fell within Cambodia's sphere of influence. Though popularly called Saigon, the Khmer controlling this place named it Prey Knocker, King's Forest. It was the domain of the Cambodian kingdom's viceroy, located roughly where District 5 of modern Ho Chi Minh City would stand. The ongoing North-South War had driven waves of Vietnamese and Champa refugees here to seek refuge. Combined with the already substantial Chinese merchant community, the place appeared reasonably prosperous on the surface. Yet the Cambodian kingdom itself teetered precariously, pressured by Siam from the west. Not long ago, following the suspicious death in battle of Yamada Nagamasa, the Japanese official merchant in Siam, conspiracy theories had proliferated throughout the region. Suspecting the Siamese rulers were preparing to move against them, large numbers of Japanese immigrants who had previously conducted business and found employment in Siam had also entered Cambodia as refugees. Many fled to Saigon. The place had become something of a Southeast Asian refugee camp. The fleet's arrival, relatively substantial compared to Dutch and Portuguese vessels here, comprising Quark's 2 ships plus the Southeast Asia Company's 2, provided local residents with another opportunity to gawk at foreign curiosities. Ships flying the Southeast Asia Company's flag had never graced these waters before. The Khmer maintained no naval forces here. Saigon functioned essentially as a free port, its excellent hydrographic conditions attracting numerous foreign merchant vessels for trade and resupply. But summer brought typhoon threats, so only a handful of Chinese merchant ships plying coastal routes remained in port. Not a single European vessel could be seen. The fleet anchored at a sandbar in the estuary's midst and established camp. After completing necessary formalities, guides familiar with the area led them toward Prey Knocker City. The party bound for the city included Ping Qiongshan, Quark, and others, accompanied by a marine squad escorting gifts for the local ruler. The port's natural conditions were excellent. Based on memories from the original timeline with minor modifications, accommodating vessels of 20,000 tons would pose little problem. Along the route, before even reaching the city walls, they encountered numerous shanties lining the road, presumably refugees from the north. Some, observing the group's rather impressive bearing, seemed inclined to approach and beg for food or money. But seeing that everyone in the party wore stern expressions and carried unfamiliar firearms on their backs, they dared not draw near. Ping Qiongshan noted that despite their ragged appearance, these people still maintained decent complexions, apparently still able to secure some food. They would not need to flee elsewhere to beg. The Mekong Delta's fertility was truly exceptional. What a pity this lot was squandering it. End of chapter. Chapter 988. Prey Knocker. Along the way, Ping Qiongshan patiently worked on Quark, hoping to make his meaning clear. The slave trade need not be confined to the Bantam region. Whether Southeast Asian or fair-skinned varieties, the transmigrator group would welcome all comers. As for how to procure more slaves, that was entirely a matter of Quark's own methods. Before they even entered the city, Quark was already eyeing the roadside refugees and seeing rolling silver coins and precious commodities. Just then, a man wearing a square scholar's cap boldly approached. Trembling slightly, he asked in Guangzhou Mandarin whether the group hailed from the Great Ming. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the man introduced himself, a Guangdong native who had been curious about learning from childhood. Having heard that various Western nations possessed remarkable skills, able to forge red barbarian cannons and craft telescopes, he had traveled thousands of miles by merchant ship to the southern seas to explore. That was 5 years ago now. Recently, homesick for his native land, he had taken passage to this place. But with war raging in the north, ships traveling further northward had grown rare, and he had been unable to find passage home. The man's name was Feng Shengyu. Perhaps desperate to return, he spoke many flattering words, expressing that he was neither useless nor mere deadweight on a merchant ship. Ping Qiongshan thought having someone familiar with local conditions might prove useful. "Are you well acquainted with local customs?" Ping Qiongshan inquired. "I have wandered these foreign lands for 5 years. Though I dare not claim knowledge of everything, I understand something of these southern sea nations. The customs here. I even speak the language. This territory belongs to the Chenla Kingdom, Cambodia. The locals call Ming Chinese merchants Jia Kun, hence the place name. There were once quite many overseas Chinese merchants, but when war erupted in the north, maritime trade grew difficult. Many returned home earlier. Recently, the northern fighting has intensified. Merchant ships fear becoming entangled and dare not venture north. Having just arrived from Malacca, I too have been unable to find a northbound vessel. We won't be heading north for now either. We're continuing on to Siam. Surely after Siam, you'll eventually return home. Why not take me along? I came all the way from Malacca and have observed quite a bit that might prove useful to you gentlemen." Ping Qiongshan reasoned that Southeast Asia was unlikely to harbor Ming spies who had specifically journeyed here. Having someone acquainted with local conditions by his side couldn't hurt. He agreed to take the man in. Feng Shengyu was overjoyed, hastily taking his leave to pack his belongings. They arranged to meet at the city gate. "If you don't find us at the city gate, simply go to the dock and look for our ships, the ones flying the red, white, and blue flag." The 9- flag's color scheme, red, white, and blue, was quite eye-catching. As long as Feng Shengyu paid the slightest attention, he would spot it. Their destination was Siam. Besides trading for rice, they also hoped to recruit Japanese from the local volunteer corps. Ever since the merchant Yamada Nagamasa, who had maintained unusual relations with Edo, had died under mysterious circumstances, the volunteer corps of Japanese immigrants and converts he once commanded had scattered to avoid the king's suspicion. If they could now recruit some of these men on the condition of returning them to Japan, it would prove invaluable for future Japan trade at Jeju Island and other Northeast Asian strategies. Though Ping Qiongshan possessed some knowledge of Siamese history, the conspiracy theories surrounding these events remained murky. Japanese in the 17th century were spread throughout Southeast Asia. Their history of voyaging to the southern seas did not begin only in the 20th century. The predicament of too little land and too many people had exploded in Japan much earlier and more severely than in China. Large numbers of Japanese had been scattered across Southeast Asia since the 16th century, serving as merchants, craftsmen, and mercenaries. Though they could not match the Chinese in commercial operations, they were renowned as fighting men. Many notable events of the era had obscure Japanese mercenaries lurking in the shadows. The English, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, even the petty rulers of Southeast Asian states, had all hired them. For a state severely lacking military strength, hiring Japanese as shock troops was obviously sound strategy, not merely in Southeast Asia, but Taiwan and Jeju Island could similarly benefit from Japanese mercenaries. Before long, the group arrived at the city walls. These gates were constructed entirely of black stone, their architecture distinctly Khmer, quite reminiscent of the Angkor Wat style Ping Qiongshan had encountered as a tourist. This was still Lower Cambodia, and the inhabitants remained predominantly Khmer. The Vietnamese would not extend their influence here for several more years. Prey Knocker's scale was considerable, larger at least, than any county seat on Hainan Island. This was, after all, the viceroy's residence and the political and economic center of Lower Cambodia. Why bother paying respects to this viceroy? In Ping Qiongshan's assessment, this location represented the key junction of the Mekong Delta. Regardless of how the future unfolded, it would certainly become a population center. Otherwise, Saigon would never have developed in the later era. Where population gathered, various demands followed. And when it came to dumping commodities, no one in this timeline could compete with the transmigrator group. Lingao's reach could not yet extend this far. Operation Engine would likely require 2 more years to complete. During that time, they couldn't simply cede all business to the Dutch. Moreover, even Dutch shipping capacity couldn't fully satisfy the Transmigrator Group's needs. More trade was always preferable. Feng Shengyu was already waiting at the city gate. His luggage was simple, a single bundle and a straw hat. Ping Qiusheng noticed the hat on his head was Lingao made. Had Lingao's straw hats already traveled this far? He asked where the hat came from. Feng Shengyu seemed quite surprised that Ping Qiusheng had taken interest in such a humble item. He had purchased it at a Chinese shop during his travels and had worn it for over a year now. Though still intact, it had grown dirty and tattered. Take good care of that straw hat. It's quite meaningful, Elder Ping said with deliberate significance. Feng Shengyu was utterly baffled and could only mumble vague responses. Passing through the bustling main street, the group arrived before the Viceroy's palace. It didn't appear particularly large. By Chinese standards, it would qualify merely as a wealthy household's residence. The Viceroy's palace served as both his living quarters and the center of governance. Some external administrative offices were situated within. Feng Shengyu proved extremely familiar with local conditions. Slipping inside to find someone, he quickly located an interpreter. Ping Qiusheng watched him jabber and gesture with the interpreter for some time before the interpreter departed inside. Feng Shengyu looked confident, smiling as he announced, "Elder Ping, the Viceroy will receive us shortly." That easily. Though Ping Qiusheng had estimated their chances of securing an audience were good, he hadn't anticipated such swift success. It's nothing unusual. The Viceroy actively welcomes merchant visits. Merchants requesting audiences with the Viceroy was commonplace. As long as he wasn't occupied, he generally didn't refuse. Regardless of their purposes or whether he could accommodate them, merchants invariably presented gifts. This constituted a significant source of income for His Highness the Viceroy. The announcement complete, the interpreter returned and invited them inside. "Leave all weapons and blades. Only 5 persons may enter," the interpreter announced. After hasty consultation, Ping Qiusheng brought Feng Shengyu and 3 special reconnaissance soldiers inside, with the rest waiting outside. Everyone surrendered their daggers but kept their pistols carefully concealed. Of this group, except for Feng Shengyu, everyone carried pistols. The special reconnaissance soldiers had submachine guns. Should anything go wrong, once gunfire erupted and those outside rushed in, they need not fear even an ambush of 100 or 200 men. Obviously, the hypothetical ambush failed to materialize. Negotiations proceeded in a cordial atmosphere and reached an eminently satisfactory conclusion. After receiving the Australians' fine gifts, Viceroy Chan Chai was delighted to provide all manner of conveniences for expanding the Australian goods market, including authorization to establish a trading post. He even expressed interest in participating more deeply in the enterprise. He was willing to supply whatever goods the Australians required and equally willing to distribute Australian merchandise, especially Chinese sundries. Southeast Asian nations of this era possessed uniformly backward handicraft capabilities. Daily necessities depended entirely on Chinese merchants importing from the Great Ming. Even the Spanish colonists of Manila, those supposedly civilized Europeans, relied on Chinese merchants for their daily needs. When Chinese ships arrived late, life for Spanish ladies became unbearable. The reason Viceroy Chan Chai displayed such enthusiasm stemmed from necessity. With ever more Champa refugees flooding in and the Nuyen sharpening their blades to the north, how long he might remain Viceroy of Prey Knocker was uncertain. He understood that Champa could not withstand Vietnamese assault. Once Champa fell, Prey Knocker's conquest was merely a matter of time. Thus he rather meant to grab what he could and withdraw. The Australian goods presented hope for substantial profit. If he could amass a fortune trading with the Australians, when the time came to retreat to Phnom Penh, whether or not he retained the viceroyship wouldn't matter. After all, Prey Knocker possessed rice and timber in abundance. Rather than letting it benefit the Vietnamese for nothing, better to trade it to the Australians. At least the Australians were willing to pay in money and Australian goods. Ping Qiongshan's delegation likewise obtained everything they sought: trade permission, duty-free anchorage, authorization for Australians to purchase land and construct trading posts, freedom to hire workers, and more. Per his request, the viceroy also drafted a letter to the Cambodian king, requesting that Japanese who had recently fled into Cambodia be gathered and escorted to Prey Knocker for departure, completely resolving the Japanese question within the Cambodian kingdom. Ping Qiongshan used the mirrors and daily necessities he had brought for trading, exchanging them for 2 boatloads of rice. Viceroy Chan Chai indicated that while current rice stocks were not large, gathering more presented no difficulty. When the fleet returned for resupply, he could prepare additional quantities. As long as the Australian gentleman had demand, rice here was plentiful. As for local products, whatever the Australians desired, he could organize supply. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the fleet departed in an atmosphere of mutual satisfaction. Fully loaded, the fleet turned northwest. Ping Qiongshan intended to proceed directly to Bangkok rather than Phnom Penh. If he could complete both the rice and Japanese recruitment missions in Bangkok, then Phnom Penh held little appeal. It possessed neither significant trade resources nor lay on their necessary route. End of chapter. Chapter 989. Ayutthaya Divine King Praset Thong rose as usual, opened his bedchamber window, and gazed outside. The entire city of Ayutthaya still basked in sunlight. Ayutthaya, which the Chinese habitually called the Great City, occupied a river island 100 kilometers northeast of modern Bangkok. The name meant City of Eternal Victory. This was the ruling center of the Ayutthaya Kingdom, which would dominate Thai history for 600 years. Though the Siamese Kingdom was not yet unified, Ayutthaya City was already magnificent. The urban area had expanded to 15 square kilometers. According to the English, its population roughly equaled London's, meaning at least 200,000 souls. Even by the standards of the densely populated Great Ming, a city of such scale was considerable. At its zenith, it supposedly harbored 1 million inhabitants. Within the city walls, the royal palace gleamed resplendent. Buddhist pagodas rose like forests. Commercial prosperity was second to none in Southeast Asia. Built on a large island at the confluence of 3 rivers, Ayutthaya enjoyed highly developed water transport. Aquatic products from the south and agricultural goods from the north converged here for trading. Products from as far as China were continuously shipped in by sea. But the divine king had no heart to admire his capital's splendid scenery. Early that morning, a palace servant had reported troubling news. 5 days ago, a fleet had arrived outside the Kao Phraya River's mouth, quite substantial in scale. The key detail was that they flew a flag never before seen. They were currently anchored on the Thornbury shore of the Kao Phraya River. Praset Thong had grown exceedingly cautious about outsiders lately. The previous year, Ayutthaya's great merchant Yamada Nagamasa had died from infection after being wounded while accompanying the Siamese army to suppress a rebellion in Nakhon Si Thammarat. Though he had repeatedly assured Yamada's Japanese subordinates that he hadn't poisoned their master, he still could not earn their trust. Meanwhile, his ministers, long jealous of Japanese commercial success in Ayutthaya, had instructed the army to burn down the Japanese town at the south gate. The conflict escalated further. The Japanese volunteer corps and merchants fled in droves to Cambodia. Before this mess could even be resolved, just 1 month prior, a messenger had brought news from Edo. Shogun Iemitsu was furious about the treatment of merchants with shogunate connections in Siam and had formally terminated trade. This development made the young king's life considerably harder. The Burmese to the west were growing stronger, having successively captured Chiang Rai and Chiang Mai. Though Chiang Rai and Chiang Mai belonged to the Lana Kingdom, one of the 3 Thais, and not Ayutthaya proper, they were Ayutthaya's vassal states. The two maintained a close alliance. The principle of when lips perish, teeth grow cold presented no difficulty for the rulers of Ayutthaya, who were descendants of Chinese. Though local Siamese were brave, they lacked quality weapons. Southeast Asian metallurgy and handicrafts had always lagged behind. Swords had traditionally been imported from Japan, while silver earned from exports was used to purchase gunpowder, arquebus, and cannons from the Portuguese and Dutch. With Japanese trade now severed, all this became problematic. Praset Thong New Thonburi, only some small fishing villages stood there, plus a modest number of Ming Chinese merchants. Compared to great ports like Patani where merchants congregated, Thonburi was relatively quiet. This was because the principal exports were rice and timber, while foreign merchants preferred spices from the southern seas. He began questioning the messenger about this unfamiliar group. From the messenger's account, he learned this group differed from Ming Chinese merchants. Though they possessed the same faces and also used Chinese characters, their speech and physique seemed unlike Ming people, not to mention that short hair, which somewhat resembled the style worn by certain Siamese generals. They claim they came to purchase our rice. If we're willing, they're prepared to trade using silver and weapons. Having finished, the messenger presented to the divine king the sample the Australians had provided, a standard machete. His Majesty carefully examined the blade. This knife was no inferior to Japanese swords. This blade was Lingao's mass-produced 1631 standard machete, replacing the 1629 model. It was widely issued to armies and militia, especially within the Navy and Marine Corps, and was also employed in agricultural production. A dual-use military and civilian product. Except for minor handle details, all blades were completely identical. Because it was a mass-produced practical tool, the materials and processes were deliberately simple. The blade was stamped directly from blank steel, then heat-treated and blued, finally shaped, sharpened, and fitted with a handle, then wrapped in oil paper and packed in wooden crates. Such a knife, in terms of cost and process complexity, was far inferior to the Japanese swords shipped throughout East and Southeast Asia. But thanks to batch-manufactured quality steel, modern heat treatment technology, and chemical processing, the quality was no worse than lower-grade Japanese swords selling for 3 taels. Praset Thong ordered his military officers to take the knife out and test it, comparing it against various imported Japanese swords. After a while, the officer reported that this knife's quality matched Japanese swords. It was also much lighter. This stirred Praset Thong's interest, and he inquired about the price. They say every 100 costs 100 Chinese taels of silver. Everyone present was somewhat astonished. One should understand that Japanese swords were genuinely not cheap. Lower-grade Japanese swords commanded 300 taels per 100, even the lowest grade. Common folks' everyday self-defense implements, not weapons of war. The worst Japanese swords still fetched 1 tael apiece. By comparison, Ping Qiusheng's quoted price was remarkably conscientious, 100 knives for 100 taels, equivalent to the price of the worst Japanese swords. The value proposition was so exceptional that Divine King Praset Thong asked about the price twice. The Australians said this type of knife, along with spears of similar quality, they have in quantities as great as we require. They ask only for sufficient rice plus the privilege to establish a trading post in Thonburi and conduct trade. Having received benefits from the Australians, the messenger quickly elaborated when he saw the king deep in contemplation. Then have Warwang handle this matter. Even if the quality didn't quite match Japanese swords, as long as supply was sufficient, this was precisely what the kingdom needed most. Besides, rice here was plentiful. If the Burmese to the west continued their attacks, it would only benefit them for nothing. Thonburi stood on the west bank of what is now Bangkok. In this timeline, due to Patani's superior resources and geographic conditions, it had not developed. Its rise would come only after the Ayutthaya kingdom's fall. Currently, apart from the core Ayutthaya region, the southwestern territories could only be characterized as a federation or confederation unified under the Siamese banner. In the 16th century, Thailand comprised three kingdoms, Sukhothai, Lanna, and Phayao. Following Chinese convention, they might be called the Three Thai. These kingdoms maintained an alliance relationship. Later, the Ayutthaya Kingdom, the great city established by Uthong, a descendant of Chinese merchants, replaced Sukhothai, defeated the Khmer, and reduced Sukhothai to vassal status. As for Lanna, it survived as an Ayutthaya dependency until the 19th century. The Bangkok region of later eras remained dense jungle at this time. Bangkok itself did not exist. The only usable port was Thonburi on the Chao Phraya's west bank. But this commanded the Chao Phraya's outlet, a crucial geographic position, ideal for absorbing the vast quantities of rice produced in the Chao Phraya basin. Thailand's northeast was plateau terrain. Mountain barriers created a rain-shadow climate where summers were dry while monsoon rains proved excessive, conditions unsuitable for cultivation. Thailand's rankings among the world's top 3 rice exporters in the original timeline derived entirely from the Chao Phraya riverside. Control the river's outlet, and one could continuously absorb Siam's rice. After Operation Engine concluded and the Southeast Asia strategy commenced, the Transmigrator Group's grain problems in South China could essentially be permanently resolved. According to data Ping Qiongshan had unearthed in the Grand Library, during the Mid-Qing period, the Siamese region exported 11 million shi of rice annually to Guangdong, equivalent to half of all Japan's kokudaka. Even if only 1/3 or 1/4 of such resources were controlled by the Transmigrator Group in this era, it would suffice to feed Hainan's entire population for a year with surplus remaining. The sole outstanding issue was transport capacity. During the days awaiting the messenger's departure, the fleet kept busy. Besides measuring hydrographics and surveying surrounding terrain, the research team dispatched investigation parties to assess other local resources. Within 2 days, the team returned with a pleasant surprise for Ping Qiongshan. "Old Ping, look what this is." Investigation team member Liu Zheng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. In his hand was an irregularly crystallized yellow substance. "Amber, where did you find this?" "This is potash ore, specifically carnallite. There's a substantial quantity nearby. No wonder the land here is so fertile." Liu Zheng had spent considerable time with the survey team and had grown quite familiar with minerals, no longer the pure outdoor enthusiast he once was. "Excellent find," he said. Through his surveying work, Liu Zheng dealt frequently with industrial and agricultural departments. Agricultural elders constantly lamented the fertilizer problem. Fertilizer meant more than just nitrogen. Potassium and phosphorus fertilizers were equally essential. Compared to phosphorus fertilizer, which had guano and phosphate rock supplies, potassium fertilizer had always been scarce. This shortage could not be resolved simply through industrial upgrades. Not just Lingao or Hainan, but all of East Asia lacked sufficient potash ore. Lingao's potassium fertilizer derived from the refined salt industry at Mao, but production was meager. Roughly every 100 tons of refined salt yielded only 2 tons of potassium salts, a drop in the bucket. If they could secure stable potash ore from Siam, it would prove enormously beneficial for agricultural production overall. If bulk mining could commence, and the processed potassium fertilizer all flowed to Qiongshan's cooperatives, the more dramatic the cooperatives' immediate results, the more successful the series of agricultural reforms in Qiongshan would become. At Liu Zheng's suggestion, potash ore was added to the trade inventory. Thailand's potash ore was concentrated mainly on the Corvée Plateau, with scattered deposits elsewhere. However, potash ore was typically buried quite deep, mostly around 300 meters underground. But due to the karst topography, some veins did surface, and mining conditions remained acceptable. End of chapter. Chapter 990, Thonberry's Chinese and Japanese merchants operated businesses of remarkably broad scope. Ping Qiusheng strolled along the Chinese merchant street. Low wooden buildings lined both sides, housing shops of every description. Most were owned by Chinese, selling an astonishing variety of wares, from expensive Chinese silk fabrics, porcelain, and handicrafts, to cheap daily necessities, to fruits, dried goods, even pickled vegetables and sauces. Everything imaginable was available. One could fairly say that without the steady supply of Chinese daily necessities, these Southeast Asian kingdoms would be living semi-barbaric lives. Chinese influence ran deep in the Ayutthaya kingdom. The dynasty relied heavily on Chinese industrial and commercial talent. Perhaps because King Uthung himself was of Chinese descent, Siam had always treated the Chinese relatively favorably, permitting them to reside inside Ayutthaya city proper. The Japanese and Portuguese, by contrast, were confined to settlements outside the walls. Because of this favorable treatment, Chinese industry and commerce had developed rapidly here. Many had amassed great fortunes. Those dark-skinned men bustling about in short, drab shops might well be conducting trade worth tens or even hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. Ping Qiusheng spotted several Lingao-produced products in the merchant street: straw hats, rum, Australian candy, white sugar, paper. Whatever major products the Transmigrator group manufactured, almost all were sold here. However, quantities were small and prices extremely expensive. Commodities possess their own fluidity. Whether superior in quality or competitive in price, goods will automatically flow to find markets. The fact that these had traveled here indicated that the market for Australian goods was even broader than estimated. Ping Qiusheng felt a surge of excitement. With so many Chinese merchants commanding substantial capital and manpower, they were practically natural collaborators, a ready-made fifth column. The Ming and Qing dynasties, blessed with such excellent overseas foundations, had regarded overseas Chinese as abandoned people, not merely neglecting them but actively treating them as enemies. In the end, they had surrendered this living space south of the mainland, territory that Chinese people should naturally have claimed, to the locals. However, Feng Shengyu's observations poured cold water on Ping Qiusheng's enthusiasm. As it turned out, the Chinese community was riven by factions hostile to one another. Throughout Southeast Asia, relations among Teochew, Hakka, and southern Fujian communities could be described as fire and water. Conflicts erupted constantly. Beyond these regional divisions, smaller hometown groups existed. Clan power remained formidable, each faction forming its own cliques, squeezing out outsiders, not hesitating to collude with local strongmen against rivals. None of this was particularly surprising in the 17th century, before modern nationalism had developed. Ping Qiusheng recognized that immediate assistance from local Chinese was unlikely. Developing trade relations with Chinese merchants and exploiting their commercial networks was perhaps more realistic. Key initiatives still required their own people. Ping Qiusheng's delegation received warm hospitality only from merchants of the Qiongshan faction. Though everyone generally didn't consider Australians as great Ming subjects, since the Australians were based in Hainan, they were regarded as part of that community. Especially since in recent years, Hainan merchants had made considerable fortunes trading Australian goods and Southeast Asian products back and forth. The Qiongshan faction wielded limited influence among local Chinese merchants, lacking significant voice. Their businesses were modest as well. The local guild leader hosted Ping Qiusheng and his companions for drinks and opera at the Qiongshan Guild Hall, where the delegation gathered substantial intelligence during the evening's conversation. Chinese merchant influence here was not merely great but penetrated deep into the interior. Beyond the large merchants engaged in import-export trade, small peddlers dealt in everyday commodities: firewood, rice, oil, salt. These itinerant traders ventured into the interior, opening shops in villages and towns no one had ever heard of, selling goods, purchasing local products, and establishing an extensive commercial network. In Ping Qiongshan's assessment, these small peddlers were far more valuable to the Senate than the maritime trade merchants sitting in the ports. The divine king's envoy, Warwang, soon arrived in Thonburi and received Ping Qiongshan's party. After several days of negotiations, both sides reached a preliminary trade agreement. In exchange for the Senate selling weapons to Siam, ships of the Southeast Asia Company authorized by the Senate would be permitted to anchor and trade in Thonburi and Patani, limited to 2 large vessels per visit. Southeast Asia Company ships would be exempt from anchorage fees. Company merchants could freely trade with any merchants they chose. However, they were not permitted to enter the Siamese interior without authorization. Company merchants could import various goods without restriction, but each voyage must include designated quantities of weapons. They also retained the right to export any goods they desired. Import products would pay duties according to regulations. Weapons were exempt. Because this was a first visit and both sides had not yet established sufficient mutual trust, Ping Qiongshan did not request to establish a warehouse or trading post locally. They currently lacked capacity to maintain posts in Siam anyway, and even had he proposed it, the other side might well have declined. Both sides were satisfied with this preliminary agreement. Warwang nurtured considerable ambitions. He was intensely interested in the Australians, or, as the Ming people termed them, Hair People. Particularly intriguing were the rumors of their formidable military power. He developed a keen interest in the 2 ships the Southeast Asia Company had sailed in. Though for security reasons he did not propose inspecting them, he still managed to observe from nearby vessels. Outwardly, these 2 ships hardly differed from ordinary Chinese merchant vessels. Except for slight differences in deck layout and mast configuration, the hulls were essentially identical. Even a landlubber like Warwang recognized these as ordinary Chinese junks that the Australians had modified. The modification traces were quite visible, particularly the contrast between old and new materials. Armament particularly caught his attention. The rise of the Thai people owed much to their emphasis on military force. Thai military prowess, Khmer administration, and Chinese industry and commerce formed the 3 pillars of the Ayutthaya kingdom. Ordinary Chinese merchant ships rarely carried cannons. Only English, Dutch, and Portuguese vessels mounted such weapons. But these 2 ships flying the 9-section flag both bore deck-mounted cannons, black, short, and thick, unlike any Western artillery he had seen before. Obviously, once fired, the massive projectiles they launched would cause devastating damage. Beyond that, he was fascinated by the matchlock guns the sailors carried. Warwang was intimately familiar with matchlock guns. Burma, Ayutthaya's archenemy, deployed them extensively, while Siam's matchlock guns relied entirely on imports. Since the Australians could universally equip sailors with these weapons, they obviously possessed adequate supplies. Through opportunities his subordinates found while delivering water and provisions to the ships, Warwang gleaned additional details. These guns featured more refined appearances with superior surface finish. Also, these weapons seemed not to use match cords. The sailors carrying them never bore match cords on their persons, though the cords wound around matchlock gunners' bodies were traditionally one of their distinctive features. Though he very much hoped to personally witness the power of these novel weapons, a suitable opportunity never presented itself. Finally, during a banquet, he seized the chance to request a demonstration. Ping Qiongshan immediately instructed his men to oblige. When a special reconnaissance team sharpshooter used a J+ marked high-precision Mini-A rifle to shatter a ceramic jar at 150 meters with a single shot, every native present stood stunned. Matchlock guns had an effective range of perhaps 50 paces, and hitting anything was purely a matter of luck. To strike a target from such distance with one shot was simply unheard of. Warwang proposed purchasing these weapons and was naturally refused. However, Ping Qiusheng suggested they purchase cannons instead. To demonstrate his sincerity, he ordered his flagship to bombard an islet reef in the bay. The spectacle of 68-pound iron cannonballs striking the reef was awe-inspiring. Reef fragments exploded skyward, smoke billowing into the heavens. Warwang immediately approved this suggestion, requesting that the Southeast Asia Company bring one such cannon with matching ammunition on its next voyage, plus provide gunnery training services. As for the price, he didn't even ask, expressing only that he would pay with whatever goods the Australians required. Obviously, arms dealing was a high-margin enterprise. 2 weeks later, the fully laden fleet commenced its return voyage. Everything Ping Qiusheng had brought sold out completely. All 1,500 Model 1631 machetes were purchased by Warwang. Prasat Thong's main force numbered around 4,000 men. After complete re-equipment, annual consumption of 1,000 pieces could be expected, plus civilian demand. At conversion prices, one Model 1631 machete sold for 1 tael. Combined with Australian sugar and various sundries, the expedition traded for nearly 30,000 dan of rice. Part was transported with the fleet. The remainder was left at local Qiongshan faction merchants' warehouses, awaiting ships for transfer. Amid his busy work, Ping Qiusheng occasionally guided Quark with earnest hints. This region was unstable, and the Senate urgently needed the rice and minerals here. If interested, Quark might well establish a trading post. Even if merely watching the field for the Australians, it would also serve as a trade window for the English East India Company, though the English East India Company preferred Patani. Ping Qiusheng did not trust Warwang. Quark possessed great ambitions too, but he was first and foremost a merchant, focused on profit, and his commercial credibility had been recognized by the Senate. Warwang, confronted with enormous profits, might well repeat what he had done to the Japanese merchants. Ping Qiusheng also released information to local Chinese and Japanese merchants. Rice, potash salt ore, and timber from here. Lingao would purchase as much as available. Local merchants willing to serve the Australians, capable of transporting goods directly to Lingao or Sanya, would receive generous compensation. He had no desire to let Quark monopolize trade here. After all, once they freed their hands, this territory would become directly administered by the Transmigrator Group. Having grain controlled by anyone was never reassuring. End of chapter. Chapter 991. A return voyage to expand their influence. Ping Qiusheng also hosted a banquet for various merchants locally, Chinese and Japanese without exception. His purpose was to promote Australian goods, for procurement required bringing sufficient trade goods in return. Besides the Senate's traditional export commodities, this voyage Ping Qiusheng had also brought new merchandise, Runchatang pharmacies, plague-averting powder, and huge marching powder. After Runchatang pharmacies, new pharmaceutical factory went into production. Output of all proprietary Chinese medicines had increased dozens of times. Plague-averting powder and huge marching powder, their flagship products for sale and personal use in the South China region, had for the first time accumulated inventory exceeding current monthly sales, and the stockpile was continuously growing, urgently requiring new markets. Kai judged that besides summer demand in South China and Jiangnan, the year-round hot and humid regions of North and South Vietnam, Siam, Cambodia, and Burma, all subtropical and tropical zones, would certainly welcome these heat relief medicines. European colonizers in Southeast Asia could use them too. Market prospects appeared exceedingly broad. Ping Qiusheng had brought several dozen cases of these medicines, distributing samples to guests at the banquet. In fact, both medicines were already sold in limited quantities in Thornbury. Their remarkable efficacy had already earned them a decent reputation, only the prices were exorbitant, as merchants wholesaled and transported them from Guangzhou. Now that these commodities could be sold directly here, Retail prices had fallen by more than 2/3. This immediately caused a sensation in the local business community. Owners of many large Chinese merchant shops eagerly proposed becoming agents for Runchitang Pharmacy, but Ping Qiusheng was unwilling to grant agency rights. Beyond cash-on-delivery terms for goods brought this voyage, he required all shops interested in selling Runchitang products to sign ordering contracts. Runchitang would supply local merchants according to the figures on their contracts. Based on each shop's ordering quantities and fulfillment record, he would then consider which to grant Runchitang Pharmacy agency rights. This approach came from Si Kai's playbook. Si Kai also planned to implement a prepaid deposit system for agents after both sides had established sufficient mutual trust. This was extraordinarily rare in commercial trade of the era. In contemporary commerce, not only was prepayment for goods virtually unknown, even cash-on-delivery was extremely rare. Goods first, payment later was standard practice. Payment terms stretched long, tying up substantial capital, with high ratios of bad debts. Anyone imagining that 17th-century commercial ethics surpassed those of the 21st century was, in Si Kai's view, utterly deluded. Whether counterfeiting, overdue payments, or absconding on debts, whatever the 21st century had, the 17th century had it all. Murasaki Shuji scratched his disheveled hair. His locks were carelessly bound with straw rope. Each scratching motion sent straw fragments and dandruff floating down like snowflakes. After scratching sufficiently to feel comfortable, he stood, stretched with an enormous yawn, kissed the cross hanging around his neck, and made the sign of the cross. Murasaki's height, like most Japanese men of this era, was perhaps slightly over 1.5 meters, short and stocky, with a typical Choshu facial type, meaning his body hair was considerably less than the Satsuma type. He looked fairly handsome, just gaunt and yellow-complexioned, appearing malnourished. He wore a samurai vest. The name sounded grand, but it was merely several pieces of cloth and silk scraps bound to his body with straw rope. His lower body had no trousers. His sole garment was a new loincloth, the last remnant of several bolts of Nanjing cloth obtained as war spoils when following Lord Yamada Nagamasa to fight in Liger for the Siamese king the previous year. Despite being barely clothed, he wore broken armor plates on his chest and back. Though the protected area barely covered front and back torso, many hemp threads connecting the plates had snapped and been repaired with coarse hemp rope. The workmanship was poor. The plates hung crooked. On his feet was a pair of straw sandals. His left hand gripped an elm-wood sword scabbard containing a takai. A wakizashi was thrust through his waist. His appearance was precisely that of a down-and-out masterless wild samurai, a Ronin. Murasaki Shuji was indeed a Ronin. Originally a low-ranking samurai of the Tosa domain, he had been forced to flee abroad because he was a Christian. He had drifted around Southeast Asia for 7 or 8 years now. During those years, he had survived as a mercenary, sometimes charging at the front, sometimes drowsing through years guarding some trading post or fortress. A few years ago, he had joined the Japanese Volunteer Corps. Life was quite comfortable then, but ever since Lord Yamada had died under mysterious circumstances in Liger the previous year, that life had abruptly ended. Though as a lower samurai of the Volunteer Corps, he knew little of affairs above, rumors swirled everywhere. The subsequent sudden Siamese looting of Japanese merchant towns convinced him that Lord Yamada's death was highly suspicious. Suspicious or not, it had little to do with him. His relationship with Lord Yamada amounted to nothing more than employer and employee. No sentiment bound them. So he harbored no thoughts of risking his life for revenge or getting to the bottom of things. Yet subsequent developments made him, as a Japanese, feel a profound crisis. Rumors spread everywhere. The Divine King intended to completely expel and exterminate the Japanese. Many who had joined the Volunteer Corps had already fled. Numerous Japanese merchants and craftsmen had likewise chosen to leave, many going to Cambodia, some to Vietnam or elsewhere. Murasaki also wished to flee, but he was penniless. Without the divine king coming to kill him, he would starve to death on the road himself. Here in Thornbury, at least scrounging meals was easy. Rice here was practically worthless. Murasaki Shuji lived day by day in this dilemma, trembling with fear, terrified that one day the ties would kill him before he could even make a final confession. He wandered the street aimlessly, looking to see if any familiar Japanese or Chinese shops were serving breakfast where he might beg a bowl of rice. While idling, he suddenly noticed the owner of a familiar Japanese shop laboriously carrying large and small bundles. One glance told him another merchant was fleeing home. He couldn't help feeling a wave of sorrow. At least others possessed the means to flee. For him to flee, first, he had no money. Second, returning to Japan carried great risk. The shogunate showed no mercy to Christians. If things went wrong, he would end up on a cross. Unexpectedly, he obtained fresh information from this Japanese merchant. The Australian ships that had arrived over a fortnight ago were now recruiting Japanese. According to Ping Qiongshan's orders, word had spread throughout Thornbury. Any great Ming subjects or Japanese overseas residents wishing to leave Siam for Great Ming or Japan would be extended passage convenience by the fleet, with only a nominal fare charged. Those who couldn't afford the fare could travel free, but must serve the Australians in Lingao for several months to repay the passage. Those without suitable destinations could also serve the Australians. For all overseas residents willing to serve, the Senate guaranteed sufficient wages and excellent living conditions. Upon completing their service terms, they could freely travel to any destination. This news received an enthusiastic response. Many small merchants, seeing that Siam's situation appeared likely to descend into chaos, prepared to return home one after another. As for Japanese overseas residents, especially Yamada Nagamasa's former subordinates, they had been living in constant fear. Now presented with an opportunity to escape, why wouldn't they seize it? During these recent days, the Southeast Asia Company had been trading goods here. Transactions were scrupulously fair. They caused no trouble for local residents. Moreover, seeing their sturdy ships and sharp cannons, voyage safety seemed guaranteed. Because Japanese overseas residents kept arriving to board, many from the interior who had requested local compatriots to petition after hearing the news, asking the fleet to wait a few more days. Ping Qiongshan ultimately stayed an additional week before officially setting sail. During this time, he repeatedly declined local villagers' offers to have their wives entertain the Australian sea merchants, leaving both the pirate-originated sailors and local villagers feeling quite disappointed. Finally, the fleet, laden with rice and potash salt ore, plus 40-odd Chinese merchants and more than 300 Japanese volunteer corps members, set forth grandly on the return voyage. Because of the overcrowding, many Japanese volunteer corps members who couldn't afford the fare slept on deck. Murasaki was among those sleeping in the open. He wrapped himself in an old fishing net obtained from who knows where, his 2 swords carefully bundled with straw and carried on his back, his only property and the tools of his survival. After the fleet returned to Lingao, the Chinese merchants purchased Great Wave shipping tickets and traveled back to Guangdong. During their stay, they inevitably conducted inspections and toured locally. After all, the fame of the Australians and Lingao was thunderously renowned. Everyone wanted to personally see whether new opportunities awaited here. As for the Japanese, except for a few merchants, nearly everyone was penniless. Even those who could afford passage to Guangdong or Fujian and living expenses, while awaiting return ships, mostly proved unwilling to go home empty-handed. They had originally come to Southeast Asia hoping to escape impoverished domestic life. Returning to Japan with nothing meant continuing to live in poverty. Moreover, many were Christians. Returning home carried great risk. So without much persuasion, most Japanese signed agreements to serve the Australians. A total of 290 people chose to serve. They were immediately sent to the quarantine camp. After the quarantine period concluded, This batch of Japanese volunteer corps would be organized into auxiliary units, serving as security forces for landings in Taiwan and Jeju Island, and eventually as guides for Japan operations. Ping Qiusheng's Southeast Asia voyage achieved resounding success. The large quantities of rice and the trade agreements he secured earned him considerable prestige. At his report meeting, Wu De smiled broadly while vigorously slapping his shoulder, making Senator Ping howl with pain. Obviously, obtaining stable rice supplies from Siam was feasible. The disadvantage was that it wasn't as close as Vietnam, and with many summer typhoons, the Siam route was hazardous. But by October, they could continuously receive food supplies from Siam. For the next 3 or 4 months' grain, including fixed consumption and anticipated requirements, the Planning Bureau's inventory remained sufficient to cover. End of chapter. Chapter 992, Changhua Fort. This was Changhua Fort. Since the first circumnavigation of the island, Changhua, as the first independent overseas fortress, had undergone several expansions, growing from an originally crude fortified blockhouse into a small coastal bastion. Beneath the fluttering Morning Star flag, a 24-pounder naval cannon mounted on the bastion commanded Sanjia Harbor, Changhua's maritime gateway. Less than a kilometer outside the bastion, on the coastal wasteland near the Changhua River, a large tract of land had been enclosed with wooden palisades and thorny, fast-growing plants, with rows of livestock pens constructed within. This was Changhua pasture, currently Lingao's primary source of draft animals and meat livestock. The Agricultural Committee raised large numbers of the renowned Changhua sheep here on the seaside pastures. Cattle were supplied by the local Li people. Wu Nanhai and Yang Beiyagui had visited Changhua pasture multiple times to inspect and guide operations, continuously expanding the scale of animal husbandry. Yang Beiyagui in particular used Changhua sheep as the mother lineage, breeding improved stock using frozen sperm. The Agricultural Committee had also sown large quantities of quality pasture grass suited to the local soil and climate. Through these efforts, large numbers of live sheep and cattle were now transported from Changhua to Lingao each month. Outside Changhua pasture, a small periodic market had formed. The Li people came here on the 1st and 15th of each month to trade various local products, exchanging cattle, cotton cloth, venison and deer hides, kapok and honey locust beans for salt, hardware, white sugar, and sundry daily goods. At other times, Changhua Fort dispatched mobile trading caravans deep into the Changhua interior. The large quantities of sundries transported from Lingao had stimulated the Li people's consumer desires. Compared to the past, when there had been only a trading basket selling nothing but some salt and hardware at highway robbery prices, the Australians offered diverse, high-quality products at much cheaper rates. Though the Li people didn't accumulate gold and silver, the mountains teemed with local products. As long as one exerted effort, marketable goods the Australians were willing to purchase could be found everywhere. Had the Planning Bureau not been unwilling to drive Changhua's large and small deer species to sudden extinction by limiting monthly purchase quantities, the Li people would probably have killed off all the local deer already. Such trade naturally disrupted some locals' livelihoods, but constructing and operating Changhua Fort required substantial manpower. These displaced workers quickly found employment with Changhua Fort. Though some harbored resentment, no one dared provoke the hare bandits, who were armed with guns and even cannons. Besides barter trade with the Li people, Li Haiping also, following industrial department directives, hired large numbers of local laborers to mine quartz sand for Lingao's glass industry. As Changhua Fort's workforce grew, Commander Li Haiping selected some able-bodied men from the hired workers to form a 50-person militia, equipped with machetes and standard spears to protect the pasture's safety. As for the local government, they turned a blind eye to the hare bandits' every move, of course. Even had they wished to intervene, they would have been powerless. In Changhua, the great Ming's presence was quite feeble. This peaceful situation continued until the Summer Awakening campaign. A marine company and 3 12-pounder mountain howitzers landed at Sanjia Harbor. Subsequently, led by guides organized by Changhua Fort, the Changhua Fort militia, they swiftly advanced to the walls of Changhua County seat. The county clerk serving as acting administrator unhesitatingly opened the gates and surrendered. As for the guard station outside the city, though they briefly concentrated able-bodied military households in preparation for battle, once the Marines wheeled out the cannons and fired a single shot, the garrison soldiers scattered and fled. Li Haiping commanded the Marines in a single charge to take the guard station. The rest surrendered without resistance. Casualties on both sides, 0. Changhua's Han Chinese population was minuscule. Apart from a few officer landlords at the guard station, no forces worth calling gentry existed. With few villages and extensive Li territories, ordinary bandits had no room for activity. During the Northern Qiang Pacification War, this area had remained entirely peaceful, with no armed conflicts. It was a textbook peaceful takeover. Though they occupied the county seat, the Senate's governing apparatus never actually entered Changhua County seat. The former county clerk, caring for the Changhua County seal, still remained in the dilapidated county yamen. This wasn't about deliberately maintaining Great Ming's nominal authority. Simply put, there wasn't a single building in the entire county seat that the senators found acceptable. Rather than staying in a county seat devoid of infrastructure, remaining at Changhua Fort with its far superior facilities made more sense. Several months ago, a joint work group dispatched from Lingao had descended on Changhua for a comprehensive census, registering households, surveying terrain in towns, drawing up land registers, and inevitably arresting a batch of people and executing several. They had taken complete control of all local land, population, and resources. After this round of rectification, the Senate became master of all Changhua County. More than 600 registered households and an equal number of hidden households all came under Senate rule, becoming a labor force to be mobilized at will. Due to its sparse population, Changhua had almost no economy. Though natural resources were abundant, development capacity was currently lacking, with neither significant military nor civil affairs requiring management. The one sent to preside over county government while concurrently serving as Changhua Fort commander was Kong Lingyang. Kong Lingyang wasn't a Fubo army officer, but a genuine agricultural technician from the Agricultural Committee. His appointment as Changhua Fort commander indicated clearly how the Senate positioned this territory. Kong Lingyang was a senior general in the Agricultural Committee's Animal Husbandry section. He and Yang Beiagui were half-colleagues. Both had started as veterinarians and later worked at breeding stations. Though his educational background and work experience were quite impressive, he had even procured a complete set of professional veterinary station tools, various breeding eggs, and quality semen for the transmigrator group back in the day after D-Day. He had quietly assisted Yang Beiagui with animal husbandry work at the Agricultural Committee, deliberately avoiding appearing too professional, lest he be pigeonholed as technical personnel. From his personal experience in the old dimension, being a technical person advanced one's career far more slowly than being an administrative person. Yang Beiagui had since become famous within the Senate. Every time the executive committee convened expanded meetings on agricultural issues, he was required to attend, quite glorious indeed. But ultimately he would pigeonhole himself into a role like chief veterinary officer. Kong Lingyang's ambitions lay elsewhere. Several months ago, when he was dispatched to Changhua to serve as county office director and concurrently as Changhua Fort commander, he felt he had finally taken the first solid step on his official career. Though this appointment stemmed primarily from his professional skills, the Planning Bureau currently lacked capacity for deep development of Changhua, positioning the locality as primarily agricultural and pastoral with minor natural resource collection as supplement. Thus, when selecting Changhua's county office director, Kong Lingyang, who had volunteered, possessed agricultural and animal husbandry expertise, and wasn't a key figure in either the Agricultural Committee or Tiandi Society, emerged as the most suitable candidate. Besides, he had at least been a civil servant and understood something of administrative operations. Changhua's status naturally couldn't compare to the large county seats in northern Qiang managed by Liu Xiang and others, but at least the whole county comprised around 1,000 households with a population under 10,000. There was a reinforced platoon of Marines and a newly formed National Army County Guard Company, the former Changhua Fort Militia. Though called a company, it currently numbered only 50-odd men and still required adjustment and expansion. The National Army Guard companies organized in each county recruited personnel locally and currently served only emergency needs. Once conditions stabilized in each county and large numbers of immigrants arrived, the training directorate would adjust and rotate all National Army County Guard companies. According to the plan, each company would have some personnel serving locally and some elsewhere. At this moment, in the Great Hall atop the bastion's main tower, a modest banquet was underway to welcome the newly arrived Major Wei Awen, Mu Min, Fang Jinghen, and other personnel from the General Staff Political Department. The table was arrayed with more than a dozen steaming dishes, all provided by the local vegetable garden, livestock pens, and fishing boats. Most eye-catching was a heaping platter of roasted lamb skewers, sprinkled with sesame seeds, cumin, and chili peppers, roasted to aromatic perfection. Eating such fare in Changhua's blazing summer heat might seem inadvisable, but for senators who were seriously deficient in meat yet possessed hearty appetites, climate was no obstacle. The room lacked refrigeration equipment or ice, but being near the seaside and on the third floor with windows flung wide open, the sea breeze proved refreshing. Combined with large quantities of chilled beverages drawn from the well, everyone ate until dripping with hot sweat, exclaiming how satisfying it was. Except for Mu Min, who ate somewhat sparingly, Wei Awen and others devoured everything voraciously. Before long, the table was piled with bamboo skewers alongside many bottles of kvass and rice beer. Kong Lingyang ate modestly. Food supply here was abundant, and he was one of the very few senators who enjoyed meat daily. A chubby man with square-framed glasses, he wore a Lingao manufactured cotton summer training uniform. Wiping sweat with a towel, he urged everyone to continue eating and drinking. "Old Kong, the conditions here are really excellent," Wei Awen declared. Having finally eaten his fill, he patted his belly and picked his teeth while expressing admiration. No, it's all thanks to the Senate and Executive Committee's good leadership." Kong Lingyang carefully avoided naming Director Wen or the supervisor, lest he appear to take any particular side. Never casually declare allegiances before the situation is clear. That was one lesson Kong Lingyang had absorbed from more than 5 years of civil servant life. "Enough empty talk," Wei Awen chuckled. "First to arrive gets the moon first. We're not unreasonable people," he burped. "Shall we discuss work matters now?" Mu Min nodded. "I'm full too. Good time to talk business." Fang Jinghen and the others naturally had no objections. Everyone had eaten until nearly bursting. Kong Lingyang nodded repeatedly. Good. He instructed people to clear away the leftover dishes and prepare tea and writing materials. He suspected this sudden arrival of people from the center was likely related to local Li ethnic affairs. End of chapter. Chapter 993. Miao Village. Kong Lingyang's suspicion proved correct. The arrival of Mu Min, who concurrently served as director of the Li Miao Affairs Office, and Fang Jinghen was precisely to recruit National Army soldiers from the local Li and Miao population. The Li and Miao population of Hainan Island had long represented untapped manpower for the Senate, a constant frustration for the labor-starved Planning Bureau. However, the Li and Miao people possessed extremely low productivity levels and were accustomed to primitive commune-style living and production patterns. Historically, they also harbored strong conflicts with local Han people. Converting them into an industrial and agricultural workforce would prove exceedingly difficult. To effectively control and utilize the Li and Miao people, the Religious Affairs Office pursued a dual-religion approach. Catholicism and Neo-Daoism penetrated deep into the mountains from south and north respectively, proselytizing extensively. Through religious outreach and health service penetration, they sought to grasp the spiritual dimension of the local populace, thereby gaining control over the entire society. Simultaneously, by expanding trade and abandoning traditional exploitative high-profit methods in Li-Miao commerce, they employed lower margins and more goods to stimulate local commodity economy development. Medical outreach and small-scale agricultural technology promotion supplemented these efforts, using material means to promote social evolution. Though the idea of recruiting Li and Miao people to form mountain infantry had been proposed before, the military general administration believed there was no urgent need. The Li and Miao people's physique and fitness were generally poor, with many suffering from malaria that required prolonged treatment and recovery. Organizing them as combat troops would prove costly. Operation Engine required landing on Taiwan Island. The General Staff and Foreign Intelligence Bureau had compiled materials from the Haitian and the Grand Library, concluding that security forces composed of Li and Miao soldiers would be suitable for Taiwan operations, particularly in future actions against Taiwan's Plains tribes and Gaoshan indigenous peoples. Li and Miao soldiers' jungle and mountain mobility could prove invaluable. For this purpose, after discussions between the Military Training Directorate and the Li-Miao Affairs Office, a joint work group was dispatched to Li and Miao settlement areas in Lingao, Sanya, and Changhua, locations where both sides had established more contact and a foundation of mutual trust, to conduct recruitment. Wei Awen took a comfortable sip of oolong tea and asked, "Old Kong, are there many Li and Miao people here?" "Plenty," Kong Lingyang replied, knowing from this question that his suspicions were confirmed. To be frank, Changhua's economy is essentially the Li-Miao economy. This was true. If the Senate calculated GDP data for counties under its rule, 70% of Changhua's GDP derived from trade activities with the Li and Miao. Are there many Miao villages? Approximately how many Miao people? Very few. Based on our current intelligence, there are fewer than 10 Miao villages, each ranging from 20 or 30 to 100 households. Total population is around 5 or 6,000. No detailed data. Though Kong Lingyang had only recently assumed the post, Li Haiping during his tenure had conducted continuous surveys, accumulating substantial first-hand materials. Generally speaking, Li villages were numerous while Miao villages were scarce. Moreover, Miao villages tended to be smaller than Li villages, and more impoverished and backward. Because the Miao people were latecomers to Hainan Island, descendants of the Wolf Army, enforcers, and crossbow poison archers, conscripted from Guangxi along with Ming troops to suppress Li uprisings. After the campaigns concluded, these Miao troops were disbanded on the spot and dispersed to settle in various locations. Because they arrived late, the better land and mountains had already been claimed by Han and Li people, so Miao villages were typically situated in mountainous areas with poorer natural environments. Beyond barely cultivating some land, they survived by hunting and gathering mountain products, and also worked as tenants on land and forests belonging to Han and Li landlords. Fang Jinghen interjected, "How are relations between the Miao and Li? And with local Han people in us? The Miao people don't have major conflicts with anyone, though minor frictions are inevitable. The Miao are very poor, they possess no land, not even mountain land. Most survive by fishing and hunting, rarely contacting outsiders." Kong Lingyang hadn't personally visited a Miao village, but from his Li-Miao Affairs liaison, Worker Wang, who had led the survey team to Tiandihui village and the Shilu River back then, He had obtained substantial intelligence about the Li and Miao people. Wei Awen listened intently. He was particularly interested in Miao villages. Hainan's Miao population was the smallest with the worst economic conditions, and they also had historical conflicts with the Li people. Thus he believed they would prove more reliable to employ. Since the Hainan Miao had come as auxiliary troops, they possessed a tradition of fighting. Absorbing them as security forces seemed an ideal choice. Are there any Miao villages we're relatively familiar with? Yes, Li Haiping originally maintained good relations with several Miao villages. Can we visit one? Certainly, Kong Lingyang nodded readily. The cooperative has a local employee specifically responsible for Li Miao trade named Wang Daliang, half Han, half Li, originally a local shop worker. He speaks both Li and Miao languages and is intimately familiar with various villages. Wei Awen nodded. Arrange for us to visit a Miao village tomorrow. Then he asked again, Old Kong, we came this time to recruit some Li and Miao able-bodied youth as soldiers. Do you think the local Li and Miao people would be willing to enlist? We can definitely recruit some, Kong Lingyang said. Whether Li or Miao, they all live hard lives. Though the labor intensity of Swidden farming isn't excessive, days of eating one's fill are few. Kong Lingyang then discussed the current state of negotiations with Changhua's Li and Miao villages. Currently, most Li and Miao villages in Changhua maintain trade relations with the cooperative's Changhua branch. Relations couldn't be called hostile, at minimum. Recruiting some able-bodied men shouldn't present problems. The following day, led by the local trader from the cooperative, the visiting delegation set off for a Miao village. The village's location proved extremely remote. Though on the map the straight-line distance from Changhua Fort was less than 30 kilometers, the terrain was rugged, with tall grass and dense forests. The entire party could only follow the guide step by step, threading along a barely discernible trail. They arrived at the Miao village only early the next morning. Before entering the village, they were startled by a disturbing sight in a grove outside. On the branches of large trees, numerous objects resembling rolled reed mats had been placed horizontally. Some were already half-rotted, scattered on the ground. The group was curious, but Fang Jinghen knew this was nothing one wanted to examine closely. This is the Miao village cemetery, he explained. For the Miao people here, when someone dies, they're placed like this on tree trunks in the forest. Hearing this, Mu Min hurriedly put some distance between herself and the trees. Wei Awen, though accustomed to seeing corpses on battlefields, couldn't help feeling chills crawl down his spine. How come we've never heard of this custom? Mu Min found it strange. She had toured the southwest and visited quite a few Miao villages without encountering such practices. This is undoubtedly a local custom, Fang Jinghen explained. As for whether mainland Miao villages share such customs, I haven't researched, but you went as a tourist. They surely wouldn't advertise such practices as a selling point. They soon reached the village gate. Wang Daliang came and went here frequently and knew the paths well. The able-bodied men guarding the gate immediately allowed them entry. The Miao village's conditions were far inferior to the Li people's Tiandihui village they had visited before, visibly impoverished. Only 40-odd households lived here. The village lacked proper walls, relying on thorny plants as a natural hedge. The houses were extremely crude, bamboo frame structures with bamboo strip walls plastered with yellow mud on the outside, roofs covered with rice straw. Throughout the village, free-range pigs, chickens, and ducks wandered about. According to Wang Daliang, the Miao people here could barely afford to purchase anything, trading only hunted game and gathered mountain products for the cooperative's salt and iron implements. A hunting economy was inherently unstable, so they also practiced Swidden rice cultivation. Yields were low, barely sustaining the village's basic livelihood. Kong Lingyang was promoting simple cash crop cultivation in Changhua's Li and Miao villages, but transportation here was simply too inconvenient, so this village was temporarily excluded. With the Miao people living in such difficult mountains, Others naturally find it hard to enter, but wouldn't it be equally hard for them to leave? Mu Min observed. Wang Daoyang explained that this was nothing to the Miao people. They were extraordinarily skilled at traversing mountains and ridges, not only climbing swiftly but never tiring. When Miao villagers went to market, they completed round trips of 100 li in a single day. Excellent material for mountain infantry, Wei Awen declared, a greedy glint appearing in his eyes. Using them merely as security troops seemed almost wasteful. Mu Min surveyed the village with keen interest, sighing that living standards here were truly harsh. Ordinary people's 3 meals consisted of thin congee or mixed grain porridge. Apart from eating meat after a successful hunt, meat was virtually absent from daily life, not even vegetables. No vegetable plots could be spotted around the village, so rice was eaten only with salt. The blessing of southwestern peoples, chili peppers, had only recently begun being cultivated in Lingao in this dimension. Kong Lingyang's reason for having Wang Daoyang bring them to this particular village was naturally that poverty would make recruitment easier. Mu Min suddenly remarked, "I feel the Miao people here are quite different from Miao people on the mainland. Some experts believe that the Miao of Hainan Island are actually Yao and Dong people from Guangxi, possibly mixed with some Miao," Fang Jinghan said. With Wang Daoyang's introduction, they soon met with the village elder. By the fire pit, Mu Min presented gifts to the elder. In the subsequent conversation, Wei Awen deployed his silver tongue, extolling how promising serving Australia Song and the Senate was, how all 3 meals are white rice, meat at every meal. Those recruited would also receive settling grain. He spoke so convincingly that even the elder himself seemed somewhat tempted, sighing repeatedly that he was too old. Though the elder had no direct experience of the Fubo Army's treatment, the cooperative had conducted trade here for 2 years, always honest and trustworthy, earning an excellent local reputation. So the elder didn't doubt the truthfulness of these claims. The visiting delegation quickly achieved their objective. The elder agreed to permit local recruitment. With his full cooperation, Wei Awen recruited more than a dozen people from this single village alone. End of chapter. Chapter 994. New recruits. The Miao people lived in hardship, and compared to the Li, proved more willing to leave home and eat military rations. During the Ming Dynasty, southwestern Miao, Yao, Dong, and other ethnic native troops had been conscripted for combat on multiple occasions. The most famous were Qin Liangyu's White Pole soldiers. With proper training and command, their combat effectiveness as infantry of this dimension was quite respectable. Wei Awen and his colleagues' recruitment activities in Miao villages proceeded smoothly, though the time and manpower costs consumed proved unreasonably high. Miao villages were situated even more remotely than Li villages, in higher and deeper mountains. Without traders to guide them, they simply couldn't locate the places. Wei Awen ultimately recruited 4 companies in Changhua, 2 of which comprised Miao soldiers. Had he been willing to recruit freely, more could have been enlisted. Considering that Li and Miao people generally suffered from malaria with poor constitutions, requiring significant costs for treatment and recovery, he stopped. It wouldn't be too late to fully utilize these populations once sufficient resources became available. All these soldiers were concentrated in Changhua for quarantine treatment and preliminary centralized training. The training camp was established outside Changhua Fort. Their instructor was Old Dai from the training directorate. He had been pushed out by the American faction officers led by Shiziki for strenuously advocating so-called German-style training within the Marine Corps and attempting to equip Marines with mountain caps. When he applied to the training directorate, Fu Sanni wasn't interested in his so-called German-style training or his German affectations, but seeing that Old Dai possessed decent drive, military training instructors primarily needed enthusiasm, energy, and abundant physical strength to shout at new recruits all day while kicking and punching them. He was immediately appointed as a military training instructor for the Education Directorate. Leading a batch of staff sergeants and sergeants, he drilled new recruits and militiamen intensively every day. After the General Staff's plan to recruit Japanese and Limiao new recruits as security troops materialized, Fu Sanni situated this batch's training base in Changhua. The security forces being organized from these soldiers didn't belong to the official Fubo army sequence, not even the paramilitary National Army. If a comparison was needed, the security forces were essentially similar to Blackwater mercenaries, just at lower cost. Since they were mercenaries, training them at Mainao Fort was inappropriate. Changhua was vast with sparse population. Terrain and topography were more complex than Lingao. More importantly, the locality possessed certain basic infrastructure, suitable for small-scale troop training without requiring extensive expansion. The recruited Li and Miao soldiers were thrown into basic training almost immediately after purification procedures. Changhua was sparsely populated, requiring no extended quarantine isolation. A medical team led by Lei En, dispatched from Lingao, conducted physical examinations and treatment. Lei En had worked in disease control in the old dimension, though he hadn't had extensive contact with malaria, at least he had studied it. To reduce medicine consumption while avoiding expanded infection, blood smear tests for malaria parasites were conducted during soldier recruitment. More severe malaria patients were not accepted. What puzzled Lei En, the one responsible for testing, was that some applicants, though from villages with malaria patients, hadn't been infected with the disease. They seemed to possess some kind of antibodies. He recalled materials suggesting this was because thalassemia was prevalent in the southwestern coastal region, and malaria parasites couldn't infect thalassemia patients. Could this theory actually be correct? Unfortunately, local conditions in Changhua were limited, and Lei En couldn't test those soldiers for thalassemia for the time being. What arrived from Lingao wasn't the traditional old dimension-specific drugs for treating malaria, quinine, primaquine, chloroquine, or artemisinin, but rather Chinese medicine preparations experimentally manufactured by the health department according to formulas provided by Daoist Zhang, malaria powder, and Qiongshan decoction. These two medicines were formulas that Chinese medicine personnel in the 1950s and 60s, when China couldn't yet produce quinine and other anti-malarial drugs domestically, had collected from various folk prescriptions and proven formulas, and confirmed through extensive clinical use to have certain efficacy. Also identified during that period was sweet wormwood. However, extraction and purification of artemisinin required considerable chemical industry support, so the health department could only temporarily produce the more modestly effective malaria powder and Qiongshan decoction. Runchitang Pharmacy conducted small-scale trial production, deploying limited batches to hospitals and clinics under the health department, as well as to the Limiao Affairs Office and Religious Affairs Office. Malaria powder was made from Kangzhu, Beizhai, Gizhai, and other medicines combined and prepared into powder. For adult use, following a dose of 1 gram or more per application, reduced for children, the malaria powder was wrapped in gauze and inserted into the nostril half an hour before malaria onset for approximately 3 to 4 hours, then removed during the sweating phase after onset. The dose could continue to be used before the next attack. One dose could be used consecutively more than 3 times. If symptoms disappeared after use, blood could be tested the next day. If positive, the treatment could continue. According to clinical trials at the Health Department General Hospital, this medicine and Qiongshan decoction proved indeed effective for some malaria patients. After several applications, malaria parasites actually disappeared during blood tests. However, the overall effective rate wasn't as high as stated in the literature. But this at least provided a means of treating malaria. One should remember that by old dimension standards, even quinine, the historical specific drug, had only modest effects, not to mention significant side effects. The religious affairs office's two major denominations were the biggest consumers of these proprietary Chinese medicines. For proselytizing in Li areas, medical and health means proved most effective, and malaria was a disease common among Li and Miao people. Daoist Zhang had initially gained many converts in southern Qiang precisely through these medicines. The Li Miao Affairs Office also distributed considerable quantities, primarily through dispatched health teams. These so-called health teams' main purpose remained trading with Li areas. They simply dispatched a medic with the team carrying medicines to villages for diagnosis and treatment. This treatment was free, with the primary purpose naturally being to win hearts. Secondarily, it provided medics and nurses attending health training courses with practical independent diagnosis and treatment experience. Mu Min had personally led teams to quite a few villages and understood what this kind of health service meant in mountain communities. So successfully recruiting many soldiers this time didn't surprise her. One should remember that initially quite a few senators had been skeptical about whether they could recruit Li and Miao, able-bodied men, as soldiers. The able-bodied men were undergoing the most basic formation training under old Dai's shouted commands. The infantry companies composed of Li and Miao soldiers weren't being equipped with firearms for now. They received Model 1631 standard knives instead. Thus training content was greatly reduced. No complex formation changes or anti-cavalry charge drills, no Mini-A rifle shooting training. Only the most basic formations, fundamental tactical movements, and physical conditioning. After basic training would come 2 additional weeks of mountain combat and village security tactical training. Mu Min watched for a while the new recruits wearing somewhat oversized training uniforms, looking severely malnourished. After several days of training, their movements were starting to take shape. Then she turned her gaze with interest toward old Dai. He wasn't wearing Fubo army uniform, but rather a German-style mixed uniform that looked uncomfortably hot. His upper body sported an Afrika Korps regulation tropical shirt, but below he wore combat boots, German-style puttees and knee pads, buckled with a double-breasted belt. On his head sat a combat soft-top peaked cap, all domestically produced civilian versions, naturally. Beside old Dai stood a young girl wearing the girls' uniform of Lingao National School, holding a tin megaphone. Every time old Dai spoke, she quickly raised the megaphone and spoke for a while. This translator sometimes obviously didn't know how to render certain commands and had to consult with old Dai. The Li people mostly didn't understand Chinese, much less Mandarin. Chinese language instruction couldn't be achieved overnight. They could only train while learning. Mu Min knew this girl was Bai Da. When they had departed Changhua to return to Lingao back then, they had brought her along. She had studied Chinese for a period at national school and also received basic literacy education, obtaining a C-grade diploma. As one of the very few, completely reliable Li people under the Li Miao Affairs Office's control, upon completing her studies, she was dispatched back to Changhua, serving as a local staff member of the Li Miao office. On one hand as interpreter, dealing with local Li people, on the other hand collecting materials on the local Meifu Li. Mu Min had read some of her reports written in crooked simplified characters riddled with typos. Bai Da played a crucial role in Changhua, though they also had control of local people with close Li village connections like Wang Daliang. They weren't ultimately from Li villages themselves. Compared to Bai Da, a native-born Li person, they fell short in negotiations and material collection. Fang Jinghan in particular had gathered enormous quantities of first-hand materials on the local Meifu Li through conversations with her. Whether Mu Min or Fang Jinghan, currently responsible for the office's routine operations, both valued her greatly. Every time they came to Changhua, they would speak with her and bring her many booklets, personally cultivating her. Mu Min had once wanted her to pursue a B-grade diploma at national school. The Li Miao office wasn't alone in valuing Bai Da. Dea Qianzi was also very interested in her. After a successful proselytizing campaign, Daoist Zhang had persuaded Bai De to convert to Neo-Daoism. He then hoped to cultivate this girl into a libationer of Neo-Daoism, becoming his capable assistant for proselytizing in Li areas, ideally a model figure. Unfortunately, Bai De's enthusiasm for learning was only average. Li people didn't possess the universal recognition that all trades are base, only study is lofty. Thus, whether national schools' advanced study plan or Dea Qianzi's religious education, both came to nothing. However, in 2 years Bai De could at least communicate with senators without obstacles, and her loyalty to the Senate was sufficiently high. She was clearly quite qualified as a bridge between the Senate and the Meifu Li. End of chapter. Chapter 995. The One Who Enlists but merely serving as a translator. Mu Min genuinely felt Bai De's talents were being squandered. Though she hadn't had extensive contact with the girl, Bai De was clever without guile, forthright in character, and decisive in handling matters. On several occasions dealing with the Li people, she had demonstrated impressive negotiation abilities. With proper cultivation, she would make an excellent cadre in the future. Though the directives from the Senate and Executive Committee to the Li Miao Affairs Office were quite explicit. The Senate's ethnic policy was no ethnic policy, only the distinction between naturalized citizens and natives. They would not specially cultivate ethnic cadres or implement preferential policies like ethnic classes. Whether a native can become a qualified naturalized citizen under the Senate system depends first on whether his loyalty to our system surpasses his own ethnic and religious sentiments. The Senate's propaganda theorist Ding Ding had declared in an internal speech, "Those who cannot meet this standard cannot become naturalized citizens." That was the official position, but practically speaking, to penetrate deep into Hainan Island's interior and handle Li Miao affairs without naturalized citizens familiar with local conditions as guides was pure fantasy. So Mu Min still managed to cultivate several naturalized citizen cadres of Li Miao origin in Lingao, Changhua, and Sanya. Naturally, the specific work was handled by Fang Jinghen. He was now responsible for the office's routine operations. Mu Min was considering how to speak with Bai De again that evening, encouraging her enthusiasm for learning and work, persuading her to agree to return to Lingao for national school training. She planned to train a batch of Li Miao naturalized citizen cadres, but Bai De proved unwilling to go to Lingao for study. She felt living this free and easy life in Changhua suited her fine, and had no desire to be constrained by attending school in Lingao. Suddenly there was a commotion outside the training camp gate. She couldn't help feeling puzzled. Though this wasn't Changhua Fort proper, it was less than a kilometer away, equally a Senate military control zone, not a marketplace anyone could freely enter and exit. Ordinarily, whether Han, Li, or Miao, everyone kept their distance from this heavily guarded place with sentries posted day and night, let alone proactively coming to create a disturbance. While pondering, a soldier had already run back and said a few words to Bai De. Apparently the visitors were Li people requiring her translation. But unexpectedly, after hearing a few words, Bai De's expression actually changed, and she turned and ran. Mu Min was greatly puzzled and had to go investigate personally. Arriving at the camp gate, she saw 5 or 6 young Li people creating a commotion at the entrance. Their leader was a young man who looked healthy and sturdy, still wearing pheasant feathers on his head and dressed quite elaborately, obviously a prominent figure in his village. Mu Min thought he looked somewhat familiar. At the moment, he was talking with someone at the gate, whom Mu Min recognized, Li Benking, Wang Daoyang's uncle. Over the past 2 years, Li Benking had served as guide and translator for the cooperative's trading caravans, no longer living by hunting. He had accumulated some benefits, and with money in hand, had formally married the woman he had been seeing at the lounge. Though he continued living in Tiandihui village, he came to Changhua Fort several times each month to report on work, counting as half a naturalized citizen. Seeing the chief had arrived, Li Bengking hurried over to report. These 5 or 6 Li people had come to enlist, but recruitment had already concluded. The other party refused to leave, insisting on enlisting and demanded he summon the person in charge. Mu Min wasn't bothered. If they want to enlist, just let them in to register. What's the problem with a few more people? Li Bengking said quietly. If it were anyone else, fine. But this is Zhen Huan. Before Mu Min could recall who Zhen Huan was, Li Bengking elaborated. The son of Zhen Aya of Tiandihui village. Mu Min suddenly understood. Bai De's sweetheart. All at once, memories from back then flooded up. This Zhen Huan could be considered devoted and righteous. When they had taken Bai De away, he had even intercepted them midway. The feelings between the two were also entangled with the power struggle between the Wang and Zhen families within Tiandihui village. The complications were intricate. Mu Min had taken Bai De away back, then partly out of sympathy for this innocent victim of the power struggle, and also because she was unwilling to let the friendly Tiandihui village fall into chaos from internal strife. That's right, Li Bengking nodded repeatedly. Ever since Bai De returned from Lingao, he's come to Changhua Fort several times trying to find her. Bai De refuses to see him. Each time there's a scene like this. This time, hearing that the Australians who had taken Bai De away were recruiting soldiers, he had simply brought along a few brothers and companions to enlist. In his conception, since Bai De was with the Australians, as long as he became an Australian soldier, he could see her whenever he wanted. He's quite the romantic, Mu Min sighed with a touch of envy. Truly romantic. While they were talking, Zhen Huan had already run over. His movements were remarkably agile. In a few nimble moves he dodged soldiers trying to intercept him, charging straight to within a short distance of Mu Min. Several guards accompanying her immediately raised bayoneted rifles, forcibly stopping him. Zhen Huan was quite agitated, but he remained wary of these soldiers holding muskets mounted with gleaming short blades. He just jabbered something, making no further violent moves. Li Bengking hurried to translate. Mu Min listened to Zhen Huan's request, still the matter of recruiting him to enlist. Mu Min nodded. You want to be our soldier, that's good. But why do you want to be a soldier? Zhen Huan was momentarily stunned. As a privileged class in his village, he had never wanted for food or clothing. His hunting skills were formidable as well. There was originally no need for him to leave home to eat military rations. The thought of enlisting stemmed entirely from wanting to be near Bai De. After hesitating a moment, he declared loudly, "You took Bai De away." "I want to be with her. The only way is to become your soldier," Mu Min said. "I understand you want to see Bai De, but being a soldier doesn't necessarily mean you can see her. She is she. You are you. She's now a cadre of the Senate. If you become a soldier of the Senate in the future, you must obey the Senate's commands in everything. You can't even decide where to go yourself. How can you expect to see her?" Zhen Huan answered without hesitation. "Since she's with you, someday we will meet." Mu Min nodded. "Then let me tell you, once you enlist, in just a few days you'll be sent to a foreign place to fight. Maybe for a few months, maybe for a few years. You might die on the battlefield before having a chance to see her. Besides, even if you do see her once, that may not change anything. Do you still want to enlist?" But Zhen Huan remained unmoved, firmly insisting on enlisting. Mu Min nodded. "All right, take him then, since he volunteers." Li Bengking smiled helplessly and led him away. The several companions and friends beside Zhen Huan enlisted together. Fang Jinghen was somewhat uneasy. He said quietly, "He's coming specifically for Bai De. Bai De is the training translator. When they meet on the training ground, who knows what new drama might unfold." Mu Min smiled. "No problem. She's not the only Li cadre who speaks Chinese. Besides, this way Bai De will be begging to follow us back to Lingao to study." "Director, you truly have foresight." Fang Jinghen didn't miss the opportunity to flatter her, then sighed. "Young Zhen is so pitiful, such a devoted man. That woman Bai De is truly heartless." Mu Min shook her head, smiled, and didn't continue. Under soldiers' escort, they strolled along the simple road. The seaside near Changhua Fort featured many visible sand dunes covered with shrubs and pasture grass, the result of human intervention. The Changhua coastline, due to early human development, had suffered severely damaged vegetation. Combined with the special geographical and natural environment, this had caused continuous inland invasion by coastal sand dunes, resulting in large areas of desert-like grassland terrain. In the 20th century, such coastal desert invasion had penetrated more than a dozen kilometers inland. Because rainfall here remained adequate, supplemented by the Changhua River's nourishment, hardy low shrubs and wild vegetation could still survive. After Kang Lingyang assumed his post, he applied his agricultural knowledge to plant large-scale legume pasture grasses, tolerant of poor soil, on the local pastures for animal husbandry. This simultaneously served to stabilize and improve the soil. On the summer pastures, vegetation flourished lush and green, emitting the fragrance of grass. By the Changhua River, scattered flocks of sheep and herds of cattle grazed. Besides Changhua sheep and Leizhou yellow cattle and water buffalo, there were also quality cattle and sheep collected from Hainan Island and Guangdong, plus some old dimension quality breeds bred using frozen semen with local mother stock. All were now pastured here to expand populations. Though Lingao possessed abundant arable land, industrial and agricultural production occupied extensive areas, making land resources far tighter than in Changhua. So now South Sea Farm mainly conducted breeding animal husbandry and small-scale dairy farming. Meat, hide, and wool livestock husbandry had all been transferred to Changhua. By the river, many cattle drank at the water's edge. Summertime Changhua River was in its high water season, with substantial flow. River levels had risen, and the banks were dotted everywhere with large and small pools, growing dense reeds and other aquatic plants, quite different from when they had first arrived here. Mu Min noticed there were now some irrigation channels and water-lifting water wheels. Kang Lingyang, using local labor and materials supplemented by a small number of specialized workers dispatched from Lingao, had constructed a simple irrigation system for the pastures, enabling the artificial pasture grass to thrive even more vigorously. To have natural grassland support large numbers of livestock, relying solely on natural pasture grass and natural irrigation was far from sufficient. On the mudflats of the Changhua River, survey team personnel from Lingao were conducting measurements. One of them Mu Min recognized, Yan Kuezhai. He had originally worked at the Wenlin River Hydrological Station in Lingao. This time he had accompanied the survey team to Changhua, probably to investigate water resources here. End of chapter. Chapter 996. Military dogs. Lingao's water resources were insufficient for the long term, making it unsuitable as a major future industrial and agricultural base. Changhua possessed little arable land, but its freshwater, timber, and industrial mineral resources far exceeded Lingao's. The Changhua River's runoff alone totaled 900 million cubic meters, while all of Lingao County managed only 700 million. Developable hydropower resources reached 40,000 kilowatts, 30 times more than Lingao, not to mention the local iron and copper deposits. Even just the cement rock resources held significant industrial potential. What? Planning to build irrigation works? Fang Jinghan greeted Yan Kuezhai. It's you all. Yan Kuezhai seemed quite occupied. Right now we lack the capacity to develop Changhua. Resources must all be diverted to Taiwan. Industry still requires population. Having just resources and technology simply isn't enough. Then, why did the Planning Bureau rush to send you here? Fang Jinghan asked curiously. First, to train students. Yan Kuezhai gestured towards several young students beside him operating Lingao-produced equipment and instruments. Second, to assess whether we can utilize the Changhua River's water transport capacity. Ship navigation is impossible, but floating timber rafts and similar approaches should work. Timber resources here are extremely abundant. Then there's also future ore transport to consider. Though the Changhua River had limited navigational value, its water volume and hydropower potential both substantially exceeded Lingao's Wenlin River. According to 20th century data, the Changhua River's annual runoff was 900 million cubic meters, while all of Lingao County's runoff was only 700 million. Developable hydropower resources reached 40,000 kilowatts, 30 times more than Lingao. From the perspective of hydropower development, conditions were highly favorable. Unfortunately, no capacity for development existed in the short term. That said, water resources are also vital to us. Changhua's mineral resources are extremely abundant. It could certainly become an industrial and mining base in the future, all requiring substantial water resources. Yan Kuezhe's team had been tasked with determining how much water resources and hydropower Changhua actually possessed in the 17th century, and what kind of assistance the Changhua River could provide for Hainan's industrialization. Changhua's agricultural potential was limited. The entire county had only 340,000 mu of arable land, and soil fertility was even poorer. Except for certain advantages in water and heat resources, it was inferior to northern Qiang counties like Lingao in all respects. In a few days, could you send someone to take us to Shilu? Yan Kuezhai suddenly asked. I can take you myself, Fang Jinghen offered. But what do you need in Shilu? The geological survey last time should have been quite thorough. Still terrain surveying. Yan Kuezhai's additional task was to lead students to Shilu to survey the terrain between Shilu and Changhua Fort, assessing whether it was possible to construct a simple road or railway. The purpose wasn't to mine local iron ore. With their current industrial capacity and steel production levels, supporting such a large-scale project was simply impossible. The reason the Planning Bureau was eager to understand transport conditions and attempt road construction was because of Shilu's dolomite deposits. Dolomite served as a flux in modern pig iron smelting, improving pig iron quality and reducing coal consumption. In modern steel production, manufacturing 1 ton of pig iron required consuming several dozen kilograms of dolomite. After the Maiden steel complex went into production, it would need approximately several hundred tons of dolomite annually. In the old dimension, 1 kilometer south of Shilu town, there was a dolomite mine with reserves of 1.25 billion tons at 1921% grade. Full-scale development was infeasible, but small-scale mining to supply the Maiden steel complex for production remained practical. The Planning Bureau and industrial departments had assessed that according to available data, Shilu's dolomite deposits were not deeply buried. Mining could be accomplished through manual labor and simple machinery. If demand wasn't large, intermittent mining was completely feasible. After mining dolomite came the issue of outward transport, so Wuda was considering building a simple road locally. Setting aside laying groundwork for future Shilu iron ore development, there was also demand for mining limited amounts of associated copper, gold, and other non-ferrous metal ores at Shilu. Road construction would also help extend governance tentacles into Changhua's interior while developing and radiating influence to surrounding areas. The Planning Bureau also required Kong Lingyang to establish a permanent outpost at Shilu if possible. The Morning Star flag must fly over Yeyuling every day, ensuring the presence of government authority locally. According to intelligence provided by Li people, almost every year some outsider Han people hired Li guides and porters to venture into Li areas, penetrating to Shilu and attempting to mine local copper ore, or with better luck find gold. Though few succeeded, very few could correctly locate the ore veins. The indiscriminate digging and small kiln smelting seriously damaged local resources, especially disrupting the survey team's exploration work. This was intolerable to the Planning Bureau. Since Li Haiping's time, people had been caught attempting to illegally mine copper at Yeyuling, an endless stream every year. So cracking down on illegal mining was also one of Kong Lingyang's responsibilities. With roads and station outposts and patrol teams on the roads, control over the areas along the route would be established. You don't need to come personally, just send a few Li people as guides. Haven't you recruited quite a few Li soldiers? Yan Kuei said. A round trip takes several days. You all have work. It's not good to delay that. If only Zhen Huan and his group hadn't just enlisted, we could send them directly to Shilu, their locals, expert at climbing mountains and drilling through forests. No one could evade them, Mu Min observed. Even if he'd served for 10 years, no way, Fang Jinghen shook his head. Locals not serving locally, that's a fundamental principle of army organization. The Senate was unwilling to have even local security forces like the National Army entirely composed of local people, let alone combat units like those Zhen Huan had joined. The matter of recruiting Zhen Huan to enlist met with Wei Awen's pushback that afternoon. Not that he considered these few new recruits of poor quality. In his view, this was a serious infringement on his authority as General Political Department Director. He often forgot his department was actually the General Staff Political Office. Mu Min countered that, as a member of the recruitment team, she equally possessed the right to decide whom to recruit. The mission document didn't specify which department or which senator was specifically in charge. In theory, Mu Min didn't require Wei Awen's consultation to decide certain matters. The argument between the two continued until Kang Lingyang appeared again, beaming as he invited the senators to the kennel to take a look and guide the dog-raising work. Mu Min had no interest in dogs, but Wei Awen was quite enthusiastic. When the Haitians' reconnaissance team had encountered native ambushes in Taiwan, dogs had played a crucial role, and now ever more internal security tasks required dogs to replace some sentries. Previously, Kang Lingyang had cooperated with the military during his university days, and understood that the patrol range of one trained military dog was essentially equivalent to 5 soldiers. Well-trained military dogs were excellent assets for mainland combat suppression patrols, chasing routed soldiers, guarding equipment, and deterring mobs. The newly constructed kennel had been established in an enclosure outside Changhua Fort, raising breeding dogs transferred from Lingao. Kang Lingyang knew little about dog training. This aspect had always been Yang Beiagui's responsibility, but the dog population's rapid expansion at South Sea Farm meant military dog breeding and raising needed to find a new location. It couldn't remain in Lingao where land resources were becoming tight. So Lingao's dog farm had been split into 2 parts. Working dog training stayed in Lingao, while breeding operations moved to Changhua. Yang Beiagui planned to move the training base to Changhua as well once he had trained his first batch of naturalized citizen students. Breeding dogs primarily came from Yang Beiagui's Olympic family. Back then, Yang Beiagui had selectively brought them to serve as breeding stock for working dogs. Later, dogs brought by several other senators were added, including the Cayenne brothers' Labrador from Sanya, which had also been requisitioned as breeding stock. To rapidly expand the population, Yang Beiagui and Kang Lingyang adopted the method of separating puppies from adults immediately after weaning, switching to artificial feeding so the adults could produce another litter as soon as possible. The population thus expanded very quickly. From native dogs of this dimension, Yang Beiagui also selected some with better genes for crossbreeding. Through continuous breeding and gradual culling, a considerable dog population had finally formed. Though only a dozen or so could serve as foundation breeding stock, there were already more than 100 dogs of suitable age meeting working dog conditions. Though the first few batches were of average quality, they were at the golden age for training. Once older, they wouldn't be very suitable for training and could only be sent to the Senate canteen to make hot pot. And Yang Beiagui alone couldn't keep up. He adopted a simplified training model, subdividing work, reducing each dog's training items and lowering workload. Training a batch and sending them out, he rapidly distributed working dogs to various departments. Some dogs, after Yang Beiagui's simplified training, had already been allocated to the military, police, and internal affairs departments. Soldiers and police, leading large dogs on patrol, had become a familiar sight in various counties, and at the Sanya mines, military dogs watched over thousands of slave laborers in the mining area. But though dogs had gained favor from the violence departments, they equally encountered systemic issues. Dogs and horses differed from pigs, chickens, and ducks, meat animals fattened and slaughtered, being kept for long-term use. Once assigned to the military or some agency, questions arose about their supply and specialized handlers. This was still relatively manageable. Horse and dog supply issues could be resolved by departments themselves, but personnel establishment wasn't easy to resolve. Yang Beiagui's establishment was in the Agricultural Committee. Dog training wasn't the Agricultural Committee's main business. He couldn't extract workers from those allocated to the Agricultural Committee to learn his dog training skills. These establishments had to be assigned to the military. Kong Lingyang had invited Wei Awen to visit specifically to persuade Director Wei and these military heads to quickly organize a military dog unit establishment, allocating personnel specifically to learn dog raising and training, especially finding a few apprentices for Yang Beiagui to inherit his dog training expertise. This was something Yang Beiagui had repeatedly urged Kong Lingyang to help resolve. End of chapter. Chapter 997, Kong Lingyang's Ambitions at the Kennel. Kong Lingyang had prepared his most spirited animal for the demonstration, a German shepherd named Burundi, a direct descendant of the 6 breeding dogs Yang Beiagui had brought from the Old Dimension. The animal stood tall with an alert bearing, clearly a well-trained working dog. Burundi was a creature of many talents. He served primarily as a breeding stud while moonlighting at Changhua Fort, occasionally accompanying patrol teams on their rounds through the county. His reputation had spread far and wide, for no dog of such size and wolf-like bearing existed among local breeds. Rumors soon circulated that the Australians had tamed actual wolves for patrol duty, an unintended boon to local governance, adding a potent element of intimidation to their rule. Under Kong Lingyang's commands, Burundi performed a series of simple maneuvers that drew unanimous praise from the assembled visitors. In truth, his repertoire amounted to little more than the basic curriculum of civilian dog training schools back in the Old Dimension, nothing close to what real military or police dogs could demonstrate. Burundi's training had been kept deliberately light to preserve his energy for breeding duties. "I think our mountain infantry could benefit from these animals," Wei Awen said, excitement evident in his voice. "They'd prove immensely useful in mountain combat. An Operation Engine will require substantial security forces to manage the refugees. Equipping them with police dogs would reduce our manpower requirements considerably." A worthy goal, but difficult to realize, Director Wei. Kong Lingyang signaled for an assistant to return Burundi to his specialized kennel. "You know, working dogs are in demand everywhere. Supplies simply can't meet the need. Everything hinges on whether we can get them to breed fast enough. And even when the pups mature, they can't be deployed immediately. They need months of training first. Right now, only Yang Beiagui possesses the necessary expertise, and he's stretched impossibly thin." Wei Awen was a man well-versed in bureaucratic undertones and recognized immediately where this was heading. He'd sung similar tunes himself many times over the years. "Your request for additional dog training personnel is entirely reasonable," he said. "I'll advocate for it at the Planning Bureau. I imagine the program should fall under military jurisdiction, perhaps as a formal military dog instruction unit." Kong Lingyang's expression brightened. "That would be ideal. Yang Beiagui has long hoped to take on more apprentices to pass on his skills." The tour continued through the kennels. Though constructed of brick and wood, the facilities adhered to Old Dimension design standards, with rigorous disinfection protocols observed throughout. Changhua had been selected as the primary animal husbandry base for numerous reasons, but for Kong Lingyang, Yang Beiagui, and their colleagues, The region's greatest advantage lay in its sparse population and near-total absence of commerce or transient visitors. The great success of newly established pastoral regions in the 19th and 20th centuries, Australia, Hokkaido, and their ilk, had largely stemmed from their isolation, which protected their livestock from imported infectious diseases. For animals raised in dense concentrations without access to developed vaccines, a single epidemic could devastate an entire region's livestock industry overnight. From a certain perspective, Kong Lingyang knew the Senate would inevitably leave Hainan Island someday. The industrial faction and their beloved machine factories would all relocate, but the imperial veterinarians' breeding farms would necessarily remain. Hainan Island was a natural isolation zone, even if its conditions couldn't rival uniquely advantaged locations like Hokkaido or New Zealand. Our current scale here remains modest, Kong Lingyang explained. We're primarily focused on breeding dog reproduction. External influences are minimal, making outbreaks of canine distemper far less likely. Once we have sufficient handlers, we'll relocate the Lingao dog farm here as well. In truth, Lingao's horse farm should eventually follow. They observed Burundi's feeding regimen, not merely lamb but eggs as well, a luxury even senators received only in ration quantities. Quite a lavish food standard, someone remarked. Breeding stock expends tremendous physical energy, Kong Lingyang replied. To produce strong, healthy offspring, both parents require exceptional nutrition. Mu Min maintained her silence throughout the tour. Breeding farms invariably inspired crude associations among the male senators. The topic of pushing the rear was an evergreen joke among them. Despite the undeniable utility of police dogs to the police system she oversaw, she found the whole business vaguely embarrassing. After the kennel tour concluded, Kong Lingyang presented Mu Min with an unexpected gift, a quality marbled cat. The dog breeding facility maintained an attached cattery, breeding several fine specimens as working cats. Lingao's chemical industry couldn't yet produce rat poison, leaving traditional biological control cats as their only recourse. Unlike dogs, cats were far more abundant. Kong Lingyang wouldn't dare bestow dogs as personal favors to senators, but cats posed no such concern. Mu Min, like most women, possessed no immunity to adorable creatures such as kittens and puppies. She accepted the gift happily. Company during late-night office duty would make the hours pass more pleasantly. On D-Day itself, a female member had brought along a cat that became the collective pet of all the women senators. Previously, the Senate had prohibited senators from privately keeping cats and dogs unless the animals had received rabies vaccinations in the old dimension. Though every senator had been inoculated before D-Day, the vaccine's protection lasted only a year. The health department had stockpiled enough vaccines and anti-rabies serum for 3 consecutive years of coverage, but quantities were limited and expiration dates loomed. Only recently had the biology lab successfully manufactured vaccines using the crude Pasteur method and trial-produced anti-rabies serum from horse blood. After clinical trials yielded satisfactory results, the ban was finally lifted. For Wei Awen and Fang Jinghen, Kong Lingyang's gifts took a different form, bottles of his self-brewed secret 3-whip wine, which 3 whips precisely he refused to divulge. Allegedly the formula was an ancestral secret. Besides the whips themselves, more than a dozen Chinese medicinal herbs were added, steeped in premium high-proof baijiu procured from Guangzhou. Since arriving in Changhua, he had prepared more than 10 jars, keeping some for personal use while reserving the rest for hospitality. For any male senator passing through on business, Kong Lingyang invariably offered a bottle. South Sea Farms limited edition cigars and Changhua Pasture's secret 3-whip wine had become fashionable status symbols among the men. Ever since male senators acquired life secretaries, though they all publicly claimed, 3 minutes maximum, can't do more. Privately they were like parched earth finally meeting rain, inevitably given to overindulgence. Combined with daytime work exhaustion, a powerful demand for tonics had emerged, and three-whip wine fit the bill perfectly. Seeing the central visitors well pleased and the earlier tensions forgotten, Kong Lingyang seized the opportunity to expound upon his grand ambitions, particularly regarding Changhua's animal husbandry prospects. Apart from Mu Min's visible disinterest, the male senators like Wei Awen and Fang Jinghen all regarded horse raising as the Senate's paramount undertaking. No matter how ignorant they might be about horses, or even if they couldn't ride at all, every man among them harbored romantic notions about the animals. Like maids, cannons, and ironclads, horses touched one of the male senator's most sensitive nerves. Kong Lingyang himself held no particular attachment to horses. Despite his animal husbandry background, he'd never focused on equine breeding during his studies. In China, horse breeding wasn't a priority of agricultural education. Outside traditional pastoral regions, virtually no breeders took interest in horses, and the market was minuscule. Unlike those romantic enthusiasts such as Nick, Kong Lingyang believed they should first solve the fundamental problem of existence, acquire usable horses from wherever possible, and expand the population. Even poor-quality horse populations could serve as parent stock for mules. Domestic horse breeds weren't exceptional, but China produced quite a few quality donkeys. Large breeds like Dengzhou donkeys averaged shoulder heights no less than ordinary Mongolian horses, sometimes even superior. Mules were strong, tolerant of coarse feed, and could work continuously for more than 20 years, far more economical than horses in every respect. From a practical standpoint, both the Fubo army and civilian sectors primarily needed draft animals for towing vehicles, artillery, and machinery, and for transporting materials and equipment. In these roles, mules proved more practical than horses, with lower rearing costs. The demand for riding horses wasn't particularly large. Introducing and breeding them wasn't an urgent priority. Compared to Lingao, Changhua offered far superior conditions for animal husbandry. However, the estuary area proved too humid and hot during summer months, ill-suited for mass livestock breeding. After extensive investigation, Kong Lingyang had set his sights on Changhua Grand Ridge, situated more than 4 kilometers east of the Changhua River estuary. At over 400 meters elevation, with predominantly tree and grassland vegetation and a cool climate, it would make an ideal summer pasture. He planned to begin preliminary planning and construction that autumn and winter, with operations commencing the following summer. Expanding the pasture's scale would inevitably require additional manpower, especially technical personnel. Whether animal husbandry specialists or veterinary professionals, available naturalized citizen candidates currently numbered precisely 0. Besides Yang Beiagui's success in securing a few students as apprentices, Kong Lingyang had thus far managed to recruit only 4 apprentices of his own. He'd brought them to Changhua for intensive instruction, remedial classes in the evenings, internships during the day. They'd acquired the rudiments of veterinary knowledge and could handle simple tasks like livestock birthing and breeding assistance. But in the long run, this cohort's foundation was too weak. At best, they might accumulate enough experience to become old technicians, hardly the stuff of great achievements. He was now posted externally, and Changhua County was a small jurisdiction. Conveniently, few administrative matters but considerable authority, with ample leisure time available. If he could secure enough students to teach, starting with 1 or 2 years of foundational courses combined with practical internships, they could learn by doing until they developed a solid grounding. Those showing the most promise could then rotate to Yang Beiagui for advanced clinical instruction. From among these, the finest talents could be further cultivated, ultimately becoming faculty in the veterinary department of the military supply university Kong Lingyang envisioned. To realize this grand goal, Kong Lingyang and Yang Beiyagui had made repeated attempts to reserve a few Class B diploma holders from Fang Qiadi's student body for veterinary studies. However, naturalized citizens holding Class B diplomas were far too few for the competing demands upon them. The animal husbandry and veterinary fields could never secure a single slot. And so, while enthusiastically discussing long-term plans, Kong Lingyang occasionally inserted complaints about the shortage of trainable students, conveying his intentions and seeking their support for his proposals at Senate meetings. After all, the several influential figures before him wielded far more persuasive power at the executive committee than he ever could. End of chapter. Chapter 998, The Dutchman's Heart. Lingao was a beehive. So went the common assessment, and anyone setting foot on the harbor dock for the first time immediately understood why. The busy, tense, and lively atmosphere was palpable from the moment of arrival. Those who ventured deeper, particularly into the industrial and agricultural zones along both banks of the Wenlin River, or into the residential quarters, found this impression only strengthening. The streets teemed with busy crowds and vehicles from dawn until dusk. Meteor, locomotives pulled open carriages either piled high with goods or packed with passengers. Despite safety regulations prohibiting riders from hanging off the sides, and despite the police and National Army soldiers stationed at every stop to maintain order, each train still departed overloaded with people clinging wherever they could find purchase. Every day brought reports of someone falling from a train. Fortunately, the Meteor's speed barely exceeded a walking pace, keeping the casualty rate at a level the Planning Bureau deemed tolerable. Around noon that day, the rumble of cannon fire rolled across from Bapu Wharf, the salute for foreign vessels entering port. Such ceremonies were rare in Lingao. Apart from occasional Portuguese ships, only Chinese merchantmen called here, and in summer, even those visits were infrequent. Van de Lantron stood upon the stern castle, watching with keen interest as the Australian sampan was fastened with tow ropes. The 400-ton Magdeburg would be dragged into port by this modest boat. Dutch yachts of the era were notoriously unwieldy, and steering mechanisms remained primitive. Navigating fjord-like harbors presented tremendous difficulty. Without riding the tide in and out of port, relying solely on the captain's piloting skills made accurate anchorage virtually impossible. Every time the Magdeburg entered or exited a harbor, its own ship boats had to be lowered to tow the larger vessel. In Australian ports, however, this work was handled by Australian craft, with fees bundled into pilotage costs. The small Australian tow boat was a curiosity in itself. It sported a smokestack that spewed thick black smoke, yet carried no visible oarsmen. Despite its modest size, it possessed remarkable power, effortlessly pulling heavily laden ships behind it. Van de Lantron had witnessed this capability firsthand when the Magdeburg transported spices to Hong Kong during its previous voyage. The Dutch generally avoided sailing to the Chinese mainland coast in summer. Wind direction was unfavorable, and the danger of typhoons loomed ever-present. But this time, the Magdeburg's risky voyage served a purpose beyond mere trade. It carried an important mission. This was Van de Lantron's second visit to Bapu. Per urgent instructions from the Australians' Colonial Trade Department, the Magdeburg had brought substantial quantities of woolen cloth, cotton fabric, and sheepskin, most of the woolens being English-made. Given the fierce commercial rivalry between the Dutch and English, purchasing textiles from a competitor seemed baffling, particularly since Holland itself was renowned for fine woolens. But for the Dutch East India Company, the interests of the company and its major shareholders superseded all else. If English woolens were cheap enough to generate sufficient profit, no opportunity would be passed over. The English, after all, were merely commercial rivals, nominally still Holland's ally. In years to come, the East India Company would unhesitatingly sell and transport food and weapons to the enemies of their warring homeland. Because profit acknowledged no motherland. Half an hour later, The Magdeburg was secured at berth number 5. Van de Lantron greatly admired the Australians' port facilities. Every vessel had wharves available, eliminating the need for small boats to ferry cargo and personnel back and forth. Cranes lifted cargo directly from ships. Passengers ascended and descended gangplanks without delay. The time saved was enormous. In Lingao, Sanya, and Hong Kong alike, ship turnaround was measured in hours and days rather than the weeks and months typical elsewhere. Van de Lantron was soon greeted by an old acquaintance, Mr. Leizhou, stationed in Lingao as the Dutch East India Company's consul. The Italian had already completed all port formalities. Van de Lantron reviewed the customs declaration and required documents one final time. Finding no errors, he handed the papers to the customs officials. The subsequent unloading, inspection, and taxation would be handled entirely by Australian Customs and Port Services. No further oversight on his part was needed. "Mr. Trini, it has been too long. You look well." Trini had once harbored resentment about his assignment as consul in Lingao. The position admittedly carried somewhat greater prestige than his former role in Batavia, and his salary had increased by several guilders. Moreover, the company permitted him to sell certain company goods in Lingao, spices popular among the Chinese such as ambergris, myrrh, and sandalwood, from which he derived considerable income. Yet Trini understood perfectly well why this lucrative post had fallen to him. He was a painter and cartographer, stationed here to spy, and being Italian, a Catholic of dubious faith, keen on science and mysticism, if the Australians chose to behead him, the Dutch would neither mourn his loss nor suffer any entanglement. But his time in Lingao had transformed Trini's perspective. He now regarded his work here as second in importance only to family and life itself, something no one else was permitted to interfere with. "A day in Lingao surpasses a year of my travels in this world," Trini had written in letters to friends. "It's remarkably sanitary here and life is colorful," Trini said aloud. "Food supply isn't bad either, just rarely any meat." Van de Lantron's mouth curved into a mocking smile. "I thought you'd complain about insufficient olive oil." By European standards that judged culinary quality by meat consumption, Italian meals remained quite poor well into the first half of the 20th century. Most Italian commoners subsisted on simple bread slices with a few drops of olive oil and perhaps a bit of cheese. Trini recognized the condescension in this wooden shoe-wearer's words. He'd endured such remarks countless times. Even though Dutch cuisine was equally renowned for its simplicity and crudeness, at least the Dutch ate far more meat than Italians. "The Australians have shown considerable interest in olive oil," Trini replied evenly. "Perhaps before long they'll consider importing it from Europe. The prerequisite, of course, is that the company devises a method for long-term preservation of oils. It's said they're quite fond of oils and fats in general. Indeed, they purchase enormous quantities of dried coconut precisely for this purpose." As the two conversed and departed the customs house, the empty bell tower above it caught Van de Lantron's attention. From his previous visit to now, that tower had remained vacant. He found it peculiar. Why didn't the Australians equip it with a set of resonant bronze bells, rather than leaving it hollow? He knew from Trini's letters that the Australians wished to install an unprecedented timekeeping device in these vacant towers, but had thus far been unable to realize their vision. "Mr. Trini, your latest sketchbook caused quite a sensation in Batavia. There's even a collector willing to pay handsomely for it. Who would have imagined your artistic inspiration would flourish so remarkably since arriving here?" Trini dispatched one of his sketchbooks to Batavia by ship every month, whenever vessels were sailing. The sketchbook served dual purposes: artistic creation and intelligence reports. Nothing conveyed information more accurately than direct visuals. "Thank you for your kind words. There are many new things here, beyond anything I've previously conceived or experienced. It has greatly stimulated my inspiration." Trini smiled and produced a wooden cigarette case, including Australian indulgences. Van de Lantron accepted a cigar, He wasn't unfamiliar with the practice. Some Spaniards smoked tobacco this way regularly. Personally, he still preferred pipes, but he didn't mind an occasional change. Australian friends have expressed hope that I might help them procure works by renowned Italian painters, Da Vinci, Raphael, Michelangelo. He rattled off over a dozen notable Renaissance-era painters in a single breath, some already famous in their time, others less celebrated. Also Stradivari and Guarneri violins. For Trini's friends and family in Italy to acquire such artworks would be unimaginable. They lacked the financial means. Only the East India Company, with wealth rivaling nations, possessed such capability. Their standards are exacting indeed. Setting aside the others, Da Vinci's works will prove exceedingly difficult. Most of his paintings reside in the French king's possession. As for the rest, it depends on whether your Italian compatriots can be persuaded to part with them. Van de Lantron considered. I've brought 2 Guarneris this voyage, along with several instruments you specifically requested, plus the musicians mentioned in your letter. I suspect the Australians may be Chinese in origin but possess decidedly Western artistic tastes. Difficult to say with certainty. I can grasp only a fraction of their aesthetic preferences. They also display great enthusiasm for certain peculiar line drawings, highly exaggerated, intensely stylized, deeply narrative. After the 2 men discussed Australian art for some time, they reached the edge of the customs square. "Sir, I'd like you to experience something new." The Italian gestured toward a wooden-structured shed diagonally across from Bapu Customs. Beneath the shed stood a brick platform elevated above ground level. The platform was already crowded with people, all seemingly waiting with eager anticipation. What are they waiting for? Woo, clack, 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 clack. Is this a new Australian mode of transportation? Van de Lantron found himself seated in a moving carriage before he'd fully registered what was happening. Clearly, what the crowd had awaited was some manner of conveyance. Indeed, my dear sir. The Australians call it a train. It runs upon 2 iron rails. The speed approaches that of a fast horse. But observe, sir, this train comprises 5 carriages and can seat over 200 people. Van de Lantron found the spectacle fascinating, but years of experience with this Italian told him Trini wished to convey something more than simple facts. End of chapter. Chapter 999, The Shopkeeper and the Artist by Shandaokian Standards. Lingao's train qualified as little more than urban rail transit. It had evolved from the original factory rail car line designed for transporting goods, raw materials, finished products and workers between facilities. Over time, the network had expanded from gas-powered locomotive heads to the Meteor-type steam engines, and its routes had grown beyond small railways within factory zones to cover the entire county. The operating line now ran from Wenlin Bridge Station outside the county seat, following the Wenlin River all the way to Bapu, then extending onward toward Mainao, connecting Lingao's principal industrial and port areas into a single integrated system. Van de Lantron and Trini sat in first class. Due to the coal smoke and steam, the first-class car was coupled at the rear, where conditions were marginally superior to those in the forward carriages. Those cars were flatbed open carriages designed interchangeably for passengers and cargo. When serving as passenger cars, railings were installed around all 4 sides, and riders simply sat on the floor. When overcrowded, they stood packed together. The complete absence of enclosure eliminated any ventilation concerns. Only on special occasions, major ceremonies or celebrations, were rows of wooden benches temporarily installed on the flatbed cars. Naturally, the flatbed cars had no canopies. During rain or extreme heat, temporary canvas awnings were erected. When the train moved, coal smoke and steam pervaded everything, sufficient to choke passengers in the first 2 cars behind the locomotive. The rails were standard gauge but made of lightly forged wrought iron. The sleepers were equally improvised. The entire rail transit system's equipment was startlingly crude by any reasonable standard. Yet even this crude motorized transport represented a revolution for Lingao's industry. The small train enabled large numbers of workers to traverse considerable distances in minimal time, a necessity as Lingao's factory zones expanded ever outward and worker residential areas were pushed farther from the production centers. The first-class car occupied by the two Europeans was reserved exclusively for senators and for natives and naturalized citizens willing to pay premium fares. Though the carriage chassis was identical to the flatbed cars, a proper body had been added. Glass-inlaid windows were complemented by shutters. Under the blazing sun, passengers enjoyed both ventilation and shade. The carriage even featured actual seats. Van de Lantron surveyed the empty carriage with evident interest. He and Trini were the only first-class passengers this trip. This is what constitutes first class. Van de Lantron examined the furnishings and decorations, which were simple but practical. Even to this Dutchman, the Australians' first class fell woefully short of the name. Yes, the Australians are simple by nature, Trini replied. Moreover, their definition of first class is relative to the cars in front. Indeed. Van de Lantron leaned his head out the window with renewed interest. Every forward car was crammed with passengers and cargo. Those who couldn't squeeze inside either clung to the railings or perched high atop the cargo piles, looking down at the world below. Quite a spectacle, Van de Lantron laughed. But I remain skeptical. Loaded with so many people and goods, what exactly powers this train you speak of? And it can truly match the speed of a horse. In your reports, you described it as a machine of fire and water power. Can it really be so marvelous? Precisely so, Trini affirmed. In my considered opinion, the Australians have mastered many of God's secrets still unknown to us. Van de Lantron, a Protestant who sneered at Catholic faith, gave a derisive snort. The devil's secrets, I'd say, much like that learned countryman of yours, Da Vinci. Trini held his tongue. He saw nothing worth debating with this Netherlander shopkeeper on such matters. Protestants weren't more devoted to science than Catholics, sometimes quite the opposite. The father of blood circulation had been burned by Calvinists in Switzerland. Trini knew he'd best say little about scientific matters, though Holland was among Europe's most tolerant places on religious questions. The East India Company in Batavia demonstrated no such tolerance. He had originally intended to share his observations about the train with Van de Lantron, but seeing the man's evident lack of scientific education, he abandoned the idea. At that moment the carriage shuddered, steel groaned, and the carriage began rolling slowly along the tracks. Some 20 minutes later, the Dutchman and Italian disembarked at Trading Post Station. A two-wheeled Dongfeng horse carriage awaited them, a public vehicle dispatched by the Colonial Trade Department. The Trading Post was a project jointly proposed by the Colonial Trade Department and the Office Administration. During this year's typhoon season, Lingao had also suffered flood damage. Though no one was displaced, considerable land had been inundated, including much that the Agricultural Committee had planned to cultivate. The Trading Post's designated area was among the flooded zones, except that it had never been cultivated at all. The flooding resulted from the area's topography, a lowland behind coastal sand dunes. Land at the coastal margin slid seaward year after year. Tides returned to deposit sand into beaches. Wind blew that sand inland to form natural dunes several meters high and dozens of meters wide. Behind these dunes lay subsiding terrain. The Agricultural Committee had invested considerable effort in leveling the land, only to discover that treating the salinity and alkalinity far exceeded current capabilities. The heavy rains that followed turned this discovery into a complete loss, and the Agricultural Committee finally resolved to abandon agricultural development of the site entirely, transferring it to the Forestry Department for transformation. The Forestry Department planned to convert the entire coastal lowland into a mangrove zone to stabilize sand and resist wind, thereby reducing wave erosion of the coastline. The slightly more inland areas would become coconut palm plantations. East of this lowland rose a range of low hills, beyond which lay Mainao. With the opening of the Bapu-Mainao Railway, the Executive Committee's Office Administration and Colonial Department had decided to convert this land into a future state guest house and embassy district. The first step was inviting the East India Company to establish operations here. The money the Dutch paid would be used to dam a nearby mountain stream into a small reservoir for supplying water to the district, and if generators could eventually be mass-produced, they might even develop small-scale hydropower. The carriage carried them along the road, arriving quickly at the trading post area. The landscape remained desolate. Beyond the leveled land stood only a few lonely wooden structures, some still under construction. The Dutch East India Company trading post was taking shape, or more precisely, its foundation was being excavated. Trini had designed an impressively sturdy and attractive two-story brick hall. However, Lingao Construction Company had estimated the construction period at 2 years, so the current trading post consisted of 2 simple yet appealing wooden houses, prefabricated units designed by Zhang Xingpei. They had taken just 1 week to assemble and decorate completely, a feat that left Trini dumbfounded. The 2 wooden structures served distinct purposes, one for offices, one for residence. The prince's flag and company flag flew from the roof. Trini welcomed his guest into the parlor. The room had been newly furnished with furniture and handicrafts procured from Batavia and Guangzhou. Oil portraits of the Prince of Orange and company directors adorned the walls, lending the space an imposing air. Though an Italian inhabited the dwelling, it maintained the Dutch passion for cleanliness, spotless and well-ordered. One of Trini's Dutch servants scrubbed the entire house daily. Trini suspected this servant had been sent by the company, 9 chances out of 10, to secretly monitor him. Both men seated themselves. The servant brought local refreshing beverages. They sat on Lingao-produced rattan sofas. Van de Lantron had arrived with a head full of questions. On home ground, he launched immediately into his inquiries. Trini was evidently prepared. "Mr. Trini, please speak plainly. How would you assess the Australians' military strength?" "Formidable beyond measure," Trini answered without hesitation. "Their potential is incalculable, terrifying." "What gave you such an impression? You just rode on their train." "Yes, the Australian train, quite distinctive. You must consider the train's military applications. The train is certainly impressive, but it's merely a transport vehicle. Even the finest carriage cannot fight. You seem to have forgotten what our masters rely upon to dominate the sea's ships. That's different. Trains cannot venture onto the ocean. Furthermore, this train must run on tracks. I fail to see significant military value. The train you just rode currently runs at 5 leagues per hour. I've also witnessed it achieve 10. The Australians have now established tracks connecting their core ruling territory, Lingao, Bern, Bapu, Mainao, into a single network, merely to transport goods and craftsmen and farmers. They can use trains to dispatch troops from one location to another within mere hours, and they also possess trains specifically designed for combat, equipped with cannons and an infernal weapon they call typewriter. 1,000 disciplined Swedish infantry couldn't withstand an armored train for a quarter hour. In truth, 100 Australian soldiers with a few cannons could tear 1,000 of Europe's finest infantry to shreds. You exaggerate excessively. I swear to God my words are absolute truth. Very well, Van de Lantron nodded. I shall include your exact words in my report. He had no wish to dwell further on this matter for now. The company desires to know, are the Australians preparing any operations targeting its interests? As far as I'm aware, no. Trini hesitated slightly, an expression Van de Lantron caught immediately. Speak plainly, Mr. Trini. Van de Lantron lowered his voice. You're aware that several months ago an Australian ship visited Formosa. It entered Taiwan Harbor. No. It bypassed the port and continued south along the coastline, reaching an uninhabited stretch of coast. There it made landfall. According to information we obtained indirectly from the natives, it must have been the Australians. End of chapter. Chapter 1000. the company's concerns and ambitions. News that the Australians had appeared in Formosa sent tremors of anxiety through the East India Company bigwigs in Batavia. Though the Taiwan trading post had been underperforming, and its importance had declined considerably since the signing of the trade agreement with the Australians, Formosa remained crucial as a direct window for China trade. The prospect of Australian ships surveying Formosa represented dire tidings for the Dutch. De Carpentier and Batavia's council had dispatched the Magdeburg during typhoon season, risking the treacherous voyage to Lingao specifically to gather intelligence. Trini understood their anxiety well. He pondered for a moment before speaking. These past months, I've sensed they're planning a major operation. But I cannot confidently state that such an operation targets the company's interests. He then described the large-scale activities he had witnessed in Lingao, massive flows of imports and exports, frequent personnel transfers, and vigorous shipbuilding operations. The Australians had clearly entered a state of war readiness. All Australian institutions, factories, and ships are running at full capacity, Trini observed. Ships enter and leave port with remarkable frequency, constantly moving goods in and out, and this during what should be the off-season. If that's the case, why do you still believe these preparations aren't directed at the company? The answer is straightforward. They're procuring equipment designed for cold northern regions, Trini said. Many goods in their order forms submitted to the company cannot possibly be used in Formosa. I suspect you're aware of this as well. Thus reminded, Van de Lantron recalled that the Australians' recent orders had included substantial quantities of woolen cloth and leather, along with purchases of Persian raw wool and Indian raw cotton. These goods would be useless in Formosa's climate. Furthermore, with respect, I believe that with the company's entire strength in East Asia, the Australians wouldn't require such extensive war preparations. Their intended opponent is far stronger and larger than our masters. Van de Lantron nodded. Your reasoning is sound. However, to reassure the governor and the gentlemen of the council, I would very much like to know precisely where they intend to strike and why they visited Formosa. I believe their chosen target is the Ming Empire, that is, China. Their visit to Formosa may serve various purposes, perhaps securing a midway stopover point. The specifics I cannot determine. Please continue. The Ming Empire possesses vast territory, an enormous population, and incomparable wealth. The Australians crossed the world to reach East Asia and now command formidable military strength. If their ambitions of conquest and plunder did not include the Ming Empire, I would be profoundly surprised. Trini paused meaningfully. Moreover, they chose this particular place, Lingao, as their base deliberately. Very well. Assuming the Australians are indeed preparing to launch a conquest of the Ming Empire, what do you estimate their chances of success to be? They can unquestionably defeat Chinese armies 10 times their number with ease, but conquering all of China is obviously difficult to accomplish, at least not in the short term. Trini considered his words carefully. China's territory is simply too vast. To subdue such a nation, the Australians' present strength remains insufficient. Assuming, purely hypothetically, that someday the company found itself at war with the Australians, could the company achieve a favorable peace outcome? With respect, I believe it would prove exceedingly difficult. Peace would certainly come eventually, but the terms might not favor our side. Trini spoke frankly. The Australians' military potential is truly astonishing. Once fully mobilized, I fear no one could oppose them. What if we struck before that potential fully developed? Is that also included in your mission this time? 3 or 4 directors. You must understand they are our masters and they're not in Batavia. They have proposed, hoping to assess whether seizing Australian territory might prove worthwhile. Compared to the desolate Taiwan, Lingao bustled with activity and prosperity. The territory had undergone thorough development with numerous military industries and large shipyards. Its comprehensive strength vastly exceeded even Portuguese Macau. If it could be seized, it would obviously constitute an ideal base for China trade, perhaps even for dominating East Asian commerce entirely. The Senate was well aware of Trini's assigned mission, but viewed it with complete indifference. Since the Senate was preparing to launch Operation Engine, they had no desire to divert forces to deal with unexpected attackers. They very much wished to make the Dutch understand that their military strength simply could not be challenged by anyone. Accordingly, Trini was sometimes even invited by the Foreign Intelligence Department to observe Army and Navy training exercises, and was permitted to create detailed drawings of the Fubo Army at close range. The Australians maintained only certain requirements for these drawings. For instance, soldiers' head-to-body ratios had to be rendered as 1:7, muscles drawn in the Greek fashion, shoulders conforming to Germanic proportions. But since these conventions aligned with Renaissance scholastic painting traditions anyway, Trini was naturally happy to comply. I mean no disrespect to the gentleman, but this idea is, frankly, insane. The Australians possess extreme confidence in their military force. They quite casually display it to me and allow me to continuously send sketchbooks back to Batavia. So what is your assessment? From my personal observations, Australian soldiers are in fact local natives, the vast majority being Chinese. Only a very few officers are Australians. When they recruit soldiers from the mainland, the physiques are quite poor, not much better than Southeast Asian monkeys, but their musket-firing speed and accuracy have become terrifying. I've never encountered such formidable professional soldiers. His voice grew more emphatic. The officers are equally excellent, professional soldiers led by Australian commanders no less capable than Gustav's finest officers. I've witnessed many times, they rise before dawn, then march silently on foot from one county to another, meaning they don't march on foot because they lack ships. They're drilling their army to cross steep mountains rapidly, then immediately engage in combat. Actually, every soldier must perform this kind of practice. The great Hannibal, is that what you're suggesting? Whether they match Hannibal's level I find difficult to evaluate, Your Excellency, but their combat power clearly surpasses most armies I've observed. As for ships, they don't possess enough yet, but there will be many in the future, Your Excellency. Please be certain to bring this sketchbook back and inform the gentlemen in Batavia. The Australians constructed a several hundred-ton sailing ship in 14 weeks. What? Their shipyard operates with extraordinary efficiency, though I've never managed to get close. From a distance, it appears many ships are being built simultaneously, side by side. The second identical vessel was launched just 10 days later. This is too astonishing. I believe I should verify it with my own eyes. Before you depart, you'll witness the next one launched. Do you believe the Australians harbor intentions to expand southward? It's only a matter of time. Trini smiled slightly. When you possess a matchless army and powerful fleet, would you send them home to farm? Your work is truly outstanding. I shall recommend you to the council in Batavia. That's kind of you, but unnecessary. I'm an Italian, and Italians have no homeland. My homeland is whatever work my employer assigns me. What do you think of Lingao? I truly wish Lingao were in Italy. Fortunately for us, Lingao is not in Italy, Van de Lantron replied. Where Lingao is located hardly matters. Trini sensed that Van de Lantron's questioning had concluded. He stood and retrieved a bottle of rum from the liquor cabinet, then took out 2 bottles of soda water and 2 glass cups. He fetched some crushed ice from the icebox and mixed 2 rum sodas in the local fashionable manner. A pleasant indulgence, Van de Lantron praised after drinking. Let our masters contemplate the Australians' ambitions and objectives. For now, I have an Australian project to propose to the council. Oh, was it proposed by the Australians themselves? Indeed, the Australians have provided me with some agricultural books and illustrations, asking me to translate them into an illustrated manual. Trini handed him a thick notebook as he spoke, then settled back onto the sofa to continue his explanation. The Australians are preparing to supply us with seedlings for the company to cultivate on some small island in the Moluccas. They intend to purchase the mature crops. What crop? From what I observe, it appears to be rubber trees. Rubber trees. Though rubber trees and rubber had been known since Columbus's time, Europeans remained quite unfamiliar with this plant. Trini's knowledge of natural history enabled him to recognize this species unseen in Europe. Yes, an American plant. They've been to America as well. Very possibly. Otherwise, how could they provide rubber tree seedlings? What use do they have for these rubber trees? Why not plant them on the lands they occupy? You mentioned the Australians now effectively control the entire island. I suspect they lack sufficient labor. As for rubber's purpose, I'm equally uncertain. Trini knew that rubber trees secreted a sticky colloid that Indians used for kicking as balls, and which could be applied to cloth for waterproofing. Though once dried, it hardened and lost practical value. That the Australians wanted the company to cultivate this plant meant they had obviously mastered some technology for utilizing this colloid. The Moluccas were hotter and rainier than Lingao, with a climate similar to rubber's place of origin. That the Australians conceived such an idea wasn't surprising. Additionally, I believe that since the Australians want the company to promote cultivating these crops in the Moluccas, they won't pursue the company's assets for at least 7 years. Otherwise, their investment would become worthless. Why 7 years? Because it requires at least 7 years from planting rubber to producing the rubber they require. End of chapter. Chapter 1001. Future Artists. After a sumptuous dinner, Trini escorted Van de Lantron to a private guest room to rest. The full bathroom facilities would surely satisfy even the most discerning visitor. Pleasing guests from the center was an ingrained habit of those stationed at local posts. 17th-century Dutchmen observed this custom as faithfully as any. Mr. Leizhou Trini returned to his studio, a room that was extraordinarily spacious by any dimension standards, featuring an extravagantly large glass window that would be considered luxurious even by European norms. This window flooded the space with ample light for Mr. Trini's daily work. The studio, like all artists' workspaces, existed in a state of creative disorder. The enormous worktable was buried under rolls of paper, with brushes and paints scattered everywhere, many of them European goods shipped from Batavia. Shelves along the walls displayed numerous plaster heads and statuettes. Easels and stools stood arranged in a semicircle in the center of the room, equipment for Trini's drawing classes. In one corner stood his sculpture workbench, where a half-finished stone figure awaited completion, an Australian commission. They wanted a small victory monument erected outside Chiang Mai City. From conception to execution, Leizhou Trini bore full responsibility. His orders extended far beyond this single project. In the annals of art history, the Italian Leizhou Trini remained an anonymous nobody. But in terms of both fine arts and applied arts, he had become a master figure in Lingao. The studio housed small coke furnaces and crucibles of various sizes for melting glass and metal. On the tables lay various tools for crafting glass and metal decorative objects. Here he manufactured colored stained glass and all manner of metal ornaments, from the wrought iron decorative pieces inlaid on the Senate's door lintels bearing SSAE in ornate Latin letters, to the various medals and coats of arms that the Senate issued. The Australians' appetite for artworks proved astonishing in its veracity. Trini found that his primary occupation was no longer consular or intelligence work, but rather scrambling to complete Australian commissions. He settled into his rattan chair, lit a cigar, and smoked slowly, savoring its aroma. Cigars manufactured by the Australians were a local luxury, reportedly reserved exclusively for senators. But for Trini, Australian cigars were merely processed tobacco products from the Americas, not fundamentally different from the cheaper paper cigarettes. Luxuries in this dimension generally possess two defining characteristics: distant origin and rarity. The two qualities reinforced each other. Distance naturally ensured scarcity. Consider Chinese silk and porcelain. In China itself, though not ubiquitous, they hardly constituted priceless treasures. Once they crossed oceans and traversed thousands of miles to reach Europe and America, their value multiplied tenfold or 20-fold. A single ship arriving safely could generate immense wealth. Seeking exotic rarities from distant lands and profiting from long-distance trade, this was the world's most common commercial pattern. But the Australians invariably transformed things, employing secret methods unknown to others to increase their value. Whether the Princess of Great Tang wine they had previously sold in Guangzhou, or the cigarettes and cigars they now marketed, the principle held true. Strictly speaking, the Australians possessed nothing that Europeans and Chinese didn't have. One could even argue that apart from their weapons, no genuinely Australian goods existed. Every so-called Australian product was without exception manufactured locally in Lingao using Chinese and imported raw materials. After finishing his cigar, the room had fallen completely into darkness. The perpetually stern-faced Dutch servant entered carrying a candle. He carefully lit the gas lamp with its explosion-proof shade in the corner. The entire room was soon brightly illuminated. After lighting the lamp, the servant withdrew. Trini's spirits began to lift. His apprentices would arrive shortly for their evening studies. For reasons Trini couldn't fathom, the Australians were enthusiastic about working at night. Of course, they possessed the means to do so. The brilliant gas lamp allowed him to clearly view a large-scale oil painting mounted on an easel while seated in his rattan chair. This piece had been commissioned by Lingao Abbey and would soon decorate Bern Cathedral. The Senate had half coerced, half enticed Trini into taking on 15 students to learn art. Among them, several children who displayed sufficient talent had already become his personal disciples. A 12-year-old girl had been occupying his fantasies night after night. Trini appreciated the Australians' attitude toward women. They carelessly permitted females to appear in public, to enter all venues, to work as craftsmen and farmers, to engage in every trade, to interact freely with men. They even allowed girls to attend school and serve as officials. This made the entire social landscape more colorful, particularly since the Australians required all female students to wear scandalously short skirts that exposed their knees. Reportedly, at certain special occasions, women even wore skirts that revealed their thighs. Mr. Trini was no stranger to female nakedness. Like all Italian painters, he had painted many nudes, but female students in short-sleeved blouses and short skirts aroused his desires more powerfully than any naked woman. The Australians were enthusiastic about naked women in paintings, but religious affairs officer He Ying had explicitly instructed him that when depicting nude women, certain limitations applied. They were restricted to religious subjects. Most had to bear wings, and they could only appear in a limited number of specific contexts. Before martyrs, in the sky behind senators, in church icons approved by the religious office. Among the saints in the foreground, however, there always had to be one or two bearing certain senators' faces. For example, the one offering frankincense to the Holy Sun was Dean Wu Shimeng. The one striking down the six-winged beauty with a flaming sword was the winged Chairman Wen. Of course, these minor annoyances couldn't shake Trini's love for Lingao. The Australians provided Trini with quality paper, canvas, dip pens, quality ink, and previously unheard-of innovations like fountain pens and pencils. Trini had developed particular fondness for Lingao-produced art supplies, especially the drawing pencils. Various grades in different light and dark shades greatly reduced the artist's workload when creating sketches. As for plaster heads, he acknowledged this was a marvelous technique. Many people learning to paint couldn't afford marble reproductions. Using molds and Blight plaster powder to cast copies allowed easy mass reproduction of the most beautiful sculptural works for study and appreciation. His 4 most promising students walked in, 3 boys and 1 girl, and bowed in greeting. Following them came a young man in uniform. Trini stood and smiled at his visitors. He still couldn't speak Chinese and could only teach through translation. This serious-looking translator was reportedly a senator. He came every day to serve as a bridge between students and teacher, rain or shine, never missing a single class. And the students he assisted were all from humble origins, the most ordinary Chinese children. This filled Trini with deep respect for the Australian senators. Trini's teaching method for these 4 students followed the traditional master-apprentice approach. Apprentices performed simple auxiliary tasks within their abilities, observed his actions, and received his guidance. This was the traditional pedagogical method Italian artists had employed during the Renaissance. "What class shall we have today?" the translator inquired. "Oil painting class, beginning with the most fundamental preparations," Trini replied. In 17th century oil painting, the painter first had to be a craftsman. Visiting an art supply store in the old dimension to purchase complete painting supplies and commence painting immediately was impossible in this dimension. Whether canvas, pigments, oils, or even brushes, all required painters to prepare by hand. In one corner of the room stood many small drawers filled with pigments shipped thousands of miles from Europe. The pigments came not in tubes but as various solid fragments, mostly minerals, supplemented by products from plants and animals. Most peculiar were blue glass shards produced in Venice, used to mix a more common shade of blue. On the table sat mortars and dishes of various sizes. Trini taught them hands-on how to select pigment fragments, how to crush them to appropriate sizes, then how to grind them. Grinding proceeded in stages, first crushed in larger mortars, then ground fine in smaller ones, until they achieved powder of varying coarseness suitable for mixing. The students gradually developed interest in the work, first curiosity, then earnest, serious concentration. They helped their master prepare a poisonous solution, dissolving arsenic disulfide and mercuric chloride in alcohol, then applying it to wooden boards to prevent woodworm. Next came the first layer of material, filling all joints and cracks with a mixture of alabaster, resin, and frankincense, then using a smooth grinding iron to level any uneven spots. Work in the master's hands always appeared easy and swift, as though it were mere entertainment. Trini worked while teaching various techniques for preparing oil painting tools, how to bind brushes, from the coarsest, stiffest hog bristle brushes encased in lead ferrules, to the finest, softest squirrel hair brushes inserted in goose quill tubes. He had experimented with Chinese brushes, but always found them somehow unsuitable. The students were eager to try, though watching the master work seemed simple enough. Their own attempts proved clumsy. Trini then slowly heated a pure oil on the stove, extracted from hemp seeds. Due to its mildly hallucinogenic effect, the Senate required them to wear masks when heating it. Following his instructions, students rubbed the painting board with small pieces of sheepskin dipped in hot hemp oil, allowing the board to fully absorb the oil. "Rub while it's hot. Once cold, it won't absorb," Trini instructed continuously. The young senator stood by with evident interest, occasionally translating Trini's instructions and the students' questions, watching their every movement with fascination. He noticed the Italian frequently casting his gaze toward the female student and focusing more intently during her instruction. He smiled knowingly. End of chapter. Chapter 1002, Explosives Factory. The wiretapping records from the Dutch East India Company trading post were classified as top priority materials. Translated and transcribed the following morning, they landed on Zhao Mengsheng's desk. Per agreements reached at the weekly Security Joint Conference, copies were also distributed to police headquarters and the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Every day upon entering his office, Zhao Mengsheng personally studied these highest-level materials. The executive committee was determined that Operation Engine proceed without interference from any external forces. Among potential external threats, the Portuguese and English were weak, the Spanish distant and inert. Only the Dutch possessed both sufficient strength and direct connection to their vital interests. Taiwan held tremendous importance for the East India Company. What reaction the Senate's development of Kaohsiung might provoke remained difficult to predict. We must make the Dutch fully comprehend the terror of opposing us. This countermeasure, using intimidation to force Dutch inaction, had been adopted at the planning meeting before Operation Engine commenced. From the wiretapping reports, the work on Trini had obviously achieved its intended effect. Whether intentionally or not, the Italian was enthusiastically extolling the Senate's military might. Zhao Mengsheng understood perfectly that a person living in comfort and contentment had little interest in launching a war. Living well, performing beloved work, receiving generous compensation, with lowlies and shodas for company. Unless mentally unstable, Trini would hardly wish for a war that might end his current situation. The conversation between the two men hadn't exceeded most of his projections, including the East India Company's thinking and attitude. Dispatching a large ship to Lingao during the off-season obviously served purposes beyond mere profit. The Magdeburg's mission was clearly intelligence gathering. He then reviewed the surveillance report on the East India Company trading post, paying particular attention to activities of servants within the compound. Wu Fo believed at least one servant was undertaking covert work. According to the report, this servant showed considerable activity, moving frequently throughout Lingao with footprints covering everywhere foreigners were permitted. He visited Bapu Harbor almost daily, the ostensible excuse being to purchase fresh fish. Finally came the report from the Political Security Bureau's mail inspector stationed at the Postal Administration. The Postal Administration had assumed control of the Ming government's relay station system, establishing postal routes from Lingao to every county in Hainan, with sub-offices in each locality. However, these sub-offices currently handled only transmission of official documents and correspondence for departments, enterprises, and military units under Senate authority. Private letters were limited to naturalized citizens and the few natives who had dealings with the transmigrator group. The postal inspection method involved opening and examining all letters from certain individuals and departments. Others were spot-checked. Zhao Mengsheng skipped past other sections, proceeding directly to the postal inspection report on the East India Trading Post. Dutch trading post letters were routinely dispatched by trading post servants to Bapu, delivered to East India Company merchant ships returning to Batavia or heading to Taiwan. When no East India Company ships were available, they were entrusted to Chinese merchant vessels bound for those destinations. Regardless of delivery method, the Political Security Bureau invariably obtained copies before any letter departed the port. Letters were encrypted, but for the Political Security Bureau, any 17th-century cipher was child's play. Each letter was decrypted, translated, then transcribed into multiple copies for relevant departments. Because the Dutch were a focus of attention, postal inspection reports concerning them arrived with original letter manuscripts attached. Zhao Mengsheng studied the reports and recent letters carefully. Overall, he was satisfied. The results matched precisely what their demonstrating power activities were designed to achieve. However, this applied only to current trading post personnel. Whether it would produce the same effect on the newly arrived Van de Lantron remained uncertain. Whether launching new military demonstrations targeting Van de Lantron was necessary, this was something Zhao Mengsheng needed to consider carefully. For demonstrating military power, ready material abounded. Whether Project 901 in the harbor, or the new artillery the Army was currently testing, or even the not-so-new typewriter, all were sufficient to deliver a substantial shock to this Dutchman. The problem was that excessive flaunting of military power could sometimes be interpreted as concealing weaknesses. Zhao Mengsheng worried that clever minds in Batavia might draw precisely that conclusion. We simply need to make this cheese eater understand clearly, he mused, thinking of Project 2300 currently under intensive development. If successfully completed, it would represent a remarkable military advancement. Unfortunately, Van de Lantron might not accurately appreciate its power. Better to let Van de Lantron observe the Senate's steam fleet. As a seafaring people, the Dutch would not fail to understand the tremendous power of steam warships. Project 2300 was located at the Lingao Special Chemicals Complex. Though this complex belonged to the chemical department, it stood far removed from the chemical department's other subsidiary enterprises. Many workers in other chemical plants had never even heard of its existence. The Lingao Special Chemicals Complex had been designed after a certain explosives factory from the 156 projects of old. Its primary mission was producing gunpowder and explosives. Explosives represented a key project for maintaining transmigrator advantage. With continual expansion of military scale and demands from civilian projects, early workshop-style production and laboratory-style processes had grown woefully inadequate. The shortage of relatively safe high explosives in sufficient quantities particularly constrained both military and civilian applications. Military stockpiled explosives could only be maintained at relatively low reserve levels. Army ammunition reserves, beyond ensuring routine training, sufficed for only one campaign. Naval ammunition reserves aboard various ships also generally fell short of basic allotments. The Planning Bureau understood this predicament well. Over a year ago, they had formally commenced planning construction of the explosives enterprise, the Lingao Special Chemicals Complex. The complex occupied vast expanses of land, displaying an old Russian aesthetic of sprawling territory. The factory zone covered several thousand mu, even after being scaled down more than a dozen times from the old dimension reference. The site had been selected at the edge of the Qiongshan Ridge hilly area, a sloped region where bedrock began emerging. The soil layer was extremely thin, with rocks and gullies everywhere, making construction exceedingly difficult. The advantage lay in its remoteness and desolation, with almost no households or farmland nearby. The elevated terrain meant flooding from typhoon strikes was unlikely. Because in an explosives factory, various explosives and precursors concentrated together. Were a chain reaction to occur, half of Lingao's existing industrial zone might be obliterated. Remaining in the industrial zone had become dangerously unsafe. Regarding explosives, finished products were actually quite safe. What posed danger were the intermediate precursors. Many existed in unstable states, temporarily stabilized only through strict adherence to process specifications. However, workers in this dimension possessed almost no concept of process discipline. Even in the previous explosives factory under strict military management, with extremely severe punishments including death penalty and collective punishment, various small accidents had never been completely eliminated. The explosives factory's casualty accident rate was classified, never reported in internal bulletins. Naturalized citizens, unless employed there, remained entirely unaware of the facility's existence. Selected workers were preferably single men. Even with various measures reducing accident impacts to minimum levels, small accidents that couldn't be promptly addressed would escalate into major disasters. Moving to this desolate area would at least minimize losses when accidents occurred. Even basic black powder, when it exploded in sufficient quantity, produced devastating effects. The great Wanggongchang explosion of old had been terrifying enough. The special chemicals complex's planning still seriously violated old dimension safety standards. This factory not only produced pyrotechnics but also manufactured various finished ammunition and undertook research tasks. At least our production conditions are considerably better than Huangyadong, Su Yingji said with a forced smile after examining the planning diagram. His exposed arm bore another scar, left by glass shards while manufacturing mercury fulminate half a year earlier. Also safer than our current conditions. Otherwise, we few brothers in the chemical department will sooner or later become one-eyed or one-legged. Arriving at Qiongshan early is inevitable, said Jai Tuisi, head of the chemical department. Never mind explosives. Even production in ordinary chemical plants often made his heart pound with fear. The chemical department did include a few fearless explosives enthusiasts, but courage alone couldn't ensure safety. Everyone still hoped to witness the day of revolutionary victory, and preferably in one piece. Regarding safety requirements, everyone should propose as much as possible. Don't fear causing trouble or consuming resources. Whatever can be satisfied, the Planning Bureau will definitely provide in full,